A pang of pain surged through Liang Qingyan, eliciting a muffled sound that teetered between a whimper and a sigh. She could not help but bite her lip tightly, her fair complexion quickly flushed with a rosy hue, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her hands trembled slightly as they clutched the armrests of the chair. Leaning against the backrest, her delicate waist sank, revealing an alluring curve. The young man behind her lowered his head, tousled hair obscuring half of his face. Upon hearing her, he lifted his gaze, his dark eyes sharp and brimming with mischief. "If you can't endure this little pain, should we even continue?" A thin sheen of sweat broke out on Liang Qingyan's skin, strands of hair sticking to the side of her face. Both her visage and form radiated an exquisite yet youthful allure. The boy's expression darkened slightly, his hands unyielding in their task until the tattoo was complete. All done. Liang Qingyan rose, casually lifting the sleeves of her blue and white school uniform to check her reflection in the mirror. Satisfied with the delicate white rose tattoo gracing her side, she smiled. "Thank you, Song Yuan Ye. It's beautiful." Awakening from a dream, Liang Qingyan blinked, momentarily disoriented. She had lost count of how many times she had dreamt this dream, of that boy whose face remained elusive and whose name she could not recall. Recently, the frequency of these dreams had intensified, likely due to her exhaustion from overtime work. Casting aside her distractions, Liang Qingyan glanced at the time. She had made plans to meet her boyfriend, Liu Zhe, along with his childhood friends that evening. The Lanhua clubhouse was notorious for its extravagant allure. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars, and the young gentlemen disembarking were instantly captivated by the enchanting figure at the entrance, letting out playful whistles tinged with arrogance. Liang Qingyan had grown accustomed to such scenes and calmly diverted her gaze. After all, it was her first meeting with Liu Zhe's friends, prompting her to dress more formally than usual. Clad in a beige coat over a long dress that accentuated her slender waist, she nevertheless felt the chill of March's air, her ears and nose tinged with a rosy blush. Liu Zhe soon emerged, concern etched across his features as he took her hand in his. "Your hands are freezing, Yin Yin. Why didn't you go inside when you arrived? You must be freezing." Liang Qingyan smiled understandingly. "It's fine." She refrained from mentioning how she had been stopped by security outside. Liu Zhe led her into the private room, where 6 or 7 people were already seated. Someone jested, "Liu Zhe, no wonder you've kept her under wraps, turns out. You have a hidden gem. Why don't you introduce us?" Numerous astonished gazes fell upon her. Indeed, Liang Qingyan was strikingly beautiful. With a face the size of a palm, autumn-like eyes that slightly upturned at the corners, and a hint of mist in her gaze, her perfectly sculpted nose and lips of the right fullness accentuated her allure. Yet, this somewhat confrontational beauty, paired with her delicate demeanor, easily stirred desires of possession and dominance in others. Furthermore, her early training in ballet had gifted her with a graceful figure, long hair cascading down her back, and a white dress that outlined her silhouette, unadorned and pure, reminiscent of a white rose kissed by the morning dew. Ironically, she remained blissfully unaware of her own charm. Liu Zhe introduced her to everyone. "Yin Yin, as I mentioned before, this is my girlfriend." Liang Qingyan then smiled gently and greeted the crowd, displaying a hint of shyness, her hand never leaving his until a passing waiter reminded her that the private room was stifling and suggested she remove her coat. The waiter's warm demeanor made it difficult for her to refuse. As she shed her coat, she sensed a subtle gaze directed at her. Instinctively, Liang Qingyan turned her attention toward the source of the feeling. Seated on the sofa was a man clad in an exquisitely tailored suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, his Cartier diamond cufflinks glimmering with brilliance. His legs were crossed, and the ember of his cigarette ascended in wisps of smoke, shrouding his sharp features. With his eyes cast down, he exuded a certain roguish charm. Perhaps she was being overly cautious about that gaze. Liang Qingyan had been raised as the quintessential obedient daughter, a model student harboring an innate aversion to such individuals. "This is Song Yuan Ye," Liu Zhe introduced. Liang Qingyan nodded politely, acknowledging him. The man merely offered a faint gesture before lowering his gaze once more. As Liang Qingyan settled beside Liu Zhe, she caught a whiff of a cool, sophisticated perfume, subtle, yet unmistakably aloof, exuding an air of intimidation. Her eyes flickered as she discreetly shifted closer to Liu Zhe. Song Yuan Ye raised an eyebrow, then resumed his conversation with the person beside him. I attended an academic conference and have recently taken over a company project. There's no choice. My father has always been strict. Given his declining health and advanced age, I must accommodate him as much as possible. Indeed, Meng Shifan nodded, chuckling, but hearing this from you, Yuan Ye, is quite peculiar. Who doesn't know that you were quite the notorious young heir in your youth? Song Yuan Ye shot him a sidelong glance. Am I old now? Meng Shifan quickly backpedaled. My apologies, I misspoke. Yuan Ye, tonight, the bill is on me. In such a setting, Liang Qingyan found it difficult to interject. An air of awkwardness enveloped her as Liu Zhe engaged merrily with his childhood friend. A magnetic voice broke through the chatter. Miss Liang, have you studied ballet? Liang Qingyan turned to Song Yuan Ye, surprised by his initiative to converse. She responded belatedly, nodding demurely. I studied for 4 years but stopped afterward. Why did you stop? The man seemed genuinely curious. At his inquiry, Liang Qingyan pressed her lips together. There were some changes at home. The conversation halted at this juncture, each party tacitly refraining from probing further. Before long, the others were clamoring to select songs. Only Liang Qingyan and Song Yuan Ye remained on the sofa. Liang Qingyan tentatively sipped a bit of red wine, only to choke slightly, her eyes quickly misting, teetering on the brink of tears. Fearing detection, she hurriedly dabbed at her eyes with a tissue. Red wine doesn't suit you. The man beside her offered a glass of juice. Thank you, Liang Qingyan replied hurriedly, her voice slightly hoarse. A wave of guilt washed over her, instantly overturning her previous silent judgments about him. His actions were, at the very least, inconsistent with the roguish demeanor he projected. Miss Liang, would you mind if we added each other on WeChat? Song Yuan Ye remarked, illuminating his screen. He'll scan your code. He offered her no chance for refusal. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Qingyan saw no harm in it and retrieved her phone. Song Yuan Ye excused himself early as the gathering continued until 11 in the evening. Since he was to drive her home, Liu Zhe restrained himself from drinking. As soon as they returned to the car, Liang Qingyan's phone chimed with a new message. Your dress tonight is lovely. Wear it just for me next time. She lowered her head, unable to conceal her astonishment at this message. What's wrong, Yin Yin? You look a bit unwell, Liu Zhe remarked, glancing over with concern etched on his face. Liang Qingyan hastily turned off her phone screen. She pursed her lips and shook her head. It's nothing, I just felt a bit dizzy from the smoke at the club. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe felt a twinge of guilt. It's my fault. Meng Shifan and his friends insisted on meeting you. We've been dating for 2 years since university, and I hadn't introduced you to them yet. Since we finally gathered today, I thought it would be nice for you to meet. Liang Qingyan fell silent. Having been with her boyfriend for 3 years too during university and 1 since graduation today marked her first encounter with his friends. Out of courtesy, she had shared her WeChat, yet why had he sent such an insinuating message? Should she confront Liu Zhe directly? They had known each other for years, and their bond was profound. What if the message had been sent inebriatedly by mistake? That would be quite the blunder. Or perhaps it was part of a game of truth or dare. If they were to meet again, the atmosphere would inevitably be awkward. Liang Qingyan, characterized by her indecisiveness, found herself mulling over the situation, ultimately opting to set it aside for now. Upon returning to her apartment complex, Liu Zhe kindly opened the car door for her. Liang Qingyan declined his offer to accompany her upstairs and, after watching the car depart, ascended the stairs in her high heels. The complex was an aged residential building, 7 stories high, without an elevator, situated in a rather secluded area. Given her current means, this was the best she could secure, especially so soon after graduation. Every penny counted. She resided on the 7th floor. The stairwell reeked of mildew, long neglected, with remnants of cigarette butts scattered about. Liang Qingyan turned on her phone's flashlight, and, as she fumbled in her bag for her apartment key, a low chuckle echoed from behind her. Startled, she nearly dropped her keys. Back again, Yin Yin? A middle-aged man, portly and unkempt, leered at her. Liang Qingyan nodded, hastening her unlocking motions. The man stepped closer. Why do you smell of alcohol? A young lady like you. All dressed up, where have you been? You shouldn't roam around at night, you know? It's dangerous. I'm only saying this because you're young. The stench of alcohol mixed with smoke assailed her senses, causing her stomach to churn uncomfortably. To make matters worse, the man's greasy hand rested on her shoulder, rubbing it gently, like a cold, slimy serpent slithering over her skin, leaving a nauseating residue behind. Finally, the iron door swung open, and she seized the moment, swiftly slipping inside. Fearing that the man might follow her, she slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Liang Qingyan exhaled a sigh of relief, her tension dissipating. She exchanged her high heels for soft slippers and made her way to the shower. The middle-aged man across the hall was the owner of the apartment, living alone and frequently indulging in drunken disturbances. Ever since she moved in and he had caught sight of her once, he had made several attempts to engage her in conversation. Initially, his overtures were relatively benign, but on 2 or 3 occasions, he had knocked on her door in the dead of night. She dared not call the police, fearing retaliation, but fortunately, despite the rust that had set in on the iron gate of this aging complex, it still offered a measure of security. She had even taken the precaution of installing a camera outside and an automatic alarm system within. As long as she refrained from opening the door, she believed herself safe from any harm. After her shower, Liang Qingyan let the water wash away her worries. Thanks to her 4 years of ballet training, her physique was remarkable. Her waist was slender enough for her hands to encircle, her long legs were fair and graceful, and her collarbone was pronounced. Although her figure was lean, it possessed alluring curves in all the right places. A white rose tattoo adorned her waist, rendering her body irresistibly enticing. She traced her fingers over the tattoo, a mark she had almost forgotten about. Appearing sometime after her high school graduation, a voice message from Liu Ze interrupted her thoughts. "Have you made it home, Yin Yin?" She replied with a soft hum. Her voice mirrored her gentle nature. He quickly responded, "Glad to hear it. Get some rest. Good night." "Good night. Love you," she typed back. Those brief exchanges were imbued with profound warmth. Liang Qingyan and Liu Ze had been in a relationship for 3 years, from university to graduation, characterized by a steady flow of affection. Both were mild-mannered individuals, rarely engaging in disputes, always willing to accommodate each other in various aspects. Liu Ze respected her deeply, although he had previously expressed a desire for intimacy. He always prioritized her feelings, and to this day, they had not crossed any boundaries. Liang Qingyan's beauty was unconventional, possessing an alluring fierceness intermingled with an innocent naivety, creating a potent allure for men. Yet, her disposition was traditional. Once she committed to someone, she envisioned a lifelong partnership. As Liang Qingyan set her phone down, she inadvertently caught sight of the stark black avatar. Dominant, intense, it mirrored the essence of its owner. She long pressed the chat window and deleted the conversation, forcing herself to forget the incident. The following day, she reported to her new job punctually. Having majored in media in college, she had smoothly transitioned into a role as a financial editorial journalist after graduation, albeit recently switching to a new company during her internship phase, which meant her salary was modest. Her primary responsibilities involved news gathering, planning, and proofreading. "Qingyan, you don't look too well. I brought breakfast for everyone. Why not have a cup of coffee?" said Li Jie. Liang Qingyan smiled softly. "Thank you." Li Jie, Li Rue, nearing her 30s, serves as the department head and possesses the most extensive experience, receiving considerable attention from her colleagues. "No worries, just focus on your work," she remarked with a raised eyebrow, adding with an air of mystery, "We have quite a bit on our plate lately. Have you heard of the new Wave Group?" Liang Qingyan shook her head in response. "It's one of the top 3 in the country, making significant moves and acquiring numerous industries, seemingly on the path to monopolizing the market. It's all attributed to the newly appointed heir apparent," Li Rue explained. "This young heir is currently in the limelight. Major media outlets are eager to cover him, and our company's CEO is diligently leveraging connections." With excitement, Li Rue pulled out her phone. "Let me show you his picture." A swarm of colleagues gathered around her. Liang Qingyan, however, felt little enthusiasm, preoccupied with editing documents, as such matters held no relevance for her. After all, she was merely an intern, hoping to navigate her probationary period smoothly. After work, Liu Ze had arranged to take her out for hot pot. His black Bugatti was already waiting downstairs, its distinctive license plate drawing considerable attention. Clad in a black flight jacket and holding a bouquet of roses, Lu Zhe stood out as Liang Qingyan and Li Rue descended the stairs. Qingyan. Lu Zhe waved at her. Amidst the astonished and envious gazes of her colleagues, Liang Qingyan approached him. Didn't we agree to meet at the restaurant? Why are you? Lu Zhe smiled. I wanted to surprise you. Happy 3rd anniversary. Liang Qingyan momentarily froze. 3 years? I'm sorry I've been so busy lately that I forgot. Lu Zhe embraced her warmly. It's all right, I know you've been occupied. Your boyfriend remembers. Now, let's head to a special place. Get in the car. Your colleagues are watching, and they're about to feast on our dog food. Liang Qingyan glanced back at her gossiping co-workers, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Once inside the car, Lu Zhe thoughtfully fastened her seatbelt. Remembering their conversation from the previous night, she casually inquired, Are you quite familiar with Song Yuan Ye? Chapter 003. Deleting Song Yuan Ye. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before replying. He had once been familiar with Song Yuan Ye. Their parents had some business dealings, but the Song family's enterprise was far more substantial than theirs, leading to a gradual severance of contact. It had been 2 years since they last met. The gathering last night had been organized by Meng Shifan, and he had not anticipated Yuan Ye's presence. What kind of person was he? Liang Qingyan was curious about Lu Zhe's assessment of the man. In high school, he had attended the neighboring Sanzhong. Lu Zhe found himself lost in reminiscence and recalled that they were indeed from the same school. During that time, Yuan Ye lived with his grandfather and mingled with a group of delinquents from their school, often engaging in fights and disturbances. Eventually, he got into trouble, and the principal had to summon his parents. He narrowly avoided expulsion when his family made a donation to the school. Liang Qingyan listened intently, her brow furrowing unconsciously. She was surprised to discover that Song Yuan Ye was her alumnus. However, whether in the past or present, they belonged to different worlds. Had it not been for that gathering, their paths would have never crossed. After a moment's contemplation, she decisively clicked on that black avatar in her friend list and removed it. Once she completed the action, Liang Qingyan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Lu Zhe had chosen a private restaurant. The decor of the private room exuded elegance, and through the expansive, transparent, floor-to-ceiling windows, the river view unfolded. The city shimmered with lights and neon, its reflection dancing on the water's surface. In this lavish paradise, where wealth reigned supreme, opulence was a daily affair. The dining table was situated beside an outdoor pool. I know you prefer lighter flavors. This restaurant specializes in Sioux cuisine, Lu Zhe remarked, pulling out a jewelry box from his pocket and gazing at her with utmost sincerity as he revealed a necklace from within. Van Cleef Arpels, a limited edition for Valentine's Day, the traditional 4-leaf clover. Happy 3rd anniversary, my love. Lu Zhe rose and stepped behind her to fasten the necklace around her neck. Liang Qingyan's swan-like neck was undoubtedly exquisite, her fair skin perfectly suited to adorn it. While selecting the gift, he had infused a touch of personal desire alongside genuine sentiment. She resembled a pure and alluring white rose, and many would covet her. Unable to resist, Lu Zhe took out his phone and captured a few shots. By the poolside, the man's slightly damp hair framed his face, long eyelashes glistening with droplets, and his dark eyes exuded a piercing chill. Wrapped only in a towel around his waist, his broad shoulders and narrow waist revealed a striking V-shape, complemented by well-defined abdominal muscles. A captivating woman approached, her figure swaying alluringly, her chest undulating with every step. Her gaze fell upon the man, a blend of infatuation and determination. If she could entice him, her worries about sustenance and attire for the rest of her life would vanish. Moreover, he possessed both an exceptional physique and striking looks. With a seductive glance, the woman leaned closer while handing him a towel. Mr. Song, what a coincidence. We met at the dinner last time. Do you remember me? Song Yuan Ye cast a sidelong glance at her, his dark eyes devoid of warmth. The woman immediately recoiled, her head bowed. I'm sorry. I will leave now. She hastily dried her hair and tossed the towel aside, exuding a wild aura. Opening her phone, she saw the latest updates from her social circle. Lu Zhe, happy 3rd anniversary. Song Yuan Ye faintly curled his lips, emitting a dismissive scoff. In his obsidian eyes, a shadowy depth lingered. He gazed at the photograph of Liang Qingyan for a while. The moment he clicked on her profile picture and composed a message. An alarming red exclamation mark flashed. You are not yet his friend. You must add him as a friend before initiating a chat. Song Yuan Ye paused momentarily, letting out a low, muffled laugh. This was expected. However, what he desired had always been pursued with relentless determination. Liang Qingyan and Liu Zhe had indulged in some drinks. Upon their return, they summoned a chauffeur. Liu Zhe suggested that she stay over at his place for the night. She, disinclined to traverse back and forth, readily agreed. The upscale residential complex where Liu Zhe resided was not far from the road. Even the front door boasted a customized fingerprint lock worth thousands. The living room was pristine and spacious, adorned in a minimalist black and white aesthetic. Liang Qingyan was not accustomed to drinking, let alone her tolerance for it. However, that evening, in high spirits, she had overindulged in plum wine. Its flavor was a blend of sweet and sour, yet it packed a substantial punch. She sank into the soft embrace of the couch, her coat unbuttoned, revealing only a white shirt, a fitted skirt, and leggings, several buttons undone, hinting at the springtime beauty beneath. Liu Zhe paused momentarily, averting his gaze, as he lifted her towards the guest bedroom. Qingyan, do not sleep on the couch. Don't. Liang Qingyan nestled closer into his embrace, her hair brushing against his chin, her rosy lips resting against his chest. Seemingly uncomfortable in this position, she let out a few playful protests. Like a cat's paw teasingly scratching, she stirred something within him. Liu Zhe, ever the gentleman, yet undeniably a man, murmured, Qingyan. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Is that all right? Liang Qingyan was oblivious to his words, mumbling, I don't want to. Seeing this, Liu Zhe could only sigh. He carried her to the guest room, his movements delicate, as if handling a precious treasure, tucking her in gently and gazing at her serene, sleeping face. He placed a tender kiss on her lips, whispering, Qingyan, I await the day you willingly open your heart to me. The following morning, Liang Qingyan reported to the office. Qingyan, there's an important banquet tomorrow evening. The manager has requested that 2 from our editorial department attend, and you are to accompany me. Li Rui discreetly informed her as she exited the manager's office. You must perform well. This might be your chance for a full-time position. What banquet? Liang Qingyan blinked in surprise. It concerns the heir of the Song family. Li Rui lowered her voice, noting the company's desire for discretion. As only the board was in the loop. Since you haven't secured a permanent position yet, it's perfect for you to join me and gain some experience. Liang Qingyan hesitated for a moment. Sisterly, perhaps you should find someone else. I fear I lack the experience. Li Rui patted her shoulder, declaring, This is settled then. I will send you the information. Make sure to organize it well. An opportunity has presented itself, and you must seize it. With that, she departed with a brisk stride. Liang Qingyan contemplated seriously for a moment. She understood that this was sisterly offering her a chance. Stretching her limbs, she hastily downloaded the necessary materials. This flurry of activity consumed her entire day. When a colleague suggested an evening dinner invitation, she politely declined. Upon returning home, she brewed a cup of coffee and resumed reviewing the documents from earlier. The coffee machine was a recent purchase. Since the passing of her parents, her quality of life had plummeted. She was fostered at her uncle's home. Although her uncle's family was kind, they belonged to an ordinary household, offering her only limited resources. Liang Qingyan had always held high standards for material possessions. For instance, she would never purchase clothing costing less than several hundred yuan. Shoes needed to be replaced after a month of wear, and she would never touch outdated items. Instant coffee was out of the question. Even though she had fallen from being a cherished darling to a mere Cinderella, the ingrained habits of her former pride remained unaltered. Now, with her current means, she could only afford a coffee machine. Bang, bang, bang. The dilapidated iron door was violently struck. Liang Qingyan cast a glance towards the entrance, her complexion turning pale. She closed her notebook, her palms sweating from anxiety. After a moment, the incessant banging continued. A bottle crashed against the door, shattering on the ground, followed by a man's slurred shouting, Yin Yin, open the door, I forgot my keys. I'll just wait at your place for a bit. After his words, there was no response. The man spat in frustration, growing increasingly agitated. Chapter 004. You seem to fear me, damn it. You shameless wretch, do you take my kindness for weakness? Open the door this instant. You flaunt your promiscuity while pretending to uphold some moral standard. You've been entertaining guests at night. Don't think I Haven T noticed you returning home in a man's vehicle. Is that your boyfriend? If you can sleep with him, why not with me? The man's insults grew increasingly unbearable, his fists pounding against the door in frustration. Liang Qingyan gritted her teeth and summoned the courage to call the police. Within 5 minutes, law enforcement arrived, swiftly subduing the intoxicated man. Perhaps emboldened by the presence of the officers, neighbors from other floors emerged, rallying against the man, voicing their indignation on her behalf. This man is utterly shameless, often banging on this young lady's door in the dead of night. She has no interest in engaging with him, yet he hurls the most vile insults. We cannot stand by any longer. Officer, ISNT this harassment? Please, arrest him at once. With the neighbors providing their testimonies, Liang Qingyan found herself spared from a trip to the police station. The man was handcuffed and led away, casting a furious glare at her as he departed. The intensity of his stare sent a shiver down her spine as she closed the door. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She crouched down, wrapping her arms around her shoulders, and dialed Lu Zhe's number. Lu Zhe, her voice cracked with emotion, and he immediately sensed her distress. What is wrong, Yin Yin? Please don't cry. What has happened? Lu Zhe, I'm so scared. Can you come keep me company? There was a brief silence on the other end. I'm sorry, Yin Yin. I have matters to attend to at home and cannot leave just now. I promise I will come find you as soon as I can. Will that be all right? It's fine. Liang Qingyan sniffed, wiping her tears away. You go ahead and handle your business. In her moment of greatest need, the absence of his support felt like a heavy weight in her heart. To claim she wasn't disappointed would be a lie, but after so many years, she had grown accustomed to such solitude. Though it was already February, heralding the arrival of spring, frost clung to the evergreen pines lining the streets, and the air remained biting cold, a true testament to the lingering chill of early spring. Upon her arrival at the company, General Manager Zhao, team leader, and Manager Liu had all gathered, accompanied by several reporters from key departments, clearly indicating the significance of the upcoming banquet. Manager Wang shot her a glance, furrowing his brow as he addressed Li Rue. Didn't I ask you to bring someone experienced? Why did you bring it in turn? Li Rue, caught off guard by the reprimand, managed a forced smile. Manager Wang, everyone deserves a chance to prove themselves. With that said, Manager Wang, albeit reluctantly, had no choice but to relent. Moments later, General Manager Zhao abruptly rose and hurried toward the door, ushering in a guest. No, to be precise, he respectfully invited someone in. The man was clad in an impeccably tailored black suit, exuding an air of authority with his broad shoulders and long legs, his eyes sharp and piercing, imbued with a hint of rebellious charm. His mere presence commanded attention, akin to a majestic tree standing resolutely against a backdrop of stark mountains and flowing waters, rendering onlookers unable to divert their gaze, none daring to disrespect him. He embodied the essence of someone accustomed to high status or possessing an innate aura of power. The atmosphere around seemed to become somewhat stagnant due to his arrival. Mr. Song, it is an honor to finally meet you, Zhao remarked, pulling out a chair with a broad grin that nearly reached his ears. Liang Qingyan, who had initially come to enhance the ambience, found herself uninterested in the scene unfolding before her, until that is a familiar low, magnetic voice pierced through the air. Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. With a swift motion, Li Rue glanced at the toppled cup on the table, assisting in righting it. Qingyan, be careful. Liang Qingyan bit her lip, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she lowered her head, feigning an attempt to wipe the water splashed onto her clothing. Fortunately, Song Yuan Ye's gaze merely brushed past her, as if he had not recognized her at all. She allowed a quiet sigh of relief. In the next moment, she noticed the man declining Zhao's proposed seat, opting instead for the space beside her. I shall sit here, Song Yuan Ye said with a smile, his words exuding humility and courtesy, starkly contrasting with the first impression he had made. Zhao nodded in agreement and promptly instructed everyone to rearrange their seating. Manager Wang turned to Liang Qingyan, his voice cold as he reprimanded, Hey, Liang, why are you so oblivious? Can't you see we have matters to discuss with Mr. Song? Before Liang Qingyan could respond, Song Yuan Ye interjected, "No need to adjust. This arrangement is perfectly fine." Manager Wang nodded awkwardly, conceding Mr. Song is right. "This works well, haha." Song Ye shot him a glance, his eyes icy, devoid of warmth. Manager Wang stiffened, a shiver running down his spine, feeling something was amiss, unsure which of his remarks had displeased the young master, and could only force a smile. Liang Qingyan settled into her seat, the atmosphere thick with tension as several attendees attempted to engage Song Yuan Ye in conversation. He responded graciously to each, his demeanor poised and courteous, leaving no room for criticism. A sense of intrigue stirred within Liang Qingyan. She had assumed that someone of his stature would be arrogant and dismissive, yet he appeared anything but. "Mr. Song, when might we have the opportunity for an interview?" Zhao seized the moment to inquire. Upon hearing this, the young master merely curved his lips into a slight smile. "It seems I have no reason to refuse." Song Yuan Ye replied readily. Zhao's face lit up with astonishment. It was no wonder he was taken aback, as considerable connections had been required to orchestrate this meeting, and it was well known that this young man was not easily persuaded. Who could have anticipated such smooth sailing? Zhao rejoiced, raising his glass. "To a pleasant collaboration, I toast to you, Mr. Zhao." At this, everyone lifted their glasses in unison. Liang Qingyan hesitated for a moment before someone else took her glass. "As for toasting, I shall pass. My tolerance for alcohol is rather poor." A hush fell over the room. Liang Qingyan's gaze met Song Yuan Ye's, her expression frozen in shock. The CEO, quick to react, broke into a smile that revealed several creases on his face. "Ah, so Mr. Song and Miss Liang are old acquaintances. How serendipitous. It seems this is fate." Liang Qingyan remained silent, unable to interject. This gathering was not the place for her to speak up, especially with the past still looming over her. She was uncertain of Song Yuan Ye's true intentions. As the gathering came to a close and the attendees began to depart, Liang Qingyan opened her phone to summon a ride home. Suddenly, President Zhao called out to her, "Xiao Liang, wait a moment. Please accompany President Song. He cannot drive under the influence." Liang Qingyan hesitated. "President Zhao, I have already." "Go quickly," he urged, giving her a meaningful glance. Reluctantly, Liang Qingyan proceeded to the underground parking lot. As she approached, Song Yuan Ye unexpectedly turned around, startling her into a halt. "Miss Liang, do you seem to fear me?" he inquired, arching an eyebrow. His sharp features remained unchanged, yet his dark eyes glimmered with a hint of playful mockery. Despite the slight tempering of his imposing presence, it still exuded an undeniable force. Gathering her courage, Liang Qingyan met his gaze and offered a distant yet polite smile. "Not at all. It's simply appropriate to maintain a degree of distance between members of the opposite sex. Furthermore, my boyfriend is Liu Zhe, who is also your friend, President Song, which necessitates avoiding any misunderstandings." Chapter 005. It turns out she misunderstood. Song Yuan Ye let out a light scoff, his voice languid as he remarked, "Miss Liang seems to have a clear understanding." The atmosphere around them suddenly grew tense, and the intense gaze upon her felt as if it were scorching her skin. Liang Qingyan's fingertips gradually tightened. He continued, his tone casual yet slightly teasing, "Miss Liang, I believe you may have misunderstood. At that time, it was a friend of mine who took my phone without permission and played a prank, inadvertently sending it to you. If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize. However," he paused, his voice rising with a hint of mischief, "I am quite curious as to what he said that elicited such a strong reaction from you that you removed me from your contacts." Instantly recalling the message, Liang Qingyan's face flushed slightly, and she managed a fleeting smile. "It's nothing. It turns out I misunderstood." It was much as she had initially thought. The message was not from Song Yuan Ye, but rather a comical mishap. Moreover, there was no reason for him to jest with her in such a manner. In other words, given Song Yuan Ye's status, he could easily attract numerous admirers with a mere flick of a finger. Why would he covet a brother's girlfriend? In the dimly lit underground parking lot, Song Yuan Ye observed her every reaction, a faint smirk gracing his lips. "Aren't you going to see me home?" The Maybach glided into the upscale villa in the eastern suburbs. Through the transparent glass, One could glimpse a greenhouse flourishing with vast expanses of white roses, blooming exuberantly under the moonlight, their petals adorned with dewdrops, exuding a pure and enchanting beauty, almost as if they possessed an enchanting allure. In the biting winter, nurturing such an abundance of white roses must have required considerable manpower and resources. Liang Qingyan was surprised to discover that Song Yuan Ye had a particular fondness for these flowers. Stealing a glance at the man in the passenger seat, she noticed his brow slightly furrowed, appearing somewhat fatigued, his eyes half closed, the thick lashes casting shadows upon his eyelids. "Mr. Song?" she prompted. "We have arrived." "Mr. Song?" she called out a few more times. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, she could only resort to exiting the vehicle and opening the door to the passenger seat. She nudged his shoulder, attempting to rouse him. "Song Yuan Ye." Gradually, he emerged from his stupor, rising to exit the car, his steps unsteady as he unconsciously leaned against her, nearly half of his weight resting upon her. Supporting him to the door, Liang Qingyan found herself perspiring from the effort. The door lock was equipped with facial recognition, and once inside, she intended to guide him to the sofa. However, unexpectedly, the weight leaning against her intensified. Caught off guard, she lost her footing and was entirely toppled onto the sofa. The scent of cedar wafted in, imbued with a potent and unfamiliar sense of invasion. The heat of the man's breath was alarmingly close, grazing her neck, sending a jolt down her spine, the tingling sensation flushing her cheeks a deep crimson. She raised her hands to push him away. "Mr. Song, Mr. Song, please wake up." He was too heavy, so heavy that she could barely breathe, and he showed no signs of awakening from his drunken stupor. Liang Qingyan, now in a panic and drenched in sweat, called out, "Mr. Song." She struggled fiercely, the buttons of her shirt undone at 2 places. Her long legs intertwined with the man's tailored trousers, damp strands of hair clinging to the side of her face. The man's long legs were positioned in a half-knee bend, blocking her path. Her cheeks flushed, she gasped for air, her red lips slightly parted. Her tear-prone disposition caused her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. This scene was extraordinarily intoxicating. At last, the slumbering Song Yuan Ye turned over. Sensing a significant reduction in weight upon him, Liang Qingyan swiftly pushed him away and rose from the sofa, then exited without a backward glance, her silhouette vanishing into the night. The man in the living room opened his eyes, his gaze clear and bright. In a single night, news of her and Song Yuan Ye had spread throughout the company. As the workday began, Li Rue and her colleagues approached her with eager curiosity about Song Yuan Ye. "Yin Yin, so Song Yuan Ye is your boyfriend's childhood friend. No wonder he covered for you last night. But Song Yuan Ye is so handsome. He is even more charming in person than in photos. Next to him, top celebrities seem dull. I didn't even dare to glance at him too much. By the way, does he have a girlfriend? Surely he does. Young masters like him must have no shortage of female companions." Liang Qingyan smiled awkwardly. "I really don't know him well. We've only met a few times." As noon approached, Manager Wang called her into his office. "Manager, did you call for me?" Liang Qingyan asked, pausing. "The monthly report isn't finished yet. Could you give me half a day more? I'll strive to complete it by tonight." Manager Wang smiled. "Xiao Yang. Oh no, I mean Xiao Yin. There's no rush on the report. It can be done whenever. I may have been a bit stern with you before, but that was merely for the sake of training newcomers, for the benefit of our company, and for you as well." Liang Qingyan listened silently, then smiled. "Manager, do you have any other matters to discuss? You are aware that the company is preparing for an interview with General Manager Song." Manager Wang continued. "Since you are acquainted with him, I intend to assign you full responsibility for this news interview." Liang Qingyan was taken aback. "Full responsibility for me? But I'm in the editorial department. What does that matter? Weren't you involved in interviews at your previous company? To be honest, it's rather a pity to keep you in news editing. After the interview with General Manager Song, I'll transfer you to the reporting department. How does that sound?" This was undoubtedly good news for Liang Qingyan. She was indeed more adept at conducting interviews. If circumstances hadn't forced her hand, she wouldn't have resigned from her previous position due to offending someone, leading to her being nearly blacklisted in the industry. When she was at her wit's end, Huawei Technology offered her a chance. "All right, thank you, manager," she nodded. I will strive to meet your expectations. That's the spirit, Manager Wang replied, a cunning expression on his face, earnestly advising her. You have an excellent education and impressive qualifications. You need not worry about future opportunities for advancement. Watching Liang Qingyan leave the office, Manager Wang finally exhaled deeply, as if a task had been accomplished. Who could have anticipated that this employee would capture Song Yuan Ye's attention? The young prince deliberately hinted to the company's president to entrust the task of this interview to Liang Qingyan. Should it be assigned to anyone else, the collaboration would be terminated. This is clearly more than a mere acquaintance. The underlying intentions are unmistakable. Lu Zhe made a point to pick her up from work today, deviating from his usual casual attire. Instead, he donned a pristine white blazer over a black shirt, his hair meticulously styled, while the indigo-hued, latest model Porsche parked behind him exuded an air of opulence. His appearance attracted the attention of passers-by. A group of girls, after exchanging whispers among themselves, approached him with smiles. As Liang Qingyan exited the building, she happened to witness this scene. Chapter 006, reintroducing Song Yuan Ye, the woman, clad in a seductive bodycon dress. Her voluptuous waves cascading elegantly displayed an alluring shyness on her face. Boldly and frivolously, she placed her hand on Lu Zhe's shoulder. Handsome, dressed so charmingly. Are you waiting for me? Lu Zhe cast a fleeting glance at the woman, about to respond when his eyes suddenly brightened. He retrieved a bouquet of champagne roses from the car, and without sparing her another glance, strode directly towards Liang Qingyan. Yin. Liang Qingyan received the flowers with a gentle smile, her gaze drifting to the luxurious car behind him. She recalled that the last time Lu Zhe had picked her up, he had driven a Bugatti. Yet, merely 2 days later, he had switched to a Porsche. What is the matter? Lu Zhe raised his hand, shaking it lightly. Nothing. Liang Qingyan suppressed the feeling of disappointment within her. Across from them, the flamboyantly dressed woman turned back reluctantly. Upon meeting Liang Qingyan's gaze, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed her face, soon replaced by a downward glance as she gritted her teeth and departed on her towering heels. Liang Qingyan paid little heed to these minor details. Once inside the car, Lu Zhe gentlemanly fastened her seatbelt, suggesting they dine at a newly opened barbecue place. His expression full of contrition. I'm sorry, Yin. My father had me deal with some company matters last time. I truly couldn't get away. By the way, what exactly transpired that night? In an instant, the image of a drunken man furiously banging on the door, followed by the police taking him away with a gaze full of hatred, surfaced in Liang Qingyan's mind. It was a distressing memory for her, one that felt even more humiliating to mention in front of someone as polished as Lu Zhe. It was akin to how she never allowed him to escort her upstairs. Beneath the glamorous facade lay a dark, damp corridor, reeking of decay, with flickering, dilapidated lights and peeling walls. That was the last remnant of her self-respect. Liang Qingyan shook her head. It's fine. It's all in the past. Seeing her dismissive response, Lu Zhe ceased his inquiries. Changing the subject, he asked, Yin, where would you like to celebrate your birthday? Birthday? Liang Qingyan looked at him in confusion, her cool gaze reflecting the profile of the man beside her. Lu Zhe nodded. Yes, next week is your birthday. You haven't forgotten, have you? Liang Qingyan paused. Then a few seconds later, realization dawned on her as she blinked slowly. Her demeanor was undeniably charming. With her striking beauty, she engaged in such innocent actions, creating a delightful contrast that exuded a unique grace and allure. Lu Zhe broke into a grin, playfully ruffling her hair. What a little scatterbrain you are, forgetting your own birthday. They say that pregnancy makes one foolish for 3 years. What will you do when we get married and have a baby? Detecting the teasing undertone in his words, Liang Qingyan shot him a mock glare, flustered. Who would want to have a child with you? Lu Zhe feigned indignation. If not with me, then with whom? A sense of anticipation gradually blossomed in Liang Qingyan's heart. Once she had made her choice, it was for a lifetime. However, the notion of marriage inevitably brought to mind the prospect of meeting Lu Zhe's parents. She worried that, given his affluent background, the Lu family might disapprove of their union, expecting a daughter-in-law of equal standing. Unaware of her concerns, Lu Zhe continued to jest. Yin, do Do you think we should have 2 children in the future? Liang Qingyan cast a sideways glance at him, her expression one of disbelief. Regardless, you can only marry me in the future. I not only dare to dream, but I also dare to act. Liu Zhe forcefully enclosed her in his embrace, pulling her waist closer. Startled, Liang Qingyan focused intently on driving. The following day, Liang Qingyan, adhering to the address provided by Manager Wang, hailed a taxi to the headquarters of New Wave Technology. Nestled in the city center, the building loomed like an eagle perched atop a pyramid, wielding supreme power over life and death. Even though she had long familiarized herself with the company's information, standing before this grand edifice left her in awe. With a manuscript she had meticulously prepared overnight in hand, she entered in search of Song Yuan Ye. The receptionist maintained a polite smile as she answered the phone, then looked at Liang Qingyan. I'm sorry, but without General Manager Song's permission, you cannot go up. Does General Manager Song know it's me? Liang Qingyan inquired, surprised. The receptionist continued to smile apologetically. I'm sorry. A chill ran down Liang Qingyan's spine. Could it be that the promise made at the banquet was merely a means for Song Yuan Ye to take revenge on her, simply because she had deleted his contact information? Or perhaps he never intended to grant them an interview from the outset. Her heart sank as she aimlessly walked away from the company, feeling lost and despondent. She did not return, but lingered outside the company for quite some time until a familiar Maybach drove past her. Hastily, she chased after it, peering into the back seat at the man inside. General Manager Song, wait. The man lowered the window, revealing a sharp jawline. He reclined with his long legs, clad in tailored trousers, crossed elegantly, his black eyes regarding her with their customary indifference, lacking warmth. Liang Qingyan felt a chill from his gaze and tentatively asked, General Manager Song, have you forgotten? We agreed to conduct the interview today. Song Yuan Ye regarded her, noting that she seemed the type to be sensitive to the cold. Her hands were reddened from the chill, and beneath her light makeup, her cheeks bore a delicate pink hue. She wore a thin pink down jacket, its hood adorned with plush trim, and her slender legs were encased in a sheer garment that offered little warmth, complemented by white ankle boots. Get in, he commanded, opening the car door while averting his gaze. Without hesitation, Liang Qingyan swiftly entered, handing him her manuscript. General Manager, please take a look at this. If there are no issues, I will proceed with the interview as outlined. Song Yuan Ye instructed the driver to turn up the heat. His languid, piercing black eyes shot her a sidelong glance. I do not wish to discuss business at the moment. Liang Qingyan felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly regained her composure. Smiling, I'll leave it here. You can review it whenever you have time today. Suddenly, Song Yuan Ye turned his head to look at her, his thin lips curling into a derisive smirk. Miss Liang, you seem to have an overly lofty opinion of yourself. Why should I be magnanimous enough to accept your interview? Especially after being misjudged as someone who would covet a brother's girlfriend and subsequently scorn in silence? In your heart, the significance of an apology outweighs that of achievements. Liang Qingyan, filled with shame, clenched her fists, her face flushed a deep crimson. I am truly sorry. I misjudged the situation earlier. To express her remorse, she hurriedly opened her handbag. I will add you again now. A shadow flickered in Song Yuan Ye's eyes, observing her cautious, anxious, and ingratiating demeanor. He placed his long fingers on the screen, approving the friend request. Liang, what was your name again? Liang Qingyan. Liang Qingyan watched as he amended the contact note. Chapter 007. Will you not invite me in for a while? Subsequently, she spoke softly, stating that the interview would proceed as usual. I assured her that I would not forget my promise. As for why you were kept outside, it was likely due to a lapse on the part of the staff. Next time you come, simply send me a message. Liang Qingyan always felt a sense of tension when interacting with men, perhaps due to the formidable aura he exuded. Nodding obediently, she replied, All right, thank you, Mr. Song. Their conversation was relatively amicable, though it remained a mere exchange typical of business dealings. After handing the materials to Song Yuan Ye and receiving his assurance that he would review them thoroughly, Liang Qingyan let out a sigh of relief and alighted from the vehicle. As she watched her recede into the distance, Song Yuan Ye smiled subtly, his dark eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. The little rabbit is easily startled. I must gently lure her into my net. A proficient hunter possesses both patience and energy when dealing with prey. Liang Qingyan took a taxi directly home. The day's tasks had been executed with remarkable efficiency, and in a moment of joviality, Manager Wang had granted her an extra day off. As she inserted her key into the door, instinctively sensing something amiss behind her, she turned to glance back. Upon recognizing the grotesque face of a middle-aged man peering through the narrow, rusted security gate, his gaze was both lewd and invasive. She swiftly averted her eyes, daring not to linger, and hastened to unlock the door. Yet, the key became stuck in a lock. This lock had long needed replacing. She had informed the landlord, but the matter remained unresolved. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, the door across from her flew open with a bang, and the man lunged forward. A powerful hand gripped her shoulder. "You little wench. Dare to call the police, do you? Go ahead, report me. Let go." Liang Qingyan's complexion paled as she comprehended that she was no match for his brute strength. She could only threaten him as best as she could. "If you dare to do anything to me, I will call the police. It won't just be a few days in jail." Upon her words, the man sneered, his narrow eyes glinting with malevolence. "What are you pretending for? You caused me to end up in jail. You must pay me back." His grip on her shoulder tightened, as if he intended to crush her bones. Liang Qingyan attempted to resist, but the man only escalated his aggression. "Dressing like this every day, and you claim you're not trying to entice me?" Overcome with humiliation, she clenched her teeth. Yet, to the man, her reaction appeared as a capitulation, a triumphant smirk adorning his face. Liang Qingyan's stiletto heel came down hard upon his toes, eliciting a pained scream. Seeing her attempt to flee, he hurriedly pursued her, cursing under his breath. Her heart raced as she ran frantically. Escape! If only she could reach the ground floor. It was daytime, and the streets were filled with pedestrians. He would surely think twice before harming her. Just as she was about to step onto the first-floor landing, the man caught up, yanking her back with a fierce grip on her neck, pulling her into the darkness. "Why have you stopped running?" In his fury, he raised his hand, poised to strike her across the face. Bang! Liang Qingyan squeezed her eyes shut. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, there was the dull thud of a man collapsing and a cry of agony. She opened her eyes to the scene before her. A tall figure loomed protectively in front of her, his dark gaze piercing through the shadows. While strands of hair that had once been swept back now fell across his forehead due to his movement. His brows and eyes were intensely defined, as if a palpable wrath were about to materialize. "Song Yuan Ye," she gasped, uttering his full name in surprise. Song Yuan Ye cast a sidelong glance at her, his expensive leather shoe pressing down hard on the rotund body of the man beneath him, mercilessly crushing him. The man, having been overturned by that powerful kick, found himself utterly defenseless. Overwhelmed by the forceful demeanor, he quickly capitulated, pleading, "I won't dare again. Please let me go." At this moment of surrender, Song Yuan Ye's voice was chilling, as if ground out between clenched teeth. "Why did you not express fear when you sought death?" He then forcefully kicked the man in the groin. The echo of a wretched scream reverberated throughout the dilapidated stairwell. The man curled up on the ground, writhing in pain, gradually losing consciousness. Liang Qingyan instinctively retreated a few steps in fright. Fear? Song Yuan Ye seemed to mock her lack of resolve, his eyes still laced with hostility. "Do you comprehend the consequences had I not arrived? It appears I had you in my sights long before." He continued, "Liang Qingyan, how old are you? Yet you do not even know how to protect yourself?" Liang Qingyan felt a chill under his penetrating gaze. I reported it to the police before." "Then that makes it even more clear. He harbors resentment against you and seeks revenge, which is entirely expected." Song Yuan Ye scoffed lightly, intending to reprimand her further, but his attention was drawn to the redness of her neck and wrists, causing him to swallow the words he was about to utter. Instead, he made a phone call to have someone deal with the man. The word "deal" sounded ominous to Liang Qingyan. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Kill him," Song Yuan Ye replied nonchalantly, then smiled. "Miss Liang, you think too much. In a society governed by law, we must act accordingly. I am a law-abiding citizen. Such individuals typically have a criminal record, and a simple charge could keep him in custody for years." As he spoke, He noticed Liang Qingyan still in shock and handed her a tube of Yves Saint Laurent lip gloss. Upon seeing it, she recognized it as hers, likely left in his car by accident. She was taken aback. She had not expected someone of his stature to personally return it to her. "Will you not invite me in for a moment?" Song Yuan Ye raised an eyebrow. Liang Qingyan hesitated, not wishing to allow anyone into her home, particularly someone like him, an individual exuding raw intensity. Yet he was her client, had shielded her from excessive drinking at a gathering, escorted her home, and now saved her. For both emotional and logical reasons, she found no grounds to refuse. The interior was simply furnished, consisting of a living room and a bedroom, an apartment she had rented after graduation, primarily due to its affordability. Ever since her parents' tragic accident, she had been taken in by her uncle's family. My uncle retired early due to illness, leaving my aunt to manage the household alone, which is no easy task. She not only has to support my younger brother, but also generously provides for her niece, who shares no blood relation, to attend university. This gesture exemplifies her immense kindness. My cousin is currently in high school, a time when expenses are particularly high. Consequently, from her monthly salary, she sets aside 2,000 yuan to send to my uncle. After accounting for daily necessities, the remainder is hardly substantial. Liang Qingyan poured a glass of cool boiled water for Song Yuan Ye, apologizing for the limited offerings at home. Song Yuan Ye accepted the glass without a hint of disdain. Instead, he surveyed the living room with keen interest. Chapter 008. Apply medication for her. The tall figure, enveloped in tailored trousers, seemed to find no suitable place to rest her elongated legs, awkwardly positioned between the cheap fabric sofa and the coffee table. Exuding an indescribable sense of discomfort, Liang Qingyan found herself wanting to laugh. She hadn't realized before how small her apartment truly was. Song Yuan Ye took a sip of water, catching the fleeting smile that danced across her face, his gaze surveying the surroundings with increasing depth. Liang Qingyan, having undergone some unspoken trials, no longer resembled the proud white rose that had once dazzled on stage, her edges now softened. Pensive, he soon noticed Liang Qingyan retrieving a first aid kit from the drawer beneath the coffee table, containing the ointment she had previously purchased for external wounds. Besides the bruises on her wrist, there were also red marks on her neck. Standing before the full-length mirror in the hallway, Liang Qingyan attempted to apply the medication using a cotton swab, struggling to reach the sore spot at the back of her neck. Her delicate wrist and swan-like neck, marred with red marks, presented a chaotic beauty. Song Yuan Ye found the sight disconcerting. He considered himself a rogue, yet his thoughts remained untainted at that moment. After watching Liang Qingyan struggle several times without success, he rose and strode forward, taking the ointment from her grasp. Startled by his sudden approach, she exclaimed, "You don't move." Song Yuan Ye grasped her shoulders, gently repositioning her. There was a momentary stillness, as her frame was even more slender than he had anticipated. Lowering his gaze, he reined in his emotions, squeezing the milky ointment from the tube and softly applying it to the bruises on her neck. Liang Qingyan felt a wave of discomfort, insisting, "I can manage by myself." "Can you really reach it?" Song Yuan Ye replied with a light chuckle. "Rest assured, Miss Liang, your physique holds little allure for me." His teasing words caused her to bite her lip, her cheeks aflame. She lifted her gaze through the mirror, observing the man behind her, engrossed and serious. Although his touch was gentle, the calloused pads of his fingers brushed against her skin with an unusual sensation. It wasn't painful, merely a bit itchy. "All done," he declared, retracting his hand and placing the ointment back on the table. Liang Qingyan turned away, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Lu Zhe. She walked into the bedroom to answer the call. Lu Zhe. Meanwhile, Song Yuan Ye, seated on the sofa, lifted his eyes momentarily from the documents he was reviewing. "Yin Yin, I just spoke with my mother, and she wants to meet you this weekend." Lu Zhe's excited voice resonated from the other end. Liang Qingyan was taken aback. "So soon?" Lu Zhe exhaled softly, reassuring her, "Don't worry. There is no need to feel anxious. She has a very favorable impression of you and has known about our relationship for quite some time. Rest assured, my mother is not so conservative. She advocates for free love and doesn't oppose our marriage. You'll see when you meet her." Hearing this, Liang Qingyan felt a slight relief. All right, I'll take a day off this weekend. Lu Zhe replied cheerfully. It's settled then. I'll get back to work now. Don't tire yourself too much. Okay. Yin Yin, I miss you dearly. Would you grant me a kiss? Lu Zhe suddenly became quite sentimental. Liang Qingyan's cheeks flushed as she glanced at the man on the sofa. My manager has arrived. I will call you back later. With that, she swiftly ended the call. Song Yuan Ye was also engaged in a video conference, attending to urgent matters. The voice on the other end was familiar to Liang Qingyan. It belonged to his assistant, whom she had seen earlier in the car. Mr. Song, your brother insists on acquiring that abandoned land in the south of the city. He has united several board members and is bidding with a substantial amount of money. The old man is extremely displeased and had to take medication to stabilize himself. Song Yuan Ye's tone was deep and devoid of emotion. I understand. I will return now. Aware that this involved sensitive business secrets, Liang Qingyan dared not listen further and closed the bedroom door. She listened as the sounds in the living room gradually faded away. When she opened the door, she found that Song Yuan Ye had already vanished from the sofa. Confirming that he had left, she removed her outer garment. There were bruises on various parts of her body, but with Song Yuan Ye being present earlier, she had refrained from exposing herself. As she slipped off her shirt, her fair skin was fully revealed. Though slender, she possessed an elegance that was captivating, accentuated by the pure white rose blooming at her waist, appearing even more striking against her flushed complexion. She focused intently on her application of lotion. Through the mirror, she caught a glimpse of a fleeting figure in tailored trousers beyond the slightly ajar door. Startled, she turned around in a flurry, hastily donning her shirt, yet saw no one. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Mr. Song assistantly opened the car door. The old man wishes to see you. Noticing that the passenger in the back seat was unresponsive, seemingly lost in thought, while gazing out the window, Assistant Li inquired again. Mr. Song? Song Yuan Ye withdrew his gaze, returning to the ancestral home. Leaning against the back seat, his usual icy demeanor remained intact. The scenery outside casting dappled reflections in his eyes. Recalling the image he had inadvertently glimpsed moments ago, his gaze darkened. His right hand unconsciously rubbed his wristwatch. Assistant Li, the man you instructed me to deal with has been taken care of. His criminal record is extensive. He stole an electric bicycle last year and attempted misconduct against a woman, which he narrowly escaped. 2 years ago, he injured someone while robbing a supermarket and fled. A sentence of 5 to 6 years would be easily achievable. Assistant Li could not suppress his indignation as he spoke of this scoundrel. Is that all? Song Yuan Ye lazily lifted his gaze. At the very least, it should begin with 20 years. Assistant Li was momentarily taken aback, a shadow of gloom crossing his face as he comprehended the implications. Years ago, the old man of the Song family had established the Xinxin Group. Now, it stood firmly in the capital, wielding significant influence. And even when the Song family was still rising, renowned tycoons had to show respect, addressing him as young master in acknowledgement of the old man's stature. Now that Mr. Song held the reins of power, Assistant Li, having been by his side for months, believed that in terms of methods and intellect, Mr. Song even surpassed the old man of the past. Few heirs nurtured by a family were mindless rich heirs who merely squandered their time. Song Yuan Ye only needed to give a slight indication, and there would be many eager to curry favor, including significant figures from both business and politics. Dealing with a scoundrel was as simple as swatting a fly. The Song family ancestral home. Upon the crimson wooden door rests a plaque crafted from golden silk nanmu, inscribed in gilded characters with the word Song Residence. This ancient abode, valued at over 100 million, sprawls across 1,000 square meters and boasts a history of several centuries, having been passed down through generations of the Song family. Due to renovations, it retains no trace of age. With the consent of the venerable Mr. Song, the surrounding area has been designated by the government as a tourist attraction, drawing visitors regularly. Now in his 60s, Mr. Song, despite his advanced years, exudes an undeniable gravitas and grandeur, lying in bed with his eyes tightly closed, his complexion not quite favorable. Beside the bed stand a couple and a young man. The man, appearing to be in his early 20s, bears a resemblance to the middle-aged man beside him, his eyes reddened and his face etched with remorse. Chapter 009. No one can escape this scheme. It is entirely my fault for inadvertently provoking my grandfather's anger. Had I known he held such little regard for me, I would never have joined the company, nor would I have found myself in this predicament. The more he spoke, the deeper his expression of guilt became. Beside him, the middle-aged man, Song Yuan Ye, gently patted his shoulder in comfort, saying, "Xiao Shua, this is not your fault. The old man is getting on in years, and it is only natural for him to be somewhat rigid. Your intentions are noble, and your father supports you." Across from them, Song Shaw, his spirits lifted, inquired, "Father, do you truly mean that? How wonderful." Mrs. Song chimed in, "Xiao Shua, your grandfather has always favored your older brother. Try to understand and not take it to heart." Just then, Song Yuan Ye arrived, witnessing the harmonious scene of the family. Leaning casually against the doorframe, he exuded a mischievous demeanor. The old man was so infuriated by this good-for-nothing that he fell ill in bed. "And yet you all are here performing some sort of play?" Song Yuan Ye's face turned ashen, and he retorted, "Shut your mouth. What do you mean good-for-nothing? He is your brother." Song Yuan Ye scoffed, "My mother only gave birth to me. Where would I have a brother?" Song Yuan Ye was incensed, eyes wide with fury as he demanded, "After so many months apart, is this how you speak to your biological father?" With a frigid gaze, Song Yuan Ye replied, "I grew up with the old man. I have no biological father. You should be thankful the old man is fine. Otherwise, this good-for-nothing's life wouldn't suffice as recompense." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Song Shua, who stood between the couple. "Get lost." Song Shua's expression shifted slightly. "You are utterly insufferable." Song Yuan Ye bellowed, "Do you think that just because the old man entrusted the company to you, you can act with impunity and lord over us? Not a chance. Had I known you were such an ungrateful wretch, I should have silenced you long ago." He raged, emboldened by his words. Perhaps he did not anticipate that Song Yuan Ye would respond with force. When a fist struck his face, he staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground. "Mrs." Song was horrified, her well-maintained face etched with fear. Song Shua shielded her behind him, his expression wary. "We should leave now." Once the three departed, the room fell into a profound silence. Song Yuan Ye tucked the old man's blanket neatly before turning to leave. At the corner, he spotted Song Shua waiting. The demeanor of Song Shua had shifted from earlier humility to a somber and sinister countenance. "Brother, the old man truly favors you. From childhood to now, he has given you everything you desired. When I expressed a desire to purchase land, he scolded me, berating my ignorance and foolishness. But am I truly inferior to you?" He sneered at Song Yuan Ye. "At least from father's perspective, that is not the case. He has already promised to transfer 10% of his shares to me. So do not be too quick to revel in your triumph, for the outcome remains uncertain." Having delivered his boastful proclamation, he noted Song Yuan Ye's indifferent reaction, and his smile faltered. "I never compare myself to a good-for-nothing." Song Yuan Ye shot back, casting a sidelong glance at him before turning to leave, leaving behind a brooding Song Shua, his fists clenched with barely contained rage. Underground boxing arena. The arena is encircled by an impenetrable iron mesh of a unique material. While on the platform, a muscular man is cornered, forced to shield himself with his arms against the onslaught of ferocious attacks. The air is thick with perspiration and hormones, resonating solely with the sounds of hand-to-hand combat. Song Ye stands bare-chested. With every punch he throws, the veins in his arms protrude, muscles rippling with power, his defined waist accentuating his strength. His pitch-black eyes gleam with a fierce intensity, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty wolf. The once formidable man, now with nowhere left to retreat, finally concedes, exclaiming, "Song, Mr. Song, I admit defeat." With a resounding thud, a powerful punch grazed the cheek of a burly man, sending a gust of wind that struck the iron mesh. Song Yuan Ye descended from the ring, accepting a towel handed to him by a bystander, wiping the thin sheen of sweat from his brow. Assistantly approached, "President Song, there is new information. Your father is purchasing scattered shares at a high price and is drafting a contract for the transfer of shares. It appears he is determined to contest your inheritance of the Xinxin Group." Song Yuan Ye could not suppress a derisive snort. This father of mine truly ought to have his head examined. He is investing all his resources to elevate that fool Song Shua, all for the sake of a vain, avaricious woman and a stepson with no blood ties to him whatsoever. He treasures them as if they were jewels. Assistant Li nodded in agreement, but swiftly shifted the topic. Regarding the land parcel, President Zhou specifically called to suggest a dinner invitation. Song Yuan Ye replied, "There is no need. He has already rendered me a significant favor, so it is only right that I invite him in return." Assistant Li chuckled, noting that had it not been for President Zhou's intervention, Song Shuo would never have believed that the wasteland was on the verge of governmental acquisition, prompting his willingness to bid extravagantly. He's truly been sold and is still counting the money for others. Song Yuan Ye smirked mockingly, reclining against the back of the sofa with his arms casually draped. He swept aside the loose strands of hair from his forehead, revealing his sharp features. A dismissive huff escaped his lips. "This is why I deem him foolish. With such limited capability, he dares to vie with me." Assistant Li, smiling ingratiatingly, contemplated that it was not merely Song Shuo's foolishness, but rather that most people could hardly escape such machinations. Just as he was about to chime in, he heard Song Yuan Ye say, "Find a suitable apartment as soon as possible. A one-bedroom with a good layout and location." Assistant Li paused, momentarily bewildered, understood. Meanwhile, Liang Qingyan had been preoccupied with interviews these past few days. Manager Wang had even expedited her confirmation, summoning her into his office with a beaming smile. "Qingyan, please, take a seat. Here, you may feel at home. There is no need for such formality. I have reviewed your articles, and they are indeed quite impressive. It seems I have underestimated you by keeping you in the editorial department. The company's connection with the Song family owes much to you. Your contributions are invaluable." At these words, Liang Qingyan felt a flicker of confusion. "Manager, what do you mean by that? How have I contributed?" Manager Wang's expression suddenly shifted. However, he quickly suppressed the unusual reaction and forced a smile, attributing it, of course, to your remarkable abilities. Liang Qingyan, modestly lowering her gaze, still harbored doubts in her heart. Yet, she certainly did not presume that her acquaintance with Song Yuan Ye would warrant such leniency from him regarding her prior act of removing him from her friend list. How could he possibly bestow upon her such high regard? Manager Wang instructed her, "Xiaoyan, this afternoon, you shall report to the press department." "All right, thank you, manager." Liang Qingyan nodded as she exited. After watching her walk away, Manager Wang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. He almost let something slip. Nevertheless, that young heir's method of courting women was indeed quite peculiar. What should have been a simple gesture of beckoning required such elaborate maneuvering. Today marked her birthday, and after work, Liang Qingyan deliberately changed into a beautiful dress and applied her makeup meticulously. The pure white dress, adorned with a hollow design at the waist, elegantly showcased the white roses at her sides, accentuating her figure. She styled her long hair into soft waves, her crimson lips adding a touch of allure, while her high heels clicked rhythmically against the floor, echoing like the delicate steps upon one's heart. Chapter 010. Luze celebrates her birthday. She has a penchant for wearing white dresses, perhaps a remnant of her 4 years spent in ballet attire. It evokes memories of her past as a dancer. High heels transform into dance shoes, gracefully pirouetting upon the floor. Luze waits for her downstairs, and upon her arrival, his eyes flicker with astonishment. "Yin Yin, you look stunning today," he exclaims. Liang Qingyan smiles, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling like stars. Nothing brings greater joy than the affirmation of a beloved, and she finds this moment utterly delightful. The couple heads to a charming hotel designed for lovers, a venue that features a trendy restaurant on the ground floor, notoriously difficult to book. Luze managed to secure a reservation 2 weeks in advance. The waiter guides them to their table, where a foreign pianist performs Mozart's Prelude in E-flat major. Their dinner consists of steak and red wine, culminating in dessert. As the waiter serves their meal, the music shifts to the Marriage of Figaro. In a moment of distraction, Liang Qingyan finds herself lost in thought, while Luze discreetly retrieves a diamond ring. The 5-carat gem dazzles brilliantly under the warm lights. Though not one to indulge in extravagance, Luze wishes to spare her any semblance of restraint in this regard. Liang Qingyan looks up, meeting his earnest gaze. "Happy birthday, Yin Yin. Shall we get engaged?" he asks, a hint of nervousness in his voice. I realize this may seem abrupt, but I can hardly wait any longer. I love you, Yin Yin, with all my heart. A wave of emotion washes over Liang Qingyan as she extends her hand, whispering, all right. Instantly, a radiant light ignites in Lu Zhe's eyes, his hands trembling as he places the ring on her finger. Outside the restaurant, a Maybach is parked. Inside, Song Yuan Ye pinches a cigarette between his fingers, the smoke swirling around him, illuminating the sharp angles of his face in the dim light. Half of his profile is engulfed in the shadows of the car, flickering enigmatically. He watches as the ring is placed upon Liang Qingyan's hand, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. What happiness, he muses. This couple's hotel, alongside its restaurant, offers comprehensive services. While making the restaurant reservation, Lu Zhe also booked a room upstairs. Before Liang Qingyan could voice her thoughts, Lu Zhe grasped her hand, preemptively stating, Yin Yin, the room is part of the package. I truly have no ulterior motives. As I mentioned before, if you are unwilling, I would never force you. Liang Qingyan bit her lip, replying, all right, I trust you. She then inquired, what is the room number? Lu Zhe paused, surprised. Yin Yin? Liang Qingyan turned back, a playful smile gracing her lips. Let us spend the night. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Understanding her frugality, Lu Zhe didn't think twice and took her upstairs after receiving the room key. The moment the door closed behind them, Liang Qingyan wrapped her arms around his neck and placed a soft kiss on his lips. Warmth and sweetness enveloped him as she whispered, Lu Zhe, thank you. Thank you for being there during the year my parents passed away in that car accident, when I felt utterly helpless and abandoned by the world. You brought warmth into my life and gave me a reason to persevere. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Zhe's eyes as he gently wiped away her tears, his heart aching. Yin Yin, you're drunk. I'm not drunk, Liang Qingyan murmured. The petite visage flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes, though somewhat dazed, held a glimmer of clarity. Her kisses were not limited to his lips, but also danced across his cheeks and Adam's apple. Lu Zhe, well aware of the implications, suppressed the turmoil within him. He lifted her chin, seeking confirmation in her gaze. Yin Yin, are you certain you are serious? The response came in the form of the alluring state of the woman in his embrace. Lu Zhe's eyes darkened, unable to restrain himself any longer. He swept her off her feet and made his way toward the bed, warm kisses trailing down to her waist where a delicate white rose rested, pausing momentarily. He loosened his tie and shed his coat. The phone rang, but he paid it no mind. However, the incessant calls compelled him to press the answer button. Hello, Dad? You need to return to the office. There's an issue with the original production line that requires your immediate attention. Lu Zhe frowned, reluctantly acquiescing. All right, I shall head there at once. Liang Qingyan grasped his sleeve, drowsily inquiring, where are you going? Lu Zhe cast one last lingering glance at her, releasing her hand. Yin Yin, there are matters at the company that I must attend to. I'll be back shortly. With that, he strode out of the room. Once he departed, the effects of the alcohol dissipated. Liang Qingyan regained her clarity and dismissed any thought of lingering, opting to gather her belongings and return. She had finally resolved to dedicate this night to Lu Zhe, only to be interrupted. Nevertheless, she consoled herself with the thought that there would be ample opportunities ahead, especially with their engagement on the horizon. The weekend would arrive soon. Before Liang Qingyan could meet Lu Zhe's mother, the latter sought her out first. In the CAF, Lu's mother exuded elegance, adorned in a lavish gemstone necklace that bespoke opulence, her every gesture radiating the aura of a refined matron. Liang Qingyan was not taken aback. The Lu family, while not the pinnacle of elite status in the capital, was still a realm unattainable for ordinary folk. Even a manicure on her hand could very well cost Liang Qingyan half a month's salary. This star-class divide was a source of concern for her, yet she had steeled herself to confront it. My apologies for being late. Annie, Liang Qingyan stepped forward. Lu's mother smiled, her well-maintained visage revealing no hint of disdain. Instead, she appeared quite amiable. Not all. I arrived early. I wasn't sure what you like to drink, so I ordered an Americano. Thank you, Annie. Liang Qingyan responded with a gracious smile, displaying no signs of discomfort. Despite her gentle demeanor, she possessed an underlying tenacity, likely honed through years of stage experience, rendering her accustomed to facing an audience without faltering. Lu's mother regarded her with mild surprise, leisurely sipping her coffee. "Miss Liang, you are somewhat different from what I had imagined. Lu Zhe often speaks of you, praising your many virtues. Now that I see you in person, I find he is not exaggerated." Taken aback by such candid compliments, Liang Qingyan offered a polite smile. "You are too kind." However, Lu's mother swiftly shifted the topic. "I understand from Lu Zhe that your parents passed away in a car accident, and that you were subsequently raised by your uncle's family. Is that correct?" Liang Qingyan was momentarily stunned. Madame Lu let out a sigh, feeling a deep sense of pity for the young girl who had lost her parents at such a tender age, undoubtedly experiencing the discomfort of being a guest under someone else's roof. "Miss Liang, any man who lays eyes upon your beauty and then learns of your plight would undoubtedly feel a heightened sense of sympathy for you. You see, sometimes men may misinterpret this compassion as love." Liang Qingyan's spirits dampened, yet she maintained her smile. "I do not comprehend your meaning. Did you study ballet before?" Madame Lu inquired, regarding her intently. "Has Lu Zhe not informed you that I was once a ballet dancer myself?" Those who have trained in ballet for several years, particularly during their growth phase, often find their feet somewhat deformed, becoming ugly and twisted. Chapter 011. Has he yet to see your feet? Madame Lu sighed, reflecting on her past struggles to accept such a flaw. "To restore myself, I expended considerable effort. Miss Liang, you may not fully comprehend Lu Zhe. He has been a perfectionist since childhood, unable to tolerate any imperfections. When his most cherished toy became soiled, he simply discarded it. Frankly speaking, he has yet to see your feet, has he?" Liang Qingyan furrowed her brow. If she had previously been uncertain of Madame Lu's insinuation, it was now abundantly clear. Madame Lu disapproved of her. With her roundabout approach, she had deftly pierced Liang Qingyan's vulnerability. Taking a deep breath, Liang Qingyan moved the bitter Americano aside, composed herself, and met Madame Lu's gaze. "I have never regarded this as a flaw. Ballet is my pride, and it always has been. Lu Zhe must feel the same." "You do not know him well enough," Madame Lu replied with a knowing smile. "I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Liang Qingyan stood and grabbed her bag. The night was deep, resembling a grayish net that enveloped the earth. The bustling city, illuminated by the neon lights of the evening, showcased countless towering buildings, each further enhancing its opulence. The mirrored surfaces reflected the woman's slender, fair form. Liang Qingyan turned the water to its maximum flow, washing her body. Using a shower puff, she lathered the body wash, applying it downwards until her gaze lingered on her somewhat deformed feet, momentarily pausing. Though she had dismissed Madame Lu's words, could Lu Zhe truly remain indifferent? She understood him. He was a perfectionist who would replace anything he cherished at the slightest hint of blemish. Contemplating this, Liang Qingyan shook her head with a smile. How had she allowed Madame Lu's views to infiltrate her thoughts? How could one compare a person to an object? After her shower, Liang Qingyan applied body lotion. Before long, Lu Zhe's video call came through. "Yin, did my mother visit you today?" Liang Qingyan nodded, pondering for a moment before deciding to speak directly. "Lu Zhe, I want to tell you." Lu Zhe, lost in joy, did not quite catch her words. "My mother said she really likes you and does not oppose our marriage. However, I need to take over the company first. Once things stabilize this year, we can marry. There's no rush." "I knew you two would get along splendidly," Lu Zhe exclaimed, suddenly realizing. "By the way, what were you about to say?" Liang Qingyan struggled to articulate her thoughts, smiling softly. Yin, that night was my fault. I shouldn't have left." He hesitated, regarding her carefully. "In a few days, may I come see you?" Recalling the unfinished business from that night, Liang Qingyan felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Her almond-shaped eyes tinged with shyness. Fresh from her shower, her skin glowed with a rosy hue, her long hair cascading around her ears. Dressed in a pink silk nightgown that revealed her graceful neck and collarbone, leaving much to the imagination of what lay beyond the frame. All right, after years of dating Lu Zhe, they had yet to cross the final threshold. In comparison to others, one could say she had remained rather conservative. Regarding that matter, she felt a twinge of guilt towards him. Since they had already resolved to marry in the future, the timing of these events seemed inconsequential. Moreover, Liu Ze had accompanied her through her darkest days. The obstacles posed by Liu's mother were trivial in comparison. After a night of restful sleep, the interview progress was nearly complete, though certain outlines still required refinement, involving intricate details that Liang Qingyan needed to consult with Song Yuan Ye about. She sent him a WeChat message, suggesting they meet downstairs at the New Wave group. After waiting for a while without a response, she lingered in the lobby, hesitating before ultimately deciding to make a WeChat call. On the 5th floor, a shareholders' meeting was in session. An oppressive silence filled the air as she witnessed firsthand how Song Yuan Ye ruthlessly seized control from several shareholders, unceremoniously ejecting them with the help of security. As if discarding a rag, the remaining attendees shrank into their seats, scarcely daring to breathe. Song Yuan Ye smiled with satisfaction, exuding a composure that radiated undeniable authority as he continued to oversee quality control. The company needed to introduce emerging products, and all departments were urged to expedite their efforts. If I discover anyone engaging in treachery, they shall face dire consequences. The crowd paled in fear, nodding vigorously in agreement. At that moment, Song Yuan Ye's phone rang, prompting him to furrow his brow. The tension in the room heightened as everyone recognized that he despised interruptions during work, rarely silencing his phone. For no one would dare to call him at such an hour. Surprisingly, he merely glanced at the screen before answering. "What is it?" His tone was unusually gentle, starkly contrasting with his earlier demeanor. Soon, a clear female voice resonated from the other end. "Mr. Song, regarding the interview content, I have some uncertainties and would like to consult with you. I'm downstairs at the company. Do you have time now?" "Yes," Song Yuan Ye replied, striding purposefully toward the exit. Assistantly, "Mr. Song has matters to attend to. We shall conclude today's meeting here." Everyone may disperse. The attendees were momentarily taken aback, then exhaled in relief, exchanging incredulous glances. Could it be that Mr. Song has a girlfriend? Not long after hanging up, Liang Qingyan spotted Assistant Li descending from the elevator. Accompanied by him, she arrived at the top floor, entering Song Yuan Ye's office. The spacious office boasted a classic minimalist design, with the most striking feature being the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the specially treated glass, the glaring sunlight was perfectly diffused, revealing an outdoor swimming pool below. From this height, one could gaze down upon the entire city, evoking an exhilarating sense of superiority. Upon her arrival, Song Yuan Ye was seated at his desk, typing on his laptop. Not wanting to interrupt, she settled herself on a nearby leather sofa. Just recently, she had seen this very sofa featured in a fashion magazine, an exclusive piece from a luxury brand. Crafted by a renowned designer, its value soaring into 7 figures. She had heard that it had been purchased by a wealthy individual just a month prior. Never expecting to find it here. Sitting at his desk, Song Yuan Ye glanced at her and spoke in a calm tone. "What would you like to inquire about?" Liang Qingyan straightened her posture, recalling his mention of angel investments and financial leverage during the interview. "Regarding the latter, I find myself somewhat perplexed. The principle of financial leverage is not intricate," Song Yuan Ye replied, meeting her gaze. "In simpler terms, it involves utilizing loan products for real estate investments. Essentially, it means employing others' capital to generate profit for oneself. However, even if one can anticipate a favorable trend in the real estate market's next phase, it is not feasible to indefinitely acquire properties using financial leverage. Initially, some investors will face restrictions. The source of loans is financial institutions, which, in order to safeguard their capital, will assess whether clients can afford the monthly repayments." He patiently elaborated for her understanding. Chapter 12. Who is your younger sibling? Liang Qingyan suddenly came to a realization. Song Yuan Ye inquired, "Aren't you majoring in finance at university?" Liang Qingyan hesitated briefly and replied, "No, I am in the self-media department." After pondering for a moment, Song Yuan Ye remarked, "If you wish to acquire financial knowledge, merely piecing together information won't suffice." Liang Qingyan humbly nodded. "I do read some books on finance and economics." Song Yuan Ye smiled. "That's merely theoretical." Liang Qingyan felt a twinge of embarrassment, her grip on her bag strap tightening slightly. She indeed had much to learn. Her entry into this field was merely a twist of fate, and relying solely on self-study could never compare to someone like him, who had been immersed in this environment from a young age. Please assist me in retrieving the materials over there, Song Yuan Ye instructed. Following his gaze, Liang Qingyan searched through the nearby bookshelf. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Is this a book by Professor Lu Min? Lu Min, a distinguished professor in the finance department, held dual MBA degrees and was renowned for his academic contributions, ranking first in terms of published works and articles in the industry. The few books he had authored were highly sought after yet scarce in the market. Liang Qingyan had longed to study his works, but had no means to access them. Song Yuan Ye smirked. Do you like it? Liang Qingyan eagerly nodded, her eyes gleaming with hope. Could I borrow this book for a few days? Of course. Song Yuan Ye replied casually. Upon hearing this, Liang Qingyan cradled the book as if it were a treasure, an uncontrollable joy lighting up her face. Observing this scene, Song Yuan Ye felt a pang of envy. He closed his notebook, chuckling as he looked at her. Are you really that thrilled over a book? Just imagine how you would feel if you met the author in person. Liang Qingyan paused, momentarily taken aback. Meet the author? Song Yuan Ye slowly continued. Tomorrow, Professor Lu Min will be giving an academic lecture. I happen to have received 2 invitations. If you are willing, considering the effort you've put in these past few days, I could extend this favor to you. Really? Liang Qingyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Song. Song Yuan Ye felt a twinge of bitterness as he observed her enthusiasm. It was evident that she had been guarded around him, yet the mere mention of Lu Min made her disregard all reservations. After bidding farewell to Liang Qingyan, he addressed his assistant Li. Come in. Did you call for me? Song Yuan Ye instructed, reschedule tomorrow's appointments. We are going to the academic lecture. Additionally, arrange for another invitation. At the racetrack, the venue had been reserved exclusively for a gathering of affluent young gentlemen. When Liang Qingyan entered, accompanied by the staff and carrying her bag, she immediately became the center of attention. Clad in jeans and knee-high boots, her long legs were captivating, complemented by a white plush coat that accentuated her figure. With her enchanting yet innocent visage, she was undeniably eye-catching. However, she furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat uneasy in such an environment. Nevertheless, since Song Yuan Ye had invited her, and considering how much the last academic conference had aided her, she felt it was inappropriate to decline. As time passed, she began to sense that she was being drawn into his orbit. Liang Qingyan cast aside her thoughts and raised her eyes to see a familiar figure approaching her. Sister-in-law, you're here? Meng Shifan looked at her in surprise, never expecting to encounter her in such a place. Where is Lu Zhe? Did he not come with you? Liang Qingyan was momentarily taken aback by the address, scrutinizing the person before her. She recalled meeting him during the gathering at Lu Zhe's childhood friend's place, and shook her head no. Meng Shifan responded with an O, smiling, I see. So you've come to play alone? Today, Wild Brother has booked the entire venue. He chuckled. That scoundrel Lu Zhe, while he stays away, sends his girlfriend instead. Liang Qingyan smiled awkwardly, refraining from elaborating. What about Song Yuan Ye? She inquired. He had an impromptu meeting and can't make it for now, Meng Shifan replied. Sister-in-law, enjoy yourself for a while. I'll go find some friends over there. Liang Qingyan nodded, watching him head towards the other side of the venue, where he joined a group of young gentlemen for horseback riding. Feeling rather bored in the lounge, she sipped the hot coffee offered by the attendant. Hello, a clear voice reached her ear. Madisitere. Liang Qingyan looked up to meet the handsome face of a man. Nodding, she replied, sure. Let us get acquainted, the man said amiably, extending his hand. I'm Qin Jun, a business associate of Mr. Song. With a face that exuded innocence and a gentle voice, his smile was quite inviting. I'm Liang Qingyan. She introduced herself, extending her hand for a brief handshake that felt somewhat lackluster, as if her enthusiasm had been doused with cold water. Yet, Qin Jun remained unperturbed, his demeanor still warm and welcoming. I heard from Meng that Miss Liang is Lu Zhe's girlfriend. Why are you here alone? Aren't you going to ride? He inquired. I don't know how to ride, Liang Qingyan replied coolly. Riding is quite simple. Qin Jun encouraged. You've come to a horse ranch. It will be a pity not to try it out. Come, I'll teach you. His gentlemanly conduct conveyed no hint of impropriety. Persuaded, Liang Qingyan donned a set of protective gear and a helmet, following him to the riding area. The attendant brought forward a magnificent red steed. Qin Jun instructed her, first, touch it so it can get familiar with your scent. Following his guidance, Liang Qingyan awkwardly complied. All right, you can try to mount now, Qin Jun said. Upon hearing this, Liang Qingyan stepped onto the stirrup, struggling slightly to mount. Qin Jun assisted her, kindly reminding her to be careful. He held the reins, guiding her leisurely around the riding area. As she sat atop the horse, Liang Qingyan gradually discovered her enjoyment. Engaging in conversation with Qin Jun, she found herself less restrained. Qin Jun seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Oh, so Miss Liang is a journalist. No wonder you possess such poise. Are you quite familiar with Mr. Song?" Liang Qingyan promptly denied, "Not really. I'm just responsible for his interview." She spoke the truth, yet missed the fleeting glimmer of intrigue in Qin Jun's eyes upon hearing her words. When Song Yuan Ye arrived, he was greeted by this very scene. A woman gracefully rides upon a horse, engaged in light-hearted conversation with the man beside her, their laughter echoing in the air, occasionally revealing a glimpse of joy. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling like the moon. Her skin is fair and translucent, glistening under the sunlight with a radiant sheen. As her body sways gently with the rhythm of the horse, her petite face flushes slightly. Among the men present, Song Yuan Ye can discern the thoughts of others with a mere glance. He can clearly perceive the man's furtive gaze lingering upon her. His brows furrow, and his expression darkens abruptly. "Brother Yi," Meng Shifan approaches him for a greeting. Noticing his lack of response, he follows his line of sight to the distance. What is up with that rascal Liu Zhe sending his sister-in-law instead of coming himself? Right, Brother Yi? Song Yuan Ye casts a sidelong glance at him. Yet his response seems to veer off topic. Sister-in-law? Who is your sister-in-law? Liu Shifan, taken aback, replies, Miss Liang, of course. Chapter 013. I already have a boyfriend. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Song Yuan Ye cast not a glance in his direction and strode purposefully past him, heading straight towards Liang Qingyan. Liang Qingyan observed the man approaching with a stormy expression, his mood visibly foul. Just as she was pondering the reason for his demeanor, he stood before her, exuding an intimidating aura. Mr. Song. Qin Jun bowed his head. How are you? Who are you? Song Yuan Ye's gaze swept over him. Qin Jun forced a smile, replying respectfully, I'm the eldest son of the Qin group. We had business dealings last month. Collaboration canceled. Song Yuan Ye coldly dismissed him with those 4 words. Regardless of the way the man's smile froze on his face, he swung his leg over the horse. The steed beneath him abruptly transitioned from a walk to a gallop. Liang Qingyan turned pale with fright, instinctively grabbing his hand. His arm, concealed beneath a black shirt, was far sturdier than it appeared. Her one hand could barely encircle it. Song Yuan Ye, what are you doing? She exclaimed. The wind rushing by answered her instead. Biting her lip, Liang Qingyan attempted to soften her tone. Slow down. With a firm tug on the reins, Song Yuan Ye reduced the horse's speed. As the pace slowed, Liang Qingyan exhaled sharply, her chest rising and falling as she remained engulfed in the aftermath of her fright, oblivious to how closely she was pressed against him. Suddenly jolted back to awareness, she straightened her posture and glared at him. Song Yuan Ye, was that intentional? Observing her pale countenance, Song Yuan Ye couldn't resist reaching up to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. His tone was casual, yet imbued with significance. You enjoy horseback riding. Shall I ensure you have ample opportunity henceforth? Liang Qingyan cursed him as deranged, fuming and preparing to dismount. However, Song Yuan Ye encircled her waist, admonishing, do not move, lest you startle the horse. Instantly, she froze in fear, feeling the power of his embrace around her waist, as if his entire hand could envelop her. His overwhelming possessiveness seemed to envelop her entirely. The scent of his cologne wafted into her nostrils, causing her breath to quicken. The questions that had plagued her for days finally found resolution. She forced herself to regain composure. Mr. Song, this is inappropriate. I have a boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan Ye merely continued to smooth her disheveled hair. He chuckled lightly at her words, and what of it? He unabashedly acknowledged her statement. Liang Qingyan felt a shiver run down her spine, every pore of her body seemingly wide open in protest. Her voice trembled. So, the WeChat messages after that gathering were indeed from you, weren't they? Song Yuan Ye did not respond, tacitly confirming her assumption. Sensing the numerous gazes directed their way, Liang Qingyan felt a wave of shame wash over her. She yearned to escape, yet the hand at her waist held her firmly in place, rendering her struggles futile. Do not worry. Song Yuan Ye leaned closer, resting his chin atop her head, his tone laced with ambiguity and indulgence. They will not speak ill of us. Lu Zhe will remain oblivious. Liang Qingyan was both amused and exasperated. Is this your way of comforting me? Song Yuan Ye, what do you truly intend to do? Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Just be yourself, he replied. As soon as the words left his lips, Liang Qingyan abruptly turned around and bit down hard on his shoulder. A soft hiss escaped his lips as she took advantage of his momentary lapse in strength to swiftly dismount and flee like the wind. Song Ye pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, glancing at his arm where blood had begun to seep through the bite mark, clearly indicative of her fierce grip. At that moment, Meng Shifan stepped forward, offering a cigarette. Brother Yi. Song Yuan Ye pinched the cigarette between his fingers and shot him a glance. Meng Shifan's eyes flickered with understanding, and he smiled knowingly. Rest assured, I saw nothing. As Song Yuan Ye had stated, the young men present were astute. None dared to spread rumors. The New Wave group had business ties with their families, and offending someone like Song Yuan Ye would undoubtedly be a fool's errand. Moreover, what of it if Song Yuan Ye's affections were forcibly seized? What is this Qin Jun's background? Song Yuan Ye inquired. Meng Shifan pondered for a moment before replying, nothing of note, just a nouveau riche who made his fortune in real estate. I'm not sure who brought him here. He has a decent appearance, but is notorious for his frivolous pursuits. Who would have thought he would set his sights on my sister-in-law? As he uttered the words, sister-in-law, he met Song Yuan Ye's piercing gaze and quickly corrected himself with an awkward smile. Sister-in-law. Song Yuan Ye exhaled a plume of smoke. Terminate collaborations with the Qin family. Upon hearing this, Meng Shifan glanced at Qin Jun, who sat in the corner, a cold smile gracing his lips. Those familiar with him recognized him as a quintessential smiling tiger, easygoing on the surface but ruthless beneath. In other words, although they might not share the same temperament, they were not vastly different. Song Yuan Ye's intention was clear. He was asserting his claim, ostracizing the Qin family from this circle. Naturally, the Meng family's dealings with the Qin family would also be annulled. Meanwhile, Qin Jun, oblivious to the underlying truth, shivered. Lu Zhe, where are you? Liang Qingyan, in a state of panic, dialed her boyfriend's number. I'm at the apartment. Lu Zhe sensed the unease in her tone. What is wrong, Yin Yin? Liang Qingyan took a moment to compose herself, fighting back tears. She hesitated to speak, fearing that revealing the truth might jeopardize their relationship. She also dreaded the possibility of Lu Zhe confronting Song Yuan Ye upon learning the reality. The Song family wielded tremendous power, one they could not afford to provoke. I'm outside and don't want to go home. Could you come pick me up? Sure. Send me your location and stay put. I'll be there shortly. Lu Zhe paused for a moment, adding earnestly, no matter what happens, I will be by your side. Liang Qingyan felt a warmth spread through her heart. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, like a dam that had burst. She was bewildered as to when she had incurred Song Yuan Ye's wrath. But from this day forth, she vowed to sever all ties with him, determined not to let Lu Zhe witness her distress. Liang Qingyan wiped her tears away, her gaze hardening with resolve. However, Lu Zhe could still discern that she had been crying and pressed her for the reason. Liang Qingyan glanced at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes swollen like walnuts. She fabricated a story about being chased by wild dogs on the road, narrowly escaping a bite. Lu Zixin believed her, gently stroking her hair. You must have been quite frightened, he remarked. Liang Qingyan lowered her head and mumbled in agreement. It's nothing. I'm not afraid, she replied. Lu Zixin looked at her with concern, as if soothing a child. Liang Qingyan shot him an annoyed glance. Lu Zixin chuckled and asked what she wished to eat for dinner, offering to cook. I want egg noodles, Liang Qingyan responded. Lu Zixin dramatically patted his chest, assuring her that the esteemed chef would fulfill her request. Liang Qingyan couldn't help but smile, her mood lifting considerably. Although Lu Zixin was not particularly skilled in the kitchen, the only dish she had ever tasted from him was egg noodles. She sank into the soft embrace of the sofa as Lu Zixin thoughtfully handed her a light blanket before bustling off to the kitchen. Liang Qingyan gazed at his retreating figure, lost in a myriad of memories. She recalled a time in high school when she had a fever, and the school infirmary was unattended. He had helped her scale the wall and carried her to the hospital. That night they had eaten egg noodles, only to be caught by the disciplinary director upon their return to school. Chapter 014. Is there such a thing as blocking Song Yuan Ye? Lu Zhe pondered in confusion. Liang Qingyan let out a soft huff. You have quite a short memory. Lu Zhe chuckled, but remained silent. After a brief pause, he continued, back in high school. We weren't exactly close, considering we were from different schools. Yet, during the joint event when you performed on our stage, I was instantly captivated by you. His gaze was filled with affection as he pressed a kiss upon her forehead. Liang Qingyan wrapped her arms around his neck, reciprocating the lingering kiss. Her negative emotions vanishing like mist. She reclined on the sofa while Lu Zhe knelt to envelop her in his embrace, kissing along her brow, down to her delicate nose, revealing her fair neck and exquisite collarbones. The atmosphere gradually grew intense, the air thickening with the enchanting aroma of the fragrance diffusing around them, signaling the eagerness of the person before him. Is this all right, Yin Yin? Lu Zhe buried his face in her neck, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his voice husky, desire nearly consuming him, yet a trace of tenderness remained. Liang Qingyan's eyes flickered. I have my period. The flames of passion were instantly extinguished. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Lu Zhe's eyes before it vanished as he gently stroked her hair and smiled softly. I'll prepare some noodles for you. After consuming a bowl of egg noodles, Liang Qingyan felt a sense of relief in her stomach. Post-meal, she nestled in Lu Zhe's embrace, too lazy to move. As Lu Zhe prepared to wash the dishes, she clung to his arm, affectionately nuzzling against him. Don't go. Stay with me a little longer. What else with you today? So clingy, Lu Zhe remarked in confusion, instinctively pulling her closer. They held each other, lost in time, until Lu Zhe heard the sound of her steady breathing beside him. With a resigned smile, he carefully laid her down and rose to wash the dishes in the kitchen. Upon returning, he skillfully removed her boots. However, when his gaze fell upon her feet, he halted abruptly. His expression shifted, and he averted his eyes, feeling a pang of guilt. That night, the entire dormitory fell into slumber. It was already 11 o'clock, and Liang Qingyan curled up in her blanket, her complexion pale, her lower abdomen cramping painfully. She usually experienced severe menstrual pain, but she never anticipated this episode would be so excruciating. Hours passed, and not only did the pain intensify, but she also felt lightheaded. Liang Qingyan, drenched in sweat, found it impossible to sleep, her pure white nightgown clinging to her, uncomfortable and damp. By chance, she glanced at her pinned WeChat message. A pitch-black avatar with the name Song Yuan Ye. She sent a message. Do you have any painkillers? She hadn't expected a response, but within a second of sending it, a voice call came through. The boy's deep voice resonated through the screen, imbued with a pleasant, magnetic tone. His concern was palpable. No, what's wrong? Liang Qingyan pressed her hand against her abdomen, her voice trembling with pain. I have my period, and my stomach hurts. At this hour, the infirmary was certainly closed. Just hang in there, don't hang up. I'll see if I can get the on-duty teacher to let me step out, Song Yuan Ye stated, urgency tinged with an inexplicable, soothing quality. Liang Qingyan responded with a faint After a moment, Song Yuan Ye's voice came through again. Come out. I'm waiting outside your dorm. Upon their meeting, Song Yuan Ye handed her a capsule and a glass of water. Observing her pale visage, he furrowed his brows and insisted she take the painkillers first. After she swallowed the medication, he bent down to gesture toward her. Liang Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? Get on, Song Yuan Ye replied. If it hurts this much, we must go to the hospital. Liang Qingyan hesitated for a moment before climbing onto his back. Although the young man appeared slender, he possessed hidden strength. His muscles were firm, and he supported her legs with ease as she wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. Are you going to get a leave of absence? she inquired. Song Yuan Ye paused briefly before assuring her, "Don't worry, I will definitely get you out." 3 minutes later, Liang Qingyan realized that his method of escape involved climbing over the wall. Song Yuan Ye gathered a few bricks, stepping on them with the agility of a seasoned criminal, and effortlessly vaulted over the barrier. He then beckoned to her from below. "Don't worry, I've got you." Liang Qingyan, though timid and fearful of heights, took a deep breath and closed her eyes. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. The boy grinned at her. "See? I told you I could catch you. Good thing I'm slim." Liang Qingyan replied with a proud smile. They took a taxi to the city hospital. After disembarking, Song Yuan Ye continued to carry her to register. Navigating a large hospital can be quite cumbersome. Despite the sparse crowd, they had to traverse multiple floors. Observing him sweating from the exertion, Liang Qingyan felt a pang of guilt. "Let me down. I'm feeling better now." "It's fine," he replied. Nearby, several young nurses at the station watched them with amused smiles. "Little sister, your boyfriend is so good to you." "Yes, indeed. You make a lovely couple." Liang Qingyan lowered her head shyly, while Song Yuan Ye simply responded, "Thank you." After a series of examinations, they received the test results. The doctor informed her that there were no significant issues, advising her to keep her abdomen warm and to avoid consuming cold foods, such as ice cream and crab. "And you two youngsters should be mindful in that regard. Don't be too frequent. As her boyfriend, you should take good care of your girlfriend." Seated on the chair, Liang Qingyan was sipping the red sugar water provided by the nurse when she heard this. Her face flushed crimson. "No, doctor, we are still." Song Yuan Ye chuckled and nodded. "All right, thank you, doctor." Shortly after leaving the hospital, Liang Qingyan's stomach growled audibly. Her expression turned awkward. "Song Yuan Ye, I'm hungry." He looked at her with a smile. "What do you want to eat?" Liang Qingyan's eyes lit up. "There's a little snack street off campus that sells crab-roe noodles. They're delicious. Let's go eat that." "Absolutely not," he rejected without a second thought. "Have you forgotten what the doctor just advised? No crab or cold drinks. As your boyfriend, it is my responsibility to supervise you." Liang Qingyan let out a sigh. "All right then, let us indulge in some egg noodles." By the time the two had satisfied their hunger and thirst and returned to school, it was already 2 in the morning. Song Yuan Ye helped her scale the wall, with Liang Qingyan standing on his shoulders before carefully descending onto the bricks below. As she jumped down, she bumped her leg, but fortunately, the bushes cushioned her fall, so it wasn't too painful. Just as Song Yuan Ye landed, he glanced at her leg with concern. "Does it hurt?" Liang Qingyan shook her head. "No, I'm fine." At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the night. "You two." Not far off, the stern director, nicknamed Wild Chicken, approached with a flashlight, striding forward with a gait that seemed indifferent to all. "Are you in your 2nd or 3rd year? Which class are you from? How dare you skip school at this hour? Run." Song Yuan Ye grasped her hand tightly. The two sprinted towards the dormitory building. The plump director, lacking the stamina to keep up, could only watch as they slipped away right under his nose. Upon returning to the dorm, Liang Qingyan smiled as she sent a message. "Song Yuan Ye, thank you for today. I have a question. Why is your profile picture completely black?" Song Yuan Ye replied, "So you can spot me at a glance." Liang Qingyan responded, "You fool, huh? I've pinned you on WeChat." As night turned into day, she awakened from her dreams, the memories of the previous night already fading. The figures in her dreams remained shrouded in a veil, indistinct and unclear. Early the next morning, as she clocked in at the company, Manager Wang called her into his office. After the usual inquiries about her work progress, he shifted the conversation. "Xiao Yan, I brought you here to ask for a small favor." Liang Qingyan was taken aback. "What is it? Please tell me." Manager Wang explained. "I have a classmate whose daughter is immigrating, so the house they currently live in will be vacant. They are looking for a tenant. The location is quite good. In the city center, just a short 10-minute journey from our office, with a monthly rent of 2,000 yuan. He is not short on money, but if you know anyone suitable, please recommend them to me." He then pulled out his phone to show her the pictures of the house. Liang Qingyan's eyes lit up upon seeing the beautiful decor and prime location. Such a well-furnished place for only 2,000. The old community she currently resided in charged 1,500. It felt like a stroke of luck. Manager Wang continued, "My classmate's family is quite well off, so as long as the rent is reasonable, they are fine with it. However, they have high standards for tenants, preferably a female, no pets, stable employment, and cleanliness. Liang Qingyan quickly interjected, "Manager, there's no need to search further. I will rent the house. When can I go to see it?" Manager Wang smiled, his small eyes gleaming with excitement. "I'll contact him shortly, and you should be able to visit this afternoon." "So soon?" Liang Qingyan was surprised. But then she thought, the sooner the better. They were eager to immigrate, after all. Manager Wang explained. Liang Qingyan nodded and stepped out. After Manager Wang departed, she made a phone call. Nodding and bowing even through the screen, her smile dripping with sycophancy. "Mr. Song, the matter you entrusted to me has been taken care of. Rest assured, the company will certainly treat Xiaoyan well. I hope you will continue to look after her." As soon as work concluded, Liang Qingyan set out to view an apartment. It exceeded her expectations, an upscale residence with complete appliances and exceptional security. The location was prime, and at a mere 2,000 yuan per month, it was an astonishing bargain. The landlord, a congenial woman in her 30s, swiftly negotiated the terms, leading to the signing of the rental contract. Liang Qingyan engaged a moving company and found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. Following that day at the racetrack, she promptly added Song Yuan Ye to her blacklist. Fortunately, he had not attempted to contact her since. She attributed his previous interest to a fleeting whim, perhaps driven by her association with Liu Ze, which had piqued Song Yuan Ye's curiosity. With time, such intrigue would naturally wane. That evening, she was to attend a banquet celebrating a golden wedding anniversary, hosted by a family long associated with the Liu family through years of business collaboration. With Liu's father away on a trip, Liu Ze would represent his father to extend their congratulations. Liang Qingyan had initially intended to decline the invitation until a gown arrived at her doorstep, prompting her to reconsider. "Come with me," Liu Ze urged. "Let me introduce you to some acquaintances in the circle, many of whom are elder relatives. This way, when we marry in the future, you will be familiar with their names." Finding merit in his reasoning, Liang Qingyan acquiesced. In the late hours at the New Era Hotel, the valet area was filled with luxurious vehicles, and guests flowed in and out incessantly. Liu Ze stepped out and opened the passenger door, revealing Liang Qingyan in stunning red-soled heels adorned with black diamonds. Clad in a black mermaid gown that accentuated her graceful figure, her long black hair cascaded in elegant waves, and her makeup was more radiant than usual, captivating all who beheld her. The gown featured an intricately cross-cut-out design at the waist, revealing a pure white rose, adding an element of innocent allure to her appearance, akin to a flower blooming in the darkness, beckoning to be plucked. The gazes of those in the hall inevitably gravitated toward Liang Qingyan, some filled with curiosity, others with admiration. Liu Ze wrapped his arm around her waist, asserting his claim. Gradually, the attention of the crowd shifted, though a few ardent stares remained. Liang Qingyan gracefully followed Liu Ze's lead, mingling with the Liu family's acquaintances, exuding poise and effortlessly earning their favor. She accepted a glass of champagne from a passing waiter, mindful of her limited tolerance, and took only a delicate sip. Then, a piercing gaze cut through the crowd, locking onto her. Turning, Liang Qingyan found herself face to face with Liu Mother, who was elegantly adorned and seated with other distinguished ladies. Upon noticing Liang Qingyan's presence, Liu Mother waved her over with a warm smile, as though that earlier scrutinizing glare had merely been a figment of her imagination. "Qingyan, come sit with us," Liu Mother called invitingly. Liang Qingyan pressed her lips together before approaching. "Auntie Liu," she greeted. Mrs. Liu gazed at her appreciatively, exclaiming how beautiful she was. No wonder Liu Ze incessantly praised her, declaring that he could not marry anyone else. It is often said that one's appearance is greatly enhanced by attire. The contrast with the casual clothing she wore during her last encounter with Auntie is stark. From now on, let Liu Ze purchase you a few more elegant outfits. Liang Qingyan frowned, addressing her as Auntie. Mrs. Liu chuckled softly, understanding that you're different. Unlike those impoverished yet somewhat attractive young women outside, who harbor numerous aspirations of marrying into wealth and transcending social classes, you, my dear, are truly unique. You are both young women in love, and Annie wishes to protect you from any potential harm. As she spoke, Mrs. Liu removed a jade bracelet from her wrist, gently placing it in Liang Qingyan's hand. This is a token of compensation for you. Please accept it. Chapter 015. Utterly pure around her, the affluent ladies whispered with lowered heads, their gazes towards Liang Qingyan shifting from curiosity to disdain. From just a few words spoken by Lu's mother, they had painted a picture of a vain young woman, relying on her beauty. In their circle, the importance of matching social status was paramount. No one would accept such a daughter-in-law. Liang Qingyan, perceptive as ever, could discern Lu's mother's intent to make her uncomfortable. The smile on her face waned slightly. Aunt, I cannot accept this. My relationship with Lu Zhe is based on mutual affection. There is no question of gain or loss. I believe you may have misunderstood. I have never spent Lu Zhe's money. Every gift he has given me has been reciprocated with something of equal value. If you doubt my words, you may call Lu Zhe over and inquire directly. Lu's mother immediately turned awkward, taken aback by the public rebuke. Oh, my dear Yin Yin, I meant no offense. Not far away, Lu Zhe approached, sensing the tension in the air. What is the matter? He inquired. Before Liang Qingyan could respond, Lu's mother interjected with an uncomfortable expression. It's nothing, really. I just felt a bit embarrassed for not bringing a gift when I last met Yin Yin. I thought to give her a bracelet as a token of our meeting, but it seemed she was unwilling to accept it. Lu Zhe chuckled lightly, turning to Liang Qingyan. Yin Yin, this is just a small token of my mother's goodwill. Do not be so formal with her. You will soon be part of our family. So shyness is unwarranted. He whispered softly in her ear. Liang Qingyan shot him a glance, then turned on her heels, her high heels clicking against the cold marble floor, echoing like a delicate chime, her silhouette a graceful vision. The fishtail hem of her dress skimmed the ground, resembling a subtly swaying black rose. A few men approached, attempting to engage her, but she dismissed them without hesitation. Suddenly, a commotion arose among the guests. Through the haze, she lifted her gaze and spotted a familiar figure. The man wore a black shirt, with a few buttons undone at the collar. His long legs were comfortably encased in tailored trousers, and his striking features bore an air of both intensity and charm. There was an undeniable force about him, making it clear he was not to be trifled with. Upon Song Yuan Ye's arrival, the host of the gathering was taken aback and hurriedly welcomed him. Mr. Song? Song Yuan Ye responded slowly. The old man at home instructed me to come and extend his congratulations on your golden wedding anniversary. With that succinct statement, the purpose of his visit was clear. The guests were taken aback, knowing the Song family was a colossal business dynasty, several tiers above them socially. Any notion of collaboration seemed far-fetched. Some guests hesitated, eager to strike up a conversation with Song Yuan Ye. Yet his imposing aura made them reluctant to approach. He settled onto the sofa, legs crossed, casually holding a cigarette offered by someone else, his dark eyes scanning the room with a sharp glint. Brother Yi, Lu Zhe approached to greet. What brings you here? Unable to resist the elder's insistence, he had no choice. Song Yuan Ye remarked, casting a sideways glance. What is the matter? Didn't you bring your girlfriend? I did. Lu Zhe replied, feeling troubled at the mention. Just earlier, a misunderstanding had caused some friction. Song Yuan Ye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What happened? Surprised by his curiosity, Lu Zhe opened up. My mother just called Yin Yin over to give her a meeting gift. I don't understand why Yin Yin was upset. He sighed. Actually, my mom is quite easygoing. Yin Yin must have misunderstood something. Song Yuan Ye's gaze paused, his dark eyes reflecting the sparks from his fingertips, enigmatic. He looked past the crowd, catching sight of a black mermaid dress. He stood transfixed for a moment, unable to look away. It felt as though the world had narrowed to just him and her, the surrounding people fading into mere background. She was stunning today, a departure from her usual style. The black dress accentuated her porcelain skin, her makeup alluring and regal. Yet her almond eyes shimmered with a misty allure. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Song Yuan Ye extinguished the stub, muttering under his breath, so pure. The unadorned gaze fell upon her, causing Liang Qingyan's scalp to prickle. When she looked up and saw him, it was as if she had encountered a specter, and she instinctively tried to leave. Lu Zhe quickly caught up, grasping her wrist. Yin Yin, don't be upset. If you dislike receiving that gift, then don't take it. I'll do as you wish. Liang Qingyan turned her head, taking a deep breath. What if I say I don't like your mother? Liu Ze was taken aback. What do you mean? Liu Ze, I'll be frank with you. Your mother doesn't tea like me. Liang Qingyan decided to no longer hold back. During our last meeting, she was the one urging us to break up. Liu Ze looked astonished. But she clearly told me she liked you. That's her cleverness, Liang Qingyan replied, looking him in the eye. Liu Ze, let me ask you. If your mother disapproves of our engagement, what would you choose? Without hesitation, Liu Ze declared, of course, it would be you. I know that engagement is not solely a matter between two people, but love is. I have liked you since high school. You're aware of that. No one can prevent me from marrying you. Not even my mother. His words were resolute and sincere, causing the heavy burden in Liang Qingyan's heart to lift. She acknowledged that she had not loved the wrong person. Seeing her attitude soften, Liu Ze gently took her hand. Changing the subject, he suggested, Yin, how about I take you to see a specialist tomorrow? What specialist? A specialist in correcting joint issues, just returned from abroad. He is particularly adept at cases involving ballet dancers' foot deformities. I've already made an appointment for tomorrow's consultation. Before he could finish, Liang Qingyan abruptly released his hand, her reaction more intense than before. With an incredulous tone, she replied, I don't believe my feet have any issues. The truly ugly thing lies within your heart. With that, she turned and left without looking back. The hotel was enveloped in an impenetrable barrier, forbidding the entrance of any outsiders. Upon her exit, she found herself unable to hail a taxi and thus resorted to walking away, her silhouette inadvertently exuding a sense of desolation, starkly contrasting with the jubilant atmosphere within the hotel. The night breeze was perpetually frigid and clad in insufficient layers. She rubbed her arms, her face flushed from the cold. A Maybach glided to a halt beside her, its doors swinging open. Before Liang Qingyan could fully comprehend the situation, a forceful grip yanked her inside. Instead of the anticipated pain, she found herself tumbling into a fervent embrace. Her eyes widened in shock as she struggled vigorously against him. Song Yuan Ye. Chapter 016. You'd better scream louder. The hand at her waist tightened its grip, an intoxicating yet unfamiliar scent of cold pine enveloping her, equally impossible to ignore. Liang Qingyan found herself with no avenue of escape. He leaned down, securing her wrists with one hand, while his long legs pinned her down, rendering her immobile. Liang Qingyan's breath quickened as she exclaimed, Song Yuan Ye, what on earth do you intend to do? Shoo, the man whispered, his breath warm against her ear. Liang Qingyan furrowed her brow, a tingling sensation coursing through her body as the warmth spread across her skin, turning her complexion a delicate pink. The space around her felt constricted, her breath quickening as she defiantly kicked at him. However, Song Yuan Ye had already anticipated her intentions. A faint, mocking smile graced his lips. You'd best scream louder, so your boyfriend outside can hear. Liang Qingyan's entire being trembled. Through the window, she could see Liu Ze pacing, seemingly searching for her. The moment Liu Ze turned, he would spot her. Humiliated, Liang Qingyan bit her lip, suppressing any sound for fear of discovery. Bathed in the moonlight filtering through the car, she gazed at the man before her. His calloused hand gently caressed the white rose, the rough texture sending shivers through her, though she loathed to admit it. For a fleeting moment, she felt a disorienting familiarity with him. Laughter echoed in her ears. Liang Qingyan fixed her gaze on him, stating coldly, what kind of woman do you lack? Why waste your time on me? A princely heir from the capital, so disgusting, relishing what others have already tasted. Song Yuan Ye frowned. Is that truly how you would describe me? Liang Qingyan scoffed, ready to unleash further ridicule. But before she could, she felt a chilling sensation on her lips. The cold pine essence overwhelmed her, nearly suffocating her. The kiss was forceful, leaving her no space to evade. With her eyes wide open in shock and indignation, she bit down fiercely, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth. I can't breathe. You're insane, she muttered through gritted teeth. As Song Ye pulled away, blood stained his lips, a wicked smile playing on his face, a few strands of hair falling over his brow, his dark eyes glimmering under the moonlight. Break up with him. He does not deserve you. Liang Qingyan's face flushed crimson, her body weak, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at him as she retorted coldly. "This is a matter between him and me. It has nothing to do with you." Unbeknownst to her, in Song Yuan Ye's eyes, she resembled a cat revealing its claws, lacking any true aggression, but instead exuding a sense of spoiled defiance. Song Yuan Ye chuckled softly, unable to resist placing a kiss upon her forehead. "Everything he can offer you, I can too. And what he cannot provide, I can also give." Liang Qingyan turned her face away, asserting, "Some things cannot be bought with money. Your vile character negates any other merits you may possess, at least in this regard. Lu Zhe surpasses you by far. Others may regard you with reverence, yet it is merely a reflection of your wealth and power, devoid of genuine sentiment. Alas, how could one, such as you, comprehend this notion?" Song Yuan Ye remained unperturbed, his sharp tongue ready. Yet, why did he falter in the presence of Lu Mu? Silenced by a sense of grievance? Liang Qingyan, struck at her core, fell into silence for a moment. She had never possessed a character akin to that of soft persimmon. However, in recent years, her family had endured misfortunes, her surroundings had shifted, and the attitudes of those around her had transformed. The edges of her personality had long been smoothed, leading her to endure what she could. Even in the face of Lu Zhe, she had never displayed her temper. People often lauded her as the ideal girlfriend, gentle and understanding. Yet, with Song Yuan Ye, it seemed she could unconsciously reveal her truest self. Lu Mu, being Lu Zhe's mother, evoked her caution, fearing that Lu Zhe might find himself in a bind. As she pondered, the large hand at her waist tightened. "Lu Zhe is unsuitable for you. The Lu family, a bourgeois household that rose to prominence, is prone to elevating some while belittling others. Bourgeois family." If the self-styled noblewoman Lu Mu were to hear such words, one could only imagine her reaction. However, only Song Yuan Ye might possess the standing to utter such sentiments. 3 generations yield a lineage, 5 generations establish a faction, and 9 generations cultivate a family legacy. As the sole legitimate heir of the Song family, a lineage steeped in tradition, Song Yuan Ye was incomparable to the Lu family. Liang Qingyan glanced outside the window, observing that Lu Zhe had already departed. "Let me down, or I shall call the police," she threatened. "You know I'm a journalist. A few articles crafted by me might not ruin you, but they would certainly tarnish your standing within the New Wave group." Upon uttering these words, she felt a pang of insecurity, uncertain of their efficacy. Unexpectedly, Song Yuan Ye did not insist on his will. He raised the partition within the car and instructed the driver, "Take Miss Liang home." Liang Qingyan was taken aback to find another person seated in front, her face flushing with embarrassment. Sensing her thoughts, Song Yuan Ye whispered in her ear, "Do not worry. The soundproofing of this partition is excellent. He will not hear what we are doing." Liang Qingyan shot him a fierce glare. The following day at work, she donned an OL outfit, her long hair elegantly pinned up, exuding a polished simplicity. While OL attire can sometimes appear aging, it suited her perfectly, accentuating her graceful curves, delicate shoulders, a slender waist, and a flawless silhouette that left one in awe of the creator's favoritism. Just as she exited the elevator, she encountered her colleague Deng Wan. Recently transferred to the reporting department by Manager Wang, Deng Wan had found herself among a new set of colleagues. Her naturally reserved demeanor, combined with her striking appearance, often led unfamiliar individuals to perceive her as distant. Thus, the only one she truly conversed with was Deng Wan, with her vivacious personality, had taken the initiative to invite Liang Qingyan to lunch during their midday break. As they exchanged pleasantries, they grew accustomed to one another. Although Liang Qingyan's beauty had long captivated Deng Wan, the latter was momentarily taken aback by her current ensemble, staring in awe for a considerable time. "What is it?" Liang Qingyan inquired. "Is there something on my face?" Deng Wan shook her head, exclaiming, "You are beautiful, yet unaware of it." Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. "Yin Yin, there is a magnificent bouquet of white roses on your desk, along with a gift box. You should take a look. Your boyfriend is so thoughtful, while roses are common. I have yet to see anyone present white roses," Deng Wan remarked, her expression tinged with envy. Liang Qingyan approached her desk and indeed beheld the splendid bouquet of white roses, their petals adorned with dew, as if freshly plucked and surrounded by an intoxicating floral fragrance. Liu Ze often gifted her roses, yet her true preference lay with white roses, cherishing their symbolism of pure and unblemished love. A warmth stirred within her heart as her gaze shifted to the exquisite gift box. Wrapped in silk, it exuded elegance. Upon opening it, she discovered a delicate silver necklace. The central gem intricately carved into the shape of a rose, its flawless cut shimmering brilliantly in sunlight. A small cardboard inscription in English. "You are my unique one." Chapter 017. Song Yuan Ye is schemed against Deng when stepped forward, her eyes widening in astonishment as she discerned the logo on the packaging box. Could it be Cartier? I have never encountered such a gemstone before. The craftsmanship of its cut is truly exquisite. It must be extraordinarily expensive, wouldn't you agree? Yin, your boyfriend is truly wonderful. He is romantic and generous in spending on you. Let me take a look. The speaker is Qiao Qianqian. Ever since Liang Qingyan joined the press department, the former has inexplicably begun to pick on her, both intentionally and unintentionally. However, Liang Qingyan does not have the time to delve into the reasons behind it. After all, she is not a currency that everyone can adore. She simply focuses on performing her duties to the best of her abilities. Qiao Qianqian is a local from the capital, her speech imbued with a distinctive Beijing accent. She possesses a somewhat haughty demeanor, particularly since Liang Qingyan's arrival, during which she has barely acknowledged her presence. Coming from a well-off family, Qiao Qianqian enjoys adorning herself with luxury brands such as Armani and Gucci. Without waiting for Liang Qingyan to speak, she snatched the necklace to inspect it, scoffing in disdain. How could this possibly be Cartier? I just visited their boutique a few days ago, and they certainly do not carry this design. Such high-end jewelry, you must understand, a mere ordinary necklace could easily be worth 7 figures. Not to mention the exquisite gemstones above, it would require no less than several million to acquire them. Liang Qingyan's boyfriend is affluent, but not to such an extravagant extent. It is likely a replica, she remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Liang Qingyan and Deng Wan, her tone laced with mockery. Such trinkets would only serve to deceive someone like you. Liang Qingyan, however, did not believe that Liu Ze would purchase a counterfeit for her. She was still astonished by the price of the necklace. Meanwhile, Deng Wan was greatly agitated by Qiao Qianqian's comments, exclaiming, "How could that be possible? Yin Yan's boyfriend is indeed a man of considerable ability. If you are envious of Yin Yan, just say it outright, instead of being so cryptic and sarcastic." I can see that some individuals are quite bitter inside. Perhaps they desire something unattainable. Qiao Qianqian gritted her teeth and resolved, "Fine. I shall demonstrate my worth to you all right now." As she spoke, she took out her phone, revealing a Cartier piece of jewelry, each adorned with a unique engraving. A quick search on the official website provided me with all the information I needed. Liang Qingyan furrowed her brow and interrupted the two, declaring that it no longer mattered whether it was genuine or not. Yin, let her search. Otherwise, she won't be able to sleep tonight out of jealousy. Deng Wan intervened. Qiao Qianqian meticulously examined the necklace and, to her surprise, discovered that it indeed had a code. With a sarcastic tone, she mocked the craftsmanship of the imitation necklace. She swiftly entered the code on the official website. The moment the page loaded, the smile on her face froze. Deng Wan pulled Liang Qingyan over to take a look, and they were met with a glaring pop-up window that read, "Premium Custom Edition. White Rose Gemstone Necklace, valued at 999 renminbi for my girl. 6 million. Deng Wan gasped in astonishment. Qiao Qianqian remained silent, her hand trembling as she placed the necklace back, her face flushed with embarrassment. Liang Qingyan also found it hard to believe. Liu Ze was usually quite generous with her, yet this necklace was exceedingly extravagant, far beyond her expectations. At that moment, her phone rang. Her phone displayed a multitude of missed calls, remnants of her decision to power down last night. A series of messages from Liu Ze followed. Yin, I was in the wrong. I did not disdain your feet. My intentions were misguided. You are right. It is I who am ugly. I am willing to bear the consequences of my actions. I implore you, please do not ignore me. Last night, you left, and I searched for you outside all night, fearing that you might encounter some danger. Upon seeing your reply, I realized my mistake. I was truly wrong. and I assure you I shall never mention it again. Liang Qingyan contemplated inquiring about the necklace, but soon decided that it would be preferable to ask in person. After some consideration, she replied, "Let's meet tonight." Instantly, a voice message arrived from the other side. Lu Zhe seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Yin Yin, I'm glad you're safe. I initially intended to visit your company directly, but I thought it prudent to send you a message first to confirm. We shall meet tonight. Liang Qingyan chose not to respond further. She still found it difficult to completely dismiss the lingering resentment, particularly after Lu's mother's words had left a thorn in her heart. Lu's mother was right. Lu Zhe was a perfectionist, and he was concerned about her less than attractive, deformed feet. Pouring herself a cup of coffee, Liang Qingyan endeavored to cast aside these distractions and immerse herself fully in her work. A significant incident had transpired within the Song family. Song Yuan Ye, the stepson of the Song family, had recently mortgaged his stocks to purchase a piece of land at an exorbitant price. Unbeknownst to him, it was merely a worthless plot of wasteland. Unable to repay the debt, his shares were temporarily mortgaged to the bank. What began as an endeavor filled with confidence had now culminated in utter failure, turning him into a laughingstock within the industry. Meanwhile, Song Yuan Ye executed a cunning maneuver, acquiring all the shares for himself. The actual power of Song Guangqing and Song Yuan within the group was completely undermined. At the Song family's ancestral residence, when Song Yuan Ye arrived in the main hall, Song Guangqing and his son Song Yuan were already present. Song Yuan wore a sullen expression as he glared intently at Song Yuan Ye. Upon noticing him, Song Guangqing's already grim countenance darkened further. He slammed the table and exclaimed, "Song Yuan Ye, you ungrateful wretch, how dare you plot against your brother? Did you not purchase President Zhou early on, merely to ensnare your brother?" Song Yuan Ye let out a light scoff, reclining against the back of the sandalwood chair with his legs crossed. The corners of his eyes lifted lazily, entirely dismissing him. In a posture of strategic contemplation, he took a delicate sip of hot tea. And so what? One can only blame his own foolishness. An unfilial son, Song Guangqing, filled with rage, approached him with his chest heaving violently. At that moment, the steward wheeled the elderly Master Song down, recently recovered from serious illness. Master Song now sat in a wheelchair. Although he had entered the twilight of his years, his presence remained commanding, though tempered with the weight of experience and a touch of melancholy, exuding an air of solemnity. Song Guangqing instantly subdued his fervor, addressing his father. "Father, you have heard about the shareholders' meeting today, haven't you? The ungrateful Song Yuan Ye has colluded with outsiders to scheme against our group's shares. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." Old Master Song cast a disapproving glance at him, expressing his dissent when he initially transferred the shares to Song Yuan. Song Yuan possesses an impulsive temperament, and in the realm of business, where deception and cunning prevail, it is difficult to assign blame to anyone. Upon hearing these words, Song Yuan, who had remained silent at the table, grew increasingly sullen. Song Guangqing continued to advocate for him, saying, "Father, Xiao Shuo is also your grandson. Why can you not consider him a little? You are undoubtedly aware of Song Yuan Ye's character. In the future, will there still be a place for Xiao Shuo in the group if it is handed over to him? It will be fortunate if he does not drive others to the brink of despair." Old Master Song clearly did not buy into this. It was precisely because the group was entrusted to Yuan Yi that I could feel at ease. "You should take Song Shuo back. I require some quiet time to recuperate." This was a direct dismissal. Song Guangqing felt a lump in his throat. Despite his reluctance, he could only take Song Shuo and leave. After watching the two depart, Song Yuan Ye turned his attention to the old man. "Grandfather, are you feeling any better?" Old Master Song nodded, acknowledging that at his age, his health had inevitably declined to this state. Chapter 018. Engagement. Next month, as he spoke, he shifted the topic. "Yuan Ye, you have endured much over the years. Your mother passed away early, and your father remarried. Fortunately, I brought you back to the capital. Otherwise, who knows how you would have turned out." People often underestimate the importance of companionship, especially when they are young and brimming with vigor. Just look at the Ming family's young man. How many girlfriends has he had? Have you not found someone trustworthy? This was not the first time Song Yuan Ye had heard such words from the old man. It seemed that as one aged, they tended to become more talkative. Compared to his previous decisive self, he now cared more about family matters. In the past, Song Yuan Ye would have dismissed these conversations. But this time, he responded differently. "Is there a girlfriend?" the elder asked in surprise. "Not yet, but it is imminent," replied Song Yuan Ye. The old man rarely smiled. "Bring her home for me to see. Do not worry about her family background. Our Song family does not require such things, as long as she is someone you cherish." Song Yuan Ye nodded in acknowledgement. It was late at night when Song Yuan Ye returned to the villa district. In the underground garage, the screech of brakes echoed as several vehicles surrounded a black Hummer. Fully armed bodyguards emerged from their cars, aiming their weapons at the car window. They parted to create a path as Song Shua swaggered towards the center, a smug smile on his face. As the dark window lowered, the cool, refined profile of the man inside was revealed. A cold smirk played at the corners of Song Yuan Ye's lips. "Ah, dear brother, what trickery is this?" Seeing his expression, Song Shua's face turned ashen. "Song Yuan Ye, stop pretending as if you are not at death's door. These people are here for you. Are you surprised? I have yet to settle the score for what you did to me. Get out." Song Shua barked, demanding him to exit the vehicle. Song Yuan Ye did not resist. He gently pushed open the door. As he stepped out with long strides, his tall frame, broad shoulders, and narrow waist were accentuated by the black coat that wrapped around him, exuding an overwhelming presence. The sound of his polished shoes striking the ground resonated like a drumbeat in the hearts of those present. For a moment, Song Shua felt a pang of fear. He had always been intimidated by this nominal elder brother. From the first moment he laid eyes on Song Yuan Ye years ago, when Song Guanqing brought him to the Song family, he realized that this would be his formidable rival. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Song Yuan Ye, if you're considering kneeling and begging for mercy, I might contemplate leaving you in one piece." Song Yuan Ye scoffed dismissively, a glint of intrigue flickering in his dark eyes. Even standing still, he evoked a sense of dread, sending shivers down the spine. What would Song Guanqing think if he saw your true nature? "Song Shua, you are merely a vicious dog raised by Song Guanqing. Unfortunately, he is too foolish to realize that the first thing a grown dog does is turn against its master." "Shut your mouth." Song Shua's expression twisted in rage, his eyes glinting with venom. "I am also a son of the Song family. Why does the old man favor you so? Why is all the family fortune yours? You think you are worthy to be part of the Song family?" Song Yuan Ye's voice was deep and resonant. "Fire." Song Shua's sinister smile lingered as the command left his lips. Yet no sound of gunfire was heard. Song Shua, in a fit of rage, turned around, exclaiming, "I commanded you to fire." Song Yuan Ye snapped his fingers. In an instant, the dark muzzles of guns were all aimed at Song Shua. Stunned for a moment, Song Shua's eyes widened in disbelief as he let out a hoarse, desperate roar. "Dare you betray me?" Song Yuan Ye lightly brushed off the dust from his shoulder, questioning when he would learn to be more astute. Until you possess sufficient strength to oppose me, refrain from these petty tricks, or else you shall meet your demise." He accepted a silenced pistol handed to him and chamber round. The sound of the bullet embedding itself in flesh echoed. Song Shua immediately clutched his knee and collapsed to the ground, emitting a pained wail. This was merely a minor reprimand. Song Yuan Ye looked down upon him, his gaze frigid, stating that if Song Shua wished to continue playing, his older brother was willing to indulge him to the end. Song Guanqing summoned the finest medical team from the capital to treat Song Shua. The bullet had struck his knee, and, after intensive medical intervention, his left leg was ultimately saved. However, although it would not result in a lifelong disability, it would still affect his ability to walk. Song Shua remained unconscious. "Mrs." Song leaned over the hospital bed, weeping. What wrong has our Xiao Shua committed to endure such suffering? Xiao Shua has always regarded him as a brother. Why is he so cruel as to inflict such harm upon his own sibling? The doctors had warned that had the bullet penetrated any deeper, there would have been no saving his leg. In a fit of rage, Song Guanqing slammed his fist on the table. It was not enough that Xiao Shua lost his shares. Now they sought his life. How could I have spawned such a scoundrel? It was futile to speak of it now. Mrs. Song wiped her tears and looked at him. Unless you ruin Song Yuan Ye's leg and make amends for our son. Song Guanqing hesitated. The old master had transferred most of the Song family's power to Song Yuan Ye. What could he do? Mrs. Song lamented further that the old master would always favor him, indifferent to Xiao Shua's fate. I'm undoubtedly paying for Xiao Shua, Song Guanqing sighed. He's a son I have watched grow, though not by blood. He is dearer than my own. I shall not allow him to be bested by that scoundrel. Song Yuan Ye. Tomorrow, I will seek a lawyer to notarize the transfer of my remaining 5% shares to Xiao Shua. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Song's spirits lifted. Really? Of course, Song Guanqing reassured her. I trust in our son's capabilities. Handing the shares to him brings me peace of mind. Under the silvery moonlight, the skyline of the capital seemed shrouded in a layer of gray mist, illuminated by neon lights. Bustling with people and ceaseless traffic, a scene of thriving prosperity. In recent days, the weather had warmed, yet the night winds remained cool. Liang Qingyan dressed warmly and arranged to meet Lu Zhe at a nearby hot pot restaurant. Upon their meeting, Lu Zhe swiftly knelt, seeking forgiveness. Yin, I'm sorry, please forgive me. As he spoke, he produced a bouquet of roses and a designer handbag he had prepared earlier. To express my sincerest apologies, this is a gift I selected for you. The latest model from the boutique. Open it and see if it pleases you. I have also tucked a letter of remorse into the bag. If you're still upset, feel free to strike me, as long as it brings you solace. Lu Zhe remarked, gesturing towards a nearby fruit shop, suggesting that upon our return, you may have me kneel on durians if that would appease you. Liang Qingyan observed his exaggerated demeanor, intended to amuse her. The remnants of her displeasure began to dissipate. Yet, her resolve remained steadfast. Lu Zhe, I shall not feel inferior because of my feet, nor will I undergo surgery. If this troubles you, then we must part ways. This was her first declaration of a breakup. Lu Zhe instantly panicked. No, Yin, no one cherishes you more than I do. I admit my fault. I failed to consider your feelings. I swear, I shall never bring this matter up again. As he spoke, he made an oath. Witnessing his sincerity, Liang Qingyan softened her stance. She recalled another purpose for this meeting. The gemstone necklace you gifted me is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Tomorrow, I shall have someone return it to you. What gemstone necklace? Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. I never gifted you such a thing. Liang Qingyan paused abruptly, her brow furrowing. If it was not from Lu Zhe, then it could only be Song Yuan Ye. After their hot pot meal, Lu Zhe personally escorted her upstairs to her home. Having just reconciled after a quarrel, he refrained from making any intimate advances, opting to leave after ensuring she was safely home. Liang Qingyan took a shower, dried her hair, and completed her skincare routine. After much contemplation, she finally retrieved the contact of the person she had blocked for over half a month. The deep black avatar symbolized its owneress style. Liang Qingyan intended to send a message, but found it too cumbersome, opting instead to initiate a voice call. Just 2 seconds after dialing, she regretted her decision. To her surprise, the call was answered almost immediately, a pleasingly magnetic voice gracing her ears. Hello, I am Liang Qingyan. She got straight to the point. The necklace was a gift from you, correct? The voice chuckled softly, its tone low and languid, as if emanating from the depths of his throat. Do you like it? I knew you would. The white complements you beautifully. Mr. Song, Liang Qingyan's expression turned grave. I have a boyfriend. You and Lu Zhe are back together? How did that fellow manage to charm you? Song Yuan Ye scoffed, his voice resonating in her ears, causing a shiver. A boyfriend. Even if you were married, I would still pursue you. Liang Qingyan loathed the audacity of the man before her. Surely, Mr. Song understood that pursuing someone against their will constituted harassment. Song Yuan Ye retorted, even so, I would only wish to harass you. He exuded an audacious confidence, indeed possessing the capital to act so brazenly. What do you want? Liang Qingyan fumed, forcing herself to remain calm. Accompany me for 3 days. Song Ye interjected before her anger could escalate, clarifying, don't misunderstand. I only require you as my companion for 3 days. Liang Qingyan felt a flicker of intrigue. Will you truly let me go after these 3 days? Song Yuan Ye smiled. We shall see how you perform. Liang Qingyan found herself unable to discern his intentions. Yet, She could not help but place her hopes upon these 3 days. Perhaps after this period, Song Yuan Ye would grow weary and would no longer pursue her. Just after hanging up the phone, Liu Ze initiated a video call. Yin, who are you just speaking with? Deng Wen, my colleague. Liang Qingyan replied evasively. Liu Ze, undeterred, gazed at her with care. Yin, I intend to advance our engagement ceremony. What do you think? Liang Qingyan paused momentarily. Does Mrs. Liu know about this? Yes. Liu Ze anticipated her inquiry, smiling reassuringly. Rest assured, I have clarified everything with her. She understands she cannot impede us, so she has chosen to remain uninvolved. This weekend, let's visit your uncle and aunt. If they have no objections, shall we become engaged next month? I have already secured a venue. Anything else that can be resolved with money is not an issue. Liang Qingyan had long anticipated her engagement and eventual marriage to Liu Ze, her heart brimming with expectation. Yet, when that day truly approached, she realized her joy was not as profound as she had envisioned. Liu Ze gazed at her with deep affection. Yin, in this lifetime, I wish to marry no one but you. Liang Qingyan nodded. All right, I will follow your arrangements. The news of her receiving a valuable gemstone necklace had spread throughout the company, igniting fervent discussions in various departmental chats. That necklace is worth 6 million, not 600. Liu Ze simply waved his hand and gifted it. How impressive! Xiao Qianqian, feeling envious, insisted the necklace was fake. You should have seen her face when the code was search TSK. I heard Liu Ze fell in love with Yin at first sight in high school. He confessed in college, and now they have been in a relationship for 3 years. Folks, this is a script that one wouldn't dare to write, right? ISNT, this pure campus romance? Previously, I thought the idea of love at first sight was trite and exaggerated, but occurring with Liang Qingyan, it seems perfectly natural. Breaking news. Liang Qingyan is to be engaged to Liu Ze. Congratulations. Do let me know when the time comes. I'll contribute to the wedding gift. In the office, Liang Qingyan sighed in resignation. Deng Wen nudged her arm. Yin, I apologize. I was simply too excited and inadvertently revealed your engagement plans. Please do not be upset. Chapter 019. Willingness to bear children. Deng Wen stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed for having blurted out her thoughts. However, an engagement is indeed a joyous occasion, and everyone is eager to extend their early congratulations. Yin, save a spot for me. I must attend. If I happen to encounter a quality gentleman like Liu Ze, it will be sheer delight. Liang Qingyan teased. One is hardly enough. At least 10 or 8 would be more fitting. Deng Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Just then, Liang Qingyan's phone chimed with a message from Song Yuan Ye. I'll pick you up after work. Liang Qingyan's smile dimmed slightly as she typed a reply. No need. Just tell me the address, and I'll make my own way there. Who is it? Liu Ze. Deng Wen exclaimed. How sweet. You two are endlessly flaunting your affection. What about us single dogs in the office? As she spoke, she glanced at the desk across from her, where Xiao Qianqian sat, delivering a sarcastic remark. Isn't that right? Xiao Qianqian shot her a fierce glare. Don't get too cocky. It's not you who will be receiving the diamond necklace. Besides, entering a wealthy family isn't as simple as it seems. Don't let your dreams shatter, leaving you with nowhere to weep. Deng Wen retorted defiantly. Some people are just envious. Liang Qingyan glanced at the address sent by Song Yuan Ye, swiftly turning off her phone screen. After work, she, along with Deng Wen and a few colleagues, arrived at the company's entrance. Just as Liang Qingyan was about to summon a ride-hailing service, Xiao Qianqian, who had followed them down, pointed excitedly at a luxury car in the distance. Look at that car. Do you know how much it costs? You can't buy it even with money. Deng Wen countered. Is it really that impressive? Xiao Qianqian shot her a condescending look. That just proves your lack of knowledge. This is a Koenigsegg, a globally limited edition. You can't just buy it with money. There might be only one in the entire capital city. But why is it here? Who's sitting inside? Liang Qingyan followed her gaze, her complexion paling. The reason was simple. She had seen Song Yuan Ye drive this very car before. Biting her lip, she hesitated about whether to approach. Just then, a message from Song Yuan Ye pinged on her phone. Come over. The terse command left no room for argument. Reluctantly, Liang Qingyan walked over. hoping fervently that Song Yuan Ye would not lower the window, sparing her from any prying eyes of colleagues. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. After opening the car door, she quickly shut it, shutting out the inquisitive gazes from outside. Beside her, Song Yuan Ye sat clad in an elegant tailored suit, adorned with an exquisite Cartier watch. He leaned back against the leather seat, casually swinging his legs, seemingly in good spirits as the corners of his lips curled into a slight smile. Liang Qingyan deliberately positioned herself by the window, creating distance between them. Noticing her subtle movements, he cast her a sidelong glance, questioning her furtive behavior. "Do you wish to conceal me from others? What might Mr. Song think?" Liang Qingyan retorted coldly, "My boyfriend is Lu Zhe. Letting others see us would only lead to unnecessary misunderstandings." Song Yuan Ye smiled faintly, his laughter resonating deeply, as though emanating from within his chest. His gaze, however, was devoid of warmth, cold and piercing. It seemed that Lu Zhe indeed held significant importance in your eyes. "If I were to use him as leverage, would you be willing to go even further for him? For instance," he leaned in closely, his towering figure exuding an undeniable aura of aggression. His long fingers lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. His thumb gently caressed her lips, his eyes darkening perceptibly. "How about yielding to me?" Liang Qingyan never doubted the credibility of his words. She wished to retreat, but found herself with no further ground to step back. Forcing herself to maintain composure, she reminded him, "Do not forget your promise. It's merely 3 days of companionship, nothing more." Song Yuan Ye's smile diminished slightly. "Are you so afraid of me?" Liang Qingyan furrowed her brow, acutely aware that provoking him would yield only negative consequences. It would be wiser to acquiesce to his wishes for the time being. She attempted to soften her demeanor. "Many are fearful. I cannot be an exception." At her words, Song Yuan Ye raised an eyebrow, releasing his grip on her chin, and instructed the driver to head to the Lanyue Club. After speaking, he cast her a sidelong glance. "Afraid? I see you possess quite the audacity." Liang Qingyan was uncertain about what he referred to. However, upon reflection, she realized that she had indeed stood her ground against him on numerous occasions. Now, accustomed to feigning compliance, she unwittingly revealed her true self in front of Song Yuan Ye. The venue they arrived at was a banquet hall, bustling with the clinking of glasses, where everyone was clad in tailored suits or elegant gowns. It was distinctly different from an ordinary business cocktail party. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Liang Qingyan frowned, glancing at her attire. "I'm not dressed formally enough." She was troubled by her choice of outfit. Little did she know, her strikingly beautiful face, paired with her well-proportioned figure, rendered her professional attire uniquely charming. With a slender swan-like neck and elegantly curved collarbones, her waist was so slim that it captured one's attention, while her back, adorned with exquisite butterfly bones, peeked through her shirt, subtly alluring. The fullness of her form behind was perfectly balanced, neither too ample to appear heavy, nor too slight to seem frail. Complemented by her long legs, she was indeed a paragon of beauty. Yet, as onlookers fixated excessively on her figure, they unwittingly overlooked the beauty of her face, which was a regrettable oversight. The men in attendance frequently glanced her way. Song Yuan Ye's large hand encircled her waist, asserting his claim. The crowd timidly averted their gazes, daunted by the presence of his female companion. "Yuan Ye." A voice approached them. Liang Qingyan scanned the room, her eyes lighting up upon spotting a familiar figure. It had been over half a month since their last encounter at Lu Min's academic seminar, and she was pleasantly surprised to see him at such a commercial gathering. Her heart fluttered with joy. It was Professor Lu Min. "Do you hold a fondness for him?" Song Yuan Ye inquired, his tone ambiguous and less than cheerful. Without hesitation, Liang Qingyan nodded. "He is my idol in the financial sector." An idol? Song Yuan Ye, unfamiliar with the entertainment industry, found himself puzzled by the concept. Once, I heard Meng Shifan mention that his younger sister, in the throes of adolescence, had taken a young male celebrity as her idol, adorning her walls with his posters. She insisted that Meng Shifan invite him to their company as a spokesperson. After he was invited, the young girl whimsically proclaimed her desire to marry her idol and bear his children. Upon investigation, Meng Shifan discovered that the young star had deliberately pursued her, leading him to swiftly blacklist the individual with just a few words. During that time, Meng Shifan often confided his frustrations to me. He did not take it seriously then, but now he truly comprehends the implication. An idol equals a willingness to bear children for them. Reflecting on this, Song Yuan Ye's expression suddenly darkened, causing a palpable shift in the atmosphere that deterred those around him from approaching. Lu Min, oblivious to the tension, approached them with a buoyant stride. Yuan Ye, what a coincidence, he greeted. Senior, Song Yuan Ye replied with a subtle nod. Thank you for attending the last academic conference, Lu Min remarked, glancing at Liang Qingyan, who seemed somewhat familiar. Hello, Teacher Lu, Liang Qingyan responded with a gentle smile, extending her hand. My name is Liang Qingyan. I am a fan of yours. I attended your last conference and greatly admire your work, including your published articles. Thank you, Lu Min replied graciously. It is my honor. I remember now. You were the one beside Yuan Ye at the last event, Ms. Liang, Lu Min acknowledged. Liang Qingyan nodded and continued. Teacher Lu, if it's convenient, could I have your contact information? If there are future academic discussions, may I register to attend? Of course. Lu Min began to respond, but suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. He awkwardly glanced at Song Yuan Ye, whose penetrating gaze seemed to strip him bare. Realizing the implications, he hastily retracted his offer, saying, No, that may not be convenient. Observing the increasingly somber expression on the man's face, Lu Min quickly sought an opportunity to extricate himself from a situation. He had no desire to become an unwitting participant in their unfolding drama. Chapter 20. Which hand touched you? Liang Qingyan wished to pursue further when she felt a sudden tug from Song Yuan Ye behind her. Startled, she stumbled sideways and fell into his embrace, instinctively trying to push him away. In her fervor, she twisted her ankle, gasping in pain. What's wrong? Song Yuan Ye asked, his expression shifting with concern. Liang Qingyan glared at him, indicating her injured ankle. Before she could utter another word, he swept her off her feet. Onlookers cast curious glances in their direction, yet the aura surrounding the man rendered them hesitant to stare too long. Their gazes were filled with envy and intrigue as they focused on Liang Qingyan. The heir of the Song family was a figure of considerable interest, known for his impeccable reputation and absence of scandal. Never before had he been seen with a female companion in public, and today, she was the first. Song Yuan Ye placed her gently in the passenger seat. Where are you taking me? She inquired, furrowing her brow. To the hospital, he replied. It's just a sprained ankle. There's no need for such fuss. Just take me home. There's a pharmacy along the way where I can buy some ointment, she sighed, momentarily regretting not having added Lu Min on WeChat. With a sidelong glance, Song Yuan Ye paused, his grip on the steering wheel faltering as he cleared his throat. Actually, if you have any questions regarding finance, I could teach you, and I could do it better than he could. Liang Qingyan closed her eyes, pretending not to hear him. She was too preoccupied with distancing herself from him to consider drawing closer. After a few moments of silence, without a response, he turned to glance at her, realizing that the petite woman beside him had seemingly drifted into slumber. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and the long, curled lashes cast delicate shadows on her cheeks. Her small, exquisite nose and palm-sized face, with naturally rosy lips, exuded a beauty that was breathtaking, reminiscent of a rose poised to bloom under the night sky. The night was serene, time flowing like a gentle stream, and in that quietude, his gaze was solely entranced by her, just as it had been years ago when they first met. He raised his hand to smooth her furrowed brows. Yet the more he gazed, the more greedy he felt for her presence. Leaning closer, he sought the lips he had long coveted, savoring the moment. Her trembling lashes brushed against his face, teasing him with a gentle tickle, while he noted her clenched jaw as she resisted him. Unhurried, he kissed her softly, tenderly, as a typical couple might. The air around them thickened with unspoken tension, causing hearts to race. Time slipped away unnoticed until Liang Qingyan could no longer suppress her breathing. A triumphant smile flickered in Song Yuan Ye's eyes as he cradled the back of her head with one hand, while the other tilted her chin upward. Without warning, he advanced. Conquering her lips, Liang Qingyan felt as though her mind were gasping for air. Such a fool, he teased, tapping her forehead. Didn't T. Lu Ze teach you how to breathe? Liang Qingyan glared at him, her lips glistening from their recent kiss, glimmering with tears, as if she had been wronged. And indeed, she had been. Scoundrel! You wretched scoundrel! Song Yuan Ye. Song Yuan Ye, a notorious villain, merely chuckled at her vitriol. His inherent audacity laid bare in that moment. He tenderly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, his gaze devoid of guilt. Yin, do not weep. I wish to see you smile at all times, save for the night. Liang Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, and upon processing his words, she glared at him with indignation. You shameless cad! She hesitated to utter further words, fearful that Song Yuan Ye might act on his threats, leading to an uncontrollable situation. Song Yuan Ye pressed affectionate kisses across her face before departing for the pharmacy, leaving the car imbued with his scent. Liang Qingyan felt her cheeks flush, prompting her to exit the vehicle for fresh air. Standing by the roadside, she inhaled the cool breeze, which cleared her mind considerably. The branch office in Yesh City was in need of personnel. She would request a transfer from her manager, ensuring that even if Song Yuan Ye sought to entangle her further, his reach would be limited. She would soon be engaged to Lu Zhe, and Song Yuan Ye would swiftly vanish from her life. As she contemplated this, a sense of ease enveloped her. Noticing that Song Yuan Ye had yet to return, she absent-mindedly tapped her toes against the ground. A habitual ballet gesture she had retained for many years. Ah, is that not Miss Liang? The scent of alcohol wafted towards her as a group of inebriated men approached with ill intentions. The leader, somewhat familiar, evaded her memory. Frowning, she took a step back. I do not know you. Miss Liang, we met at the racetrack. Have you forgotten so soon? Qin Jun scoffed, addressing his companions. She is Liang Qingyan, the woman favored by his Song Yuan Ye. Quite the enchanting beauty. No wonder even he is captivated. Brother Qin, this is a splendid opportunity for revenge against Song Yuan Ye. He had you expelled from the Qin family. We cannot let this slide. The prince is beloved. Let's have our fun. The group rallied, their words growing increasingly vulgar. Mind your language, Liang Qingyan admonished, her brows knitting together. Turning to flee towards the pharmacy, a sharp pain shot through her foot, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Qin Jun seized her arm. Miss Liang, I genuinely adore you. Grant me a chance. Before he could finish, she delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground in disbelief. Cough, cough. Song Yuan Ye. Song Yuan Ye stepped forward, shielding Liang Qingyan with his towering figure. His dark eyes blazed with fury, his voice low and chilling. Which hand of yours dare to touch her? Receiving no response from Liang Qingyan, he handed her a bottle of medicated oil. Just as Qin Jun rose from the ground, he was met with a fierce kick that sent him tumbling once more. As the man approached with measured strides, terror gripped Qin Jun, compelling him to plead for mercy. Yet before he could utter a word, searing pain overcame him. Crack! In the stillness of the night, the sound resonated sharply. Qin Jun howled in agony, clutching his shattered right arm as he writhed upon the ground. Liang Qingyan, feeling a mixture of fear and unease, returned to the car, still somewhat dazed. Song Ye gently patted her head, asking if she was frightened. Liang Qingyan nodded in affirmation. In his eyes, her demeanor appeared exceptionally docile. He instinctively drew her into his embrace, suggesting they return home and have a restful sleep, allowing the events of the night to fade into oblivion. Below their apartment complex, the street lamps illuminated the surroundings. Just as Liang Qingyan was about to exit the vehicle, her gaze fell upon the Bugatti parked at the entrance. At that moment, her phone buzzed with a voice message from Lu Zhe. Chapter 021. He was clearly the one abandoned Yin. I've just arrived at the entrance of your neighborhood. Came the message. I brought you some late-night snacks, your favorite crayfish. Liang Qingyan's heart skipped a beat as she saw Lu Zhe getting out of the car. She quickly huddled in the passenger's seat, silently praying not to be discovered by him. However, this time was different. Lu Zhe noticed her at once and, with a look of surprise, walked towards her. Drive away quickly. Liang Qingyan clutched Song Yuan Ye's arm, her gaze pleading. Please. Song Yuan Ye stared at her, remaining still. As Lu Zhe approached step by step, she bit her lip and bent down to slip into the man's seat, using his tall frame as a shield. She draped her coat over her head, her almond eyes flickering with panic as she clutched at his shirt. Song Yuan Ye, please don't tell him. I beg you. A knock on the window interrupted them, and Song Yuan Ye diverted his gaze from her face to lower the window. "Yuan Ye, it really is you?" Lu Zhe remarked, astonished. "I thought I had mistaken you for someone else." He then glanced at the noticeable silhouette beneath Song Yuan Ye, raising an eyebrow. The scene was undeniably suggestive. The man's profile was smooth, a few strands of hair casually falling over his forehead, exuding a sense of casual charm. For some unknown reason, several buttons of his shirt were undone, and his lips appeared slightly swollen, a testament to earlier fervor. The figure beneath him, though concealed, was distinctly feminine with a curvaceous silhouette. "Who is this? Your girlfriend?" Lu Zhe inquired. The grip on his shirt tightened, and Song Yuan Ye could feel the slight tremor in the small woman's hand. His eyes darkened as he smirked. "Yes, she is quite clingy." Lu Zhe chuckled. "I never expected you to have a girlfriend, Yuan Ye. Aren't you going to introduce us?" Liang Qingyan felt her breath hitch, her heart racing. Song Yuan Ye ruffled her hair casually, replying, "No need to know her. She's shy." He added with a teasing tone, "Shyer than your girlfriend. All right, let's arrange a gathering with Meng Shifan another day." "It would be the same," Lu Zhe suggested, recognizing that the moment was not appropriate, and decided to take his leave. "I'll head upstairs to find Yin Yin now." As he walked away while glancing at his phone, he found himself waiting for Liang Qingyan's response and decided to call her. The familiar ringtone echoed, but it seemed to come from behind him. Lu Zhe turned to see the car window had already risen, blocking his view. Inside the car, Liang Qingyan exhaled a sigh of relief. Song Yuan Ye found the situation amusing. "What if he sees us? It feels as if we are having an affair." Liang Qingyan retorted. "It's not exactly a legitimate relationship to begin with. Better to avoid unnecessary complications. Don't forget your promise to me. In 3 days, we shall part ways. I hope Mr. Song will honor his commitment." Having said that, she opened the door and walked away without a backward glance. The smile faded from Song Yuan Ye's face as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. The bright Martian light illuminated the surroundings, accentuating the solitude reflected in his brow and eyes. As smoke swirled around him, he took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling the haze, seated in the car, enveloped in silence for an extended period. When he pondered, would he be able to recall it? He could not bear for her to relive the pain, yet selfishly, he wished not to be forgotten by her. After all, he was the one who had been cast aside. As Liang Qingyan ascended the stairs, she spotted Lu Zhe waiting by the door. "Yin Yin, where have you been so late?" "I just took out the trash downstairs." Liang Qingyan had prepared this excuse in advance. "Why didn't I see you?" Lu Zhe inquired casually, not pressing the matter further. "You want to believe who I saw downstairs, Song Yuan Ye?" "I don't remember." Liang Qingyan's hand paused on the door lock, her head bowed. Lu Zhe failed to notice her unease. "It's only natural you wouldn't recall him. After all, you've only met once." "I was quite surprised to hear he has a girlfriend," Lu Zhe chuckled. He was known in their circle as a steadfast individual, having only been known to have dated someone during high school. Aside from that, no one else had ever been seen with him. Meng Shifan guessed correctly. He appears rather serious. But in reality, he is quite the enigmatic character. "Yin Yin, you and know, but when I saw him in the car." Lu Zhe's voice trailed off, an ambiguous smile crossing his face. "Never mind, let's have some crayfish." Liang Qingyan felt her cheeks flush, her gaze flickering. "I spoke with my uncle and aunt. We'll be visiting this weekend to discuss the engagement." Lu Zhe wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "I will strive to leave a good impression on your uncle and aunt. I'll go grab some cola." Liang Qingyan seized the opportunity to exhale in relief. Lu Zhe, unaccustomed to the disposable packaging of takeout, found it unwholesome. He retrieved bowls and utensils from the kitchen, washed the fruits he had brought, and meticulously sliced them into even pieces, arranging them beautifully. His inherent perfectionism and compulsive tendencies were evident in these details. Liang Qingyan cast a glance and then lowered her gaze to her slippers, where her misshapen feet were enveloped in pure white cotton socks. She regarded these feet as symbols of her journey. They had not hindered her life, yet set aside that consideration. They were indeed not aesthetically pleasing. It was only natural for someone like Lu Zhe, who demanded perfection, to care. His verbal reassurances of indifference stemmed from his concern for her feelings. Perhaps, she thought, she should compromise. After all, Lu Zhe had sacrificed much for her, while consistently respecting her wishes, never pressuring her beyond her comfort zone. With this in mind, Liang Qingyan turned to him. You mentioned a specialist in orthopedic surgery. I'd like to meet him to gather more information. Lu Zhe's expression shifted to one of alarm. Yin, hasn't that matter been settled? I said I didn't mind. Liang Qingyan shook her head. No, it's just that I personally feel self-conscious about it. Lu Zhe, taken aback, asked, really? Liang Qingyan nodded. He visibly relaxed, his face lighting up with delight. I'll contact him tomorrow. The doctor's surname is Liu. He is quite esteemed at the city hospital, particularly in orthopedic surgery. If your feet could return to normal, that would undoubtedly be a wonderful outcome. Liang Qingyan met his smile and managed a slight upturn of her lips. Let us hope for the best. Liang Qingyan rose early to visit the hospital. After finishing work in the afternoon, she went to collect her report. She had a class reunion to attend in the evening, a rare gathering since graduating over a year ago. Although she had initially planned to focus on preparations for an upcoming interview, she could not resist Shen Mengqi's enthusiastic invitation and reluctantly agreed to join. After retrieving her report, Liang changed into casual attire, opting for minimal makeup, and headed straight to the designated bar. As the weather gradually warmed, she donned a white short woolen coat paired with a brown pleated skirt, revealing her legs. Her long hair fell in gentle waves, and with her curvaceous figure complemented by her striking face, she became a captivating sight wherever she went. Chapter 022. The truth upon entering the private room, numerous gazes turned towards her. Shen Mengqi affectionately linked her arm with Liang Qingyan's. Yin, it has been quite a while. Your skin remains impeccable. Where is Lu Zhe? Did he not accompany you? Surely, you haven't parted ways? While speaking, she curiously glanced behind her. Liang Qingyan smiled and explained, it's the end of the month and the company is busy. He's taking over a project and can't make it for now. Understood. Shen Mengqi nodded, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow. The air is indeed different. Unlike us, mere mortals in society. Liang Qingyan settled onto the sofa, greeting her classmates around her. This gathering was organized by Shen Mengqi, with around 20 attendees, all from their department, currently working in the capital and only able to carve out time for a reunion after work. Liang Qingyan's character was somewhat reserved. To those unfamiliar with her, she might seem aloof. Thus, there weren't many who were well acquainted with her in attendance. Shen Mengqi was an exception, having previously shared a dormitory with her, fostering a close bond. Continuing her inquisitive nature, Shen Mengqi asked, what stage are you two at now? When do you plan to get engaged? We'll be engaged next month, Liang Qingyan replied. Shen Mengqi exclaimed, that's fantastic. It seems you two have truly found your path together. Yin, you are the belle of our department. It is quite fortunate for that lad Lu Zhe. She teased, flattered by the compliment. Liang Qingyan took a sip of juice, about to redirect the conversation when a male classmate approached her, greeting her warmly. Yin, congratulations on your engagement. Liang Qingyan looked up at him, recognizing him after a moment's thought. Thank you, Jiang classmate. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Yin feigned heartbreak, making a self-deprecating joke. It appears I possess a face that is rather commonplace, easily forgotten. His words were merely a jest. Jiang Yin was academically accomplished, handsome, and carried an air of aloofness, marking him as a coveted figure during their university years. He had received considerable attention from female classmates, but Liang Qingyan had little interaction with him. Her recollection of him stemmed from her former dorm mates, one of whom was among his admirers, often whispering his name in their ears. Later, she heard Shen Mengqi mention that Jiang Yin, with his commendable looks, was scouted by an entertainment agency after graduation and ventured into the industry. Although he had not yet reached the pinnacle of fame, he had become a somewhat recognized third-tier actor. In Shen Mengqi's words, those who are aesthetically pleasing should grace the entertainment industry for the benefit of the public's eyes. No, Liang Qingyan waved her hand, responding politely, Jiang classmate is quite handsome. Do not flatter me too easily. I might take it seriously, Jiang Yin chuckled, exuding warmth and charm, entirely devoid of aloofness. I heard you're now a finance department journalist. May I inquire which company you are with? Shuming Technology, she replied. Jiang Yin clapped his hands in delight. What a coincidence. My uncle's great-uncle's grandson works there. Jiang classmate is quite humorous. Liang Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, I hadn't noticed before, Shun Mingqi remarked, feigning discontent. Have you stolen my aloof male deity? Jiang Yan. Meanwhile, in another corner, within the private room, Song Yuan Ye stepped in, enveloped in a sleek black coat that accentuated his broad shoulders. His brow was slightly furrowed, hinting at a less than cheerful disposition. He settled onto the sofa, crossing his long legs while casually accepting a cigarette from a companion beside him, exuding an air of distinct charisma. His features were striking and cold, reminiscent of a snow-laden tree standing against a backdrop of dark mountains and pale waters, its colors somber yet intense. Brother Yi, you're late again, remarked Meng Shifan. Help yourself. Tonight's on me, Song Yuan Ye replied in a nonchalant tone. Since his arrival, Meng Shifan's two alluring female companions had grown increasingly distracted, their thoughts plainly etched on their faces. A warning flickered in Meng Shifan's eyes as he glanced at them before turning his attention back to Song Yuan Ye. What's the matter? Why the long face on a night out? Song Yuan Ye frowned slightly, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Liang Qingyan stood me up. She said she was attending a class reunion. Meng Shifan was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to be astonished by Song Yuan Ye's ongoing entanglement with Liang Qingyan or the rapid progression of their relationship. After all, it was no surprise that the heir to the throne would not be easily thwarted in his pursuits. Yet, the current situation seemed to transcend mere male conquest. Brother Yi, are you serious about this? At that, Song Yuan Ye cast a sharp glance in his direction, the dark depths of his eyes conveying a clear message without words. Of course, he replied curtly. Meng Shifan could not help but caution him, noting that she was still Lu Zhe's girlfriend. If this gets out, it could tarnish the group's reputation, leaving us vulnerable to scrutiny. Moreover, the other side may face backlash, and Lu Zhe won't let this go lightly. Who has the audacity to try? Song Yuan Ye scoffed, a flicker of crimson igniting in his gaze as anger surged within him. Am I afraid of him? The atmosphere in the private room grew tense, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Meng Shifan hesitated before continuing. As far as I know, they're getting engaged next month. Song Yuan Ye raised an eyebrow. Who? Liang Qingyan and Lu Zhe. Meng Shifan clarified, his expression serious. The sound of a glass being forcefully set down echoed in the room, red liquid splattering onto the table and a few drops landing on Song Yuan Ye's hand. He methodically took a tissue to wipe it, his eyes cast down, lashes shadowing his expression, obscuring any hint of emotion. Silence enveloped the room as no one dared to speak. Meng Shifan, sensing the tension, chuckled awkwardly and made a hasty exit. The remaining guests shared his sentiment, quickly vacating the premises as the gathering came to an abrupt end. In the dimly lit room, Song Yuan Ye lingered in silence until the cigarette between his fingers burned out. He received a phone call, the caller ID reading, Shengming, Manager Wang. Mr. Song, I apologize for calling so late. As you requested, I've been monitoring Miss Liang's activities at the company. This afternoon, I received her application to transfer to the branch office, and I thought I should inform you at the earliest opportunity. Song Yuan Ye flicked the cigarette but into the trash can. His voice was deep and devoid of discernible emotion. Understood. Liang Qingyan must have had a bit too much to drink in her moment of excitement. It has become evident that her tolerance for alcohol is quite poor. By the time the gathering concluded, her head was spinning, and she struggled to maintain her balance. Shen Mengqi supported her as they exited, not hesitating to voice her frustration about how unreachable Lu Zhe was. How could he be such a boyfriend? No matter how busy work may be, he should not behave in this manner. Jiang Yan, who was following behind, approached and said, Mengqi, ISNT your home quite far? Why don't you head back first? I can take care of Yin Yan. Shen Mingqi pondered this, but felt it was inappropriate and was about to decline. Jiang Yan persisted, old classmate, do you still feel uneasy? By chance, the community where Yin Yan and I reside is nearby. I could drop her off on my way back. Once she arrives, I'll have her call you. Just then, Shen Mengqi's ride arrived. All right, I appreciate your help. Please remember to have her call me, she replied before getting into the car and departing. As other classmates gradually left as well. Outside the hotel, Jiang Yan supported Liang Qingyan, his hand gentlemanly resting on her shoulder, ensuring he did not take advantage while also preventing her from falling. He summoned a designated driver using his phone. A gust of chilly wind swept by, causing Liang Qingyan to shiver. Jiang Yin glanced down at her, concern evident in his eyes, and promptly removed his jacket, draping it over her shoulders. Does this help at all? Feeling a tad embarrassed, Liang Qingyan attempted to return the jacket. No, thank you, I don't need it. Why are you being so polite with me? Jiang Yin remarked. As they exchanged refusals, Liang Qingyan, perhaps under the influence of alcohol, caught a glimpse of a familiar figure approaching them from the corner of her eye. Chapter 023. Does your hand hurt? Before she could finish her sentence, her wrist was grasped tightly, pulling her away from Jiang Yin. Song Yuan Ye, let go of me. Liang Qingyan abruptly regained her composure. You're hurting me. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan Ye finally glanced down and noticed the pale skin of her wrist marked by a red ring, his brows momentarily furrowing in surprise. He eased his grip slightly and helped her into the car. Liang Qingyan was aware that she was at fault for initially standing him up, so she obediently got into the vehicle. Wait, Jiang Yin rushed over. You can't take her away. Song Yuan Ye cast a sidelong glance at him and coolly instructed the driver to start the car. Just a moment, Liang Qingyan blocked the driver, handing her jacket to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin, you should leave. I'm fine. He has just taken me home. Thank you for your help earlier. I will message you in Mengqi once I arrive home, so don't worry. Jiang Yin frowned as he observed the two inside the car, his gaze filled with complexity. The man in the vehicle was visibly agitated. Song Yuan Ye, what are you doing? Liang Qingyan glared at him. If you're unwell, seek treatment. But please don't disturb others. Song Yuan Ye smirked. What? Am I interrupting your reunion with an old classmate? If I hadn't happened to see you, were you planning to share a hotel room too? A sharp slap echoed in the air. Liang Qingyan unhesitatingly struck him, her cheeks flushed with anger. You jerk. Song Yuan Ye playfully licked his cheek where she had hit him, a few strands of dark hair falling over his forehead, exuding a dangerous charm. His eyes glinted with a peculiar light. Yes, I'm a jerk. So, do not provoke me lightly. How much are you hiding from me? He demanded. What? Liang Qingyan's gaze flickered. The palm from her earlier slap throbbed painfully. She endeavored to mask her unease, but it was evident before him. Song Yuan Ye raised a finger, tilting her chin to force her to meet his intense gaze. You're engaged to Lu Zhe. Why didn't you tell me? Liang Qingyan met his burning stare. Is it necessary? She replied. Song Yuan Ye, don't forget your promise. In 3 days, you will no longer pursue me. As she spoke those words, a sense of inexplicable guilt washed over her. Despite being in a relationship with Lu Zhe, it felt as though she was betraying Song Yuan Ye. Song Yuan Ye's eyes darkened momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. He traced her lips with his fingertips. Do not forget, I am the master of this game. When it ends is my decision, so you must please me, understand? Liang Qingyan widened her eyes, tears welling up. It dawned on her that his notion of not pursuing her entirely depended on his whims. Did he find amusement in toying with her? He was an unrepentant villain. What's wrong? Song Yuan Ye lifted her hand, which she had just struck him with, his expression feigning concern. Why are you crying? Did my hand hurt you? Don't cry, Yin. If you wish to hit me next time, don't use your hand. Buy some tools, and I'll let you hit me at will. Liang Qingyan failed to perceive the veiled implications in his words and turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Song Yuan Ye spoke with a tone tinged with remorse. I am truly sorry, Yin Yin. I only learned of your engagement moments ago, and, upon seeing you with a stranger, I was overwhelmed with emotion and spoke thoughtlessly. His anger had clouded his judgment, causing him to forget that the person before him was Liang Qingyan. Unlike the well-bred heirs like Meng Shifan, who had enjoyed a privileged upbringing and superior education, he had mingled with street thugs in his youth and had uttered his share of profanities. Liang Qingyan remained silent throughout. As Song Yuan Ye's gaze dimmed, he caught a glimpse of a corner of a document peeking out from her bag. It was too late for Liang Qingyan to intervene. He had already seized the bone adjustment report in his hand. Upon a cursory glance, he furrowed his brow and directed his gaze at her. You're going to undergo bone surgery? Why? That is none of your concern, Liang Qingyan retorted coldly, retracting the report and returning it to her bag. Song Yuan Ye's brow tightened, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. You have practiced ballet for years, which has caused your joints to enlarge. This is neither a deformity nor a flaw. Why would you choose to alter it? On the contrary, I thought it was a source of pride. Liang Qingyan shot him a surprised look before lowering her head. It's unsightly, hence the need for surgery. Is that not valid? An eerie silence enveloped the car, an unusual tension hanging in the air. Upon their arrival, Song Yuan Ye instructed her, "Tomorrow is the weekend. Accompany me to meet someone." "I cannot. I have prior commitments." Liang Qingyan replied with a frown. "Postpone them," he asserted before the car door closed behind him. Liang Qingyan's refusal lingered on her lips, but she swallowed it back. Tomorrow was originally intended for her and Lu Zhe to visit her uncle and aunt in Yesh City to discuss the engagement date. She would now have to inform Lu Zhe and reschedule for Sunday. At the Song family estate, tranquility was juxtaposed with the elegance of pavilions and towers. Outside the hall, several koi swayed in the pond, while inside, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Today marked the family banquet of the Song clan. In attendance were not only the immediate relatives, but also several esteemed guests, notable figures from both business and politics, who maintained a cordial relationship with the elder patriarch. Seated in a wheelchair, old Master Song engaged in pleasant conversation with his visitors, his spirits high and his complexion radiant. Given his advanced age, he had taken to healthful living. This gathering featured no alcohol, only the finest tea. Old Master Song looks remarkably well, someone remarked with a smile. "Is there some good news?" A smile creased the typically stern face of old Master Song, revealing a few lines of delight. "Oh, it's nothing of great significance. Merely that my bachelor grandson has found a partner. He'll be bringing her over shortly, and as a grandfather, how could I not be pleased?" Upon hearing this, the attendees were taken aback. The grandson he referred to could not possibly be the disreputable Song Shua. It could only be the esteemed heir, Song Yuan Ye. Now, having ascended to a position of power within the Song family, many sought to align themselves with him, particularly the socialites from affluent families, whose numbers were as plentiful as the fish in the river. The crowd eagerly awaited Song Yuan Ye's arrival, their gazes fixed on the woman standing beside him. Draped in a new style of traditional Chinese qipao, the garment is pure white, meticulously crafted from exquisite brocade. The neckline is adorned with smooth pearls, while the delicate gardenia flowers embroidered on the dress gracefully extend from the hem to the waist. With each step, her slender waist sways gently, and the gardenias seem to come alive, dancing in the breeze. The woman possesses willow-like eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and ruby lips, exuding an enchanting allure that intertwines innocence with seduction, creating an ineffable charm that captivates the heart. This qipao not only perfectly accentuates her figure, but also adds a touch of classical elegance. Beside her, Song Yuan Ye wraps his arm around her waist, and the sight of the two standing together is exceptionally pleasing to the eye. "How beautiful!" someone murmurs in admiration. The butler gently ushers the elderly Master Song forward. "Grandfather," Song Yuan Ye calls out, tightening his grip around Liang Qingyan's hand slightly. Liang Qingyan responds with a faint smile, echoing, "Hello, grandfather." Master Song gazes at her with a particularly affectionate expression, a contrast to his otherwise stern and imposing demeanor, creating a slight sense of incongruity. "You must be Yin Yin, Yuan Ye's girlfriend," he remarks. Chapter 024, Grandfather Song. "Give me a great-grandson." Liang Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Song Yuan Ye. However, before she could respond, the elderly Song interrupted her warmly, stating that it was delightful she had come, and since it was a family gathering, there was no need for formality. "Yuan Ye, please escort her to her seat," he urged. With a smile, Song Yuan Ye complied, under the watchful eyes of the gathered guests. Liang Qingyan was led to the main table of the Song family. The banquet was set with 3 tables in total, and the central main table was occupied solely by Grandfather Song, Song Wanqing, and Song Sha. The moment Liang Qingyan arrived, Grandfather Song invited her to join the main table, a gesture of great honor that drew the attention of all present toward her. Liang Qingyan was already accustomed to such scrutiny. In this unfamiliar setting, she did not falter in the least. Dressed in an elegant white qipao, Her composed demeanor further captivated those around her. Once seated, she returned the kind smile of Grandfather Song with one of her own. Although attending this gathering was not her original intention, she could not harbor any ill will towards the elderly gentleman. However, beneath the table, Song Yuan Ye began to grow restless, taking her hand in his and playfully tracing the soft contours of her palm with his fingers, admiring her delicate and neatly manicured nails. This overtly flirtatious gesture caused her cheeks to flush. Fortunately, the foundation concealed her embarrassment from the outside world. In a moment of frustration, she pinched the back of his hand. Song Yuan Ye let out a soft hiss, immediately settling down. Liang Qingyan's almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she shot him a glance filled with reproach, lowering her voice to inquire, "When did I become your girlfriend?" Her voice resembled that of a southern belle, gentle and soft-spoken. Although she was angry, it sounded more like playful reproach in Song Yuan Ye's ears. The amusement in his eyes was undeniable. It had always been there and would continue to be. Liang Qingyan glared at him, deeming him shameless. "Is this when you finally notice?" Song Yuan Ye's elongated eyes curved gently, the tips lifting to form an alluring arc, exuding a blend of nobility and a hint of rebellious charm. Liang Qingyan turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, and delicately sipped her tea. Believing that their interaction went unnoticed, she was struck with sudden embarrassment when she met the gaze of the other three at the table. Old Master Song smiled affectionately, his face radiating warmth, and remarked, "Seeing your relationship so harmonious brings me peace of mind. When you plan to bless me with a great-grandchild?" Ahem. Liang Qingyan was momentarily choked by the tea. Song Yuan Ye gently patted her back, urging her to be careful. The old Master Song, satisfied, shifted his gaze away, feeling hopeful about embracing his great-grandson. Liang Qingyan took a moment to compose herself, intending to change the subject. Suddenly, the old master made a gesture, and the steward behind him presented a brocade box, wrapped in red velvet, suggesting it had been cherished for some time. "Master Song, please accept this small token of our meeting," he said. Liang Qingyan immediately waved her hand in polite refusal. "I cannot accept this. You are too kind." However, a hand reached over her, accepting the gift directly. Song Yuan Ye opened the brocade box to reveal a jade bracelet, its glass-like quality and translucent moon-white hue captivating. While Liang Qingyan was not knowledgeable about jade, she could discern that this piece was far more exquisite than the jade bracelet that Lu's mother had once used to humiliate her in public. She wished to refuse. Yet Song Yuan Ye had already taken her hand, draping a silk scarf over it and adorning her wrist with a jade bracelet, his movements gentle yet insistent. Her wrist, fair and slender, appeared even more delicate beneath the jade's embrace. Song Yuan Ye admired it for a moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Beautiful," he remarked, turning to the elder Song, who noted, "This jade is a pair. The other one rests with Yuan Ye's mother." Liang Qingyan almost voiced her intent to clarify that she was not Song Yuan Ye's girlfriend, but swallowed the words. The elder seemed genuinely fond of her, and she deemed it inappropriate to dampen his spirits in such a setting. Glancing at the bracelet on her wrist, she grasped the jade's true value. "What does Miss Liang do?" inquired Song Shua. Liang Qingyan looked up to see who had spoken and instantly recognized him. During her collaboration with Song Yuan Ye for an exclusive interview, she had researched the Song family's background and was aware of its structure. The person before her was none other than Song Shua, the stepson of the Song family. Beside him sat a middle-aged man, Song Guanqing, a journalist. Liang Qingyan replied politely. "And how did you come to know my brother?" he asked. "We met through work. I always felt as if I had seen you before," Song Shua said with an innocuous smile. "Ah, I remember now. Our family had an old acquaintance, the Lu family. Their son, Lu Zhe, was a childhood friend of my brother. Lu Zhe had a girlfriend I met once, and I thought she bore a striking resemblance to Miss Liang." Liang Qingyan's complexion paled further. As soon as she heard the name Lu Zhe, her fingertips trembled slightly. "Perhaps I was mistaken." Song Shua quickly corrected himself. "Why will my brother steal someone else's girlfriend?" He glanced at Song Yuan Ye. "Right, brother?" Song Yuan Ye shot him a sidelong glance, his gaze icy. "Rather than concern yourself with others, perhaps you should ponder how to benefit the company. The Song family does not entertain uselessness." Song Shua's expression darkened instantly as he turned to Song Guanqing, seeking his support. Yet, Song Guanqing appeared like a wilted eggplant, utterly drained. Since losing his shares in the emerging group, he had been stripped of his voice and had been suppressed to the point of not being able to hold his head high. In just half a month, after transferring the last 5% of his shares to Song Shua, not only had his partner's attitude shifted, but even Song Shua, his stepson, no longer respected him as before. At this point, Song Guanqing understood all too well. There was no such thing as deep marital affection or father-son camaraderie. It was all mere exploitation. It was laughable. The two he had abandoned his first wife and biological son for had, after draining his last vestige of value. Grown weary, even a pretense, Song Yuan Ye observed everything with a darkened gaze, a hint of coldness lingering on his lips. Liang Qingyan found herself struggling to breathe and excused herself to the restroom, leaving the hall. In the corridor, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure. Meng Shifan was engaged in lively conversation with a socialite beside him, in stark contrast to the frigid demeanor of Song Yuan Ye. Meng Shifan was endowed with a pair of expressive eyes that radiated affection, bestowing upon him an aura of deep sentimentality. He did not disappoint his charming appearance, garnering attention and becoming the subject of numerous romantic rumors within the entertainment sphere. Sister-in-law? Upon seeing her, Meng Shifan cheerfully called out. Liang Qingyan frowned. Please, don't address me like that. Since their last encounter at the racetrack, she had anticipated that he might expose her to Liu Zhe, but it turned out her concerns were unfounded. He had grown closer to Song Yuan Ye, and in a certain sense, they were two of a kind. Meng Shifan was aware of her lack of fondness for him, yet he remained indifferent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The young girl across from her gazed in admiration. Are you Yu Ji's girlfriend? You're so beautiful, even more stunning than the starlets in the industry. Brother, when will you find me a sister-in-law like her? Meng Shifan cast her a weary glance. Enough, don't be silly. It was then that Liang Qingyan realized the two were siblings. Chapter 25. How much to leave my son? A young girl approached her. Hello, I am Meng Xiao. Liang Qingyan responded with a gentle smile. Liang Qingyan. Really? Meng Xiao exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Even with just light makeup, your pores are completely invisible. Your skin is truly exquisite. What cosmetics do you use? Could you share the link with me? Sure. Liang Qingyan, after a brief pause, retrieved her phone to send the link. It was the first time she encountered someone so familiar compared to her colleague, Deng Wen. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Meng Shifan walking away. Your brother has left, she remarked. Don't mind him. Meng Xiao scoffed. He is probably off flirting with someone. My brother is currently in a dry spell and desperately needs to relieve his masculine urges, much like animals in heat. Liang Qingyan. Truly, they're siblings by blood. Meng Xiao opened up, drawing Liang Qingyan into conversation. My brother grew up alongside Yigo, but compared to him, he falls woefully short. When it comes to devotion, Yigo is a true romantic warrior. Sister-in-law, I'll let you in on a secret, but you mustn't reveal that I told you. She spoke conspiratorially. Yigo had a girlfriend during high school in another city, but I heard from my brother that she dumped him. He was quite dejected for a while. After all, it was his first love, and he must still be pining for her. Realizing her words, Meng Xiao quickly turned to Liang Qingyan. Sister-in-law, do not overthink it. You are now his legitimate girlfriend. My brother mentioned that Yigo is still hung up on his first love, and your appearance serves as a perfect rebuttal. I am not Song Yuan Ye's girlfriend. Liang Qingyan corrected her. She held no interest in his past, yet the mention of Song Yuan Ye and his first love did intrigue her. What? Meng Xiao gasped. Yigo hasn't won you over yet? TSK. Is it because you prefer the aloof type like him rather than my brother, who is so emotionally expressive? Perhaps I should have my brother pursue you. How would you feel about being my sister-in-law? Liang Qingyan. Their conversation was interrupted by the commotion around them, drawing both girls' attention. They turned simultaneously to see Song Ye standing not far down the corridor, his expression indifferent, while Meng Shifan beside him looked utterly speechless. With a strong survival instinct, Meng Shifan turned to Song Yuan Ye, assuring him, Yigo, I absolutely have no such intentions. Damn it, Meng Xiao. Do you really want me dead? Meng Xiao retorted defiantly. Best abandon that notion. Song Ye's cold gaze settled on her, his tone threatening. I shall have the butler escort you and your brother out. The once audacious Meng, Xiao instantly wilted under his glare. Forget I said anything. Sister-in-law, let us continue our chat on WeChat later. With that, she swiftly made her exit, Meng Shifan trailing closely behind. The pair vanished in the blink of an eye. Liang Qingyan. The Meng family's talent for evasion must be hereditary. On their way back, the driver was off for the weekend. An old master Song insisted that the butler drive the two of them home. Liang Qingyan exerted considerable effort in attempting to remove the jade bracelet from her wrist. After several futile attempts, not only did she fail, but her wrist also became red and sore. Song Yuan Ye cast a sidelong glance at her wrist, frowning slightly. The old gentleman's intentions are clear. If he has bestowed it upon you, it is yours. If you cherish it, keep it. If not, discard it. Our Song family does not place value on such trinkets. Liang Qingyan found it difficult to comprehend how one could so casually discard something so precious. But didn't your mother receive one as well? She inquired. Song Yuan Ye chuckled lightly. The old gentleman has gifted my mother more than just a single jade bracelet. Our family possesses a plethora of ancestral jewelry. You need not concern yourself with it. Liang Qingyan pressed her lips together, falling silent and ceasing her struggle to remove the bracelet. Thank you for not exposing me in front of the old gentleman today, she said. Song Yuan Ye regarded her with a serious expression. He is getting on in years, just out of the hospital, and his health is still delicate. Right now, he is solely focused on seeing me settled down. If he were to discover my deception, it would undoubtedly distress him. Liang Qingyan had anticipated that despite the old gentleman's rosy complexion, his health would be as fragile as it was, and she felt relieved that she had refrained from revealing the truth. It was rare to see Song Yuan Ye so earnest. When their eyes met, she felt a twinge of discomfort. No need for thanks. I simply wish to spare the old gentleman any disappointment. Once Liang Qingyan exited the vehicle, only Song Yuan Ye and the butler remained inside. The butler glanced at him through the rearview mirror, hesitating momentarily before offering a reminder. Mr. Song, the old gentleman has fully recovered and is quite robust. His spirit is not so easily disturbed. You need not worry. Song Yuan Ye gazed through the dimly lit window, watching as the figures receded into the distance. Leaning back against the leather seat, he gently caressed his watch, a knowing smile playing on his lips, exuding a carefree demeanor. I am aware. The old gentleman has navigated the business world for many years. He is certainly not so fragile. The butler, realizing something, was left speechless. Sunday dawned bright and clear, the air warm and inviting. April had fully embraced the spring, with bare branches sprouting tender buds, and the gentle breeze carried a hint of warmth. Liang Qingyan rose early, completed her morning routine, and retrieved the outfit she had prepared the night before. After applying a light touch of makeup, she received a phone call from Lu Zhe before stepping out. Are you downstairs? I will be down shortly, he said. Liang Qingyan had arranged to accompany him back to Yeshur. There was a brief pause on the other end before Lu Zhe spoke again. Qingyan, I apologize. There is an issue with the project of the company, and I must travel out of town on business. I forgot to mention it in my haste. Perhaps we could postpone until next week? It's all right. You should tend to your work, Liang Qingyan replied after a moment as consideration, recognizing the importance of his responsibilities. Lu Zhe sighed with relief. I knew you would be understanding. I just hope my uncle and the others won't think poorly of me. Liang Qingyan remained silent for a moment. I will explain everything to them. They will understand. On the other end, Lu Zhe became preoccupied with his tasks. I must hang up now. Goodbye. I promise to make it up to you when I return. He had been exceedingly busy lately, and their opportunities to meet had dwindled. Although Liang Qingyan always assured him that it was fine, she couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. After hanging up the phone, she informed her uncle and aunt via message. Shortly thereafter, she received a message from Mrs. Liu requesting a meeting. Liang Qingyan recalled the unpleasant experiences from their previous encounters and promptly declined. However, Mrs. Liu persisted, stating that she was waiting for her at the CAF downstairs from her office. Reluctantly, Liang Qingyan decided to go. Mrs. Liu still presented herself as the epitome of a wealthy matron, adorned with exquisite jewelry. Perhaps weary of pretense, Her gaze towards Liang Qingyan was noticeably unfriendly. Miss Liang, your demeanor is quite lofty. I have been waiting for you for nearly an hour. Please, just say what you need to say. Liang Qingyan replied as she took a seat across from her. Mrs. Lu's expression shifted slightly. I shall not beat around the bush. How much do you want? Name your price, as long as it means you will leave my son. Liang Qingyan was taken aback for a moment. Auntie, perhaps you have watched too many dramas. My relationship with Lu Zhe is based on mutual affection, not a desire for the Lu family's wealth. It seems no matter how many times I explain, you remain unconvinced. 2 million, will that suffice? Mrs. Lu inquired with a furrowed brow. Liang Qingyan stood up, preparing to leave. If this is your stance, then we have nothing further to discuss. Wait. Mrs. Lu gritted her teeth, as if having made a firm decision. 3 million should be acceptable, correct? Chapter 26, trending as she spoke. She retrieved a check from her designer handbag. Once you agree, the money will be immediately available. Miss Liang, you are merely a small-time journalist. Do not set your sights too high. This sum could sustain you for decades. I understand your pretentiousness, your desire to marry Lu Zhe and fish for a bigger catch. I have encountered girls like you before. The future bride of Lu Zhe must come from an equally matched background. You are not suitable. Therefore, rather than entangling yourself in this situation, it would be wise to take the money and leave decisively. Anticipating the ill intentions of her visitor, Liang Qingyan suppressed her discomfort at the humiliation. And what if I refuse? Lu's mother slammed her coffee cup onto the table, her expression morphing into a slight snarl. Entirely devoid of the previous elegance and poise. I have thoroughly investigated you. Your background is hardly noteworthy in the eyes of the Lu family. I did not wish to speak too harshly, fearing it might bruise your self-esteem. To speak plainly, 3 million is enough for you to leave Beijing and return to your hometown, living without worry for the rest of your life. What more could you desire? Liang Qingyan replied slowly. If Lu Zhe wishes to end our relationship, I will leave without hesitation. Lu's mother scoffed lightly. If you are truly so principled, why wear a fake bracelet for show? A piece of this quality, made of fine glass, is far beyond your means and only serves to expose your vanity. Liang Qingyan glanced at the white jade bracelet on her wrist, concealed beneath her sleeve, hardly noticeable. Had Lu's mother not scrutinized her so intently from the start, she would not have even noticed it. Liang Qingyan smiled subtly, calm and composed. She gently stirred her coffee, the spoon occasionally clinking against the cup, creating a delicate sound and forming small whirlpools within. Her tone was measured, starkly contrasting with the fierce demeanor of Lu's mother. With piercing clarity in her gaze, she remarked, "It seems the one revealing their vanity is someone else entirely." Lu's mother widened her eyes, suddenly sitting up straight, taken aback. "This is all I have to say. Do not regret it." "Very well," Liang Qingyan replied, picking up her phone from the table and pressing the stop recording button. She smiled gently, adding, "I will convey every word you have spoken today to Lu Zhe, without omission." Lu's mother, startled, watched as she departed, her scheming evident in her eyes. At that moment, Lu Zhe was on his way back to Beijing. The factory was functioning without issues. It was merely an oversight by the staff that led to a minor project error. Originally, it was nothing serious, a matter easily resolved. Yet, it was reported directly to him, and in his haste to address it, he found himself in a mix-up. He could not shake the feeling that the projects he had recently taken over were plagued by errors. Though they were not particularly troublesome, they had caused him to run around incessantly, leaving him unsettled for half a month. It felt as if someone were deliberately making things difficult for him. Lu Zhe could not comprehend it, dismissing it as mere paranoia. With a resigned sigh, he immediately called Liang Qingyan, half amused and half exasperated. "Had I known it would turn out this way, we would have gone back to see uncle and aunt directly." Liang Qingyan promptly sent the recording file to him. Lu Zhe clicked to listen to the entire recording, his expression one of profound shock. He never imagined his mother would behave this way. She had assured him that she supported their relationship, promising to speak with the woman and to prevent any further interference in their affairs. "Yan, I am truly sorry. Had I known earlier, I would never have allowed her to trouble you so. The fault does not lie with you," Liang Qingyan replied. "However, given the current situation, it is impossible for me to coexist with Aunt Lu. You must choose between us. I choose you. Yin Yin, Lu Zhe declared firmly. No matter how my mother obstructs us, it will not alter the fact that we are engaged. Wait for me. I shall return at once. Liang Qingyan smiled. All right. She scheduled her bone-setting surgery for the following month. To her astonishment, after their 3-day agreement, Song Yuan Ye did not reappear in her line of sight, nor did he send any further messages. In the office, a buzz of excitement filled the air. Have you heard? Deng Wen exclaimed, explosive news. The Song Corporation has undergone a complete overhaul. Song Yuan Ye, now holding 80% of the shares, had climbed the Forbes rankings to become the new president. His first act was to revamp the board of directors, dismissing several long-standing executives who had previously followed Song Shuo and Song Wanking. The Song and Meng corporations had reached a business partnership, a formidable alliance poised to monopolize the market. In the future, won't the entire commercial sector of Jing City be at their command? Deng Wen's enthusiasm grew, her admiration evident. He's a rich second-generation heir, possessing wealth, looks, and ambition. Compared to him, even the stars of the entertainment industry seem insignificant. Country bumpkin, Xiao Qianqian scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at her. Can Song Yuan Ye even be considered a rich heir? His great-grandfather might qualify. Deng Wen shot back. What does that have to do with you? You have no standing to comment. Xiao Qianqian gritted her teeth, choosing not to engage further. Liang Qingyan listened to their banter while preparing for an interview she had scheduled for the day, busying herself with the necessary materials. The interview was set to take place in the exhibition hall, accompanied by several staff members from the editorial and photography departments. Initially, the plan was for her to appear on camera, responding to pre-prepared questions with a standardized set of answers. The interviewee, Mr. Wei, was a recent returnee from abroad, still adjusting to life in China. As he was not entirely comfortable with Mandarin, Liang Qingyan would conduct the interview in Spanish, which posed no challenge for her. When she spoke fluently and charmingly in Spanish, Mr. Wei expressed surprise, perhaps feeling a sense of closeness, and insisted on conversing with her further. Thus, Liang Qingyan unexpectedly found herself on camera. The interview progressed smoothly. That evening, at 10:30, Liang Qingyan was applying a sleeping mask, preparing to retire for the night when she was bombarded with messages from Deng Wen. Oh my goodness! Yin Yin, isn't that your interview video? It's trending on Weibo. Share link. Most beautiful reporter, only a few hours have passed, and it already has over 700,000 likes. The comments are all praising you. You've become a sensation. I told you so. How can someone with such beauty not be popular? It's simply unjust, exclaimed Deng Wen, her voice soaring to dolphin-like pitches. Liang Qingyan held her phone at a distance, waiting for the voice message to finish before she clicked on the link to take a look. Indeed, it was her interview video, published by their company's official account. The thumbnail featured a still from the interview. On that day, she wore a pristine white dress that elegantly accentuated her figure, her long, inky hair styled in a ponytail, and her delicate face revealed without any makeup, presenting her natural beauty. In the video, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she engaged in a professional conversation in fluent foreign language, occasionally flashing a gentle smile. The warm glow of the setting sun filtered through the glass window, casting a soft, golden hue upon her. Chapter 27. The love hidden within the youth. Liang Qingyan found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend the allure that propelled this video to viral status. Despite her unassuming appearance, devoid of makeup, and the fact that Mr. Wei, who was being interviewed, had only recently ventured into the domestic market with little renown, the video captivated the audience. She ventured into the comments section. Who understands? She radiates brilliance. Initially thought it was a sneak peek from some celebrity's new drama, only to discover it was a real journalist. She is stunning, even without makeup. Where's my secretary? I need every detail about this woman within 3 minutes. Who claims our nuance aesthetic is inferior to that of the divine? Found it. This female reporter is from Chengming Media. Moreover, she graduated from Jingda, a prestigious university. Need I elaborate on its significance? No wonder her foreign language is so fluent. A scholarly beauty. This persona has captured my heart instantly. Liang Qingyan dismissed the comments. The video continued to gain traction, and her personal Weibo account was soon discovered by netizens. skyrocketing her follower count from a few thousand to over 10,000. Her Weibo content remained rather mundane, lacking personal flair, primarily consisting of company promotional links, exceedingly official in nature. She had created this account solely to align with corporate efforts. Deng, one was even more animated, exclaiming, "Qingyan, I've already reserved hundreds of signed photos." After pondering for a moment, Liang Qingyan replied, "Things on the internet are fleeting. Their popularity will wane swiftly. Let's not dwell on it. I need to sleep. The hours between 11 and 2 are crucial for metabolism and detoxification." Deng responded with disbelief. Liang Qingyan rose early the next day, receiving numerous messages from friends and Liu Zhe, all inquiring about the viral video. After individually responding, she proceeded with her morning routine, boiling some frozen dumplings from the fridge before clocking in at work. Upon arriving at the office, Deng eagerly presented her phone, saying, "Qingyan, is this your account as well?" Liang Qingyan glanced at the screen, revealing an unfamiliar account with a profile picture of a puppy and a username, "Wild." She shook her head, affirming it was not hers. "Then why does it feature so much of you?" Deng continued, scrolling down. Among the posts was a picture from 6 years prior, depicting her in a white ballet dress, executing an arabesque, a classical ballet pose characterized by one leg standing straight while the other extends backward, forming a right angle with the supporting leg. Arms elongated to create a line from fingertips to toes. The backdrop resembled a school ceremony, with a young girl standing under the spotlight, akin to a budding white rose. Proud and beautiful. The date read May 10th, 2018, accompanied by the caption, "So beautiful, I want to pursue grinning." Further up, there was a photo from 6 months later, showcasing her playfully interacting with a small dog, smiling at the camera in a blue and white school uniform, exuding an innocence that was almost ethereal. The caption read, "I've caught you. I also want to be your little dog." There were also images of her napping on a desk, captured from various boyfriend perspectives, epitomizing affection. The latest post from Wild dated back 2 years, coincidentally also on May 10th. "Farewell, my dear girl. Thank you for pulling me from the abyss." It seems that after the interview video of Liang Qingyan gained popularity, this obscure Weibo account was unearthed, attracting a multitude of netizens to the profile. "What is this novel's plot? Are you still alive, blogger? Why haven't you updated? Why did you break up? Come out and say something. I can't sleep otherwise. Oh, I'm dying from this. Did they break up? Need a remedy. Aren't you the pure love warrior? The grudge over a stolen wife is irreconcilable. What do you look like, mate? Show your face. I want to see what makes you worthy of winning my goddess as heart. I beg you, considering us netizens, please reconcile." The comments on Weibo exploded. Liang Qingyan stared in shock, as she had no recollection of having taken these photos or even of who was on the other side. Deng, excitedly caught up in the moment, exclaimed, "Oh, I see. This is Liu Zhe's alternate account, right? Look at all these netizens eager for some sugar. Hurry and let Liu Zhe use this account so you two can officially announce your relationship." Liang Qingyan snapped back to reality. "I can't remember. How could it not be him?" Deng muttered as she returned to her workstation. While this account, fueled by the enthusiasm of netizens, soared to trending status. The hidden love of youth loyalty is not difficult. He waited 4 years. Liang Qingyan, unbeknownst to her, found herself trending twice in a single day. Unfortunately, the other party had not posted any updates in 5 years. Netizens flooded the comments, following to see when he returns. Looking forward to it. Pure love warrior and ballet goddess. Let us appreciate this. Don't get your hopes up. There is no pure love. Your goddess is like a public bus. This is all a marketing ploy. Those in the know understand. Some vain woman can't settle for being a reporter and wants to become an internet celebrity to make money. Breaking news. She is dating a rich second-generation heir, planning to be a boss after graduation. After being discovered by the original partner, her reputation was ruined, leading her to this Shengming Media, an industry secret that everyone knows. If you don't believe it, go search for it. Liang Qingyan had not been following the online happenings. The public opinion turned overwhelmingly negative. Within just 2 days, she bore the title of the third party. Deng tried to console her. "Yin, don't listen to their nonsense. They are just spreading rumors. These people online are truly gullible. Liang Qingyan had just finished reviewing the materials when she looked up, her almond-shaped eyes blinking in confusion. What? Dang Wen replied. Nothing. Forget I said anything. Just then, Qiao Qianqian returned from the tea room, gracefully smiling as she handed over her phone. Here, see for yourself. Liang Qingyan took the phone. While Dang Wen shot her a glare. Aren't you being a little too smug? Qiao Qianqian shrugged. Liang Qingyan looked at the online revelations, her brow furrowing tightly. Among them were photos of her getting into a luxury car, which belonged to Lu Zhe. There were also pictures from a drinking party, where a greasy man sat beside her, his arm draped around her shoulder in a way that was deliberately framed to suggest intimacy between her and the man. This individual is a board member for her previous company. After graduating last year, she interned at a firm where she faced harassment from her then superior. When the man's wife discovered the situation, she vehemently blamed the intern for the incident, leading to her dismissal without any consideration for her defense. At that time, she felt utterly distressed, refraining from confiding in anyone around her, including Lu Zhe. Like a hedgehog, she was reluctant to reveal her vulnerable side until she could fully trust someone. Perhaps her internal defenses were so rigid because she feared that surrendering herself completely would result in abandonment. Have you encountered trouble? The man's deep, resonant voice, akin to the tone of a cello, pierced through the screen. Liang Qingyan had retreated to the restroom, having inadvertently answered his call, a decision she now regretted. Song Yuan Ye, do not forget that our 3-day agreement has expired. I can assist you in resolving public opinion and ensure that the scoundrel who once harmed you kneels before you in apology. What do you think? Liang Qingyan's eyes flickered. To be honest, it would be disingenuous to claim she was unmoved. No one can endure being wronged without recourse. At least she could not. She had long desired to return that resounding slap she had received. As for conditions, Liang Qingyan did not believe he had such altruistic intentions. Anticipating her agreement, Song Yuan Ye smiled. Whether you come or not, the choice is yours. Chapter 28. Help me wash in the underground boxing arena. Assistant Li was responsible for guiding Miss Liang Qingyan inside. Miss Liang, this way, please. Unable to resist the allure, Liang Qingyan's gaze swept across the surroundings, landing on the ring encircled by distinctive iron mesh. Song Yuan Ye, bare-chested, with tousled hair partially obscuring his brow, displayed a lean yet muscular torso. Beads of sweat traced a winding path down his body, accentuating the contours of his defined abs. He was engaged in a fierce grapple with a burly opponent. The sound of flesh meeting flesh reverberated through the air. After several exchanges, the robust man could not withstand the onslaught, crossing his arms defensively before being slammed against the iron net with a resounding thud. The atmosphere was saturated with a palpable, raw masculinity. Song Yuan Ye, though not unscathed, bore a wound at the corner of his mouth, the crimson hue contrasting sharply with his eyes, which seemed to harbor a hint of ferocity. Withdrawing his hand, he straddled the iron mesh, accepting a towel from a server to wipe away the sweat before ascending the staircase. Liang Qingyan hesitated momentarily before following him. Assistant Li appeared to have something to say, but remained silent. As Liang Qingyan ascended the staircase, she turned the corner in pursuit of the figure ahead. Surprised by her presence, Song Yuan Ye raised an eyebrow. You asked how I could assist you. What do you mean? Don't rush, he replied, a teasing glint illuminating his gaze as he smirked. I need to take a shower. Are you planning to join me? Liang Qingyan's face flushed with alarm, and as she processed his words and attempted to retreat, he seized her wrist, pulling her into the bathroom. The space was expansive, adorned with semi-transparent glass, a circular bathtub, and a detachable shower head. The man pinned her against the cool glass, which was surprisingly warm to the touch. She beheld her own reflection, arms resting against the glass. Her fair skin tinged with a hint of pink, her delicate waist seemingly fragile enough to snap with a gentle bend, yet curving enticingly below. The sight of her butterfly bones quivering evoked the image of a fragile butterfly ensnared in a preordained web, struggling to escape. Your waist is truly alluring, he murmured, his deep, magnetic voice resonating in the air. Liang Qingyan felt his large hand rest upon the indentation of her waist. Don't move, he cautioned, his voice low and slightly hoarse. I've injured my shoulder, and bathing is inconvenient. I need your assistance." Naturally, Liang Qingyan was skeptical. Then she caught sight of a significant, gruesome scar on his shoulder, appearing to be an old injury that had recently scabbed over but was now torn open, oozing blood, with glimpses of bone visible beneath. The sight was indeed shocking. "What happened to this injury?" she inquired. A smirk played on Song Yuan Ye's lips as he replied, "My rebellious younger brother, lacking understanding, received a lesson, resulting in this minor injury." His demeanor shifted momentarily before he leaned in, planting a kiss near her lips. "Are you concerned for me, Yin Yin?" "I'll go fetch assistantly." Liang Qingyan's eyes flickered. "There's no need." He saw through her intentions. "Just help me wash. After we finish, I shall present you with a surprise." Resolute, Liang Qingyan prepared to turn on the shower head. A voice whispered in her ear, and there was still one garment yet to be shed. "Song Yuan Ye, do not overstep your bounds." Liang Qingyan gritted her teeth. "Qingyan," Song Yuan Ye said, his hands encircling her waist, his chin resting gently atop her head, his gaze imbued with tenderness. "Did you not prepare for this before you arrived? A ballet dancer never easily concedes. You cannot simply allow yourself to be bullied. Besides, you harbor feelings for me, otherwise you would not have agreed to come." Liang Qingyan's eyes flickered. "You think too much. I merely seek vengeance." Song Yuan Ye chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue the topic further, his hands gliding along her waist. Liang Qingyan's breath quickened, her body trembling involuntarily. At a crucial moment, Song Yuan Ye withdrew his hand, his calloused fingertips gently massaging her earlobe as he murmured, "Be good and help me cleanse myself." Liang Qingyan closed her eyes, dispensing shower gel onto the loofah, waiting until it was richly lathered before applying it to his body. Fortunately, Song Yuan Ye did not make things difficult for her. With the loofah in hand, she aimlessly scrubbed him, suddenly sensing something amiss, and opened her eyes wide, startled enough to step back. "You." "Apologies. It's a normal reaction." Song Yuan Ye shrugged, though his tone bore no trace of contrition. Reluctantly, Liang Qingyan continued to rinse him. Those 20 minutes felt interminable. Upon emerging, Liang Qingyan exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. "Mr. Song, the individuals have arrived." Assistantly knocked at the door. As Liang Qingyan descended, she beheld a middle-aged couple kneeling on the tiled floor, her former boss and his wife. Trembling, they begged for mercy upon seeing Song Yuan Ye. "Mr. Song, we have no idea what we did to offend you. Please believe us. There must be some misunderstanding." The woman beside the man tugged at his hair, striking and berating him. "You old fool. You angered someone, and now I have to bear the brunt of it. Why don't you just die?" The man slapped her face, exclaiming, "Shrew, how can you still say such things at a time like this? You dare hit me." The woman retorted defiantly. The couple began to brawl in public. Liang Qingyan, initially intent on exacting a fierce revenge, lost all interest upon witnessing the scene before her. "Are you satisfied?" Song Yuan Ye grasped her hand. The kneeling couple turned to look at them, finally noticing the serene and graceful beauty standing beside him. Who else but Liang Qingyan? The man widened his eyes, glancing at Song Yuan Ye, quickly realizing the situation. "Xiao Liang, that incident was merely a misunderstanding. It was this shrew. She was the one who struck you. It had nothing to do with me." "Old fool," the woman screeched. "Didn't you tell me she seduced you first?" "No, I absolutely never said that." The man vehemently denied it, turning to Song Yuan Ye. "Mr. Song, my concern for Xiao Liang was purely that of a superior for a subordinate. Nothing more. I can clarify the slander online. I beseech you, Mr. Song, spare me." Liang Qingyan regarded them with cold indifference. "I can spare you, but you must publicly apologize." "Agreed." The two individuals eagerly acquiesced. "Is this sufficient?" Song Yuan Ye drew Liang Qingyan close, effortlessly enveloping her in his embrace, playfully toying with her delicate fingers. Oblivious to his subtle gestures, Liang Qingyan had merely desired an apology all these years. The inevitable enmity between the couple was a foregone conclusion, allowing them to engage in their own vicious quarrels. Song Yuan Ye signaled to assistant Li to release her. As Liang Qingyan extricated herself from his arms, she declared, "Since the matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave." Song Yuan Ye paused momentarily, a low chuckle escaping his lips. "Ungrateful, you use me and then flee." The old man is quite fond of you. He constantly laments about wanting to see you again. Even if you are merely playing a part, I kindly ask that you see it through without revealing any flaws, for he cannot endure the strain. Liang Qingyan hesitated for a moment, refraining from an immediate refusal. Let us discuss this later. She departed with resolute grace, unaware that on the sofa, Song Yuan Ye wore a smirk, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Chapter 29. The childhood sweetheart cannot compete with fate. She had an appointment with Lu Zhe tonight at a familiar Western restaurant. Lu Zhe assured her, Yin, I have thoroughly clarified things with my mother. She will never meet you privately again, unless she wishes to disown me as her son. Does this prove my sincerity? He grasped her hand, his gaze filled with starlight, sincere and earnest. Yet, Liang Qingyan felt a twinge of guilt and smiled faintly. I believe you. Upon receiving the answer he desired, Lu Zhe appeared elated. Then his tone shifted to one of cautious inquiry. By the way, who is the person named Yi on Weibo? Why is there a photo of you from high school? You never mentioned this before. He stared at her, seemingly eager to uncover the truth. Liang Qingyan opened her mouth, intending to ask if that person was not him, but she changed her mind at the last moment. I don't know him. Lu Zhe immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps he was just a past admirer of yours. However, everyone believes you two are a couple. I feel a bit jealous. Liang Qingyan gently ruffled his hair. Silly. Netizens are just speculating. You are my boyfriend. Lu Zhe had been consumed by jealousy these past few days. When we get engaged, I will summon the media and have our photos published in magazines for all to see that you are my fiancé. As for those trolls, Yin, do not worry. The internet is ever-changing, and in time, they shall forget. There is no need to expend energy on them. At his words, Liang Qingyan's smile softened as she replied, all right. As she anticipated, that day, her former boss and his wife released an apology video online. They not only publicly apologized to her, but also clarified that the rumors of her being a third party were entirely fabricated. Those who had once criticized her on social media flocked to her Weibo to express their regrets. Familiar friends came forth to defend her, including her colleagues like Deng Wen, as well as Jiang Yin, Shen Mingqi, and Meng Xiaoxiao. Meng Xiaoxiao, the daughter of the Meng family, was known for her ostentatious presence on Weibo. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. She doesn't need to be a third party to some greasy old man. Thank you, but please do not associate with her. Jiang Yin tweeted, Yin is my old classmate. I know her character best. I hope the truth restores her reputation soon. Though Jiang Yin was not a major celebrity, he was still well known, with hundreds of thousands of followers on Weibo. Netizens responded, who is this Liang Qingyan? Even the Meng family daughter is speaking up for her and calling her sister-in-law. This is the Meng family, and the Meng and Song families are currently on the rise. Any tycoon would steer clear. The truth is out. Doesn't Meng Xiaoxiao have a brother? If she calls Liang Qingyan's sister-in-law, what could their relationship be? So who is Yi after all? Is it Jiang Yin? Alas, deep feelings from youth cannot compete with fate. Liang Qingyan and Jiang Yin are a perfect match. Meng Xiaoxiao's brother, Meng Shifan, just posted an update. Shifan is indeed exceptional. Stop shipping random pairs. It's not me. Xiaoxiao, be quiet. Are you trying to get me killed? Is it your idea of fun? Sure out. In the wake of Meng Shifan's clarification, the online community erupted with fervor. Netizens unanimously identified Yi as Jiang Yin, bombarding his comment section. However, merely 2 hours later, he logged in after a 5-year hiatus. The caption read, 5 years later, I wish to rescue you from the mire. This is absolutely incredible. 5 years ago, you pulled me from the abyss. 5 years later, I'm rescuing you from the quagmire. What a deeply affectionate narrative. So who exactly is Yi? Not Jiang Yin. His account is also active. This infernal jealousy. So he logged in suddenly to prove he is not Jiang Yin, correct? In the stillness of the night, within a dimly lit room adorned with a strawberry bear nightlight casting a gentle glow, Liang Qingyan, clad in a delicate camisole, allowed her long hair to cascade beside her face. The warm light accentuated her exquisite profile, casting soft shadows beneath her eyelashes, perfectly merging innocence with allure. Lu Zhe's soothing voice emanated from the receiver. Perhaps he is a classmate from high school? If you have no recollection of him, it likely indicates a lack of familiarity. It is rather normal for someone to resort to such tactics for self-promotion and profit. If it bothers you, I can reach out to him and request he delete his Weibo. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Qingyan replied, "No, it's fine, really. Luze, all right, good night." Wait. Before our final year in high school, did we truly not know each other? Luze hesitated. Of course not. What do you ask? Lowering her gaze, Liang Qingyan slowly responded, "Nothing. Perhaps I am mistaken." Campus. The rain fell in a gentle patter, creating ripples of varying sizes on the asphalt and lime surface. The sky shrouded in a gray mist. The weekend brought throngs of parents to the school gate, eagerly awaiting their children's release. Liang Qingyan stood under her umbrella, rain cascading onto its transparent canopy. A strawberry bear charm dangled from the handle, her blue and white school uniform complemented by white canvas shoes. Her petite face framed by almond-shaped, sparkling eyes, strikingly beautiful yet innocently captivating. She scanned the crowd with a hint of melancholy in her expression. After a while, her phone rang, and her eyes brightened. "Mom? Yin, your dad and I have an unexpected business trip and can't make it. Please take a taxi home and be safe. Let me know when you arrive." "Oh." Liang Qingyan hung up, exhaling a sigh. The rain made it difficult to hail a taxi, as drivers were reluctant to enter the area. She decided to walk outside the school grounds. As she passed through a narrow alley, the sounds of a scuffle caught her attention. At the alley's end, a young boy was being pinned against the wall by several individuals, blood staining his clothes. His shirt torn to shreds. Stray hair obscured his brow, rendering his face partially hidden, obscured in darkness. Liang Qingyan's face paled in shock at the sight. The boy glanced at her with a sidelong gaze, their eyes meeting. His inky black eyes held no light, yet when they fell upon her, they flickered ever so slightly. Liang Qingyan shivered slightly, her figure vanishing at the alley's entrance. The young man's gaze darkened, and he self-deprecatingly tugged at the corners of his lips. Before long, a deep voice rang out, "What are you doing?" Several traffic police officers strode towards the group. The individuals causing the commotion were swiftly subdued by the officers. The young man, now devoid of support, collapsed onto the ground. Spotting Liang Qingyan hiding behind the officers, he felt a surge of tension and concern as she asked, "Are you all right?" Song Yuan Ye remained silent, merely shaking his head. The traffic police addressed the two, stating, "Those ruffians involved in the brawl are notorious troublemakers. It's best not to provoke them. They frequently engage in misconduct and, being minors, have been in and out of juvenile detention without any sign of reform." Liang Qingyan obediently stood to the side, smiling. "Understand? Thank you, officer. I appreciate your help." The officer said no more, merely advising them to stay safe before taking the troublemakers back to file a report. The subdued individuals bore bruises and injuries, some even more severe than Song Yuan Ye's. Incessantly cursing. "Damn it, that kid started it. We didn't do anything. Just mentioned that there's a girl named Liang Qingyan from the 3rd high school who is quite stunning. We thought we could invite her out for a meal and a chat. And suddenly this kid went berserk. It's unfair. You should arrest him instead." Chapter 030. The Wager with Song Yuan Ye. Although Song Guanqing is the son of the venerable Song patriarch, he has not inherited his father's cunning and dexterity, lacking excellence in managing the family conglomerate. His earlier abandonment of his wife and child in pursuit of extramarital affairs had grievously offended the patriarch, leading to his expulsion from the family home, while the elder took it upon himself to raise Song Yuan Ye. Despite the general disdain for him, Song Guanqing retained his shares, and out of respect for the patriarch, people were obliged to treat him with a modicum of deference. Thus, he resided comfortably in a lavish mansion over the years. He possessed several properties, which he bequeathed to his subsequent wife and stepson, now known as Madame Song and Song Shaw. Having not returned home for 2 days due to the altered demeanor of his wife and stepson, he felt morose, drowning his sorrows in drink. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he refused to believe that his beloved and understanding son could so easily turn against him. He resolved to return home, seeking to ascertain the truth. However, upon entering, he was met with a shocking sight. Clothes strewn across the floor, laughter resonating from the bedroom. His wife lay in bed with an unfamiliar man, engaging in flirtatious banter. Madame Song gasped in surprise. "Why are you back?" With rage igniting within him, Song Guangqing's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze fixed upon the pair on the bed, his forehead veined with wrathful tension. "You wretched harlot!" He lunged forward, landing a punch on the man. Madame Song attempted to intervene, but was shoved to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Song Shuo rushed in, not to aid his father, but to restrain him. "What are you doing?" Song Guangqing glared at him in fury. After pushing him aside, Song Shuo helped the man to his feet. "Dad, are you all right?" The man shook his head. "I'm fine. You should check on your mother." In disbelief, Song Guangqing could hardly fathom the absurdity of the situation. "What did you call him?" With a cold glare, Song Shuo replied, "He is my real father. You are merely my stepfather." A sardonic smile crept onto Song Guangqing's face as he trembled with indignation. "So, all these years, you two have kept me in the dark, have you?" "Song Shuo, do not forget, you bear the Song surname. It was I who raised you when you were wounded by a bullet in your leg. It was I who tirelessly sought the finest doctor in the province to heal you. I treated you as my own son. I invested everything to nurture you, providing you with the best education at the most prestigious schools. What have you lacked under my care? Without me, there would be no you today. And now you choose to defend your biological father?" Emotionless, Song Shuo responded, "You are correct in everything you say, but what of it?" With a derisive laugh, he added, "Go find Song Yuan Ye. He is your true son." Song Guangqing momentarily faltered, as if struck by a blow, his expression fading into despair. Without hesitation, Song Shuo issued an ultimatum: "Leave. This house now belongs to my mother. If you do not depart, do not blame me for being ungracious." With his heart utterly shattered, Song Guangqing lowered his head, instantly bereft of spirit, aging a decade in that moment. Hunched and defeated, he slowly exited the villa, step by step. He pondered over the years, contemplating what he had truly achieved. Ultimately, he felt he had erred. At the new wave group, Song Yuan Ye sat before his desk, his hands deftly tapping the keyboard as he processed documents, his gaze sharp and demeanor earnest. "General Song," Assistant Li knocked before entering. "Mr. Song Guangqing wishes to see you." "Do not let him in," Song Yuan Ye replied. "Consolidate the progress regarding the private equity fund from Leo's side and send me the materials. The enterprises that have passed the final screening can proceed with the next round of investment." He added, "Continue to monitor the Liu family. Report any developments immediately." Assistant Li nodded. "I was about to brief you on this matter. Following our leads, we discovered that Miss Liang's recent predicament was indeed not coincidental." Song Yuan Ye paused, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. "Who is responsible?" "Madame Liu has colluded with marketing accounts and the media to tarnish Miss Liang's reputation. I found out that Miss Liang had a disagreement with Madame Liu a few days ago. The Liu couple does not support the engagement between Miss Liang and Liu Zhe, and Liu Zhe is currently at odds with his family over this issue." Song Ye lowered his gaze, his voice devoid of emotion. "Understood. You may leave now." Liang Qingyan received a call from Song Yuan Ye. She was not surprised that Madame Liu would target her, but she never anticipated such ruthless tactics. Faced with an online smear campaign, if she could not retaliate, she would not only bear the brunt of public scorn, but also risk losing her job. Just the thought sent a chill down her spine. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end inquired, "Are you not going to inform Liu Zhe?" Liang Qingyan hesitated. She wanted to tell him, but Liu Zhe was caught between her and his mother, and he had been at odds with his family over her for the past few days. "I do not want to put him in a difficult position," she replied. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan Ye chuckled cryptically. "I hope he does not take your goodwill for granted." "Liang Qingyan, would you dare to wager with me?" Liang Qingyan was about to refuse when he continued, "If you win, I shall vanish from your sight forever." Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What shall we wager?" "Eager. Are we?" Song Yuan Ye's tone grew solemn. Liang Qingyan felt a wave of exasperation. He had proposed the bet, yet he seemed displeased with her agreement. "Let's change the subject," he said, shifting his focus. "Individuals like Liu Zhe, who have grown reliant on their familial foundation, are akin to plants nurtured in a greenhouse. They have become accustomed to others' provisions and cannot break free from their shelter. Let us wager on your significance in his heart and whether you can make him stand against his family." "Agreed," Liang Qingyan responded readily. "I have not finished." Song Yuan Ye continued slowly. "Should you lose the bet, you will become my girlfriend." Liang Qingyan frowned. Was this request truly excessive? To be frank, I would prefer you to simply marry me, he teased, his tone laced with a beguiling quality, reminiscent of an addictive opiate. Liang Qingyan felt a strong confidence in Lu Ze's affection for her. They met in high school, and every little detail of their past serves as a testament to their feelings. She often felt as though she had forgotten certain things, recollections so distant that they could only resurface in dreams, hazy and seemingly trapped, a turbulent love that surged forth. Had it not been for the prolonged entanglement with Song Yuan Ye, her relationship with Lu Ze would have encountered fewer obstacles. All right, I agree. Remember your words. If I prevail, please, Mr. Song, extend your mercy and cease to disturb us. The day after tomorrow marks Lu Ze's father's birthday. Today, Lu Ze had arranged a dinner date with her and casually mentioned this matter. After work, if I can take you over to see my father, it might leave a favorable impression on him. He could persuade my mother on my behalf. As the head of the family, his words carry weight. As he spoke, he earnestly assured her, Yin, rest assured, I will never allow you to be mistreated again. Liang Qingyan considered this and found it feasible. All right. Lu Ze gazed at her with remorse. Yin, I am sorry for the distress you have endured during this time. It's nothing, Liang Qingyan smiled. Perhaps our obstacles are slightly more than those of an ordinary couple. Once we overcome your parents' issues, nothing will stand in our way, including Song Yuan Ye. Lu Ze pressed a tender kiss on her forehead. Indeed, nothing can separate us. Mr. Lu is a man of modest demeanor, and the birthday celebration at the Lu residence was understated, inviting only a few close friends and family. However, the scale of the event paled in comparison to the grand affair at the Song family's ancestral home. Mrs. Lu, who prides herself on her affluent status, looks down upon the common folk, unaware of the insurmountable class divide between the Lu and Song families. Lu Ze made a special effort to pick up Liang Qingyan from work and head over to the party. The Lu residence is located in a villa district in the city center. Upon seeing Liang Qingyan descend, Mrs. Lu's smile momentarily faltered before quickly returning to normal. Miss Liang, welcome. Mr. Lu, engaged in a game of chess with friends in the living room, glanced over at the commotion. Ah, it's little Yin. Uncle, happy birthday, Liang Qingyan said, approaching and placing a bottle of ginseng wine on the table. I heard you enjoy a drink now and then. I did not prepare much, but this is a special brew from my uncle who sent it over for your birthday, a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will like it. She presented herself with poise and grace, prompting Mr. Lu to regard her with increased interest. Lu Ze chimed in with a smile. Yes, Dad. You shouldn't always indulge in foreign wines. This ginseng wine is excellent for strengthening the body and promoting health. Thank you. I will graciously accept it, Mr. Lu replied, signaling to a nearby servant, who then took the jar of ginseng wine away. Liang Qingyan settled on the sofa, surrounded by guests who inquired about her age, family, and occupation. Is the recently trending female journalist Miss Liang? Someone asked. Chapter 031. Lu Ze's childhood friend returns to the country. Lu's father, who typically paid little attention to the media, inquired upon hearing the conversation, what female journalist? Before Liang Qingyan could respond, another person explained. Someone online has posted Miss Liang's photograph. Due to her striking beauty, she has garnered quite a following. We all agree that Lu Ze is fortunate to have a stunning journalist as his girlfriend. Lu chuckled lightly. However, Lu's father furrowed his brow deeply. The inquisitive speaker, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, awkwardly fell silent. Liang Qingyan felt somewhat at a loss, unsure of what had displeased Lu's father. On the sofa, Lu Ze clasped her hand gently, soothingly patting the back of her hand to reassure her. Dad, since Uncle and the others are here, why don't we all try the ginseng wine that Yin brought? Lu's father nodded and then instructed the servant to retrieve it. The guests in the living room continued their conversation, centered around Liang Qingyan. Suddenly, a sharp sound erupted from the kitchen, drawing the attention of those seated on the sofa. They turned to see shards of broken glass scattered across the tiled floor, with a brown liquid spilling everywhere, the scent of alcohol wafting into the living room. Upon realizing what had happened, Liang Qingyan sprang to her feet in a moment of panic. Lu's mother rushed over, her voice sharp with inquiry. What happened? The servant, head bowed in embarrassment, replied, I'm sorry, madam. I spilled the wine that Miss Liang brought. Lu's mother's expression shifted as she pinched her nose, unable to conceal her distaste. What kind of wine is this? The odor is quite overpowering. Well, it's not entirely your fault. The wine jar is heavy and unwieldy, so it's understandable it broke. There are guests present. Please clean this up quickly. The servant hurriedly complied. Liang Qingyan watched as the chaos on the floor was swiftly tidied away. This wine had been carefully packed and sent by her uncle overnight. When it arrived, it was wrapped in layers of bubble wrap, as if to prevent any damage. He had advised her, the Liu family is affluent and accustomed to fine things. So gifts should not be overly extravagant or too casual. Sincerity is paramount, lest they think little of you. This ginseng wine was something her uncle treasured, only indulging in it during holidays. Perhaps due to her prolonged gaze, the individuals on the sofa turned to look at her. It's all right. It was just an accident. Lu Zhe gently reassured her, guiding her back to her seat. Liang Qingyan lowered her eyes, concealing the emotions swirling within. The servant soon brought the dishes to the table. As Lu's father invited the guests to begin their meal, Lu's mother interjected, "Wait, Xiao Shu has yet to arrive." Xiao Shu? Who is that? Lu Zhe asked, puzzled. Lu's mother shot him a reproachful glance. You've forgotten? She is Shu Xian, the daughter of uncle and who lived next door. You used to play together as children, but after their family moved abroad, you haven't seen her since. That was ages ago, Lu Zhe replied dismissively. Lu's mother smiled, her gaze subtly drifting toward Liang Qingyan. Shu Xian is quite considerate. She always brings back gifts from abroad during the holidays. This time, hearing about your father's birthday, she flew back specifically. You must treat her well when she arrives. Lu Zhe nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Liang Qingyan pretended to be oblivious to his mother's insinuations, lowering her head to take a sip of water. The doorbell rang. Lu's mother enthusiastically went to open the door. Shu Xian, you've arrived. Hello, Auntie Lu, greeted the elegantly dressed and Shu Xian as she entered, carrying bags of various sizes. Her gaze swept across the room, and she flashed a sweet smile. Hello, Uncle Lu. The few people on the sofa smiled in return. So this is the daughter of the Olden family? I can't believe how much you've grown over the years. It was said that Olden was doing quite well abroad, having settled there permanently. And Shu Xian, undaunted, replied, My dad misses all of you old friends so much that he specifically asked me to send his regards to every uncle and elder. With her beauty and charm, she effortlessly endeared herself to everyone present. She affectionately addressed Lu Zhe. Brother Zhe, it's been so long. Have you missed me? Lu Zhe felt somewhat awkward, and before he could respond, and Shu Xian directed her attention to Liang Qingyan beside him. I heard from Auntie Lu that you've got a girlfriend. Is this her? She greeted Liang Qingyan, her eyes glinting with provocation. Liang Qingyan nodded and smiled in response. Hello. Lu's mother had deliberately arranged for Shu Xian to sit next to Lu Zhe at the dining table, and Shu Xian playfully asked Lu Zhe to serve her food, her voice sweet enough to charm a mosquito. Brother Zhe, I can't reach. Please help me. Her words dripped with intentional coyness. The scene felt rather theatrical, something Liang Qingyan had only witnessed in dramas. She felt a shiver run down her spine, not to mention how it affected Lu Zhe, who, after a few bites, excused himself under the pretext of needing the restroom. After Lu Zhe left, and Shu Xian grew bolder, leaning closer to Liang Qingyan and whispering provocatively, Brother Lu can only be mine. We've grown up together. I've known him first. No woman can rival our childhood bond. Liang Qingyan calmly replied, But he has never mentioned you to me. And Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, That's because he values our relationship and wouldn't he want you to feel jealous. To be honest, I returned this time to pursue Brother Zhe. Auntie Lu supports me. Suit yourself, Liang Qingyan responded with indifference. And Shu Xian paused, curiously observing her. Aren't you angry? As soon as she spoke, she seemed to realize something and quickly masked her expression with mockery. It appears you don't care much for Lu Zhe after all. Auntie Lu was right. You must be after his money. Liang Qingyan chose to ignore her, focusing instead on her meal. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, most guests had departed, and Shu Xian also left amidst Lu's mother's warm send-off. Lu's father summoned Liang Qingyan to the study, his expression serious. Qingyan, could you come here for a moment? Lu Zhe attempted to follow, but was stopped by his father. Liang Qingyan smiled softly, reassuring him, "It's all right. Uncle likely has something to discuss with me." "Mister." Lu gazed at her solemnly and said, "Miss Liang, as you are aware, our family, the Lus, upholds traditional values. My wife and I have only one son, Lu Zhe, and we ardently wish for him to marry and start a family soon. I understand that my wife harbors some biases against you. However, our sentiments are aligned. The daughter-in-law of the Lu family, even if not from a matching background, should not be someone who is frequently in the public eye or subjected to online scrutiny, as it would cast an unfavorable light on the Lu enterprise. My wife was once a ballet dancer before marrying into the Lu family, and I encouraged her to embrace the role of a full-time homemaker." Liang Qingyan listened, somewhat bewildered. "I'm afraid I don't quite grasp your meaning." "Mister." Lu cleared his throat, adopting a condescending tone. "I do not oppose your union with Lu Zhe, but it is imperative that you resign from your current position." Chapter 32. Borrowing money from Song Yuan Ye. Our family, the Lu family, is certainly not in a position where we cannot support a woman. In times past, such public displays were the domain of actors. Earlier in the living room, I refrained from speaking directly to avoid embarrassing you. Liang Qingyan's expression grew icy. She retorted, "I am no one's subordinate. My role as a journalist is not the disgraceful publicity you imply. Furthermore, I believe your views have not kept pace with the evolution of contemporary society. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality." With that, she departed without a backward glance. At the entrance, Lu Zhe noticed her troubled demeanor and hurried to inquire what had transpired. Liang Qingyan shook her head and said, "I'm a bit fatigued. Please take me home." Lu Zhe, sensing her reluctance to discuss further, drove her home in silence. On the way, Liang Qingyan leaned back in her seat, pondering deeply. "Lu Zhe, what do you consider to be public display?" Lu Zhe gazed at her with concern. "Qingyan, regardless of what my father said, those are not my sentiments. My uncle has agreed to our marriage." Before Lu Zhe could revel in the joy of this news, she continued, "However, post-marriage, I intend to resign from my job, as per his wishes, to become a full-time housewife, raising children." "Did my father truly say that?" Lu Zhe, momentarily lost in happiness, hesitated before speaking. "I actually think your job is quite exhausting." Liang Qingyan replied, "So you concur that my father's opinion holds merit?" Noticing her displeasure, Lu Zhe quickly retracted his statement. He gently ruffled her hair and said, "Of course not. I merely worry that you are overburdened." Liang Qingyan fell silent, a weight settling in her heart. His instinctive response had inadvertently revealed his true thoughts, yet she found herself unable to adopt a moral high ground and label him selfish. As her perspectives on the matter diverged, after all, Lu Zhe had been raised in such an environment. Before exiting the car, Lu Zhe realized he had misspoken. He enveloped her in an embrace and placed a kiss on her forehead. "Qingyan, please do not be angry. I respect your decision. If you choose not to resign, then do not. We can always find our own place to live, and you need not concern yourself with my parents' opinions." Feeling somewhat drained, Liang Qingyan replied, "I am fine. You should get some rest. It has simply been a tumultuous few days, and I require some time to recuperate." Lu Zhe, momentarily puzzled, nodded in agreement. In recent days, Liang Qingyan had been experiencing a surge in dreams, each one set in her high school years. This frequency did not escape her notice, and while casually chatting with Dang Wan, she inadvertently mentioned this phenomenon. Dang Wan, engrossed in metaphysical novels of late, displayed keen interest in her revelations. With a hint of mystery, she cautioned, "If it is not the same person, then there is no cause for concern. However, if they are indeed the same, you must exercise caution. This could very well be a manifestation of een peach blossom, suggesting that a deceased person is drawn to you, entering your dreams to entice you to accompany them." Quite the romantic tale turned horror story, wouldn't you agree? Nevertheless, if you cannot discern their face, it should be fine. I believe a bit of rest would be prudent. This may simply be a result of mental strain. Dang Wan expressed her concern warmly. Liang Qingyan contemplated the situation and found it to be reasonable, thus ceasing her distress over the matter of dreams. At 9 o'clock in the evening, having just finished her bath and skincare routine, her phone rang. A glance at the caller ID revealed her aunt. The voice on the other end was fragmented, as if it had been marred by tears. "Qingyan, your uncle has suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. The doctor said if he does not undergo surgery promptly, he may not survive. The operation must be performed immediately. I just spoke with the doctor. The medical expenses and subsequent treatments are estimated to exceed 200,000 yuan. You know our family cannot possibly afford such an amount, especially with your brother still in high school. The woman's voice grew increasingly fraught, laced with desperation. Qingyan, I wouldn't reach out to you if I had any other option. I understand. Aunt, Liang Qingyan replied earnestly. I will find a way to gather the funds. So do not worry. The sooner, the better, the woman said hurriedly before hanging up. As the call ended, Liang Qingyan felt her hands tremble uncontrollably. She rummaged through her drawer for her savings book. During her year since graduation, after sending back 3,000 each month, she had managed to save 50,000 through frugality. She considered every possible means of raising the necessary funds, but there was little to sell at home. She had never allowed Liu Ze to gift her expensive clothes or bags. The only close friends she had were Deng Wen and Shun Mingqi. Deng Wen lived paycheck to paycheck, while Shun Mingqi occasionally relied on family support. After some deliberation, she decided to call Liu Ze. Once, twice, 3 times, still there was no answer. Listening to the mechanical voice on the other end, a feeling of despair washed over her. Liang Qingyan collapsed to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. The droplets fell onto her phone screen as she shakily swiped at the moisture, quickly scrolling through her contacts. Finally, she reached Song Yuan Ye's number. Hello, I need money. My uncle urgently requires 200,000 for surgery. Can you? There was no hesitation on the other end. Send me your account number. All right. Liang Qingyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. After receiving the notification of the funds being transferred, she hastily sent the money to her aunt. Don't panic. Which hospital is your uncle in Yi City? I'll take you there now. The deep, resonant voice of the man came through the receiver, providing an inexplicable sense of reassurance. It's crucial to get to the hospital. I can get you there faster than a taxi. Liang Qingyan did not hesitate. Okay, thank you. Song Yuan Ye soon arrived, driving her to the municipal hospital in Yi City. The sleek black car drew the attention of several passers-by as it halted outside the hospital. Song Ye turned to her. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go in. I'll wait for you in the car. Liang Qingyan nodded, exited the vehicle, and made her way to her uncle's room. Beside her uncle, a middle-aged woman, her aunt, wiped her tears. Qingyan, I cannot thank you enough for sending the money so promptly. Your uncle's surgery went smoothly. The doctor said if it had been any later, Liang Qingyan let out a heavy sigh of relief, patting her aunt's back in comfort. It's a relief to know he is all right. I haven't mentioned your uncle's hospitalization to your brother, fearing it might affect his focus during his final year of high school. The woman inquired, Yin, where did that 200,000 come from? Liang Qingyan pressed her lips together and replied, I borrowed it from friend. What kind of friend would lend such a substantial amount? We must return the money as soon as possible. The woman expressed her concern. My uncle and I have some savings. We should be able to gather 30,000. You take this money to repay them first. There's no need for that, aunt. Liang Qingyan gently declined. You should save that money for Cui Zhuo's education. She turned to Song. My friend who lent me money has agreed to let me repay it in installments. Tears glistened in the woman's eyes as she gazed at her with a sense of guilt. I know you are considerate and have been thinking of us. Over the years, it has been your uncle and me who have burdened you. You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, the only child in your family. If it weren't for the unfortunate accident that befell your parents, you would not have had to endure such hardships with us. Liang Qingyan shook her head, having come to terms with it. We are all family, so please don't say that. If it weren't for you taking me in, I would have been homeless at that time. Chapter 033. Letting go, Liang Qingyan was unable to shake off her worries about her aunt being alone, and thus proposed to stay and accompany her, but her offer was declined. You have work tomorrow, and your uncle's condition has stabilized. You should return home, her aunt insisted. Reluctantly, Liang Qingyan relented, exchanged a few words, and then proceeded to pay the hospital fees before stepping outside. Song Yuan Ye stood by the car, clad in a black coat with a turtleneck sweater underneath, his tailored trousers elegantly framing his long legs. His tousled hair fell over his forehead, with a few strands brushing against his eyes, and his striking brows framed a gaze that exuded an intoxicating wildness. Liang Qingyan momentarily lost her focus, then said, "Let's go." Song Yuan Ye opened the car door for her, and, as he was about to step in, she emerged almost immediately. Liang Qingyan's mood was subdued as she murmured a soft thank you for his help earlier that day. Behind the steering wheel, Song Yuan Ye gripped the wheel with his usual indifferent demeanor and said in a low voice, "Since Ye City is not far from Jing City, why not bring your uncle over? I can arrange for him to receive better medical care." "No, you've already helped me enough," Liang Qingyan replied, her fingers tightening around her bag strap. "I currently have 50,000. I will return this to you first, and the rest can be paid in installments of 6,000 each month. Is that acceptable?" "That works," Song Yuan Ye replied succinctly. The conversation reached an abrupt end, leaving an unsettling silence in the car. Then, Song Yuan Ye glanced at an incoming video call and answered. "Hello, Brother Yi." Meng Shifan appeared on the screen, his expression brimming with mischief. "Guess who I just saw at the restaurant?" Song Yuan Ye frowned. "Spare me the suspense. Just tell me." "Lu Zhe," Meng Shifan replied. Song Yuan Ye scoffed lightly. "And?" Meng Shifan continued. "He was accompanied by a female companion. The kicker is, it was in a couple's restaurant. When I went to greet him, I discovered he was on a blind date arranged by his family." He added with a hint of excitement, "As far as I know, your sister-in-law hasn't broken up with him yet. Brother Yi, your chance to become the main partner has arrived." Song Yuan Ye frowned once more, disliking the term main partner. "Don't believe me? I'll show you," Meng Shifan said, thinking Song Yuan Ye was skeptical. He turned the camera around, revealing a brightly lit restaurant where a man and woman sat across from each other, the woman looking charming and lively, while the man appeared refined and gentlemanly. They seemed to be enjoying a lively conversation. Liang Qingyan recognized at once that the woman across from Lu Zhe was in Shuxin. "Brother Yi, do you believe me now?" Meng Shifan began, but his triumphant expression froze as he turned to the phone. "Sister-in-law, you're here too?" Liang Qingyan averted her gaze, her complexion paling slightly. Meng Shifan hastily ended the call. "Are you satisfied now?" Liang Qingyan turned to look at the man in the driver's seat, her eyes calm, yet laced with coldness. "I have conducted an interview with you, and am well aware of the Song Corporation. That restaurant is one of your establishments. You've deliberately orchestrated this encounter for Meng Shifan to witness and for me to see with my own eyes. Song Yuan Ye, do you find it amusing to arrange such a scene and watch me crumble?" She fixed her gaze upon him, her pale lips curling into a sardonic smile. "I regret to disappoint you. I'm not so fragile." Yet, the tremor in her voice betrayed her inner turmoil. In a fleeting moment of vulnerability, Song Yuan Ye felt a pang of guilt. His intentions had indeed been deliberate, yet she surpassed his expectations in intelligence. Despite meticulously plotting every detail, witnessing her current demeanor instilled a sense of regret within him. It felt as though his heart was gripped by an unseen force, causing sharp pangs of pain. "Yin Yin, I merely wish to convey that Lu Zhe is not worthy. Worthiness is a matter I shall determine for myself." Liang Qingyan retorted coldly, demanding, "Let me go." The vehicle halted at the roadside. Liang Qingyan alighted, not casting a glance back as she walked away. Song Yuan Ye watched her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. His fingertips pinched a cigarette as he retrieved a lighter, igniting the tip with a sharp click. His profile, shrouded in darkness, flickered ominously, embodying a tempestuous turmoil. The faint glow of the ember illuminated his eyes, resembling a bottomless, icy pool, dark and foreboding, yet glimmering with an unyielding determination. He had lost her once before, and he could not afford a second loss, even if it meant resorting to coercion. By the time Liang Qingyan hailed a cab home, night had descended. She curled up in the bathtub, holding her breath until she could no longer bear it, surfacing to gulp in the air, seeking to alleviate her suppressed emotions. Her skin, immersed in the warmth of the water, glowed with a delicate blush, and the contours of her collarbone were strikingly full, tempting to behold. Beneath her, the graceful curve of her form, adorned with droplets of water like a pristine rose, radiated purity. When Lu Zhe returned her call, concern laced his voice. "What's wrong, Yin Yin? My phone died, and I just saw all your missed calls. Is everything all right?" His tone was sincere, devoid of pretense. Liang Qingyan felt a surge of bitterness welling in her eyes, her voice steady, betraying no emotion. Lu Zhe, let us break up. What? Lu Zhe thought he misheard her. Yin, please don't jest with me. I'm serious, Lu Zhe. Let us part ways, Liang Qingyan stated slowly, finding an unexpected relief in voicing what had once seemed insurmountable. We are incompatible. Why? Lu Zhe panicked. Is it because of my parents? Yin, I know you've endured hardship with them recently, but can't you endure just a little longer for my sake, for our future? We can forget the unpleasantness. This is unrelated, Liang Qingyan replied coolly. Let be, Lu Zhe. She ended the call, and Lu Zhe persistently attempted to reach her, sending messages and texts. Liang Qingyan turned off her phone. The following morning, she submitted her application to transfer to the branch office to Manager Wang. Xiaoyan, are you truly not reconsidering? Manager Wang hesitated, observing her. You've been thriving in the press department. Your experience is invaluable, and your performance this month has been exemplary. Staying in the capital city is evidently more suitable for you. Liang Qingyan replied decisively. No, Yesh City is more fitting for me. My family is unwell, and my aunt cannot manage alone. I need to go to assist her. That is acceptable, but this application may not necessarily be approved. Be prepared for that. Manager Wang cautioned. Liang Qingyan nodded. She possesses an 8/10 certainty. The branch is currently in need of personnel, and her arrival would aptly fill this void. Moreover, it is likely that, apart from her, no one else would willingly volunteer for the position. Upon witnessing her firm resolve, Manager Wang let out a sigh. Alas, what a dilemma he faces in addressing that individual. At the entrance of the company, Lu Zhe waited for a considerable time. Upon seeing her emerge, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yin, shall we have a conversation? Liang Qingyan did not decline, responding affirmatively. The two proceeded to a nearby CAF. I heard that your uncle has fallen ill and is hospitalized, Lu Zhe remarked, guilt etched across his face as he clasped her hand. You called me last night, and I didn't answer. You are upset with me because of this, aren't you? Liang Qingyan shook her head, indicating that it was unrelated to those matters. Rather, there existed a substantial issue between them. This incident merely served as a catalyst. Even in its absence, the outcome would ultimately remain unchanged. Lu Zhe offered a faint smile, though it appeared somewhat forced. I have been frequently traveling for work lately, neglecting your feelings. Let us sit down and discuss this calmly. I am certain we could discover a resolution. He continued, the disparaging articles about me online were penned by someone your mother hired. Liang Qingyan looked at him and spoke. When everyone was attacking me, my friend stood up to speak on my behalf, yet you did not. Lu Zhe was about to explain. I understand you are busy. Liang Qingyan interjected, but what about last night? What were you doing? A flicker of guilt crossed Lu Zhe's face, causing him to shy away from meeting her gaze. My phone ran out of battery and shut down. Was he on a date with Shushin? Liang Qingyan spoke softly. Lu Zhe's expression changed dramatically as he gazed at her with widened eyes. I'm sorry. My family has arranged for me to go on a blind date with Shushin. My father and her father are old acquaintances. I can't possibly disregard the wishes of my elders. I can only go along with it superficially. Liang Qingyan smiled, but as disappointment accumulated to its peak, it seemed she had become numb. Lu Zhe, I still love you. Upon uttering this, she anticipated the transformation in the man before her, whose expression had been one of inner turmoil and dimness, now suddenly illuminated as if he had grasped a final lifeline. Yin. Liang Qingyan understood her desires with utmost clarity. What she sought was unequivocal affection. When your family stands opposed to me, you cannot take my side. I can comprehend this. Yet I cannot compel you for my own selfish reasons. Let this be the end. Lu Zhe remained silent for a long while, filled with disbelief. It seemed unimaginable that the gentle soul he knew would so resolutely propose a separation. Perhaps he had never truly understood her at all. Chapter 34. The Lost and Found Treasure. As the vibrant cityscape of Beijing descended into night, it transformed into an even more resplendent spectacle. Neon lights illuminated the deep hours, shimmering magnificently, while the towering buildings rose starkly against the darkness. Liang Qingyan wrapped her coat tighter around herself as she arrived at her residential complex, her gaze falling upon a familiar silhouette. The man stood below, exuding an aura akin to a malevolent deity. The light cast upon him created an ominous shadow on the ground, evoking an inexplicable eeriness. Song Yuan Ye? Liang Qingyan instinctively recoiled a few steps, sensing danger. What are you doing here? The man raised his eyes, his piercing gaze locking onto hers. He strode forward, grasping her wrist with one hand while the other cupped her chin, compelling her to lift her head. His calloused fingers caressed her delicate skin with a force that left her chin slightly flushed. Miss Liang, it seems that you, a person of privilege, tend to forget things easily. I have come to seek you out, to fulfill our previous wager. Liang Qingyan's expression faltered, her voice dwindling. Please give me some time. I am not prepared. Prepared for what? Song Yuan Ye chuckled darkly, his voice a low rumble that seemed to emanate from his very chest, laced with a chilling intensity that made her scalp tingle. To escape the city? A jolt of fear coursed through Liang Qingyan, and she feigned composure. I do not understand what you are saying. He released her chin, pressing her against the wall behind her, effectively restraining her hands, positioning them defensively in front of her. You truly are disobedient, my dear. It appears that without a little punishment, you will not learn your lesson. His large hand brushed against the hem of her shirt. The cool air met her fair skin, bringing with it the icy essence that clung to him. Liang Qingyan trembled. No, however, the man's movements did not waver in response to her plea. His fingertips traced the white rose tattoo, a reminder of its origin. Do you remember where this mark came from? I etched it onto you with my own hands. Liang Qingyan's mind went blank, her comprehension fading. Song Yuan Ye's cool hand intensified the heat radiating from her skin. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at him, her voice a broken whisper. Please stop, not here. I beg you. Intent on punishing her, Song Yuan Ye was not inclined to grant her wish. Doesn't my dear also feel something? Why should we halt? Time slipped away as Liang Qingyan's legs grew weak, leaving her unable to stand. He lifted her into the back seat of the car, slamming the door with a resounding thud. By the moonlight, he gazed down at her tear-filled eyes, kissing the tears that had yet to fall from her face, while rummaging through the front armrest for something. Then came the sound of the packaging being opened. Liang Qingyan, startled by the noise, focused on what he held in his hand, her almond-shaped eyes widening in terror. No, Song Yuan Ye tore open the package, leaning in to seal her lips with his. Be good, my dear. It will soon be over. Tears streamed down Liang Qingyan's face like pearls, soaking his collar. Song Yuan Ye furrowed his brows, gazing at her eyes, tinged with desire, which seemed to regain some clarity. His suspicions gradually intensified as he looked at her with a mixture of astonishment and delight. You and Lu Zhe, have you not been together? Song Yuan Ye, do you think everyone is as much of a scoundrel as you? Liang Qingyan glared at him, now displaying some courage. A sense of secret joy swelled within Song Yuan Ye as he observed her tear-streaked, furious face, filled with tenderness. With a deep sigh, he enveloped her in his embrace. All right, I won't push you, but promise me one thing. Don't even think about escaping. I will give you anything you desire. Be my girlfriend, will you? Before Liang Qingyan could respond, he gently wiped her tears away, his movements delicate as if he were handling a precious treasure. Liang Qingyan, in a daze, drifted into slumber. When she awoke, she found herself in her own room, vividly recalling the events of the previous night. Rising, she approached the mirror and, indeed, spotted the strawberry mark on her neck, her face flushing with embarrassment and indignation. As for how Song Yuan Ye learned about her application for an out-of-town position, the answer seemed all too clear. The notification sound of her phone broke the silence. Picking it up, she saw a message from her aunt, Lu Qin. Yin, your uncle and I have arrived at the Beijing City Hospital. If you're awake, come and visit us. Puzzled, Liang Qingyan thought, Beijing City? Yes, your boyfriend has brought us all here. Without delay, she hurried to the hospital. Before she even entered the ward, she spotted Lu Qin at the door. Lu Qin pulled her close, beaming widely. Yin, your boyfriend is truly remarkable. He is obviously well-mannered and cultured, driving us here and bringing so many things. This large hospital has such hard-to-find wards, yet little Song managed to resolve it all effortlessly. Impressive, she said, giving him a thumbs up, though she added bashfully, but next time, let us not trouble him. It feels a bit inappropriate. Aunt, don't be so polite. We are family. Song Yuan Ye said with a smile as he approached the door. Liang Qingyan blinked in surprise, nearly failing to recognize him. He wore silver-framed glasses and a meticulously tailored suit, appearing far more refined than usual, his shirt buttoned with precision, lacking the usual rogue charm, resembling a scholarly gentleman. Lu Qin was so amused she could hardly contain her laughter. Upon hearing this, her uncle, He Jiangwo, called for them to enter. "Stop lingering at the door," he urged. "Yes, little Song, please have a seat," Lu Qin encouraged him. He Jiangwo shot her a glance before turning to Song Yuan Ye with a serious expression. "Previously, I heard from Xiao Yin that you two were in a relationship during university and plan to get engaged next month, correct?" At this, Liang Qingyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, realizing he had mistakenly taken Song Yuan Ye for Lu Zhe. Yet, some matters are difficult to clarify. Beside her, Song Yuan Ye merely smiled, remaining silent. He Jiangwo frowned. "Last time we agreed to discuss the engagement, yet you didn't come despite being busy with work. An engagement is a significant matter. Your guidance is indeed wise." Song Yuan Ye nodded, appearing like a humble junior. "I shall certainly improve in the future." He Jiangwo, intrigued by the unexpectedly amiable demeanor of the young man, silently expressed his approval within, yet maintained an outward facade of indifference, still pondering what further inquiries to make. Just then, he was interrupted by Liang Qingyan, who gently urged, "Uncle, would you like some water?" "No, I'm not thirsty." He Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. Liang Qingyan, feeling a bit embarrassed, lowered her head and took a sip of water herself. He Jiangwo then resumed his questioning. "Xiao Song, what does your family do?" "We run a small company," Song Yuan Ye replied. "Is that so? That sounds quite promising. Does your monthly salary reach several thousand?" He Jiangwo inquired. Song Yuan Ye took a moment to reflect. "It's about that much." Suddenly, Liang Qingyan, having choked on her water, coughed. Chapter 035. In Shuxin and her explanation song, Yuan Ye gently patted her back, his tone soothing. "Take it slow. It's all right." Liang Qingyan, feeling uneasy, averted her gaze from him. On the hospital bed, He Jiangwo observed their interaction with great satisfaction and continued his inquiry. "Xiao Song, do your parents support your relationship with Yin Yin?" Though Yin Yin possesses beauty and a particularly amiable personality, diligently committed to her work and dutiful to her family, there remains a discernible disparity between her background and yours. While love is a matter shared between two individuals, marriage, however, introduces a different dynamic. "Uncle, rest assured," Song Yuan Ye replied, "my grandfather holds Yin Yin in high regard. As for my parents, my mother passed away early and my father has since remarried, showing little interest in my affairs. I have been living with my grandfather since high school, and later, upon entering university, I began to take charge of the family business." "I see," He Jiangwo remarked, a note of sympathy creeping into his gaze as he observed the young man before him. "It seems you have faced quite a few challenges." Song Yuan Ye offered a faint smile, embodying humility and courtesy, assuring him that those times are behind. The two continued their conversation, with Song Yuan Ye exhibiting the demeanor of an exceptional junior, engaging in delightful discourse with Lu Jiangwo. Liang Qingyan couldn't help but think that it was no wonder Song Yuan Ye had risen to become the leader of the emerging group. His eloquence and ability to win hearts are truly commendable. Half an hour passed. Lu Qin approached her husband, chiding him gently. "Look at you." Engrossed in conversation with young Song. "It's already mealtime. Young Song, Yin Yin, what would you like to eat? And we'll fetch something from the cafeteria for you." "No need to rush," Song Yuan Ye replied. "I've already sent someone to get food. It will arrive shortly." Just as he finished speaking, the door to the hospital room was knocked upon. Assistant Li entered, carrying numerous bags, momentarily stunned upon seeing the Song Yuan Ye, hesitating as if unsure to recognize him. "Mr. Song, Miss Liang," he greeted, placing the food on the table. Song Yuan Ye then addressed Lu Jiangwo. "I am uncertain of your culinary preferences, so I consulted the doctor regarding your dietary restrictions. You should avoid oily and spicy food for now, hence the rather bland meal. Please do not take offense." Assistant Li was taken aback, the shock evident on his otherwise impassive face. He had never witnessed Mr. Song exhibit such warmth, even humility, towards anyone, not even his biological father. Song Guanxing had received such treatment. Song Yuan Ye cast a sidelong glance at him, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. "Are you not leaving?" Assistant Li, roused from his momentary stupor, quickly nodded and said, "President Song, I shall take my leave now." He Jiangua casually remarked, "Young Song, this is your assistant. And he certainly dresses quite impressively." As Assistant Li stepped out the door, the sound of Xiao Song nearly caused him to lose his footing. In the hospital corridor, Liang Qingyan deliberately steered clear of the patient rooms, pulling Song Yuan Ye into a secluded corner. "Who gave you the authority to take the initiative and bring my uncle and aunt here? Aren't we all family?" Song Yuan Ye glanced at the wrist she was holding, a smile curling on her lips. "Furthermore, we are to be engaged, so what is there to distinguish between you and me?" Incorrigible, Liang Qingyan glared at her. "Who said anything about being engaged to you?" Song Yuan Ye gazed at her intently, not allowing any of her expressions to escape his notice. When she was angry, her delicate brows would furrow slightly, her almond-shaped eyes becoming rounder than usual, sparkling with an enchanting liveliness and charm. Her lips, gently pursed, resembled a typically docile cat, revealing its claws, adorably innocent. He cherished every facet of her being, even relishing her scolding. The depths of his dark, icy eyes seemed to melt like snow, and he could not resist leaning in to plant a kiss on her forehead. "Our uncle and aunt support us. The dictates of our parents and the matchmaking of others cannot be ignored, even if you are reluctant." Liang Qingyan instinctively turned away from him, feeling out of place. "We are in a hospital. Please behave appropriately." Song Yuan Ye smirked mischievously. "You brought me here, didn't you mean just that?" In an instant, Liang Qingyan grasped his implication, her cheeks flushing. I did not mean it that way." He brushed aside a strand of her hair, whispering comforting words in her ear. "This hospital boasts the finest medical equipment. I will ensure the doctors attend to your uncle's condition. He will be discharged soon." Liang Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, a warm current flowing through her heart. She nodded and, in a voice barely above a whisper, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Song Yuan Ye gently caressed her face. "You need never say thank you to me." With her uncle's transfer to the capital, Liang Qingyan felt a significant weight lifted, and life began to return to its normal rhythm. She received a call from the hospital's nursing station, initially fearing it was about her uncle's condition. "Miss Liang, this is a reminder that your scheduled orthopedic surgery is in 2 days." After a brief hesitation, she replied, "I'm sorry, I wish to cancel my appointment. I will not proceed with it." The voice on the other end responded without pause, "Very well, I will assist you in canceling it." Liang Qingyan let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, she arrived alone at the designated meeting place, a plaza not far from her workplace, beside the fountain. And Shuxin spotted her and rose from her seat. "You've arrived. I just got here as well." Liang Qingyan's expression flickered. She had not anticipated that Shuxin would invite her out, especially considering that, in a sense, Shuxin had previously regarded her as a rival. Their first meeting had been somewhat unpleasant. Moreover, Shuxin's current appearance struck her as jarring: wavy hair, an ultra-short skirt, knee-high boots, and a spiked black choker around her neck, with an American tattoo clearly visible on her collarbone. "I have broken up with Liu Zhe," Liang Qingyan said slowly. "I know," Shuxin replied. "I came specifically to discuss this matter. I apologize for intruding on your time." "Miss Liang, you have misunderstood the nature of my relationship with Liu Zhe. I wanted to clarify things when I invited you out. A few days ago, Aunt Liu approached me regarding your situation with Liu Zhe, asking me to intervene and disrupt your relationship. She promised that if I cooperated, the Liu family and ours would reach a business collaboration. I agreed, and, as you witnessed, the last time I was seen with Liu Zhe at the restaurant, it was also arranged by Aunt Liu. There is no ambiguity between us." And Shuxin raised her hands in surrender. "I initially had no intention of telling you this. I have completed what Aunt Liu entrusted to me, and I merely need to walk away. However, after Liu Zhe's breakup with you, my despondency became unbearable. If your separation from him was due to me, I would indeed feel a pang of guilt." Liang Qingyan listened quietly until she finished speaking, then slowly replied, "It has nothing to do with you." "Really?" And Shuxin's eyes sparkled, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "That's wonderful, thank heavens. Thank you for letting me know. I'm off now." She left briskly, not forgetting to remind her, "By the way, The incident where you were vilified online was also orchestrated by Aunt Lu. Liang Qingyan's reaction was calm. I know. Internally. She scoffed. Aunt Lu would go to any lengths to sever her ties with Lu Zhe. Chapter 36. Attending a banquet today marks the third day of Lu Jiangwo's hospitalization. As soon as Liang Qingyan finished work, Song Yuan Ye came to escort her to the hospital. Both of them spoke highly of him, to the point that Liang Qingyan felt her ears were growing calloused from the praise. Song Yuan Ye approached the doctor to inquire about the patient's condition and received the reassuring news that Lu Jiangwo would be discharged tomorrow. In the corridor, the chief physician, dressed in a white coat, called out to him with a respectful demeanor, Mr. Song, it has been a while. Turning around, Song Yuan Ye greeted him politely, Director Fong. How is your father doing at home? He asked. Much better. Thanks to your care, Song Yuan Ye replied. They exchanged a few pleasantries. Is Miss Liang your girlfriend? Director Fong inquired. With a simple affirmative, Song Yuan Ye acknowledged it. Hearing this, Director Fong smiled. That's wonderful. The matter is, Miss Liang's second examination report has not yet been collected, so I would like to trouble you to pass it along. Song Yuan Ye accepted the report, glancing at it. Orthopedics? Yes, Miss Liang used to study ballet, and her foot bones have become somewhat deformed. A friend of hers contacted us, intending for her to undergo orthopedic surgery here, but for some reason, it was later canceled. A friend? Song Yuan Ye raised an eyebrow. Which friend? Director Fong pondered for a moment, unable to recall. Let me check the records. He instructed a nearby nurse to look up the files. Soon, the result emerged. The surname was Lu, and the name was Lu Zhe. Song Yuan Ye's expression darkened slightly. All right, I understand. After a moment, he added, I will ensure she receives it. Thank you for your assistance. Director Fong replied with a warm smile. On the way home, Song Yuan Ye glanced at Liang Qingyan. I will be attending a banquet tonight, celebrating Meng Shifan's sister's birthday. It's been widely shared on social media, urging attendance. He smirked. I just realized this guy is quite the sister con. Liang Qingyan had also received a warm invitation from Meng Xiaoxiao herself. She was still undecided about attending, as she wasn't very familiar with the group. Noticing her hesitation, Song Yuan Ye's voice softened deliberately. I know you're not fond of such gatherings, so you need not accompany me. Please call me if you need anything. Liang Qingyan nodded in acknowledgement. Satisfied with her response, Song Yuan Ye leaned in closer. Instinctively, Liang Qingyan widened her eyes and recoiled slightly. Observing her apprehension, Song Yuan Ye sighed helplessly. What are you afraid of? I am merely unbuckling my seatbelt. As night fell, Liang Qingyan found it hard to resist Meng Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm and headed directly to the bar's private room. Inside, there were not many people, with Meng Xiaoxiao included. There were 5 girls, all university classmates of hers, their youthful innocence evident in their expressions. Thus, when Liang Qingyan entered, she naturally captured everyone's attention. Dressed in a khaki coat and a white shirt, her waist so slender that it could be grasped by 2 hands. She exuded a captivating allure that was both pure and slightly aloof, her figure flawless and enticingly concealed beneath her outerwear. An indescribable sensation envelopes one. A beauty so captivating that a mere glance leaves an indelible mark on the memory. Unadorned yet breathtakingly stunning, she stands before them, causing a few young women to gaze in awe, rendered speechless. Meng Xiaoxiao casts a knowing look, affirming, I told you my sister-in-law is exceptionally beautiful, far surpassing the stars of the entertainment industry, yet you refuse to believe. Liang Qingyan, oblivious to the subtle exchanges among the girls, scans the room, puzzled by the absence of Song Yuan Ye and Meng Shifan. Are we the only ones here? Sister-in-law, Meng Xiaoxiao enthusiastically ushers her to a seat. My brother and his rowdy friends are in the adjacent room. This is our domain. It would be rather dull if a bunch of rascally men were drinking and smoking beside our little fairy. Wouldn't it? Is that all right? Liang Qingyan contemplates, sensing the inappropriateness of the situation. Meng Xiaoxiao reassures her with a light pat on the shoulder. Don't worry. My brother is merely using my birthday as an excuse to gather for drinks. We needn't concern ourselves with them. She adds with a mysterious smile. I've invited a few more people over. They should be arriving shortly. No sooner had she spoken than the door to the private room swung open. A group of young male models, broad-shouldered and tall, entered standing in a line with practiced precision. "Good evening, ladies," they chorused. Meng Xiaoxiao beckoned them with a playful gesture, and the young men eagerly approached, vying to showcase their talents, feeding her watermelon and pouring drinks. "I imagine Yi Gu must be rather bored," Meng Xiaoxiao mused, leaning against one of the young men. "Sister-in-law, you must find it dull accompanying him. Let us take this opportunity to unwind tonight." Liang Qingyan found herself increasingly astonished by the siblings' dynamic. Lost in thought, a dancer from the stage approached her, his gaze filled with admiration. With a graceful stride, he settled beside her and asked, "Sister, is this your first time here? May I pour you a drink?" His youthful, innocent visage bore no aggression, reminiscent of Liu Ze. Liang Qingyan waved her hand, declining, "No, thank you. I'm not accustomed to drinking. This is fruit wine, with almost no alcohol," he replied, extending a glass toward her. Upon tasting it, Liang Qingyan found it akin to juice, devoid of any alcoholic sting. The young man leaned closer, inquiring, "How old are you?" Liang Qingyan shifted slightly, responding, 23. 1 year my senior, he replied with a smile. She nodded, feeling trapped in the moment, resorting to sipping her drink to mask her discomfort. Noticing her reluctance, the young man refrained from pressing closer, instead engaging her in conversation. He shared tales of a sick mother, an alcoholic father, and a younger brother still in school, painting a picture of a fractured home. As he spoke of sorrow, his gaze fell, the corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of red. From Liang Qingyan's perspective, he seemed pitiably crouched at her feet, a wayward tuft of hair sticking up from his chestnut locks, on the verge of tears, evoking a strong sense of compassion. She reached out. Sensing her movement, the young man smiled subtly, a glimmer of triumph flickering in his eyes. Liang Qingyan rose abruptly, not glancing back as she hurried out of the private room in search of the restroom. The young man gritted his teeth, unwilling to relent, and followed her. The after effects of the fruit wine weighed heavily on her. Having vomited a little, her head still swam with dizziness. Upon exiting the restroom, she spotted the young man waiting by the door. "Are you all right, sister?" he asked, instinctively offering her support. Liang Qingyan shook her head, maintaining her distance. "Didn't you say there was no alcohol?" She retorted. "Fruit wine is still alcohol. There's bound to be some effect," he replied apologetically. "I didn't realize you were so sensitive to it. Are you okay? Do you need assistance?" Though he spoke with concern, he had already grasped her wrist. Liang Qingyan frowned and resisted, attempting to push him away. However, he remained steadfast. "Sister, where do you live? Let me escort you home." Chapter 037. Your brother is a pervert. Liang Qingyan sensed something amiss and, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, pushed him away. However, she lost her balance and stumbled backward. Just then, a firm grip encircled her waist. Through her hazy vision, she could not clearly discern the identity of her captor, but the familiar scent of cold pine wafted towards her, prompting her to relax slightly. In a daze, she murmured, "Liu Ze, what brings you here?" The man remained silent for a long moment. Confused, she blinked and raised her flushed face to scrutinize him. "Why aren't you speaking?" Song Yuan Ye let out a soft scoff, tilting her chin upward. "Liang Qingyan, open your eyes and see who I am." His voice was low, imbued with an undeniable air of authority. Instinctively, Liang Qingyan sensed danger and shuddered. As Song Yuan Ye's gaze flickered, he thought she had finally recalled who he was, only to see her sway slightly and attempt to extricate herself from his embrace, speaking in a teasing tone, "Liu Ze, don't touch me. I feel a bit hot." Song Yuan Ye inhaled deeply, feeling helpless yet increasingly frustrated, and could only steady her stance. Across from them, a young man glared at him. "Who are you? Why are you bothering my sister? It seems she even miscalled your name. Let her go, or I'll call for help." The young man regarded him with hostility, completely unaware that his words were treading dangerously close to a minefield. Song Yuan Ye cast a cold glance in his direction, his dark eyes glinting with a chilling mockery, and without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick. The man was sent sprawling across the seating area, wincing in pain, yet seizing the moment to extort. "Who do you think you are? Do you know it's illegal to hit someone? If you don't compensate for my medical expenses, you won't be leaving today." The commotion instantly drew the attention of everyone seated nearby, and the bar manager emerged, momentarily taken aback by the scene. "Is this one of your people?" Song Yuan Ye inquired. The bar manager, fully aware that the man before him was someone he could not afford to offend, quickly waved his hands. "No, no, no. This is not one of ours. It seems to be brought in by Miss Meng." At that moment, Meng Xiao, just exiting a private booth, met Song Yuan Ye's penetrating gaze and, flustered, lowered her head. Meng Shifan stepped in front of her. "Brother Yi, I apologize on behalf of Xiao." He glanced at the young man on the ground. "As for him, I'll handle it. You should take my sister home." Upon hearing this, Song Yuan Ye chose not to pursue the matter further. He lifted the inebriated Liang Qingyan into his arms and turned to leave. "Mr. Meng, I sincerely apologize," the bar manager said, terrified of offending such esteemed guests. "I never expected such an incident to occur. I will ensure to thoroughly vet our patrons in the future to prevent such unsavory characters from entering." Meng Shifan shot a sidelong glance at Meng Xiao, who, feeling guilty, dared not meet his eyes. "It's not a significant issue," Meng Shifan replied with a smile. He believed in granting others some leniency as long as their actions did not cross a line. The bar manager, feeling flattered, gestured toward the young man on the ground and forced a smile. He must be one of the male models here for drinks, young and reckless, daring to set his sights on Mr. Song's girlfriend. Breaking the rules in one's profession will not allow one to continue to thrive. Meng Shifan nodded in satisfaction, then exchanged a few words with the hotel manager before turning to glare at Meng Xiao. "Still not leaving?" Meng Xiao, slow to respond, lifted her head and hurriedly followed. "Wait for me, brother." Once back in the car, Meng Shifan remarked, "You've certainly grown bolder." He glared at her, daring to hire a male model. "Do you want me to tell our parents?" Meng Xiao straightened her back defiantly, retorting, "Go ahead and tell them. I'll just say I learned it from you. Why is it permissible for the officials to set fires while the common folk are forbidden from lighting lamps? Gender equality. And you think you have a point?" Meng Shifan scoffed coldly, beckoning her with a finger. "Come here." Meng Xiao shrank back slightly, sensing an ominous foreboding. "What do you want?" When she didn't comply, he reached out. "Oh!" A sharp scream erupted within the car. "Meng Shifan, you big jerk. How old am I? And you still hit me." Ignoring her protests, Meng Shifan delivered another slap, neither too hard nor too soft. "Will you dare to do it again?" Meng Xiao sniffled, wide-eyed in accusation. "You're a pervert, Meng Shifan." "Yes, your brother is indeed a pervert," he sneered. "So tell me, will you dare to do it again?" His threatening hand lingered in the air, and Meng Xiao swallowed nervously, obediently shaking her head. "Brother, I won't dare anymore." Now she knows to call him brother. Meng Shifan was unimpressed, stating, "When we get home, you're in for it. I will have a serious talk with our parents about this." Seeing her act coy backfire, Meng Xiao pouted, employing her usual tactics of cuteness, which never failed with her brother. "Brother, I know you care for me the most." Meng Shifan coldly laughed. "It's useless. This is your last warning." "Thank you, brother. I knew you cared for me the most." Song Yuan Ye brought her back to the villa, placing her on the bed, removing her high heels, and carefully tucking the blanket around her, adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature. "When you wake up, we'll settle the score." "Don't go," Liang Qingyan murmured in her sleep, clutching his sleeve. Song Yuan Ye leaned down, asking, "Liang Qingyan, who am I?" "Lu Zhe." Her voice was barely a whisper, but Song Yuan Ye heard her clearly. Instantly, a flame of jealousy ignited within him. He removed his coat and leaned down, capturing her face in his large hand. "Remember, I am Song Yuan Ye, your scoundrel for tonight." One by one, the buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing smooth, fair skin that shimmered with a translucent quality. Even the veins were visible. Song Yuan Ye's hand slipped behind her, loosening the final restraint. The alluring sight he had long coveted suddenly filled his vision, darkening his gaze. His fingertips brushed her lower back, finding her alluring waistline. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Liang Qingyan's lips parted slightly, a soft murmur escaping her lips. Even though Liang Qingyan is currently not fully conscious, her body adapts far more than he had imagined. From Song Yuan Ye's perspective, he observes her beautiful swan-like neck arching gracefully. Below her collarbone lies an exquisite curve, perfectly cradled by his palm, alongside a delicate waist that appears as if it could break with the gentlest of touches. Tears glisten at the corners of Liang Qingyan's eyes. Everything about her is maddeningly alluring. Song Yuan Ye's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his dark gaze thickening with desire, almost overwhelming in its intensity. Suddenly, Liang Qingyan opened her eyes, her almond-shaped pupils bright and clear. There was no fear, no struggle, merely a tranquil gaze directed at him. Her hands caressed his face, and with a hint of madness in her smile, she murmured, "Song Yuan Ye, I just dreamt of you." Song Yuan Ye was momentarily taken aback. He then witnessed her utter those words before succumbing back to a deep slumber. The fire of jealousy, intertwined with his desire, was extinguished, replaced by a wave of joy, as if fireworks had erupted in his mind. He muttered a curse under his breath, but couldn't help the upward curve of his lips as he gently dressed her. Planting a kiss upon her, he thought, "Liang Qingyan, you are simply relying on my affection for you." Chapter 038. What happened last night? Liang Qingyan could not recall the exact time she awoke. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a rather unfamiliar setting. The minimalist modern design, heavy curtains shrouding the floor-to-ceiling windows, expansive white walls, and gray carpet exuded an understated sense of luxury, albeit somewhat cold. Sunlight filtered delicately through the gaps in the curtains. She made her way to the adjacent bathroom to inspect herself, sighing in relief. Everything seemed fine, although her lips felt slightly swollen. It must have been Meng Xiao who brought her here. After a brief tidying up, she padded barefoot onto the floor and exited the bedroom. In the living room on the first floor, an open kitchen was busy cooking congee. Song Yuan Ye was wearing headphones while a meeting was taking place on the laptop screen across from him. He spoke in a low voice, directing the executives on the screen to acquire the scattered shares of Ziyuan Real Estate, merging industries, and ensuring the initial proposal was sent. It must be completed within 3 months. The executives nodded in agreement, and the meeting progressed smoothly. Suddenly, through the screen, the attendees noticed a striking shift. Just a moment ago, Song Yuan Ye had appeared aloof and commanding, resembling a sovereign issuing orders. But he turned slightly to reveal half of his exquisitely sculpted profile to the camera. Then, they heard a tone they had never encountered before. "You're awake?" On the staircase, Liang Qingyan caught sight of him, momentarily taken aback. Song Yuan Ye stood up quickly, placing the bowl and chopsticks on the table. "I made some plain congee and meat buns. Eat while it's hot." His movement did not escape the notice of those watching on the screen, nor did the pink floral apron tied around his waist. Liang Qingyan recognized it as belonging to the housekeeper. Song Yuan Ye clenched his fist, covering his mouth to clear his throat. "I don't usually cook." After saying so, his gaze fell upon her bare feet, frowning. "Why aren't you wearing slippers? The floor is cold." He retrieved a pair of men's slippers from the entrance, squatting down to help her put them on. Liang Qingyan felt a bit embarrassed, reluctant to have his gaze linger on her feet. I can manage on my own." Song Yuan Ye did not press the matter further, finally recalling the executives he had momentarily forgotten. With a neutral expression, he turned his attention back to the screen. "The meeting will adjourn for now." Without waiting for the others to react, he closed the laptop. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the executives were left bewildered. Liang Qingyan typically had little appetite in the mornings, often subsisting on a cup of black coffee at work. Looking at the congee and side dishes on the table, she picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, pleasantly surprised by how much it suited her taste. At that moment, Song Yuan Ye was seated directly across from her, and an uncanny sense of unreality washed over her. The notion of sharing a tranquil breakfast face-to-face with him was something she had never even contemplated. As she focused on her bowl of congee, she was unaware that she had nearly finished it. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "How did I come back last night?" Song Yuan Ye looked at her in surprise. "You don't remember?" "What?" Liang Qingyan blinked in confusion. Song Yuan Ye seldom smiled, but at this moment his narrow eyes curved slightly, the corners rising in an alluring arc. "You were intoxicated, insisting that I come over, clinging to me without letting go, and even wanting to kiss me. I had no idea, Yin, that you harbored such feelings for me." Liang Qingyan widened her eyes, her cheeks flushing as she protested. How could that be? Don't say such things. Song Yuan Ye gazed at her earnestly, feigning seriousness. If you don't believe me, ask others. Liang Qingyan felt a twinge of guilt. If it were true, would it not be even more embarrassing to inquire? Ultimately, she did not muster the courage to ask. Fortunately, it was the weekend, and Liang Qingyan had no work obligations. After their meal, the two of them headed to the hospital. He Jiangwo was being discharged today, and Lu Qin had already packed everything early in the morning. Upon seeing Song Yuan Ye, the couple beamed with delight. Little Song, you really needn't be so courteous. We've troubled you these past few days, and yet you still came to pick us up. My wife and I feel quite embarrassed. Assistant Li, who had just exited the passenger seat, couldn't help but stumble at the mention of Little Song again. Song Yuan Ye donned a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, softening the sharpness of his features and appearing more refined. We're family. There's no need for such formality. Lu Jiangwo chuckled and suggested, since we're going home, let us have a meal together and enjoy your aunt's cooking. Uncle, Liang Qingyan furrowed her brow. He still has matters to attend to. That's fine. I have nothing pressing, Song Yuan Ye replied, casting her a glance. And with uncle and aunt being so warm-hearted, I cannot possibly decline. In Yi City, the Liu couple resided in a modest apartment within the second ring road, neither particularly good nor bad in condition. They discussed making dumplings for dinner. As the ingredients at home were insufficient, Liang Qingyan headed downstairs to the supermarket. Just as the elevator doors closed, Song Yuan Ye stepped in, carrying Lu Qin's vegetable basket, a sight that reminded her of the floral apron from the morning. And she couldn't help but chuckle. What is you in such high spirits? Song Yuan Ye asked, leaning closer to her ear, his large hand slipping into her coat pocket to grasp her hand. Stop it, Liang Qingyan said, feeling a shiver run down her neck from his breath, glaring at him. Yet, he intensified his teasing, gently pinching her waist through the fabric. Liang Qingyan could hardly bear the ticklish sensation, with no place to hide in the elevator. Laughing and pleading, please don't, Song Yuan Ye, I truly wasn't laughing at you. Ding! The elevator arrived, and they coincidentally encountered neighbor. Liang Qingyan's face turned crimson as she greeted a few uncles and aunts. Yin Yin, you're back. Is this your boyfriend? They make a lovely couple. Liang Qingyan felt embarrassed, wishing for a hole to hide in. Once they reached the vegetable section of the supermarket, they selected pork and celery. Song Yuan Ye proceeded to the checkout while Liang Qingyan waited at the entrance. Qingyan? A voice called from behind. She turned, surprised to see Jiang Yan. What brings you here? Jiang Yan smiled. I'm working with a film crew shooting in the nearby university town. What a coincidence to run into you. If you're interested, you can come by the set, and I'll treat you to a meal. Upon hearing this, Liang Qingyan felt a touch of embarrassment. It ought to be I who invites you. I have yet to express my gratitude for your defense on my behalf regarding the online incident last time. Jiang Yan, with his cheerful disposition, spoke with a hint of humor, dismissing the matter as trivial since we are all old classmates. However, since a stunning beauty wishes to treat me to a meal, I am undoubtedly more than willing. When shall we meet? He skillfully employed this jesting manner to foster closeness, effortlessly endearing himself to others. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Qingyan replied, This weekend is not feasible. I must return to Beijing tomorrow. Perhaps next week? Very well. It is settled, Jiang Yan stated. I shall return to the set now. Message me if anything arises. Liang Qingyan nodded politely, watching him depart. Just then, Song Yuan Ye emerged from the supermarket, carrying groceries, and observed this scene, his gaze darkening. As a man himself, he could not fail to discern the unspoken emotions at play. Liang Qingyan resembled a freshly blooming white rose, her anger palpable, untouched by the morning dew. Pure and alluring, it was only natural to be coveted. When did you arrive? Liang Qingyan turned to him, waving as she walked away. Who was that person just now? Song Yuan Ye inquired, seemingly casually. Liang Qingyan nonchalantly replied, You wouldn't know him. He is someone from my past with Liu. At this point, her words trailed off abruptly. Memories of the past resurfaced, and a wave of bittersweet emotion enveloped her heart. Song Yuan Ye regarded her, his thin lips curling into a cold smirk as he taunted, Lu Zhe. Is it? Liang Qingyan met his gaze, and in an instant, the pang of bitterness within her dissipated, unbeknownst to her. Noticing her silence, Song Yuan Ye, presuming her to be still entangled in old affections, grew colder, his lips pressed tightly together, yet he refrained from saying more. A barrier lay between them, akin to the delicate membrane separating the shell from the egg white. Even one as proud as he feared the prospect of losing again and chose not to breach the subject. The name Lu Zhe was a taboo. Chapter 039. How do you wish to be rewarded? Lu Qin meticulously prepared the filling while deftly wrapping dumplings beside her. Song Yuan Ye, comfortably seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation with He Jiangwo. The sofa, though not particularly spacious, appeared even more confined due to his advantageous physique, an embodiment of the golden ratio with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His legs, encased in tailored trousers, seemed to have no place to rest, creating a sense of crowding around him. "I'll lend a hand," he declared, rising to take a seat opposite Lu Qin. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Qin looked up from her task of rolling out the dough. He skillfully picked up a piece of the rolled-out dough and, with practiced ease, placed the filling inside, deftly pinching it into a plump dumpling in the span of mere seconds. "Little Song, you can cook?" Lu Qin asked in surprise. With humility, Song Yuan Ye replied, "I learned a bit on my own when no one was around. I wouldn't say I'm skilled." Lu Qin clicked her tongue in admiration. "Your skills are impressive. Our Yin Yin, however, is a culinary disaster. She can't manage a meal without turning the kitchen upside down." At her words, a subtle smile graced Song Yuan Ye's lips. "In the future, I shall cook for her, ensuring she is well fed every day," he stated, casting a sidelong glance at Liang Qingyan. Upon meeting his gaze, Liang Qingyan felt an inexplicable warmth on her cheeks, sensing a deeper meaning in his words that eluded her comprehension. She was utterly inept in the kitchen. Aside from frozen meals stored in the fridge, she often resorted to takeout. Lu Qin, concerned for her health, frequently brought over her favorite beef and celery dumplings. Despite the loss of her parents, her uncle's family treated her kindly, and she felt a profound sense of gratitude. Unaware of the unspoken tension between the two, Lu Qin exclaimed, "Ah, our Yin Yin is truly fortunate in the future." Having finished dinner, it was already 10 o'clock at night when the two set off back to the capital. Before their departure, He Jiangwo and his wife handed her a portion of packed pork and celery dumplings, offering a few parting words. The car, warmed by the heater, provided a perfect ambience. As Liang Qingyan's biological clock kicked in, she began to feel drowsy. The moment she settled into the back seat, she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Song Yuan Ye glanced at her, noting her furrowed brow as she curled into the corner, her head resting against the rigid car window in an awkward position. He gently pulled her into his arms, observing her brow gradually relax. President Song, Assistant Li in the front seat, attempted to speak. With a piercing gaze, Song Yuan Ye silenced him with a gesture. Understanding the cue, Assistant Li promptly turned his attention away. After a 3-hour journey, they arrived at Liang Qingyan's residential complex. Upon halting the vehicle, Assistant Li witnessed his boss carefully lifting the sleeping woman in his arms, reluctant to close the car door for fear of waking her. "Wait for me downstairs," Song Yuan Ye instructed before carrying her inside. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a shadow lurking in the bushes. Despite its swift retreat, he recognized the figure immediately, causing a shadow of concern to pass over his features. As the streetlight illuminated them, Liang Qingyan stirred awake, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her voice soft and languid. "Have we arrived?" "Yes, I'll take you up," Song Yuan Ye replied calmly. The two vanished from sight at the elevator entrance on the first floor. Shortly after they departed, a figure emerged from the shadows. Song Yuan Ye opened the door to the room and stood at the threshold. "Put me down," Liang Qingyan said, casting him a puzzled glance. In the next moment, she found herself placed atop the shoe cabinet. The man encircled her waist, his breath brushing against her cheek like a feather, imparting a tantalizing tickle. This sensation coursed down her neck and swiftly spread throughout her body. Liang Qingyan trembled slightly, her gaze darting to the open door. The door was still ajar. "No one will see," Song Ye murmured in her ear, his voice rich and husky, laden with unrestrained desire, while the unique aroma of his cool, pine-scented cologne enveloped her. Instinctively, she held her breath, with one hand gripping her waist and the other supporting the back of her head. His lips descended upon hers without hesitation, as if he longed to meld her being into his own. The air was stolen from her lungs as Liang Qingyan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Suddenly, the man ceased all movement, and her puzzled gaze met his. In those earnest eyes, she beheld her own reflection, flushed cheeks, glistening lips, and eyes that sparkled with vulnerability and desire. So unfamiliar. Realization struck her, and her face flushed deeper. "Put me down." "I will not," Song Yuan Ye replied, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. "You look so enchanting, Qingyan, so captivating that it makes one want to tease you mercilessly." His tone was a blend of elegance and mischief, and before she could respond, he leaned closer. "Help me remove these bothersome glasses." Liang Qingyan complied. As the silver-rimmed glasses were removed, they revealed his deep, dark brows and eyes, exuding a formidable intensity without any embellishment. "You're so obedient, Qingyan. How should I reward you?" Liang Qingyan's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. Rogue. After spending time together, she had come to realize that his nonsensical words were boundless. She recalled their first encounter, when he had deliberately sent a suggestive message and later feigned innocence, leading her to mistakenly believe he was a paragon of virtue. With that thought in mind, Liang Qingyan summoned her strength, pulling him closer. Without hesitation, she bit down hard on his deceitful lips. "Hiss!" Song Yuan Ye inhaled sharply, not flinching, his gaze darkening. The metallic taste of blood quickly spread in her mouth, and it was too late for Liang Qingyan to reconsider. Outside the door, a pair of eyes fixated on the two. Lu Zhe watched in disbelief, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, the strain causing the veins on his hands to bulge as his knuckles cracked. He was unsure how long he had been watching. His legs felt as if they were encased in lead, immovable, until a cold gaze swept over him, laced with mockery. Their eyes locked, brimming with challenge. Bang! The door slammed shut, severing Lu Zhe's seething glare. The lights in the room dimmed, leaving only the soft glow of a strawberry bear nightlight. Two silhouettes sank into the softness of the bed, and though no alcohol was present, the atmosphere ignited with palpable tension. Song Ye bent down and personally untied the straps of her high heels. Noticing his actions, Liang Qingyan appeared startled, exclaiming, "Don't touch there." As she spoke, she turned her face away, unable to bear the thought of meeting his gaze. Her almond-shaped eyes flickered with unease. "My feet are unsightly. I dislike others touching them." The response she received was one of profound silence. The glimmer of hope that Liang Qingyan had just moments ago swiftly diminished within the span of a few seconds, akin to a precariously balanced boat suddenly plunging into the depths of an icy abyss. She closed her eyes briefly, raising her voice a notch, feigning calmness as she said, "You should leave." Suddenly, warmth enveloped her feet, and her almond eyes widened in shock, her mind a blank slate. Song Yuan Ye planted a kiss upon her foot. "Whoever said that is mistaken. They are not ugly at all, but rather beautiful." A Night of Surrender. Chapter 040. Song Guangqing's Regret President Song. "We just received a call from the police station. What did they say?" Without lifting his head from his work, Song Yuan Ye inquired. Assistant Li, carrying a cup of coffee, entered and handed over the documents. He then shifted the subject. "Your father, Song Guangqing, caused a disturbance after drinking and got into a fight. It is said he had an altercation with Song Shua and Madame Song. Not only did Song Guangqing transfer 5% of the group's shares to Song Shua, but over the years, he has also gradually transferred most of his properties to Song Shua's name. Given the current situation, it seems that Song Shua and Madame Song have fallen out." Assistant Li hesitated before asking, "President Song, should I go speak to the police?" "No need," Song Yuan Ye replied calmly, his expression remaining unchanged. "I will go personally." Song Guangqing did not possess Song Yuan Ye's phone number, clinging to a sliver of hope. He had the police call the company. Deep down, he understood that he had neglected Song Yuan Ye over the years. He remembered vividly how, when he abandoned his first wife, this biological son publicly severed ties with him, his eyes filled with palpable hatred. Song Yuan could still recall the chilling gaze of those indifferent brows when they bore down on him, a look that was piercingly fierce. He had long believed that Song Yuan Ye was the wolf cub he could never tame. Ironically, the seemingly obedient stepson beside him was the true wolf in sheep's clothing. Fuming, Song Yuan's eyes turned crimson with rage, furious not only at his stepson's treachery and Madame Song's infidelity, but also at his own inability to discern character. When the door swung open, he raised his head and, upon seeing Assistant Li, was momentarily stunned, then stepped out in disbelief. Assistant Li, too, was taken aback, nearly failing to recognize him. To outsiders, Song Yuan might be perceived as inept and mediocre, but he had once been a charming young man, a notorious playboy. Even in his later years, women flocked to him. Yet now, this disheveled, weary man was almost unrecognizable to Assistant Li. With these thoughts in mind, he managed a subtle smile. President Song is waiting for you outside. Song Yuan felt an unreal sensation wash over him as he nodded and followed Li outside, where he immediately spotted the Koenigsegg parked at the police station's entrance. The darkened windows descended, revealing the sharp profile of a man. With a sidelong glance, his eyes conveyed mockery. Get in the car. At the sound of the indifferent command, Song Yuan's eyes brightened, a wave of illicit joy flooding his heart. He hastily complied, entering the vehicle but lowering his head, too apprehensive to meet his gaze. After several attempts, he finally spoke. Yuan Ye. Song Yuan Ye coldly interrupted. Do not call my name. You do not deserve it. A heaviness settled in Song Yuan's heart. I know I have made many mistakes in the past, and no matter what I do, I cannot make amends. It is my fault for being deceived by that mother and son duo. Only now do I see their true nature. If it weren't for their manipulation, our family could have remained intact. I am sorry for you, and I am sorry for your mother. I am a sinner. His tone dripped with remorse, longing to weep uncontrollably in that moment. Song Yuan Ye smiled, yet there was little warmth in his gaze. Leaning back in his chair, he feigned slumber, the cuffs of his sleeves casually rolled up, revealing an exquisite watch. Strangely juxtaposed beside, it was a black diamond hair tie, the very one Liang Qingyan had used to bind her hair the previous night. His thoughts wandered back. Had he not overheard that remark, Song Yuan Ye would have preferred not to spare Song Yuan a second glance. A faint scoff escaped him, as if exhaled through his nose. He was quite self-aware. However, he firmly believed that the blame should not rest solely on that mother-son duo. They were at fault, but ultimately, the root of the issue lay in one's own selfishness. Song Yuan appeared visibly struck, his countenance shifting to one of defeat. Then we couldn't pick me up. Song Yuan Ye regarded him with a derisive glance, uttering a single phrase that shattered any illusions of reconciliation between father and son. The old patriarch, now in his twilight years and growing nostalgic, would surely intervene even if I were to abstain from involvement. Should this matter reach his ears, he would undoubtedly wish to extricate you from this predicament, only to be disheartened by your pitiful demeanor. The Song family has never produced a disgrace. You are the first. Song Yuan's expression faltered, yet under the weight of such forceful presence, he found himself devoid of any rebuttal. Upon arrival, before Song Yuan could utter a farewell, Song Yuan Ye abruptly slammed the car door shut. Mr. Song, what shall we do about Song Shua? Assistant Li inquired. Investigate thoroughly, Song Yuan Ye replied. His gaze lowered as his fingers grazed the diamond hair tie at his wrist. A brief flicker of warmth crossed his icy eyes before he continued. Song Yuan may be foolish, but the Song family's legacy is not something to be usurped by mere trifles. The collaboration between the Song and Meng families flourished, poised to monopolize the commercial market. Everyone sought to align themselves with these towering figures. Meng Shifan, possessing extensive connections and adept at socializing, often attended banquets. Today's gathering was orchestrated by the president of Ziyuan Real Estate, who sought to curry favor with both him and Song Yuan Ye. As the banquet drew to a close, neither man was in haste to depart. This fellow is a cunning fox, Meng Shifan remarked, reclining with hands clasped behind his head, a grin on his face. Unless he is made to bleed a little, he never showed genuine intent. He has come this time, sensing the burgeoning competition, seeking to negotiate. The terms he proposed were reasonable, Collaboration was indeed an option. In the realm of commerce, there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Bro. Meng Shifan waved a hand in front of him. What are you pondering? Nothing of consequence, Song Yuan Ye responded coolly, diverting his gaze from the hair tie to sip his drink. Care for a smoke? Meng Shifan offered a cigarette. I've quit. Song Yuan Ye waved his hand dismissively. Meng Shifan raised an eyebrow in surprise, but said nothing further. He placed the cigarette between his lips, ignited his lighter, hesitated momentarily, and then set it aside, discarding the cigarette on the table. Feeling down? Song Yuan Ye's gaze swept over him. Meng Shifan nodded. The two at home are either on business trips or vacationing abroad, leaving me with the troublesome Meng Xiao. She has become infatuated with some young celebrity. I fear she might create another scandal, allowing others to take advantage of her. As Song Yuan Ye listened, he recalled an amusing incident. He had long believed that Meng Shifan was destined to become just like his father. He remembered several years ago, when they went out for drinks, Meng Shifan would bring along that little brat, claiming there was no one to watch him at home and that he was uneasy with the nanny. The child would fuss to go home by 9 in the evening, and Meng Shifan would have to coax him, often making a long trek for ice cream. You still find that amusing, Brother Yi? Meng Shifan said, looking utterly aggrieved. Can't you show me some sympathy? Given our shared plight, both burdened by our worries over women. Who shares your plight? Song Yuan Ye shot him a sidelong glance. Meng Shifan was momentarily taken aback. Then a mischievous smile crept across his face. Brother Yi, impressive. Has the status changed so swiftly to the main consort? Get lost, Song Yuan Ye retorted. Just as Meng Shifan was about to inquire further, he suddenly noticed a figure entering the doorway, and his expression shifted. Lu Zhe. Chapter 41. The battleground Lu Zhe stood at the door, his exhaustion unmistakable, with bloodshot eyes fixated directly on Song Yuan Ye, who lounged on the sofa. He clenched his fists, seething with rage. Song Yuan Ye, holding a wine glass, had disheveled hair obscuring half of his brow, and when he caught a glimpse in the dim light, he paused briefly, showing no surprise, his gaze darkening slightly. Meng Shifan noticed something was amiss. Lu Zhe, what are you doing here? Lu Zhe remained silent, abruptly charging from a doorway. He delivered a punch squarely to Song Yuan Ye's face. Song Yuan Ye did not evade. The blow turned his head slightly, and he tasted blood as it swiftly spread at the corner of his lips. Unhurriedly, he wiped it away, rising to meet Lu Zhe's gaze, which was filled with resentment and fury from a position of superiority. Standing there, Song Yuan Ye emanated an undeniable aura, cold and sharp, impervious to dispute. Lu Zhe, eyes ablaze with rage, yelled, Song Yuan Ye, you had it all planned, didn't you? It was you who used work to divert me and get close to Yin Yin. With a nonchalant tone, Song Yuan Ye replied. So what if I did? Seeing him admit it so openly, Lu Zhe gritted his teeth in anger and swung his fist again, only to find that Song Yuan Ye effortlessly dodged this time. Stunned for a moment, Lu Zhe was then struck with an unexpectedly forceful punch that sent him off balance, barely managing to steady himself against the wall, momentarily dazed. Who do you think you are? Song Yuan Ye regarded him with an indifferent expression. The force of that previous punch was indeed considerable. Lu Zhe felt his insides twist painfully, even breathing hurt. I once considered you a brother. If it weren't for you, Yin Yin would never have broken up with me. Song Yuan Ye scoffed, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Stop deceiving yourself. If your relationship was truly unbreakable, no one could take her away. Lu Zhe laughed coldly. You schemed against us. Given Yin Yan's character, if she found out, she would definitely break up with you. You don't understand her at all. It's you who fails to understand her. Song Yuan Ye frowned. Lu Zhe, you are not worthy of her. You made her go through that ordeal. The more he spoke, the colder his demeanor became, his eyes glinting like icy blades aimed at Lu Zhe, the atmosphere around them thickening ominously. You profess to understand and love her, yet you cannot even exhibit this minimal tolerance. I only regret not having taken her back sooner. At his words, Lu Zhe's face darkened further, as if all strength had drained from him, collapsing to the ground, his weary eyes gradually losing their luster. He sat there, dazed, for a long time, then looked at Song Yuan Ye. Even if I am unworthy, Yin Yin, such a pure soul, is not suited for you. Before departing, Song Yuan Ye cast a glance back at him. Suitability is not for you to decide. Meanwhile, Liang Qingyan had just finished her evening routine and was preparing to sleep. The doorbell suddenly rang, prompting her to rise from the bed and slip on her slippers. Peering through the peephole, she discovered it was Song Yuan Ye. Opening the door, she inquired, "What brings you here at this late hour?" Song Yuan Ye enveloped her in his embrace, murmuring, "I missed you," having consumed a bit of alcohol. His voice was low and languid as he buried his head in the crook of her neck. "I had a gathering nearby, and thought to drop by." Liang Qingyan was clad in a pink silk camisole, her exquisite figure illuminated by the soft light, her fair skin appearing increasingly radiant and delicate, reminiscent of fine mutton fat jade. As Song Yuan Ye released her, Liang Qingyan quickly noticed a bruise adorning his face. "What happened to you?" she asked, concern etching her brow. "It's nothing, just a little scuffle," he replied nonchalantly. "Who did this?" Liang Qingyan couldn't suppress her frown. A smirk danced at the corners of Song Yuan Ye's lips as he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "What is this? Are you planning to avenge me, Yin? Be serious," Liang Qingyan admonished, her worry palpable. "What on earth happened? I'm genuinely concerned for you." Upon hearing her unguarded affection, Song Yuan Ye momentarily faltered. "It was Liu Ze. He confronted me, resenting me for taking you away from him." Caught off guard by this revelation, Liang Qingyan hesitated. However, before she could collect her thoughts, the arms encircling her waist tightened suddenly, lifting her off her feet, and in a whirlwind of motion, he placed her onto the sofa. His commanding voice resonated in her ears. "You are not to think of him in my presence." Liang Qingyan felt innocent, replying, "You mentioned him first." "That is still not permitted," Song Yuan Ye asserted, grasping her hands and raising them high above her head, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Whenever he displayed such an expression, Liang Qingyan found herself at a loss, a flutter of fear compelling her to flee. "I'll fetch some medicine to tend to your wound," she murmured softly. "No need. A kiss from you will suffice," Song Yuan Ye replied, his eyes glimmering with mischief as he leaned closer. "If this is how you choose to make amends in the future, I would gladly accept." "Song Yuan Ye," she protested, but her words were drowned out. Liang Qingyan could not recall the exact hour she fell asleep the previous night. Upon waking, her body ached as if it had endured a beating. Turning to glance at the empty space beside her, she realized Song Yuan Ye had departed without her notice. As she picked up her discarded sleepwear, her gaze inadvertently fell upon her reflection in the floor-length mirror. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe shrimp. Her skin bore marks. Even her feet were not spared, the contrast heightened by her porcelain complexion. With her luscious red lips and almond-shaped eyes glimmering, she exuded an enchanting allure that balanced innocence and seduction perfectly. Overwhelmed by her own appearance, Liang Qingyan hastily dressed and rushed to her office, deliberately choosing a high-neck sweater to conceal the telltale marks on her neck. Dang Wen scrutinized her, saying, "Yin, I can't shake the feeling that something about you seems different." Liang Qingyan, her face betraying her unease, tugged her sweater collar higher. "Perhaps I've just gained a bit of weight." No, it's not that I've gained weight. Rather, I simply appear more vibrant." Dang Wen chose not to dwell on this matter any longer and swiftly redirected the conversation. "By the way, have you and Liu Ze finalized your engagement date for this month?" Liang Qingyan paused momentarily in her actions. "I have already broken up with him." "What?" Dang Wen was taken aback, gazing at her in disbelief. "I must have misheard you. You and Liu Ze?" Liang Qingyan offered a faint smile. "This story is rather lengthy." Dang Wen, after a considerable effort to process the news, feigned composure, concern for her friend's feelings. "It's all right. Relationships are merely that. If love fades, one parts ways, and it's goodbye. The next one will be even better." Liang Qingyan admired his forthright character. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a message from an unfamiliar number. Yin, it's Liu Ze. Let us meet. I have something to discuss with you. Please." She had previously deleted Liu Ze's phone number. After some contemplation, she decided that it would be better to speak openly. Thus, she replied, "Let us meet after work." Chapter 042. Encounter with Jiang Yin. Liang Qing donned a coffee-colored trench coat paired with a high-neck sweater, complemented by denim jeans and high heels. A belt cinched at her waist accentuated her slender figure. With her hands tucked into her pockets, only her petite face was visible, the high-neck sweater concealing the marks on her neck and shielding her from prying eyes. Yet, even so, as she entered the CAF, there were still gazes that lingered in admiration. Liu instinctively wished to shield her from those stares, only to realize that his current identity no longer permitted such actions. A quiet bitterness began to spread within him, though it did not manifest outwardly. He maintained a warm smile, as he always did, ordering the Blue Mountain coffee she enjoyed. "Thank you," Liang Qingyan said, her gaze lowered to the coffee before her. In truth, she did not particularly favor Blue Mountain, finding its taste somewhat sour. However, during their first date, Liu had chosen it for her, believing she would appreciate it, and she did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm. As her thoughts returned, Liang Qingyan smiled, her demeanor friendly yet tinged with an air of detachment. "You messaged me, saying you wanted to discuss something?" A pang of pain crossed Liu's eyes. His heart constricted with an unbearable weight. "I wish to reveal the truth to you. Although this matter is in the past, you have the right to know. Moreover, I cannot bear to see you continue to be deceived by that scoundrel, Song Yuan Ye." "Deceived?" Liang Qingyan echoed, momentarily taken aback. Liu nodded. "Do you remember that since I took you to that social gathering and you met Song Yuan Ye, I had to go on business trips for various reasons, which resulted in our prolonged separation?" Stirring her coffee absent-mindedly, Liang Qingyan had already deduced the answer. "Is it Song Yuan Ye's doing?" Though framed as a question, her tone conveyed certainty. Liu looked at her in disbelief. "You know," Liang Qingyan replied coolly, "our breakup has nothing to do with him." Liu regarded her with a self-deprecating smile. "While I was away, Song Yuan Ye must have seized the opportunity to approach you, right? Given his character, he might have even coerced you, yet you still chose him. It seems you have feelings for him. Upon reflection, your expression was quite off when we left the gathering that night. After he added you as a friend, he must have said something to you." Liang Qingyan pressed her lips together, opting for silence. Liu gazed at her, gently advising, "It's all right. It's all in the past. I don't want you to feel burdened. However, Yin, Song Yuan Ye's intentions are unpredictable. Please do not allow yourself to be hurt." The concern in his eyes was genuine. Liang Qingyan nodded, "I understand. Thank you." On the weekend, the sky was clear and bright. Meng Xiaoxiao invited her for a shopping trip, impeccably dressed and bustling in her high heels as she flitted between luxury boutiques, laden with bags of various sizes. Liang Qingyan's attention was captured by a pair of cufflinks made from obsidian, shimmering under the store's lights. She had yet to gift Song Yuan Ye anything. After asking the shop assistant to wrap the cufflinks, she selected a Pichot bracelet for the elderly Mr. Song, intending to present it to him when they next met. She used her own card for the purchase, choosing not to utilize the black card Song Yuan Ye had given her. Although the prices of items are rather steep, she received a substantial commission this month, making it affordable for her. Since it is a gift from her, it is only fitting that she pays for it to convey her sincerity. Beside her, Meng Xiaoxiao let out an ambiguous sound of discontent. Liang Qingyan coughed awkwardly. As the two exited the boutique, a sudden commotion erupted on the first floor of the mall. Attracted by the noise, Meng Xiaoxiao abruptly let out a piercing scream. Startled, Liang Qingyan followed her gaze to see a crowd gathering, with many people filming on their phones. In the center of the throng stood a tall man, wearing a mask. There was something familiar about his features, but the distance made it difficult to see clearly. It was Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan?" Liang Qingyan exclaimed in astonishment. Meng Xiaoxiao nodded emphatically. "Yes, he is the lead actor from that hit drama that just aired a few days ago. I am his fan. I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. What a rare encounter. Yin, wait for me. I'm going to take a few photos." Her face lit up with excitement, and before Liang Qingyan could respond, she dashed off. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was warmly surrounded by fans, signing autographs and posing for photos without a hint of celebrity pretentiousness. Fortunately, a bodyguard was clearing a path for him, allowing him to escape the crowd. He quickly spotted that familiar figure, paused for a moment, then strode towards Liang Qingyan, pulling down his mask. "It's me. Don't look back. Just follow me." Before Liang Qingyan could utter a word, she was led along in his wake. The bodyguard diligently attempted to shield them from enthusiastic fans, but could not deter the eager cameras. Their backs were captured in countless frames. At last, they exited the mall where few people were present. Liang Qingyan stopped. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with confusion as she awaited his explanation. Jiang Yin glanced back to ensure they were no longer being pursued, smiled at her apologetically, and said, "I'm sorry for suddenly pulling you away. It's rather inconvenient to talk in there. I just finished an advertisement, and since I have some time, remember we agreed last week that you would treat me to a meal? Rather than waiting for another day, I know a lovely restaurant nearby." Liang Qingyan had no objections, but mentioned, "I have a friend with me who was just stopped by our bodyguard. Would you mind if she joined us?" A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Jiang Yin's eyes, but he replied, "Of course, she is welcome." Once granted permission, Liang Qingyan messaged Meng Xiaoxiao. The restaurant Jiang Yin selected was a private establishment, boasting a pleasant ambience and a high degree of privacy, frequented by many celebrities. Upon seeing Jiang Yin, Meng Xiaoxiao seemed to transform into a different person, unusually bashful, having yet to utter a single word, even adopting a ladylike posture. She had just stealthily taken Liang Qingyan aside to touch up her makeup. "Jiang Yin, congratulations on your new drama as success." Liang Qingyan raised her glass filled with juice as a substitute for wine. "Thank you," Jiang Yin replied, expressing his sentiments. "With rising popularity, my schedule has become quite packed, making it less carefree than before. Perhaps this is the trade-off for gaining something. However, I'm genuinely pleased to see my past efforts recognized by so many." Meng Xiaoxiao nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, brother Jiang Yin, you are so exceptional, deserving of everyone's admiration. From now on, I shall be your devoted fan." Upon realizing her excitement, she quickly closed her mouth. Jiang Yin paused in surprise and asked, "Are you Yin Yan's colleague?" With her idol initiating a conversation, Meng Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words. I'm not. Yin Yan is my sister-in-law." Jiang Yan's expression darkened. "Sister-in-law? You're Lu Zhe's sister?" Meng Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Who is Lu Zhe? I don't know him. My name is Meng Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao of Meng." Jiang Yin. Liang Qingyan spoke softly. "I have broken up with Lu Zhe." As soon as the words left her lips, a flicker of delight crossed Jiang Yan's eyes. But he quickly composed himself and shifted the conversation. "I am participating in a stage play these days. Qingyan, and Miss Meng, if you're interested, you can come to visit the backstage." Liang Qingyan was not particularly fond of stage plays and was about to politely decline when Meng Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "I am interested. Of course I am." Chapter 43. Have your wings strengthened? Jiang Yin promptly declared, "Let us agree on this. I shall send you the location before tomorrow morning." Meng Xiaoxiao was brimming with excitement, and as the meal concluded, she approached Jiang Yin for a photograph. A smile danced in Jiang Yan's eyes, his handsome visage radiating a warmth that was utterly irresistible. "Xiaoxiao, could you assist me in taking a picture with Qingyan?" Upon hearing her idol utter her name, Meng Xiaoxiao felt as if her legs were no longer her own, nodding in a dazed manner. Of course, of course." Meanwhile, Liang Qingyan was engrossed in her phone, oblivious to their conversation. Jiang Yin moved closer to her, inclining his head. "Qingyan, look at the camera." Liang Qingyan, puzzled, lifted her gaze. Meng Xiaoxiao pressed the shutter, capturing the moment. In the photograph, Jiang Yin donned a brown overcoat, his smile gentle, his gaze lowered, lashes casting shadows as his attention remained fixed on Liang Qingyan, who happened to wear a coat of the same hue. Beneath a white shirt adorned with a bow tie, she exuded an enchanting allure. At first glance, they resembled a couple emerging from university, her expression slightly dazed, her almond eyes unfocused as they stood together. Jiang Yin gazed at the photograph, his eyes lingering for a moment before he discreetly retrieved his phone. "It is getting late. Allow me to escort you home." Upon returning home, Song Yuan Ye sat at the table, a laptop before him, dressed in a suit, his demeanor grave and exuding an air of decisiveness. His fingers danced across the keyboard, his gaze intensely focused. They say that a man dedicated to his work is the most handsome. Liang Qingyan had not understood this before, but now she felt it deeply. Upon hearing the door open, Song Yuan Ye glanced up. "You're back." Liang Qingyan nodded softly, retrieving the obsidian cufflinks she had purchased for him. "This is a gift for you." She fixed her gaze upon him, her almond eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Open it and see if you like it." Song Yuan Ye's gaze fell upon the gift box. Without even opening it, he replied, "Whatever you gift me, I shall cherish." Liang Qingyan found his response dismissive. "How can you know without looking?" He opened the exquisite box, revealing the obsidian cufflinks that shimmered with light, reflecting in his dark eyes as if they too had brightened. "I like them." Only then did Liang Qingyan feel satisfied. "I also bought a bracelet for Grandpa. Though it is not expensive, it is the thought that counts. I shall present it to him next time. I believe he will appreciate it." "Already calling him Grandpa, are we?" Song Yuan Ye teased, pulling her close by the waist. Admiring her flushed cheeks, he kissed her gently on the lips. "Just how much do you wish to marry me? Perhaps we should hasten to tie the knot. If you wish to please the elder, I have a suggestion." Liang Qingyan blinked. Intrigued, what suggestion? He is, in fact, more eager to hold a grandchild. Song Yuan Ye replied, causing Liang Qingyan's face to flush crimson. "Who would want to have children with you?" "Who, if not me?" Song Yuan Ye leaned closer. A sudden, unexpected voice interrupted the moment. It was Assistant Li who mentioned that the monthly report from last month had been sent to Mr. Song's email. Liang Qingyan, startled, gazed at the computer screen in front of Song Yuan Ye. In the conference room, 2 rows of people sat rigidly at the table, and it dawned on her that he was conducting a video conference. Liang Qingyan hurriedly stood up, her eyes wide, silently questioning Song Yuan Ye. The latter, expressionless, closed the laptop screen. His voice turned somewhat cold as he stated that future meetings would be held at the company. At the Meng residence, Meng Xiao, having played until dawn, stealthily pushed the door open. The living room was dark, suggesting that Meng Shifan had fallen asleep. However, to be cautious, she changed out of her high heels and padded barefoot across the floor, ensuring not a single sound escaped as she ascended the stairs. A triumphant smile playing on her face, believing her actions to be flawless. Suddenly, the lights in the living room flickered on. Meng Xiao's smile instantly froze. Maintaining her position on the stairs, motionless, Meng Shifan stood at the top of the stairs, looking down at her with arms crossed, a habitual smile on his face that harbored a hint of something sinister. She had seen this disingenuous smile since childhood. It was a sign that someone was about to face the consequences, and that someone was now her. "Meng Xiao, do you even know how late it is?" His deep, angry voice echoed. "What time is it now?" Meng Xiao feigned ignorance, glancing at her watch. "Oh, it is 12 o'clock. I should head to bed now." "It's late, brother. You should rest too." As she spoke, she hunched over and hastily moved forward. Meng Shifan placed his foot on the stair railing, blocking her path with his long leg. Startled, Meng Xiao smiled ingratiatingly, pinching the corner of his suit jacket with her fingers. "Hey, brother, dear brother. I know you have always cared for me the most since we were little, right?" She winked at him, employing all her charm. Meng Shifan let out a cold snort, appearing unimpressed by her antics. His gaze fell upon her delicate fingers clutching his jacket and then on her overly cautious expression, and the fury within him subsided significantly. He led her to the sofa downstairs. Meng Xiao quickly poured him a glass of water. "You've talked so much. You must be thirsty." Meng Shifan accepted the glass and took a sip. In a stern tone, he asked, "Now, tell me honestly, where have you been?" Meng Xiao's big eyes darted around. "I went shopping with Yin and had a meal." "Brother, you've had so many girlfriends. You must know that it's normal for girls to shop late." Hearing this, Meng Shifan narrowed his elongated eyes suspiciously. "Was it really just shopping?" "Really, I swear," Meng Xiao fervently assured, raising 4 fingers. Meng Shifan seemed to believe her. Yet he frowned, looking at her as an elder would, seriously reminding her, "Our parents entrusted you to me, which makes me your guardian. I have the obligation to ensure your safety." This statement was something Meng Xiao had heard countless times. Complying, she nodded obediently. I know. In the future, you are forbidden from returning home so late." "Understood? I assure you I will return early." Meng Shifan's tone shifted, declaring that henceforth, "We shall implement a curfew in our household. One must return by 9 o'clock in the evening. If not, I shall cut off the funds from your account. And do not even think about asking your parents for money, for I have already conferred with them." "Understood." Meng Xiao's expression changed dramatically. "What? 9 o'clock? Meng Shifan, you old tyrant. This is utterly outrageous. I am already an adult. It was acceptable to impose restrictions on me when I was a child. But what gives you the right to control me now? Meng Xiao. Meng Shifan ground his teeth, his words emerging through clenched jaws, his eyes ablaze with fury. Have you grown wings, have you? Chapter 044. Brother, I can no longer bear it. Meng Xiao's complexion turned pale, her neck stiffened as she dared not speak further. Her previous anger had compelled her to reveal her true feelings. Kneeling submissively before him, she leaned closer, hoping he could perceive the depth of her remorse, tears glistening in her eyes. Brother, I am sorry, I can no longer bear it. This was her ultimate gambit. Ever since childhood, her tears had rendered him powerless. What did you call me? Meng Shifan's face darkened, his expression heavy. Old flower dog, what does that mean? Just a term of endearment, Meng Xiao replied softly. Indeed, it was a reference to an old, worn-out dog. However, she dared not voice this to his face. Meng Shifan scoffed derisively, crossing his legs as he reached for the family discipline tool. And no, please, Meng Xiao quivered. Meng Shifan fixed her with a steely gaze, his thin lips coldly uttering a single word, go. Meng Xiao rose to comply, retrieving a tattered feather duster from a corner, shutting her eyes tightly, and presenting it to him with an open palm. Observing her demeanor, Meng Shifan found himself amused. Had she known better, she could have avoided this fate. A lesson was necessary. Otherwise, she would grow too unruly. As soon as the thought left his lips, a sharp crack echoed. The feather duster made contact with her palm. The force not severe, but enough to sound alarming. Meng Shifan held back from striking her too hard. Wah! Meng Xiao sniffled, tears streaming down her cheeks, her tearful eyes accusing him. Her fair palm bore a faint red mark. Brother, you are bullying me. For a moment, Meng Shifan's expression flickered with uncertainty. He laid the feather duster aside, and though comforting words were on the tip of his tongue, they transformed instead. How would you learn a lesson if it doesn't hurt? It is precisely because the family indulges you too much. Go back and write a letter of repentance. Submit it to me for review tomorrow. Meng Xiao nodded, sniffling as she retreated to her room. The living room was left with only Meng Shifan, who sighed heavily, realizing that caring for Meng Xiao was far more troublesome than managing his company. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned the housekeeper. He instructed her firmly, do not allow her to go out tomorrow. Whatever she does, report back to me. With the meteoric rise of the new generation actor, Liang Qingyan, his recent appearance at a mall had once again sparked trending discussions. In the photographs, Liang Qingyan was seen holding a woman's hand, his back turned to the fans and the camera, disappearing into the crowd, igniting envy among countless admirers. No joke, the hearts of girlfriend fans are shattered. Little assistant, find out who this woman is within 3 minutes. Isn't she Liang Qingyan's girlfriend? Who else could it be? Am I the only one who thinks this woman has an incredible figure? Just look at her waist and the shoulders. Those curves, her calves are simply exquisite. A devilish physique. What a pity we can't see her face. Her silhouette somewhat resembles that immensely popular female reporter from before. LOL. How can you deduce that from such a blurry picture? How could anyone make such a connection? Didn't Liang Qingyan already delete that Weibo post? This merely indicates that the two individuals share an ordinary student relationship. Previously, Liang Qingyan had not yet gained fame. He was concerned about being accused of riding on the coattails of that female journalist, which could tarnish their camaraderie, prompting him to proactively delete his posts. The online community erupted in a frenzy. Liang Qingyan, who typically pays little heed to the entertainment industry, was unaware of these developments. She had planned to visit the backstage rehearsals of a stage play with Meng Xiao, but received a call informing her that Meng Xiao had been grounded by her brother, who had also resorted to physical discipline. Liang Qingyan expressed her profound disapproval. She turned to Song Yuan Ye, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, and urged him to speak with Meng Shifan, asserting that even if Xiao returned home late, it was unacceptable to strike her. She was now an adult, possessing her own thoughts and judgment. Her impression of Meng Shifan was rather unfavorable. She perceived him as a seemingly amiable yet cunning individual, whose cunning was not inferior to that of Song Yuan Ye. To illustrate, he reminded her of a wolf amidst tigers and leopards. Song Yuan Ye handed her a slice of toast, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I know him well. He would never harm Meng Xiao." Upon hearing this, Liang Qingyan felt somewhat reassured. After finishing the egg toast he had offered her, she drank half a glass of milk. Song Ye leisurely wiped the milk stains from the corner of her mouth with his calloused hand, brushing against her red lips, instilling a tingling sensation within her. "Are you full?" he inquired. Liang Qingyan looked up, meeting his deep gaze, feeling a flush rise to her cheeks. Ever since that night, Song Yuan Ye had transformed into a ravenous beast, increasingly savoring their intimacy. Adding to this, she had recently experienced her menstrual cycle, and it had been quite some time since they had. "I have plans to go out today," she declared, hastily grabbing her bag and heading for the door. "With whom?" Song Yuan Ye pressed. "Deng Wen, my colleague." Liang Qingyan fabricated a story, knowing his possessiveness and fearing he might misunderstand. Observing her retreating figure, Song Yuan Ye smiled wryly. Indeed, this was merely the beginning. He could not afford to tighten his grip too soon, for he did not wish to frighten her away. In recent days, he had consciously restrained his nature, anxious not to intimidate her. Even so, he worried about inadvertently causing her harm, being careful not to make too much noise. He had arranged for someone abroad to procure medicine, which proved remarkably effective each time it was applied after their encounters. Assistantly called Mr. Song. "The matter you instructed has been clarified. Mrs. Song has not only entangled herself with her ex-husband post-marriage, but has also established a charitable orphanage, misappropriating their marital assets to fund it. While it appears to be a charitable endeavor, it essentially falls under the category of illegal fundraising, aimed at depleting Song Guangqing's wealth. As for the orphanage, it is merely a facade." Upon hearing this, Song Yuan Ye replied coolly, "Delegate the matter to you." "Understood." Assistant Li responded respectfully. In a high-end villa district, Mrs. Song summoned a beautician to her home, presenting herself as a quintessential wealthy woman, living extravagantly and spending lavishly. She glanced at Song Shua, who sat nearby, and gleefully remarked, "Little Shua, you currently hold 5% of the shares. With so many directors watching, Song Yuan Ye cannot do anything to you." Song Shua smiled faintly, his gaze falling upon his injured leg, a glint of malice crossing his eyes. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door was forcefully broken down. A row of robust bodyguards clad in professional uniforms entered in an orderly fashion, firearms in hand. Additionally, several officers in police uniforms followed suit. Song Shua was momentarily taken aback. Mrs. Song, startled, let out a shriek, her face pale as she pointed her exquisitely manicured finger at the crowd, exclaiming, "Who are you? Who permitted your entry?" Director Zhang of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau stepped forward from the ranks. Addressing Mrs. Song, "We have uncovered your connection to a fundraising case, and we require your cooperation for an investigation." With that, several officers proceeded to handcuff her. Song Shua's expression darkened for an instant before he regained his composure. "Director Zhang, there must be some misunderstanding. My mother could not possibly be involved in such matters." Director Zhang cast a sharp glance at him, inquiring, "And you are?" Song Shua's smile faltered slightly. "Have you forgotten? We met not long ago." "I do not recognize you," Director Zhang replied coldly. "Any further obstruction of law enforcement constitutes complicity in a crime." Chapter 045. She does not deserve to stand on the stage. Song Shua dared not utter another word, helplessly watching as Madame Song was escorted away. "Thank you for your effort," said Assistant Li with a smile outside the door. "It was no trouble, just performing my duty," Director Zhang replied, his expression softening. "We must also extend our gratitude to General Song for providing the evidence. This case involves a substantial amount of money, and it is a significant achievement. Please convey my regards to General Song. I shall invite him to dinner another day." Assistant Li nodded. "Certainly, I will relay your message." As the police car departed, Song Shua observed the scene with increasingly fierce eyes. "Song Yuan Ye, what tremendous power you possess." Assistant Li, maintaining a facade of professionalism, retrieved several sheets of paper from his briefcase. "This is the share transfer agreement. Please sign it." "And what if I refuse?" Song Shua's eyes burned with anger. "Then I would have no choice but to follow my instructions," Assistant Li replied, signaling the bodyguards to aim their weapons at him. General Song has made it clear. If you wish to avoid losing a leg as well, you should sign it promptly. This is a society governed by law, and General Song is known for his leniency. He never resorts to violence. However, for those who insist on opposing him, the consequences will be dire. Mr. Song, being a wise man, should recognize which choice ensures his safety. With gritted teeth, Song Shaw, though reluctant, accepted the share transfer agreement and affixed his signature. He had underestimated Song Yuan Ye. Indeed, he could wield immense power in the capital. Assistantly concealed a subtle smile. If the allegations hold true, Madame Song could spend many years in prison. And, as the party at fault, Mr. Song Yuan is entitled to dissolve the marriage. All properties under Madame Song's name will be reclaimed. Therefore, you should swiftly secure your next steps in the coming days. Song Shua glared at him with bloodshot eyes, disbelief washing over him. Assistantly neatly filed the documents and departed with his entourage of bodyguards. Backstage at the theater, Liang Qingyan observed the rehearsal from the audience. This performance was a fusion of drama and stagecraft, set against a backdrop of European classicism, imbued with elements of courtly nobility. The stage was expansive, adorned with recessed lighting above, and suspended above was Monet's water lilies. The background music was the familiar Polonaise, a ballet piece that sparked a moment of reverie in Liang Qingyan. As she sat silently, she noticed the surroundings were desolate, with only a few actors rehearsing on stage. After half an hour, Jiang Yin descended and noticed her lost in thought. "Are you bored?" he inquired. "I apologize. Had I known you didn't enjoy it, I would not have brought you." Liang Qingyan shook her head, her expression earnest. "Not at all. I actually quite appreciate this atmosphere." Hearing her response, Jiang Yin felt relieved and handed her a bottle of water. "Thank you," she replied, glancing around. "Is it just a few of you?" Jiang Yin, the director of the production, noted that several staff members had yet to arrive. "A few of us actors decided to come early for rehearsal, as time was of the essence with the performance set for tomorrow." As he spoke, he softly reminded her, "Our female director has quite a temper, so if you encounter her later, it would be wise to keep your distance." Liang Qingyan paused momentarily, then inquired quietly, "How bad is it?" Though they were close, their heads bowed, maintaining an appropriate social distance, a faint fragrance wafted between them. Jiang Yan's gaze flickered as he caught sight of her delicate neck, wisps of hair brushing against her ear. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled as if they held light, her curled lashes capable of captivating the heart. From his vantage point, he could even discern the fine hairs on her face, the pale, almost translucent skin revealing the faint blue veins beneath. For a moment, his mind went blank. After a brief pause, he regained his composure, listening as their director remarked on her dissatisfaction with the dance performers, indicating they had not met her expectations. Liang Qingyan nodded, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. While they conversed, the female director called out from the stage, "Props team, camera crew, are all departments prepared? Are all the actors present?" "I'll head up first," Jiang Yin said, offering a few instructions before hurrying back to the stage. The spotlight illuminated the platform. As the background music swelled, emotions intertwined with the performance, and the ballerinas clad in tutus took the stage, drawing Liang Qingyan's attention unwittingly. Suddenly, the scene was interrupted. The serious-faced female director approached. "Lucci, what is going on? How can you not even execute a pirouette properly? Do you realize you are holding everyone back?" A pirouette, a specialized term in ballet, refers to a spinning movement on one foot. The actress named Lu Qi turned pale, lowering her head in silence. The director sighed, perhaps recognizing the weight of her words. "Let us try that again." The rehearsal resumed, yet for reasons unknown, be it nerves or something else, Lu Qi's performance faltered. She failed to execute several leaps. And when her turn came for the pirouette, she stumbled and fell. Lu Qi gasped, clutching her leg as she sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. The other actors hurried over, concern etched on their faces, inquiring about her condition. Only the female director exhibited impatience, her expression a mix of disappointment and frustration. "Are you truly crying over such a minor injury? I've taught students far tougher than you." Despite her words, she crouched down to inspect Lu Qi's injuries. Finding no serious harm, just a scraped knee. "You should take a break." Yet Lu Qi remained seated, the pent-up emotions from the past few days boiling over. "It's not that I'm incompetent. It's that you are too harsh," she exclaimed. "Even professional ballet dancers from the Central Ballet don't achieve perfection as you demand. You might want to reconsider your defiance." The director retorted with a hint of pride. "Among my former students, there was one with both talent and diligence, truly favored by the heavens. It is a pity she ultimately abandoned ballet. Had she continued, her abilities would have certainly made her a principal dancer by now." Disregarding her words, Liu Qi threw a temper tantrum. "I refuse to practice any longer. Find someone else." The female director's expression darkened instantly. "What did you say?" "I said I won't practice anymore." Liu Qi stood up, straightening her back. "Did you not just mention that there are more capable candidates around? Then go seek them out." The female director fell momentarily silent. The director and others, including Jiang Yin, hurried to mediate. "Qi, don't be obstinate at this moment. We are set to perform tomorrow." "Indeed, although the director is a bit strict with us, she is actually quite kind." "Qi, why not take a break for now?" "No need. I am leaving. I am packing my things and walking out. These past few days, I have barely eaten or slept while practicing this wretched ballet. Let anyone who wishes to dance do so." A few attempted to stop her, but the female director sharply commanded, "Let her go. Someone who shows such blatant disrespect for ballet does not deserve to stand on the stage." Liu Qi, infuriated, walked out without a second glance. The director sighed and turned to the female director. "Your temperament is truly something. The performance is about to begin. Where are we to find a replacement now?" Chapter 046. The disobedient kitten at home. The female director returned, realizing she had no choice but to select another dancer from the previously registered performers and contact them urgently. The director nodded, acknowledging that while it was feasible, the time frame was rather tight. However, if her expectations remained as lofty as they were, even 100 more candidates might be intimidated by the situation. "Surely, it cannot be that exaggerated," the female director retorted. "Enough," the director said with resignation. "Do you think everyone is as exceptional as your outstanding student?" The female director's spirits dimmed slightly. If it had not been for, but let bygones be bygones. It was best not to dwell on the past. "I will head down now to avoid affecting the children's emotions," she stated as she made her way to the stage. "Teacher," Liang Qingyan stood up, her eyes brightening. "It truly is you." The female director looked up in disbelief, taking a moment to process the recognition. Yin. "Teacher, it has been a long time," Liang Qingyan replied with a gentle smile. "What brings you here?" the female director asked, her surprise evident as tears started to well in her eyes. She parted her lips, wanting to express something, yet the words caught in her throat. Overwhelmed by the emotional reunion, Liang Qingyan, equally delighted, explained, "Jiang Yin is my university classmate. I came to watch his performance." "I never expected you to be the director now. This role as stage director is temporary. I came to lend a hand, but who knew such an incident would occur?" "You saw what happened earlier. Perhaps I was indeed too harsh." Liang Qingyan nodded. "It was not your fault." The female director gazed at her with pride. "I have kept up with the online news to some extent. You must be that most beautiful journalist, right? The moment I saw your photo, I recognized you immediately." She patted her shoulder. "It's wonderful. Although you did not continue on stage, I am still proud of you." For some reason, Liang Qingyan felt a twinge of sorrow. "Teacher, you do not blame me?" "Blame you for what?" the female director asked, taken aback. Liang Qingyan murmured, "For not persevering." "Silly child," the female director said, her heart aching for her. "You could not have wished for such circumstances, such a significant upheaval in your family. Life does not offer a single path to choose from. You relinquished ballet, and now you are a journalist. I am genuinely happy for you." Liang Qingyan nodded. "Thank you." "Teacher," the female director inquired, "could you do me a favor?" "Of course, teacher. Just tell me what you need, and I will do my best," Liang Qingyan replied, dabbing at the tears in her eyes. The female director continued, "Substitute for that actress and perform on stage." Liang Qingyan hesitated momentarily. It had been many years since she had danced ballet, so long that it felt as though it had been buried alongside certain memories. Yet, the ingrained movements of her body reminded her that she once was a ballet dancer, holding a profound reverence for the art. She hesitated. "What are you afraid of?" The female director furrowed her brow, reverting to her usual seriousness. Yin, you were once my most exceptional student. If even you are too afraid to take the stage, then I fear very few others possess the right to do so. The rehearsal on stage continued unabated. Jiang Yin, initially concerned that the two had quarreled, felt anxious yet was unable to interrupt the performance. Lu Qi had not yet departed. Upon hearing the conversation, she sauntered over. Addressing the director, "So, this is the student you mentioned? She doesn't appear to be anything special." The female director shot her a disapproving glare, commanding her to be silent. Liang Qingyan took a deep breath, ultimately resolving, "I shall give it a try." The female director smiled with satisfaction and promptly announced to the group, "Qingyan is my student. She is perfectly suited to replace Lu Qi." The crowd gasped in surprise. Jiang Yin approached, inquiring, "Qingyan, are you truly a student of the director? Have you studied ballet?" Liang Qingyan met his astonished gaze, blushing slightly as she replied, "I practiced for 4 years, but I haven't trained in a long time, so I might be a bit rusty. Please don't laugh at me later." "Why would I?" Jiang Yin responded. Liang Qingyan then went backstage to change into her performance attire. When she emerged, clad in a pure white ballet dress, her long dark hair neatly arranged in a bun, her figure was enchanting and graceful. Her swan-like neck elongated, the dress revealing a delicate expanse of pale back. And with each light step, her shoulder blades fluttered like fragile wings. The pristine white fabric resembled a blooming white rose. She wore no makeup, presenting her natural beauty. All eyes were drawn to her, unabashedly captivated. Jiang Yin, in particular, did not hold back his praise, appreciating her purely. "Qingyan, you are stunning." Liang Qingyan smiled gently, signaling to the director that they could commence. The rehearsal proceeded as usual. The director, who previously thought the female director's words overly exaggerated, now realized that if he had such a student, he would surely boast about her daily. She was a born dancer. Though not entirely proficient, she still required more practice. The female director, however, shook her head solemnly, acknowledging that even a genius could experience a decline over the years. Liang Qingyan rehearsed late into the evening and finally found a moment to check her phone. She noticed several missed calls from Song Yuan Ye. She dialed back. Jiang Yin called out to her from behind, "Qingyan, we're going out for dinner. Aren't you coming?" Liang Qingyan shook her head, placing a finger to her lips in a gesture for silence as she walked towards the rehearsal space's exit. Jiang Yin paused momentarily, but said nothing further. The call on the other end was answered at an unknown moment, causing Liang Qingyan's heart to race. She was uncertain whether Song Yuan Ye had overheard Jiang Yan's voice. The man's low, resonant voice broke the silence, calm yet inquisitive. "Where have you been? Why haven't you answered your phone for so long?" Liang Qingyan felt a fleeting shiver in her eardrums, then sighed in relief as she replied, "I watched a movie with Dangwon. It's a bit late now." "Is that so?" Song Yuan Ye chuckled softly. "What movie? I'd like to see it later." Liang Qingyan, feeling a twinge of guilt, responded, "It's a romantic art film for girls. You wouldn't be interested." Fortunately, Song Yuan Ye didn't pursue the topic further, stating, "I have a project to discuss tonight. I may be busy until late. Have fun, and take care of yourself." Liang Qingyan obediently replied, "All right, you two, don't overexert yourself." She then ended the call. On the other side, Song Yuan Ye picked up his glass, took a sip, and then set it down, idly stroking his watch with his fingertip. His gaze was somewhat somber, and his aura commanded attention. A cautious partner beside him inquired, "What's the matter, Mr. Song? Are you feeling unwell?" Song Yuan Ye paused momentarily before replying nonchalantly, "My little cat at home has been rather disobedient, causing mischief behind my back." The partner chuckled, "I thought it was something serious. That's easily remedied. A good lesson will suffice." "Indeed, it's time for a proper lesson," Song Yuan Ye concurred. The following day, Liang Qingyan awoke to find the space beside her empty. The absence of Song Yuan Ye felt quite unfamiliar. She was not a person who could not endure solitude. In fact, she often relished her own company. With a rather traditional disposition, even during her time with Lu Zhe, their travels had only led to shared accommodations out of necessity, and nothing had ever transpired that night. It dawned on her that, unbeknownst to her, Song Yuan Ye had forcefully intruded into her life, and she had begun to grow accustomed to his presence. Chapter 047. A stunning dance in the living room sat a jewelry box. Liang Qingyan paused for a moment before opening it, revealing the exquisite white rose gemstone necklace he had gifted her. The gems gleamed with a translucent milky hue, their flawless cut radiating a lustrous glow akin to glass. The familiar handwriting on the greeting card read, "For my girl." Liang Qingyan's gaze softened as she adorned her neck with the necklace before leaving, its elegance enhancing the grace of her swan-like neck, infusing her serene beauty with an indescribable air of nobility. Today marked the day of the theater performance. The audience filled the seats, a sea of blue light sticks held aloft by Jiang Yan's fans, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle. Backstage, in the makeup room, Liang Qingyan donned her ballet costume, preparing for her makeup. The makeup artist applied a simple base, marveling at her flawless features. She was naturally beautiful, looking splendid even with minimal enhancement. Our director has mentioned that the discerning eye of the choreographer is renowned. To earn her praise, one must truly be exceptional. "You flatter me," Liang Qingyan replied modestly, smiling. "I knew the director must have spoken ill of me." At that moment, the female choreographer entered. The makeup artist, flustered, quickly denied. No, please don't misunderstand. The director has always praised you in our discussions." "Are you nervous?" the female choreographer asked, standing behind the makeup table. Her gaze towards Liang Qingyan filled with admiration, pride, and a hint of complex emotion. She regarded her as her most outstanding student, regardless of the past or present. She took great pride in her. She acknowledged her own strictness. The path of ballet was fraught with challenges, and few students possessed true talent. Those endowed with ability but lacking perseverance ultimately withdrew, leaving only Liang Qingyan. She had placed all her unfulfilled aspirations of achieving the principal dancer position onto Liang Qingyan. Thus, when Liang Qingyan had once considered abandoning ballet, she had scolded her harshly and severed contact for an extended period. The weight of her expectations brought with it profound regret. Tears glimmered in the choreographer's eyes as she encouraged, "Press on." "Teacher, I will," Liang Qingyan replied earnestly, nodding. She had already missed the prime of her youth, and ascending to greater heights in her career felt unattainable. Yet, she hoped this performance would bring her dance journey to a perfect conclusion. As the curtain rose before the stage, the audience erupted in chants of Jiang Yan's name, the blue light sticks converging into a magnificent ocean, their waves creating a breathtaking spectacle. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as Jiang Yan made his entrance, elevating the energy even further. His striking appearance and emotional engagement captivated the audience, perfectly embodying the allure of his character. Sadness and regret intertwined in a poignant struggle, enveloping the audience in a profound sense of sorrow, leaving them breathless. The narrator's voice resonated. The malevolent Western dragon, Nidhogg, unleashed flames that scorched the entire kingdom, snatching away the youth's beloved. The young man fell to his knees, wailing in despair, praying for divine mercy to aid him in vanquishing Nidhogg. The gods heard his pleas and descended with the sword of victory. The youth, disregarding his pain, bravely ventured alone into the lair of the malevolent dragon, severing its twin wings. Yet, his beloved had already perished within the belly of the beast. He saved the lives of many, but in doing so, lost the one he cherished most. The divine, sensing his profound despair, bestowed a blessing upon him, granting a final meeting with his beloved. As the words lingered in the air, the spotlight illuminated the stage, restoring brightness to the surroundings, with the lively strains of the polonaise filling the atmosphere. The youth's beloved appeared, clad in a delicate ballet dress. The audience held its breath in awe. Her visage was pure and beautiful, her figure graceful. The radiant gemstone necklace adorning her neck paled in comparison to her own brilliance, akin to a white rose poised to bloom in the darkness, finally revealing its allure on a splendid evening. In perfect rhythm, she executed a series of movements, plying leaps, grand jettes, and pirouettes, each action executed with unparalleled precision. This dance resembled a dreamlike farewell, and as the music concluded, she vanished into a shroud of mist, leaving the youth in silent sorrow. As the curtain fell, the performance came to an end. The audience fell into a hushed silence, which was soon shattered by thunderous applause. It was undeniably an unexpected spectacle. When it came time for the curtain call, several actors, including Jiang Yin and Liang Qingyan, took the stage, accompanied by the director, choreographer, and producer of the performance. Liang Qingyan slightly bowed in acknowledgement, her gesture of gratitude drawing countless admiring gazes that followed her intently. She met the cheers of the crowd with poise and grace, seemingly sensing something as she glanced toward a shadowy corner of the audience. There, a man reclined in his seat, his long legs crossed, clad in a black coat. His strikingly sharp features exuded a wild allure that could not be overlooked, even amidst the throng. His piercing gaze cut through the crowd, landing squarely upon her, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Liang Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, unable to meet his intense eyes. Jiang Yin took the microphone, expressing heartfelt gratitude for the hard work of the entire cast and crew that had culminated in such a splendid performance. He then added, "I would like to extend a special thanks to one individual, this young lady beside me, Qingyan." Liang Qingyan's expression shifted to one of surprise, before she could utter a word. He continued, "To be honest, I have harbored feelings for her for quite some time. We met in university, and my lack of courage to confess led to a missed opportunity. I do not wish to end up like the youth in our play, losing my beloved. I want to seize this chance for myself." Thus, Jiang Yin declared, producing a bouquet of roses and gazing earnestly at her. "Will you be my girlfriend?" Instantly, gasps echoed from the audience, with fans chanting, "Say yes. Say yes." Liang Qingyan, momentarily dazed, instinctively glanced towards the crowd, locking eyes with the man's deep, dark gaze. She blurted out, "I'm sorry, Jiang Yin, but I already have a boyfriend, and he is right here in the audience." Hearing this, Jiang Yin smiled wistfully. "That's all right. At least I have no regrets. We can still be friends." Liang Qingyan replied faintly, "All right." The audience below continued to glance around, searching for the boyfriend she had mentioned. Once the crowd had entirely dispersed, Liang Qingyan looked around and realized that Song Yuan Ye's figure was no longer in sight. She then returned to the backstage area to send him a message, taking the opportunity to explain the entire situation. However, after a while, she received no response. With a sigh, she prepared to head to the changing room to remove her ballet costume. Suddenly, a force enveloped her waist, as a pair of large hands grasped her unexpectedly, pinning her against the clothes rack in the dressing room, causing quite a commotion. "Song Yuan Ye," she breathed softly. "Shoo." The man leaned closer to her ear, his deep voice resonating. "Do not speak. There are people outside." Chapter 048. Show Me Alone. The dressing room was enveloped in darkness, with the curtains drawn tightly shut. Outside, the sound of footsteps echoed. A voice, filled with curiosity, emerged from the crack of the door. "It's strange. I just saw Yin Yin come in. How could she vanish so quickly? I intended to invite her to the celebration banquet. You all go check in the other rooms." Liang Qingyan instinctively slowed her breath, only exhaling in relief once she sensed the group moving away. The hand gripping her waist tightened, as if to remind her to regain her composure, before it began to wander restlessly along the hem of her pure white skirt. Liang Qingyan trembled, terrified of being discovered by those outside. "Don't, not here." Song Yuan Ye observed her anxious demeanor, a disdainful snort escaping his nose. As he increased his grip, his dark eyes deep and enigmatic. "Now you realize fear? Yin Yin, you truly are disobedient, claiming you would go shopping. Yet you ran off to reminisce with an old classmate." As he spoke, a jealous kiss descended upon her, tracing from her forehead to the tip of her nose, and finally to her coveted cherry lips. He knew every sensitive spot on her body, effortlessly igniting the heat within her. Liang Qingyan tilted her head slightly, her body rendering soft and unsteady, her pale chin resting on his shoulder as she weakly defended herself. "It's not like that. Jiang Yin invited me to." Before she could finish, Song Yuan Ye interrupted her, as if he intended to consume her whole. With a gentle flick, he let the strap of her dress slip from her shoulder, revealing her exquisite curves, which blazed with a fiery warmth under his teasing touch. Song Yuan Ye's gaze darkened, yet he remained unsatisfied with the sight before him. With a swift motion, He found the switch on the wall, illuminating the room in an instant. Don't! Liang Qingyan's earlobes flushed crimson. I wish to see more clearly. Song Yuan Ye coaxed, his voice a husky whisper. Be a dear and help me unfasten this. Liang Qingyan, equally stirred, found herself lost in a trance, instinctively reaching toward his waist, followed by the crisp sound of a clasp releasing. The white rose gemstone around her neck rippled with each movement, in harmony with the vividly inked white rose tattoo that blossomed with dewdrops. Outside, Jiang Yin furrowed his brow in confusion, sensing sounds from within. Is Qingyan inside? Liang Qingyan quivered in fright. Song Yuan Ye growled softly, biting her earlobe in a punishing manner. Do not worry. His hand reached for the door lock, intending to secure it. The door is broken, Liang Qingyan murmured, biting her lip as she pushed him away, hastily donning her clothing. The interruption of their intimacy left Song Yuan Ye slightly displeased. He placed his palm against the door, preventing the intrusion of those outside. More people had gathered outside, attempting to push the door open. How peculiar! Why won't this door budge? Once Liang Qingyan was dressed, she gestured for Song Yuan Ye to find a place to hide. Raising an eyebrow, he replied, Why does it seem as though we are having an affair? It would be quite embarrassing to be caught. Liang Qingyan shot him a glare. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered softly in his ear. I will explain this matter clearly when we get home. You can do as you wish then. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan Ye's eyes flickered slightly. He gently pressed a kiss on her cheek and finally acquiesced, retreating behind the coat rack. The door swung open, revealing the female director along with Jiang Yin and several actors, who regarded her with surprise. Qingyan, what has happened? I'm not sure, Liang Qingyan replied, her expression momentarily shifting. I was about to change my clothes when the door suddenly wouldn't open, and my phone was left outside. Thankfully, you all arrived, otherwise I would have been locked in. The group, upon hearing this, did not dwell on it further. The female director urged, Let us go. We're off to the celebration banquet, and you're the last one we need. Liang Qingyan nodded, saying, You all go ahead. I'll tidy up a bit. As the others exited, only Jiang Yin lingered, casting a puzzled glance back into the room. Liang Qingyan sidestepped to obstruct his probing gaze, saying, Jiang Yin, please wait outside. I'll finish up shortly. At her words, Jiang Yin remained, looking at her with curiosity. Qingyan, were those words you spoke on stage true? Do you really have a boyfriend? Or was that merely an excuse to turn me down? Yes, Liang Qingyan affirmed, hoping to dissuade him. We're about to get engaged. It seems I arrived a moment too late, Jiang Yin said, lowering his gaze to mask his disappointment, though he quickly regained his usual gentle demeanor. I'll wait for you outside. The celebration banquet continued until 10 in the evening. Jiang Yin gallantly escorted her out of the restaurant. It's getting late. Shall I give you a ride home? Liang Qingyan smiled politely, declining, No need. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin did not press further, but stood beside her, teasingly remarking, Then I shall wait with you. I'm curious to see just what charm the man who won over my secret crush possesses. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful engine's roar drew their attention. A sleek black Koenigsegg pulled up to the curb. The door swung open, and Song Yuan Ye stepped out, his long legs accentuated by his coat, his figure exuding an air of proud wildness that was almost impervious. He strode over to Liang Qingyan, gently taking her hand and intertwining their fingers. Is it cold? Liang Qingyan shook her head, not at all. Let us go home, Song Yuan Ye said, guiding her into the car. As the door closed, his deep, dark eyes met Jiang Yin's through the window for a fleeting moment before he withdrew his gaze. Jiang Yin stood there, momentarily stunned, recalling that he had indeed encountered this man before in a similar setting. After a long silence, he suddenly smiled as if coming to terms with something, feeling slightly foolish for having harbored any hope of winning Liang Qingyan back, which had ignited a sense of competition within him. It was only now that he realized he had lost long ago. As the vehicle entered the villa district, Liang Qingyan caught sight of blooming white roses through the floor-to-ceiling windows and paused to admire them. In her moment of reverie, Song Yuan Ye wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, startling her. Don't move. The man leaned in close to her ear and whispered, Did we not agree that tonight you would submit to my whims? One must not be disingenuous. Liang Qingyan inhaled deeply, wrapping her arms around his neck as she allowed him to carry her upstairs. However, upon seeing the array of implements within the room, she suddenly felt a pang of regret and instinctively struggled to escape. To her surprise, Song Yuan Ye did not attempt to restrain her. His downcast eyes bore a hint of melancholy. "Yin Yin, the photo of you and Jiang Yin from behind, is it not you? I could recognize you at a glance. The online community is fervently shipping your pairing, claiming you are perfectly matched. What, then, am I to be considered?" Liang Qingyan felt a surge of guilt. Just then, with a crisp snap, handcuffs were fastened around her wrists. "Song Yuan Ye, you scoundrel." He added, "I forgot to mention, my Yin looks truly exquisite on stage. Will you perform just for me again in the future?" Chapter 49. Madness After a Night of Wild Abandon. Liang Qingyan found herself surprisingly untroubled, save for a slight soreness in her limbs. The only vivid recollection of the previous night was the sensation of him applying medicine to her. A blush crept across her cheeks at the thought. The man beside her remained deeply asleep, his long eyelashes casting shadows on his eyelids, softening his previously austere demeanor. Her gaze drifted downward to his bare torso, where prominent veins snaked along his arms, and his lean waist was perfectly sculpted. His skin bore several alarming scratches, stretching from his neck to his back, alongside a few bite marks, indelible evidence of their fervent escapade. Unable to help herself, Liang Qingyan reached out and playfully tapped his nose. In a swift motion, her wrist was seized, and she found herself gazing into his deep, amused eyes. He deftly turned her onto her side, pinning her wrist above her head, their hands intertwined. Liang Qingyan's eyes widened in shock as she protested silently. After everything that transpired last night, he was still insatiable. She felt utterly exhausted. Could his energy be boundless? If this continued, she would surely be worn to the bone. Fortunately, Song Yuan Ye merely regarded her for a few heartbeats, the corners of his eyes crinkling with barely concealed mirth, before placing a soft kiss upon her lips. "I'm heading abroad for a project. Take care of yourself while I'm gone." Relief washed over Liang Qingyan instinctively. "All right, are you pleased?" she inquired, sensing a shift in his mood. "Not at all," he replied, his expression darkening. "No," she hastily reassured him, her will to survive strong as she returned his kiss. "Be safe." With a slight smirk, Song Yuan Ye acquiesced. Very well. He departed swiftly, leaving the vast villa in silence. Flushing, Liang Qingyan tidied up the remnants of their previous night's escapades, then descended to the kitchen, where she heated some toast and milk, tending to her rosebush in the process. After a modest breakfast, she prepared for work. Recently, a new gaming app had been launched, necessitating market promotion and a public product release event. The manager had specifically requested her and Xiao Qianqian's involvement. She had spent the last few days preparing her presentation, nearly completing it. Just as she submitted her finalized draft, Deng Wen leaned in, whispering, "Remember our former team leader is on maternity leave? I suspect the manager is looking to choose a proxy leader between you and Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian has always had a bone to pick with you, so watch out for her schemes." Liang Qingyan nodded in understanding. At that moment, Xiao Qianqian emerged from the manager's office, evidently having put considerable effort into her appearance. Heavy makeup, cascading waves, and towering heels, all indicating her determination to excel in this endeavor. She cast Liang Qingyan a disdainful glance, lifting her chin imperiously as she strode past them. Liang Qingyan exchanged glances with Deng Wen, who shrugged in affirmation, a knowing expression on her face. In the central conference hall, Liang Qingyan was ushered in by the reception staff, where a throng of journalists awaited. On stage stood the host of the event, the founder of the gaming app company, Feng Wenxuan, colloquially known as Feng Xiao. At merely 23, one could certainly regard oneself as young and accomplished. However, Liang Qingyan had already thoroughly researched the matter before her arrival. The capital in the capital city was abundant. The Feng family, a well-known enterprise, naturally possessed the financial resources to cultivate their offspring. Wealthy scions emerge to gain experience, and, should they make a name for themselves, they reap both fame and fortune. Even if they falter, they can always return to inherit the family business. In contrast, heirs nurtured by prominent families, like Song Yuan Ye and Meng Shifan, are indeed rare. With her gaze lowered, Liang Qingyan reigned in her thoughts. On stage, Fong Wenxuan was speaking eloquently. The daily active user count was steadily rising, and he expressed confidence in transforming it into a popular app. As for security, attendees need not worry. They had the finest technical personnel, having conducted extensive multi-model testing and security audits, with an initial investment of 30 million, ensuring an exceptional user experience. These words elicited gasps from many present, including Xiao Qianqian beside her. 30 million. If this venture fails, wouldn't that be a wasted effort? Wealthy individuals are indeed different. Focusing on her notes, Liang Qingyan aimed to complete her report upon returning. Xiao Qianqian cast a sidelong glance at her, but refrained from further comment. By the time they left, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and rain began to fall outside, marking the first rainfall of spring in the capital city. The sky was overcast, and the entire city seemed to be washed anew. The gentle rain pattered against the puddles along the roadside, creating ripples, while pedestrians hurried along. With journalists exiting the conference hall hailing cabs one by one, Liang Qingyan lingered for a moment, contemplating walking back since their company was not far away. "Are you not taking a cab?" Xiao Qianqian urged her, signaling for her to hurry. Almost as soon as she spoke, a silver Bentley pulled up at the steps, the rear window descending to reveal Fong Wenxuan's smiling face. He glanced at the press badges around their necks. "You two are reporters from the press conference, are you not?" Though his words were directed at both, his gaze lingered on Liang Qingyan's face for several seconds. Before Liang Qingyan could respond, Xiao Qianqian nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, we are. Mr. Fong, you are young and accomplished, and your speech was truly inspiring. I will certainly write an excellent piece upon my return." Fong Wenxuan smiled, then turned to Liang Qingyan. "The rain doesn't seem to be letting up anytime soon. Where is your company located? Perhaps I could offer you a ride back?" "That would be quite embarrassing," Xiao Qianqian replied delicately, yet her smile betrayed her eagerness as she stepped towards the back seat in her high heels. Fong Wenxuan frowned slightly, then looked at Liang Qingyan. "Aren't you coming up?" Liang Qingyan shook her head. Her demeanor was inherently cool, and her expression remained indifferent as she declined. "No, thank you." "There's no need to be so polite," Fong Wenxuan insisted, though he felt a bit uncomfortable, trying to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian, seated in the back, closed the door with a radiant smile. "Mr. Fong, she has other matters to attend to, so you needn't be so courteous." Fong Wenxuan had never experienced such public humiliation before. Reflecting on it made it difficult for him to swallow his pride. With a heavy heart, he forced a smile and swiftly pressed the accelerator, departing in haste. 2 days passed without any communication between Liang Qingyan and Song Yuan Ye. Due to her recent busyness and the time zone difference, she refrained from reaching out. Upon arriving at work, Deng Wen divulged some news. It seemed that Xiao Qianqian was now involved with that President Fong. Liang Qingyan paused momentarily, inquiring, "Who?" Deng Wen responded, "The founder of the app you met a couple of days ago, the young President Fong. I've heard he comes from a wealthy family." Preoccupied with her tasks, Liang Qingyan merely nodded in acknowledgement. Deng Wen, feeling indignant on her behalf, exclaimed, "Yin Yin, she constantly speaks ill of you behind her back. I even overheard her the other day. To put it plainly, she is simply envious of you. What does she have other than a household registration in the capital city? She flaunts it incessantly." Her voice rose slightly. At that moment, Xiao Qianqian, holding a large bouquet of roses, cast a disdainful glance at the two, scoffing country bumpkins. Chapter 050. Forcibly intoxicated indeed, she departed, only to abruptly return, glancing at Liang Qingyan as she playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "The manager has informed me that this time, the interview with General Fong has been entrusted to me. He is hosting dinner for our journalism department tonight. And you must come," she declared with a charming sway of her hips before striding away, exuding an air of allure. "Such a peacock," Deng Wen scoffed. "What is the point of flaunting? Is it merely because she is dating a wealthy heir? I remember when you were with Liu Zhe, you never acted like this." Just as Deng Wen uttered those words, she realized the inappropriateness of her comment and cautiously stole a glance at Liang Qingyan. Liang Qingyan offered a faint smile. shaking her head in a gesture of reassurance. As the lights began to illuminate the city, nightfall transformed the urban landscape, with towering structures glimmering in the darkness. The establishment, named Watercloud Pavilion, bore an elegant title that subtly hinted at opulence. Even the potted plants meant for decoration at the entrance were crafted from white jade, and entry was restricted to members only, rendering it inaccessible to the ordinary populace. The parking area was filled with luxury vehicles, a veritable paradise for the affluent. Liang Qingyan gazed at the golden characters of Watercloud Pavilion embossed on the entrance, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Deng, when disembarked from the car, momentarily entranced by the sight before her. At that moment, Fong Wenxuan emerged from the hall, surveying the group with a sweeping glance that lingered on Liang Qingyan for 2 seconds before greeting the department manager behind him. "Manager Ma, please come in." Manager Ma appeared taken aback by such treatment, but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he replied, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, young Master Fong." "Not at all. I happened upon a few friends and was discussing some matters with them," Fong Wenxuan explained, then shifted the conversation. "Would you mind joining us, Manager Ma?" "Of course not," Manager Ma promptly replied. Behind them, Liang Qingyan and Deng exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. They had been invited due to the potential for future collaboration, and with Manager Ma's request, it would be impolite to refuse Fong Wenxuan. However, the sudden appearance of unfamiliar faces felt quite inappropriate. Yet, Qiao Qianqian approached with a beaming smile, linking her arm with Fong Wenxuan's. "Who are these friends of yours? I'd love to get to know them." Fong Wenxuan, in turn, wrapped an arm around her waist. "You wouldn't know them." "Oh, well then," Qiao Qianqian pouted playfully. The two engaged in flirtatious banter in front of the others. Upon entering the private room, they found several young gentlemen already drinking. Fong Wenxuan drew Qiao Qianqian close, eliciting a burst of laughter and light-hearted whistles. What a gathering of beauties! It seems young Master Fong was right. The journalism profession truly attracts lovely ladies. Blushing, Qiao Qianqian nestled into his embrace. Manager Ma, along with Liang Qingyan, Deng Wan, and 2 colleagues, were taken aback by the scene, momentarily stunned before finding their seats. "Manager Ma, allow me to toast to you." Fong Wenxuan raised his glass, wishing for a delightful interview. Manager Ma poured himself a drink in response. "You are too courteous, young Master Fong." Gradually, the members of the journalism department began to join in the toast. Liang Qingyan was aware of her poor tolerance for alcohol, so she merely brought the glass to her lips and took a delicate sip. This action was swiftly noted by Fong Wenxuan, who turned his gaze upon her, seemingly teasing. "Miss Liang, I'm afraid that won't do. If we all finish our drinks and you don't partake, it seems rather inconsiderate." Upon his words, several young gentlemen around him joined in the ruckus. "Indeed, Miss Liang is treating our Fong Xiao as if he were a fool. Is this not a slight against him? We speak of collaboration, yet I sense a lack of sincerity." Liang Qingyan furrowed her brow and slowly explained, "I am allergic to alcohol." Deng Wan nodded in agreement. "Yes, Yin cannot drink." Nearby, Qiao Qianqian scrutinized her with a smug huff. "What a blatant falsehood. I recall distinctly that, at the department gathering, you indulged in fruit wine without mentioning any alcohol allergy." Her words immediately shifted the atmosphere. Manager Ma hesitated, recalling the general manager's prior instructions to be particularly considerate of Liang Qingyan when she transferred to the journalism department. Though unspoken, it was implied that she had a powerful figure backing her. He suspected it was the Liu family. However, considering their influence, it seemed unlikely, and, out of curiosity, he had looked into Liang Qingyan's background, which revealed no distinguished lineage. It seemed, without a doubt, that she was indeed connected to the Liu family. The fact that Liang Qingyan had parted ways with Liu Zhe was no longer a secret. She no longer had that support. If he were to offend Fong Wenxuan in order to advocate for an employee and jeopardize this collaboration, it would be a grave mistake. Manager Ma's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, but he ultimately chose to remain silent. Liang Qingyan pressed her lips together, her palms gradually tightening. Above her, Fong Wenxuan's gaze was predatory, his smile laced with menace. "Miss Liang, are you refusing to show me some respect?" "Of course not," Liang Qingyan replied, meeting his gaze directly. Gritting her teeth, she lifted the glass and downed its contents in one go. The sharp alcohol burned her throat. After sitting back in her chair, she abruptly bent forward, coughing a few times. Her eyes and nose flushed crimson, and tears glistened in her almond-shaped eyes. Fong Wenxuan observed her intently, his gaze intensifying. Watching her rush out of the private room, unable to utter a single word, she hurried towards the restroom. A flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes, and shortly after, he too excused himself. In the restroom, Liang Qingyan retched for a while, rinsing her mouth with water, still feeling unwell. She had never consumed such a high concentration of alcohol before. The previous drink had swiftly invaded her mind, leaving a burning sensation in her chest. As she exited, she spotted Fong Wenxuan nearby. "Miss Liang, are you all right?" Liang Qingyan expressionlessly waved him off. The way he looked at her was familiar yet unwelcome, a predatory gaze, akin to a beast eyeing its prey, roaming over her form with a veneer of politeness that belied a more lascivious intent. Song Yuan Ye no longer concealed his intentions, leaning in with ill-disguised interest. "Miss Liang, I heard from Qian that you were previously involved with Liu Zhe, but for reasons unknown, you were cast aside? Men can be like that. Once they grow tired, they simply discard you." Liang Qingyan furrowed her brows as she gazed at him, her expression instantly turning frosty, her eyes exuding a chilling clarity. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged association with Song Yuan Ye. This gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to his. For a fleeting moment, Fong Wenxuan was taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure, offering a nonchalant smile. "I can support you. 100,000 a month, would that suffice?" "No interest," Liang Qingyan replied in a low voice as she turned to walk towards the private room. Fong Wenxuan once again obstructed her path, his demeanor cheerful. "Miss Liang, please don't refuse so readily. The price is quite negotiable. I don't mind that you have been with Liu Zhe for several years. Don't underestimate the value of the offer." Chapter 051. A slap in the face. Liang Qingyan's expression turned completely frigid, her cold gaze akin to a blade of ice. She circumvented Fong Wenxuan and strode directly towards the private room. Behind her, Fong Wenxuan let out a couple of derisive snickers, choosing not to utter another word, his eyes glinting with a mysterious light. As he entered, he reverted to his genteel facade in front of others. Liang Qingyan lowered her brow, a stinging sensation still festering in her chest, mingled with the acrid scent of smoke and alcohol in the air, making it difficult to breathe. Sensing something amiss, Deng Wen cast a concerned glance her way. "Yin Yan, are you all right?" Liang Qingyan shook her head, responding nonchalantly, "I'm fine. I'll just buy an antidote for the hangover when I get back." "Is it really that serious?" Qiao Qianqian mumbled, and upon seeing Fong Wenxuan enter, she promptly stood up, affectionately wrapping her arm around his, casting a deliberately inquisitive look towards Liang Qingyan. "Why were you gone for so long?" Fong Wenxuan, with a grin, pulled her closer and tilted her chin, his tone dripping with frivolity. "What, did you miss me so soon?" "How annoying," Qiao Qianqian pouted, snuggling into his embrace, her eyes glancing across the table to shoot a triumphant look at Liang Qingyan. Liang Qingyan noticed, but was unfazed, taking a few sips of water with her gaze lowered. At that moment, Fong Wenxuan turned his attention to her, feigning utmost gentlemanliness. "It seems Miss Liang truly cannot hold her liquor. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have pressured you to drink that glass. To express my apologies, I happen to be free tomorrow. Shall I invite Miss Liang for an exclusive interview?" As soon as he spoke, Qiao Qianqian's expression froze in disbelief. Liang Qingyan's hand, holding the cup, momentarily stilled, her brows knitting slightly, before she could articulate a refusal. Manager Ma interjected eagerly, "Of course. Little Liang, why don't you thank young Master Fong?" Liang Qingyan forced a smile, a flicker of discomfort flashing in her eyes. Meeting Fong Wenxuan's subtly challenging gaze, her fingertips gripped the cup tightly, turning pale. After a few seconds, she replied coldly, "Thank you," dissatisfied with her demeanor. Manager Ma shot Liang Qingyan a warning glare before promptly praising Fong Wenxuan. Young Master Fong is so young and already venturing into entrepreneurship. The newly launched app has garnered such a positive response. His potential is evident, surpassing even the esteemed Fong Zheng of years past. Fong Wenxuan responded modestly, "Manager Ma, you flatter me." The atmosphere in the private room seemed amiable on the surface. However, Xiao Qianqian's countenance was anything but pleasant, her heavy makeup failing to conceal her fury as she glared daggers at Liang Qingyan, wishing she could pierce her with her gaze. With a vacancy for the team leader position in their department, securing the interview could mean promotion. She had toiled for ages, going to great lengths to curry favor with Fong Wenxuan, even compromising herself. Yet, with a mere sentence, he had bestowed that opportunity upon Liang Qingyan. If there were no ulterior motives involved, she would not believe it for a second. Despite her simmering resentment, Xiao Qianqian could only swallow her indignation, downing several glasses of wine to vent her frustration. In a daze, she felt an unsettling hand wander beneath the table, but she knew it was not Fong Wenxuan's. Xiao Qianqian wrinkled her brow in disdain and cast a pleading glance at Fong Wenxuan, only to find him grinning at the scene, showing no inclination to intervene. Her heart sank considerably. The following day, Liang Qingyan arrived early at the office to print her manuscript, only to discover that the file intended for the exclusive interview had vanished. Other documents had also been accessed. "Who tampered with my computer?" she inquired. "The manuscript for the exclusive interview is missing." The few members of her department shook their heads. Deng Wen looked over and suggested, "Why not search again?" "There's nothing," Liang Qingyan replied, furrowing her brow. "There are signs that files have been accessed on my computer, yet the manuscript for the exclusive interview is the only one that's gone. I suspect it has been maliciously tampered with." The implication was unmistakable. Her only competitor was Xiao Qianqian. Moreover, last night, Fong Xiaoxian had specifically requested her to conduct the interview. Upon sensing several gazes directed at her, Xiao Qianqian became flustered. "What are you all looking at me for?" "It wasn't me," Liang Qingyan retorted. "Get your facts straight. Don't blame others for your own negligence. Accusations require evidence. Isn't there surveillance in our department? If you're so confident, go check the footage." Liang Qingyan shot her a glance, but did not outright accuse her. "What are you so anxious about?" Xiao Qianqian's expression flickered, and she remained silent. Liang Qingyan proceeded to the security room to review the surveillance footage, only to be informed that it was malfunctioning and under repair. With no choice, she returned empty-handed, but had already identified the likely culprit. Fortunately, she was accustomed to being cautious. After completing her manuscripts, she always saved an additional backup. This time, that precaution proved invaluable. She returned to her desk, retrieved the backup from her USB drive, and printed it in front of everyone. Upon seeing this, Deng Wen asked, "Qingyan, did you find the email?" Liang Qingyan smiled, "Yes. All is well. You nearly gave me a scare." Deng Wen let out a sigh of relief on her behalf. Carrying the printed documents, Liang Qingyan entered the restroom and placed her bag on the sink, leaving it unmonitored. A figure stealthily slipped inside, acting furtively. Liang Qingyan emerged from the shadows. "So it's you," she stated. Xiao Qianqian jumped in surprise, but did not deny it, brimming with audacity. "So what? If you have the guts, go tell the manager. You have no evidence, and this opportunity should have been mine anyway. You act so innocent, but behind the scenes, you're just as unscrupulous." Liang Qingyan frowned and admonished her to speak more respectfully. Xiao Qianqian looked at her with derision. "Have I said anything wrong? Last night, when you left the private room, Fong Wenxuan followed you closely, and when you both returned, he specifically requested for you to conduct this interview. If you claim there's nothing between you, who would believe that?" At her words, Liang Qingyan's expression darkened. Her voice, though soft, carried an icy undertone. "Do not presume that everyone is as despicable as you. I only attend to my professional duties." "What a facade!" Xiao Qianqian scoffed. Then, before Liang Qingyan's eyes, she tore the manuscript in her hands to shreds. "If you possess the courage, go ahead and report to the manager." A crisp slap resounded across her face. Xiao Qianqian stared at her incredulously, as if she could hardly believe that someone who usually exuded gentleness would resort to violence. For a moment, she was taken aback, but then her voice pierced the air as she shrieked, "How dare you strike me?" The commotion swiftly attracted the attention of others. Manager Ma arrived upon hearing the news and summoned the two individuals to his office. Xiao Qianqian embellished the events with great flair. However, Liang Qingyan was not one to passively accept slander. She clarified the sequence of events with precision. Logically, even in the absence of concrete evidence to prove that Xiao Qianqian tampered with her computer, the incident involving the torn documents was witnessed by all, rendering Xiao Qianqian at fault. Nevertheless, after a moment of silence, Manager Ma issued a verbal warning to both parties, considering the matter resolved. Upon leaving, Deng Wen expressed her indignation, asserting that Manager Ma was clearly biased in favor of Xiao Qianqian. I have heard that during festive occasions, gifts are routinely sent to Xiao Qianqian's home, and in return, she receives special treatment from him. Everyone is well aware of this. Chapter 052. Have him clean his neck. Liang Qingyan was unaware of this situation, but upon reflection, there was little she could do. Fortunately, she had backups on her computer, and if necessary, she could simply reprint the documents. After organizing her manuscript, she took a taxi to Shuyunjian. Upon informing the front desk, she proceeded to the third-floor lounge to find Fong Xiaoxian. The room carried an unpleasant odor, causing Liang Qingyan to wrinkle her brow. The door was opened by his assistant. Noticing the absence of anyone in the outer hall, she glanced into the inner chamber and beheld Fong Xiaoxian, who had just awakened, clad loosely in a bathrobe. Beside him lay a woman in red, her upper body nearly bare, adorned with numerous bruises. He carelessly pushed the sleeping woman aside, rose, and strode to the sofa in the outer hall, crossing his legs with a smile that barely concealed his smugness. "Miss Liang, how delightful to see you," he greeted. "Fong, I kindly request your cooperation in completing this interview," Liang Qingyan replied with a formal smile. "What are your thoughts on the future development of the activation app? The daily active users are steadily increasing. Moving forward, we will enhance downloads and users through promotional strategies. In plain terms, as long as one is willing to invest substantial funds up front, the rest will pose no issues," Fong Wenxuan explained, then shifted the conversation. "I am also inclined to invest in you, Miss Liang. Regarding my latest proposal, would you consider it? If you agree promptly, I could increase the offer to 300,000 per month. What do you think? I have never been one to force others, but if you continue to act ungratefully, it would merely be a display of false superiority. I deliberately offered you this opportunity for an interview. Does that not prove my sincerity?" As he spoke, a large hand slowly descended upon her waist. Instinctively, Liang Qingyan stepped back, a wave of revulsion washing over her at the sight of Fong Wenxuan. "I will no longer participate in this interview. Find someone else," she declared, turning on her heel to leave. A shadow flickered in Fong Wenxuan's gaze, and a disdainful smirk curled his lips, yet he remained motionless. Just as Liang Qingyan exhaled in relief, she collided with Fong Wenxuan's assistant blocking the exit. "Step aside," she commanded coldly. Unmoved, he suddenly seized her wrist. Liang Qingyan's face paled. In her panic, she struggled fiercely, but the disparity in strength was evident. She was dragged toward the private room, and as the door threatened to close, she bit down hard on the man's arm in desperation. The man winced, loosening his grip slightly. Seizing the moment, Liang Qingyan bolted for the door. Fong Wenxuan's expression darkened abruptly, and he barked, "Don't just stand there. Go after her." Liang Qingyan quickly pressed the button for the stairs. The elevator doors opened to reveal a familiar face. Before she could utter a word, the man behind her caught up and violently grasped her collar, disregarding her struggles as he dragged her outside. "Stop!" Meng Shifan stepped out of the elevator, kicking the man and sending him sprawling to the ground. He offered Liang Qingyan a supportive hand, concern etched on his face. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Liang Qingyan shook her head, her face flushed, a distinct mark visible around her neck. Tears glimmered in her almond-shaped eyes as she leaned against the wall, slightly bent over, gasping for breath after nearly suffocating moments prior. The man, rising from the ground, glared furiously at Meng Shifan. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in matters concerning young Master Fong?" "Young Master Fong? Fong Wenxuan?" Meng Shifan inquired, his dark eyes glinting with a sharp, icy light. The man laughed arrogantly. "Who else in this city could be called young Master Fong? If you wish to play the hero, you should consider your own standing. I advise you to be sensible. This woman is favored by young Master Fong. The Fong family, I shall remember that, Meng Shifan scoffed lightly. Go back and inform Fong Wenxuan to clean up his act. With that, he supported Liang Qingyan and led her outside. Sister-in-law, allow me to escort you home. Once Liang Qingyan was settled in his car, Meng Shifan expressed his concern. Sister-in-law, Fong Wenxuan is nothing but a spoiled heir living off his family fortune. How did you get involved with him? The company required me to conduct an interview with him, Liang Qingyan replied. Ah, I see, Meng Shifan nodded. Suddenly, Liang Qingyan recalled something, hesitating for a moment before speaking. There's one thing. Though I understand this is your family matter, Xiao Xiao is my friend, and she's an adult. If the issue can be resolved through communication, I hope you refrain from resorting to violence against her. Am I to strike her? Meng Shifan paused, then laughed, though there was an edge of menace in his smile. Did Meng Xiao Xiao tell you this? Liang Qingyan remained silent. So that is a tacit acknowledgement. How did she describe it to you? She cried, saying you hit her quite harshly. Liang Qingyan, being straightforward, recounted the distressing details she had heard on the phone that day, mentioning the use of a feather duster. After a moment, Meng Shifan responded with an unusual tone. Sister-in-law, you are right. I will never strike her again. I shall communicate with her properly. Hearing this, Liang Qingyan felt a slight sense of relief. That is good. She had only mentioned the matter out of frustration, and Meng Shifan was far more reasonable than she had anticipated. After dropping her off, Meng Shifan dialed an international number. On the other end, Song Yuan Ye answered succinctly, speak. His voice carried a sense of detachment, as if he were preoccupied with other affairs, placing the phone aside. Brother Yi, I witnessed my sister-in-law being bullied today, Meng Shifan reported. Who? This time, the voice was markedly clearer, the chill palpable even through the receiver. It was Fong Wenxuan from the Fong family, Meng Shifan replied mockingly. His software development is nothing but a sham, merely a child playing house with his father's money. He lacks understanding of market trends and will soon face ruin. He then chuckled maliciously, but it seems that his downfall is imminent. On the other end, Song Yuan Ye fell into an eerie silence for a moment, his deep voice laced with an icy undertone. I recall that the Fong family is on the private equity fund list. Meng Shifan's gaze flickered. I understand now. I am abroad at the moment, so I will leave this in your hands. All right, do not worry. Manager Ma's face was ashen. Xiao Yang, I entrusted you with this task with great difficulty, and yet you have managed to handle it in such a manner. How am I supposed to explain this to the company? Just now, Fong Xiao called me, stating that you exhibited an inappropriate attitude. I cannot undertake the exclusive interview with Fong Wenxuan. Liang Qingyan bit her lip, acknowledging the flaws in his conduct. Who do you think you are? Manager Ma slammed the table, his fierce expression betraying his anger. Does his misconduct give you the right to speak? Do not assume that just because you previously dated someone of influence, you have ascended to the upper echelons. The loss of such a significant contract for the company is entirely your fault. You need not come to work tomorrow. Go home and rest for 2 days. While it could be framed as a well-intentioned break, the harsher reality was that it was a suspension, hinting at impending dismissal. Manager, Liang Qingyan's expression shifted, and she wished to protest. However, Manager Ma, irked, waved her off and exited. As Liang Qingyan lowered her gaze and stepped outside, she encountered Xiao Qianqian, who was waiting at the door. Xiao shot her a provocative glance, striding in with her high heels and a document in hand, moving at a leisurely pace. Chapter 053. The Fong family offends Song Yuan Ye. The Fong family holds a significant reputation in the industry, with an extensive array of enterprises, primarily in the dining sector. It can be said that the audacity of Fong Wenxuan is fueled by the current chairman of the Fong Group, Fong Wei. In the private room, Fong Wei fidgets restlessly. He cautiously glances at the man, lounging on the sofa, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Meng Shifan leisurely lifts his wineglass, rolling up the cuffs of his suit to reveal alluring veins running along his forearm. He pinches a cigarette between his fingers, the smoke slowly diffusing in the tranquil room, silently exuding an oppressive atmosphere. Although he wears a smile, it does not reach his eyes. Ah, what brings Chairman Fong here? Fong Wei feels a prickling sensation on his scalp, sweat trickling down his spine. He has long heard of Meng's illustrious reputation and sought an opportunity for collaboration, finally managing to meet him through a mutual acquaintance. He adopts an exceedingly humble demeanor. If the subordinates of the Fong group were to witness this, their reactions would be unpredictable. Meng Shifan's smile remains intact, a flicker of enigmatic light flashing in his peach blossom eyes, though it vanishes almost instantly. There is no need for such formality, Chairman Fong. I am, after all, the junior here, and it should be I who seeks you out. Fong Wei gazes at him in astonishment, his face a canvas of surprise, yet his heart is laden with trepidation. He has heard whispers of Meng's cunning nature and his adeptness at navigating social pleasantries, and today he bears witness to that reputation. The Fong Group's public exclusion from private equity funds has become an open secret in the industry. Subsequently, within a mere 3 days, the shares of the Fong Group plummeted, and long-standing partners began to terminate their contracts, leaving Fong Wei utterly unsettled as he pondered if he had offended someone recently. After extensive investigation, he traced the issue back to his son, Fong Yuan, only to discover that he had landed himself in grave trouble. What sort of lineage does the Meng family hail from? Even if one were to trace back generations, their reputation remains formidable. They're not someone the Fong family can afford to provoke. With this thought, he grits his teeth and decides to be forthright about his intentions. Meng, a few days ago, I heard that my reckless son offended you on your turf. I have come today to sincerely apologize on his behalf. It is entirely my fault for indulging him. If he has caused you any offense, I implore you to forgive me. This is my token of apology, and I hope you will graciously accept it. As he speaks, Fong Wei gestures to his assistant to place a safe on the table. Upon opening it, gleaming gold bars are revealed. Meng Shifan merely casts a cursory glance, intertwining his fingers. Chairman Fong is indeed generous. Fong Wei nods with a forced smile. As long as you do not find it distasteful, should you require any assistance from Fong in future business matters, please feel free to ask. I would consider accepting, but this matter does not concern me. Meng Shifan replies with a light chuckle. If you wish to offer an apology, one must first ascertain the actual recipient. Your son has offended my sister-in-law, and my brother, Yi, seeks to defend his girlfriend. That is beyond my jurisdiction. At these words, Fong Wei is momentarily stunned, his face paling significantly. He stammers, his voice trembling as he inquires, the Yi you mentioned is Song Yuan Ye, Mr. Song? Who else could it be? Meng Shifan rose to his feet and addressed Fong. We'll discuss this later. He strode away with purpose. Fong Wei stood motionless, his expression despondent. He murmured to himself, why offend anyone else but Song Yuan Ye? This is the end for the Fong family. By the time Meng Shifan returned from his social engagements, it was already 9 in the evening. He casually removed his suit jacket, tugged at his necktie, and loosened a few buttons of his shirt. Looking toward the living room, he furrowed his brows and asked, where is Xiao Xiao? The housekeeper replied, as per your instructions, Miss is in her bedroom and hasn't stepped out all day. Meng Shifan's furrowed brow relaxed instantly as he ascended the stairs. Meng Xiao's room was situated directly across from his own. In truth, the siblings were 3 years apart, and until Meng Shifan turned 10, they shared a room. Meng Xiao had a penchant for clinging to him, trailing after him in everything, which left the typically free-spirited Meng Shifan feeling rather uncomfortable. Their parents often traveled for work, and Meng Xiao would sneak into his room. Initially, he would feign ferocity to scare her away. But when the little girl, with tears in her eyes, timidly confessed her fear of the dark, he found himself softening. Over time, perhaps due to their neglectful parents, or perhaps simply from habit, he grew accustomed to having a younger sister. Occasionally, Meng Shifan worried that he had indulged her too much, spoiling her into a sense of lawlessness. With this thought, a sigh escaped him, though his eyes softened. He glanced at the slightly ajar door across the way and pushed it open. 2 seconds later, a piercing scream erupted from the room. Ah! Meng Xiao, her face flushed, covered her body with her hands. You perverted old man. Why didn't you knock? Meng Shifan hurriedly turned his back, gritting his teeth. Xiao. Mind your language. How was I to know you had such a peculiar habit? Dancing in front of the mirror after a shower? I'm surprised I Haven Tea complained about you sullying my eyes. Meng Xiao thought she must have misheard. She would tolerate others insulting her intelligence and character, but not a word against her proud figure. What did you say? She stepped forward to confront him. I sully your eyes? Meng Shifan, have your eyes been poisoned? Or has a dog chewed your brain? In an instant, Meng Shifan felt his breath catch, diverting his gaze as a hint of crimson crept to his earlobes. Xiao Xiao, you are a girl. How can you not exhibit a little modesty? After a moment of impulsive confrontation, Meng Xiao Xiao regained her composure and defiantly raised her chin. What of it? My figure is absolutely exquisite. Meng Shifan, unable to contain himself any longer, clenched his teeth, hastily snatched a blanket from the bed, and wrapped it around her tightly, transforming her into a cocoon-like shape before tossing her back onto the bed. Enveloped in the blanket, Meng Xiao Xiao found herself immobilized. Instantly, she softened and quickly admitted, "Brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Meng Shifan looked down at her from his towering height, his gaze filled with a dangerous glint. Coldly, "Tell me, where did you err? I should not call you an old pervert." Meng Xiao Xiao had her head buried in the blanket, mumbling softly. "What else?" Meng Shifan smacked the blanket with his palm, not with great force, yet the sound was loud. Meng Xiao Xiao gasped, beginning to plead for sympathy. "I'm a girl. I ought to be a bit more reserved. Boo-hoo, brother, I realize my mistake. Please spare me. I promise I will dress properly after my shower before dancing again." Meng Shifan did not easily relent, coldly responding, And what? Meng Xiao Xiao shook her head vigorously. "I truly have nothing more. I swear." Meng Shifan retorted. "You go outside and tell others that I hit you with a feather duster and that I am abusive." Meng Xiao Xiao's face turned pale with guilt. "Tomorrow, write a 1,000-word reflection. You are not permitted to leave until it is completed." With that, Meng Shifan departed. After a while, Meng Xiao Xiao finally emerged from the blanket, muttering softly, "Heartless old pervert." Chapter 054. Seeking Song Yuan Ye, the Fong family conglomerate teetered on the brink of crisis, and Fong Wei was consumed by urgency, feeling as though the flames of desperation licked at his heels. With no means to contact Song Yuan Ye, he had no choice but to bring his son, Fong Wenquan, to Liang Qingyan's company personally. Upon receiving news of their arrival, the company's president, Zhao Xiao, greeted them in person, his face a canvas of astonishment. "What brings Mr. Fong here at this hour?" he queried. But before he could finish his thought, Fong Wei's demeanor surpassed his own in respectfulness. He promptly revealed the purpose of their visit. "I understand that Miss Liang Qingyan is employed at your esteemed company. It is true that my unfilial son inadvertently offended her a few days ago, and I have brought him here to personally apologize." Fong Wenquan, cowering behind his father, appeared pale and disheveled, clearly bearing the marks of a recent scuffle. Zhao Zhao's expression flickered as he quickly grasped the unfolding situation. He was well aware of the powerful figure supporting Liang Qingyan. The Fong father and son were notoriously accustomed to wielding their influence, their reputation sullied within their circles. Their humble demeanor this time suggested a newfound awareness of having crossed a formidable individual. Contemplating this, Zhao Xiao managed a subtle smile, masking his thoughts. He instructed Manager Ma to summon Qingyan. Manager Ma, initially confused by the command, hesitated before responding. "Zhao, Miss Liang is not present. She has returned home to reflect upon her mistakes." Zhao Zhao's expression darkened instantly, his brow furrowing in displeasure. "What did you just say?" Manager Ma hurriedly elaborated. "Miss Liang is quite proud and often neglects her duties, causing disputes with her colleagues. I assigned her the task of handling the interview with young Master Fong, but she utterly mishandled it, resulting in significant losses for our company. Would you agree that someone like her should remain employed here? It would be prudent to suspend her." He fervently attempted to distance himself from the situation, casting blame squarely upon Liang Qingyan, oblivious to the shifting countenances of Zhao Xiao and the Fong family. Manager Ma continued his tirade. At this juncture, Manager Wang interjected sharply, silencing him. A bewildered Manager Ma looked on. "This matter is now in your hands." Zhao Xiao directed Wang. The latter nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Manager Ma as he departed. Manager Ma felt a shiver of foreboding creep down his spine. Unwilling to concede defeat, Fong Wei pressed. "Zhao, since Miss Liang is unavailable, might it be possible to leave her a message?" "Apologies, Mr. Fong." Zhao Xiao replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. I cannot disclose personal information about our employees. Taken aback by the curt refusal, Feng Wei clenched his jaw and departed with Feng Wenxuan in tow. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the sheer curtains, it cast a soft, ethereal glow over the figure resting on the bed. Liang Qingyan had just awakened, clad in a delicate white nightgown. Her long, inky hair sprawled across the pillow, framing her graceful, swan-like neck and slender arms, which were exposed to the cool air. Her skin appeared almost translucent, with veins faintly visible beneath the surface. Her eyelashes framed her eyes, creating delicate shadows on her eyelids. She glanced at her phone, the screen displaying the name Song Yuan Ye. Since the two had exchanged goodnights the night before last, he had not sent any messages. Liang Qingyan was not one to readily rely on others. But having grown accustomed to Song Yuan Ye's presence, her heart felt hollow in his absence. Regaining her composure, she glanced at her phone, noticing several missed calls from Manager Wang. Confused, she returned the call. Mr. Zhao, you were looking for me? Xiaoyan, you can return to work next Monday. I've been busy these past few days and didn't notice your suspension. Had I known earlier, I would have called you back. As for Manager Ma, rest assured, the company strictly prohibits any form of bribery between superiors and subordinates. I have reported a situation with Qiao Qianqian to higher-ups, and you will receive a fair response. Liang Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, but a look of understanding crossed her face, and the heavy stone in her heart finally lifted. All right, thank you, Manager Wang. After hanging up, she inadvertently caught sight of a news notification. Riots erupt in the capital of Y country, resulting in 7 deaths and 9 injuries, among which are 2 Chinese nationals. Furrowing her brow, she clicked on the news link, but found only a few blurry photos that offered no clarity. She tucked her phone away and steadied herself. Rising from the bed, she retrieved some frozen dumplings from the refrigerator. She sent a message to Song Yuan Ye. Are you well in Y country? This was the second time she had taken the initiative to contact him since his departure. The previous 2 had been calls from him. Unfortunately, after sending the message, she received no reply for quite some time. Liang Qingyan paid little mind, finishing her dumplings. As night fell and the room grew dim, she curled up on the sofa, gazing at the pitch-black sky outside. A sense of unease began to creep into her heart. She dialed Song Yuan Ye's number. After several attempts, there was still no answer. She switched to speakerphone, the cold female voice echoing in the night, amplifying her anxiety. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Qingyan directly called Meng Shifan. I can't reach Song Yuan Ye. Meng Shifan paused. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll try calling him. Liang Qingyan nodded. All right. Before long, she received the same result. No connection. Meng Shifan reassured her, Sister-in-law, don't fret. It's 8 in the morning over there. Perhaps Brother Yi is busy with business. You should return your call soon. Liang Qingyan sighed softly, her unease still unrelieved. She said calmly, I'm going to find him. Sister-in-law, are you serious? It's quite chaotic over there. Y country is not like Huaxia. Armed robberies are common. How about this? You come over now? A private jet would be the fastest. I'll send a few bodyguards to accompany you. Okay. As she spoke, she returned to her bedroom to retrieve her suitcase. Upon arriving in Y country, it was already night. Entering the lobby of the Walton Hotel, several bodyguards followed closely behind, drawing the attention of passers-by, who could not help but be captivated by the sight. Draped in a black trench coat and adorned with red-soled patent leather stilettos, her waist cinched by a delicate belt that accentuates her slender figure, she exudes an aura of both sensuality and competence. Her long hair cascades down her back, the ends curling gently, swaying with each step as if dancing upon the heartstrings of those who behold her. Her petite face, framed by enchanting almond-shaped eyes, features a prominent nose and cherry-red lips, emanating a captivating charm that balances allure with a hint of innocence. This visage, whether viewed through the lens of Eastern or Western aesthetics, embodies exquisite beauty. Liang Qingyan secured her room and turned towards the elevator. Just before the doors closed, a young man with golden hair and blue eyes hurriedly approached. Liang Qingyan instinctively pressed the open button for him. As he entered, he expressed his gratitude in halting Mandarin, saying, "Thank you, beautiful Chinese lady." His familiarity was disarming, as he unabashedly showered her with compliments. "Oh my, you are simply stunning. Are you a star from China? Chapter 055. Seeking my fiancé, the man paid no heed to her aloofness. Instead, he engaged her in lively conversation. You have so many bodyguards accompanying you. Is there a particular matter that brings you from Huagua? I am here to find my fiancé, Liang Qingyan replied, her gaze lowering slightly, revealing a hint of melancholy. Noticing her somber mood, the man refrained from questioning further. However, he expressed a tinge of regret upon learning of her engagement. He extended a friendly hand, introducing himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am York Pearson, but you may simply call me York. I haven't yet asked her name. Liang Qingyan, she responded, shaking his hand. After a brief exchange, the elevator arrived. Coincidentally, York was staying on the same floor as her, with rooms adjacent to one another. It seems we share quite the connection, York remarked with a smile. Liang Qingyan offered a faint reply before closing her door, leaving several bodyguards stationed outside. The night deepened, with skyscrapers soaring into the sky, their neon lights flickering, casting a complex tapestry of shadows that enveloped the heavens, only to be pierced by the city's brilliance. Liang Qingyan attempted to reach Song Yuan Ye several times, but the persistent busy signal echoed back at her. Standing on the balcony by the floor-to-ceiling windows, she savored the city's nightscape, the cool breeze brushing against her. A sound nearby caught her attention. Hello, beautiful lady, we meet again, York waved, donning a white bathrobe and holding a glass of champagne. He observed her. You appear troubled. If you don't mind, would you join me for a drink downstairs? Thank you, but I am not good with alcohol. Liang Qingyan politely declined, her tone carrying a gentle yet distant chill, especially considering he was a stranger. Very well, York acquiesced. You mentioned seeking your fiancé. Have you found him? Not yet. Liang Qingyan glanced at her phone, which displayed a dozen missed calls. I cannot reach him. I have no idea where he is. York sighed on her behalf and continued. What is his name? I have friends in the media industry with extensive connections. Perhaps I can assist in some capacity. Her eyes brightened at the name, Song Yuan Ye. York suddenly felt an inexplicable familiarity with that name, but dismissed it. You need not worry too much. As the saying goes in Huagua, where there is a will, there is a way. Your fiancé will surely be found. Thank you. Liang Qingyan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Good night, and may you have sweet dreams. York smiled with gentlemanly charm. You too, she replied. Liang Qingyan, unable to sleep, was awakened by commotion from the neighboring room. Slipping on her slippers, she stepped onto the balcony to peer into the adjacent space. Through the window, she witnessed York grappling with several tall men clad in black suits, gradually succumbing to their overpowering strength. York caught her gaze, his eyes pleading for help. Liang Qingyan rushed out, just in time to see the men attempting to take York away. She called out, Wait, what has he done? Why are you taking him? The man at the forefront, upon realizing she was from Huagua, was momentarily taken aback, yet his cold and solemn demeanor remained unchanged. This was a matter concerning the Duke, and outsiders had no place in it. Liang Qingyan cast a glance at York, who was being escorted by several men. His white bathrobe was slightly ajar, wrinkled, and his tousled golden hair suggested a recent scuffle. His delicately pale face bore bruises, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. As he looked at her with an expression of utter helplessness, Liang Qingyan was bewildered by the animosity these men held towards York and the destination they intended for him. But since fate had intertwined their paths, she could not remain indifferent. I do not care who you are, even in my country. Assaulting someone in their residence is against the law. The men merely shot her a cold glance, ignoring her entirely, and persisted in their efforts to take York away. Observing this, Liang Qingyan turned her gaze towards the bodyguards stationed at the entrance. Upon receiving her signal, the bodyguards advanced to rescue York, resulting in a chaotic scuffle. Amidst the turmoil, York seized her hand, and together they fled into the elevator, making their way out of the hotel. Once they reached the asphalt road and confirmed that their pursuers were no longer in sight, they paused. How did you offend the Duke? Liang Qingyan inquired, her expression laced with confusion. York gestured for silence, whispering, I had previously crossed the Duke due to some matters. He sought to capture me and return me. Thankfully, you were there to assist, or I would have met my demise today. As he spoke, his emerald eyes sparkled with admiration. The way you intervened to save me was simply magnificent. In light of his enthusiasm, Liang Qingyan smiled gently. Is this your first visit to Y country? You're proposed. Since we cannot return just yet, why not allow me to show you around? The scenery is quite splendid. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Qingyan acquiesced. York led her to a place known as Tidal Lake, where cherry blossom trees flourished along the shore, their blooms in full splendor during this season, attracting numerous tourists and avid photographers. After purchasing coffee, York returned and handed it to her. Thank you, Liang Qingyan replied, standing beneath the cherry blossoms as the moonlight filtered through the petals, casting a delicate silhouette upon the ground. The breathtaking scenery paled in comparison to her own allure. Her soft smile was enchanting, captivating enough to render everything around her mere backdrop. She embodied the exquisite intricacy celebrated in the West, yet possessed a rare, gentle charm. In that fleeting moment, York found himself momentarily entranced, at a loss for words to adequately describe her. A petal danced down and landed softly on her shoulder. Regaining his composure, York stepped forward to brush the petal away, then borrowed a camera from a passerby. Qingyan, don't move. Let me take your picture. Liang Qingyan obliged. Suddenly, the ringtone of her phone echoed from her pocket. She glanced at the caller ID, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Song Yuan Ye? The deep, magnetic voice on the other end greeted her. Qingyan. Yet, a wave of emotion washed over her, and she felt a tightening in her throat. The tension that had held her captive dissipated in that instant. Despite her efforts to maintain her composure, tears began to fall unbidden. Song Yuan Ye, why have you not answered your phone for so long? Do you know how worried I have been about you? Her voice trembled with a hint of distress. On the other end, panic ensued. Qingyan, please don't cry. I apologize. I was engaged in discussions about a project yesterday, and my phone remained off. I assure you it will not happen again. Liang Qingyan wiped away her tears, coming to her senses. Since she had been unable to reach Song Yuan Ye, she calculated the time. It had only been a little over 10 hours. However, she felt that every minute and every second stretched on interminably. I saw the news online about a shooting and robbery incident in Country Y, and my inability to contact you filled me with concern for your safety, prompted me to come looking for you. Song Yuan Ye paused for a moment and asked, Are you in Country Y? Send me your location, and I will come and pick you up. Liang Qingyan hung up the phone and sent him her location. York stepped forward and handed her tissue. Liang Qingyan realized her lapse in composure and felt somewhat embarrassed. Although York's command of Chinese was limited and he did not fully comprehend her earlier words, he could sense her agitation and made a conjecture, inquiring, Is he your fiancé? Liang Qingyan nodded with a faint smile, affirming that he was coming to pick her up. York's gaze flickered momentarily, concealing the disappointment in his eyes. Chapter 056. A meeting of lovers. The elongated Lincoln glided smoothly along the roadside. Song Yuan Ye, clad in a long trench coat and fitted trousers paired with leather boots, exuded a commanding presence, his tousled hair framing a pair of intense, deep-set eyes that silently radiated an air of authority. However, upon seeing the individual before him, that imposing aura softened ever so slightly. Liang Qingyan trotted forward and threw herself into his embrace, inhaling the familiar scent of his cool, pine fragrance. I have missed you so much. This sudden declaration of affection took Song Yuan Ye by surprise, his gaze becoming increasingly gentle. Is this a confession, Yin Yin? He tenderly ruffled her hair, his large hand encircling her waist as he pulled her closer. I miss you too. The two lingered in their embrace on the street, reluctant to part. After Song Yuan Ye led her into the car, Liang Qingyan noticed another presence inside. A man sat upright in the vehicle, appearing to be in his 50s, impeccably dressed, embodying the image of a Western gentleman. This is the Duke of York, Song Yuan Ye introduced. I have come to Y country to discuss a collaboration with him. Hello, Miss Liang. The Duke smiled at her. I have heard Mr. Song speak of you. You are quite beautiful and appear to be a perfect match for him. Liang Qingyan graciously expressed her thanks, her thoughts drifting momentarily. What are you pondering? Song Yuan Ye inquired, wrapping his arm around her waist. Liang Qingyan replied, Is the surname York particularly common? How coincidental. I have a friend named York as well. The Duke's interest piqued. Oh, What's the full name of this friend, Miss Liang? York Bolson. At these words, the Duke's expression shifted, and he quickly asked, to be honest, the person you mentioned is my son. May I ask where he is at this moment? Liang Qingyan hesitated for a moment. He was at Tidal Lake earlier, but I am unsure of his current whereabouts. The Duke immediately made a phone call, instructing someone to search for his son at Tidal Lake. After relaying his orders, he turned to the couple and could not suppress his frustrations. I am getting on in years, and I have only this one son, who is meant to inherit the title and the family business. Yet, he refuses to comply with my wishes and has even run away from home. Even if I have to resort to force, I will bring him back. Liang Qingyan now understood. The individuals coming to retrieve York were sent by the Duke. She gently advised, perhaps he simply needs more time to adjust. It might be wise to grant him some space, Your Grace. The Duke sighed, considering her words before nodding. You are right, Miss Liang. Perhaps I have indeed been too demanding. The Duke then escorted the two back to their hotel. Upon entering, Song Yuan Ye lifted her effortlessly, his arms supporting her below the waist. Liang Qingyan instinctively gasped, wrapping her arms around his neck. In the next moment, a familiar, fervent kiss descended upon her. Initially, it was a slow exploration of their lips, a rhythm to which Liang Qingyan could adapt, even attempting to reciprocate. However, the kiss quickly transformed. The man became assertive and fervent, conquering her senses and claiming her breath. Liang Qingyan felt a fleeting sense of breathlessness as her swan-like neck arched back, her skin transitioning from porcelain white to a delicate blush. Her lips parted slightly, lost in an intoxicating haze, making her appear like a beguiling enchantress, tempting fate. As Song Yuan Ye lifted his gaze to behold the scene before him, a dark hue stirred within the depths of his eyes. Cradling her in his arms, he made his way toward the bedroom. Liang Qingyan felt a heavy fog enveloping her mind, akin to a wooden boat adrift upon a tumultuous sea, desperately seeking solace as she grasped his arm. A sudden chill jolted her back to reality, and she recognized the disarray of her own breath. Across from her, Song Yuan Ye appeared impeccably groomed. Despite the curtains being drawn, the daylight permeated the room with a gentle illumination. The intensity of his gaze bore down upon her, and Liang Qingyan felt as though she were being scrutinized from head to toe, igniting a desire to conceal herself. Song Yuan Ye chuckled softly, as if the sound emanated from the depths of his chest. Qingyan, you are far from unfamiliar to me. Her cheeks flushed crimson, prompting her to shut her eyes in surrender. Moments later, she heard the rustling sound of buttons being undone. The warmth of his breath cascaded over her ear, sending an electric thrill racing from her earlobe to her spine, and then coursing throughout her entire being. Do you miss me, Qingyan? He inquired. I do, she replied. How much do you miss me? Very much. A wave of crimson surged at her waist, accentuating the bloom of the rose, which seemed to radiate an enchanting allure, dewy and vibrant. When Liang Qingyan awoke, she felt no discomfort. After several days apart, Song Yuan Ye had approached her with the hunger of a long-starved wolf, savoring every inch of her, leaving no corner untouched, until she could no longer endure and he finally relented. While his words soothed her, his body betrayed a raw honesty. Reflecting on this, Liang Qingyan glanced at the slumbering figure of Song Yuan Ye beside her and playfully sank her teeth into his shoulder, where countless bite marks bore testament to her handiwork. The man winced in pain, opening his eyes to pull her waist close, enveloping her in his embrace. Are you still uncomfortable? He asked. Liang Qingyan shot him a glare, silently accusing him. I am sorry, Qingyan, he said, a hint of remorse in his voice. It has been so long since I last saw you, and I could not restrain myself. Is there discomfort? Could the medicine be ineffective? Allow me to see. As he spoke, he lifted the covers. Liang Qingyan, her face aflame, quickly interjected, No, I'm feeling much better now. Song Yuan Ye exhaled in relief. The Duke has invited us to a banquet this evening. If you are unwell, you should rest, and I shall remain here with you. I am fine, Liang Qingyan replied, shaking her head. The banquet was to be held at the Love Manor, attended by influential figures from commerce and politics, as well as nobility. With grace and fluency in English, Liang Qingyan navigated the social interactions effortlessly, engaging with those who approached her with ease. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a familiar figure at the gathering. York, too, noticed her and made his way over, greeting her with a friendly smile. "Hi, Qingyan. Have you been brought back?" Liang Qingyan inquired. York rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, a warm smile gracing his features. "You know, I didn't mean to deceive you. My father mentioned that it was your suggestion for him to give me some time to adjust, and he found it reasonable. Truth be told, I returned of my own accord. After careful consideration, I realized my father is aging, and as his only son, I must shoulder the responsibilities of the family." Liang Qingyan, taken aback yet relieved for him, responded, "I am glad you feel that way. Did your father mention that you are returning to your homeland tomorrow?" York inquired. Liang Qingyan nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, York cast his gaze downward, concealing the melancholy within his eyes. "It has been a pleasure to know you." "I feel the same," Liang Qingyan replied. Nearby, others greeted her, prompting her to step over and stand beside Song Yuan Ye. Observing the two, York felt they were particularly well suited for each other. He sighed softly and retrieved a photograph from his pocket. It was taken beneath a cherry blossom tree during the day, and he had specifically had it developed, initially intending to give it to her. He now found himself reluctant to part with it, wishing to keep it as a personal memento. Chapter 057. Manager Ma's dismissal. The night sky hung low, a deep blue expanse adorned with twinkling stars. The architecture of Love Manor was strikingly classical European, with the main building standing majestically upon a vast expanse of lawn, offering a picturesque view through its windows. As the guests departed, two figures reclined on a swing in the flower bed. Liang Qingyan nestled in Song Yuan Ye's embrace, quietly reveling in the moonlight. Song Ye gazed down at her, his eyes filled with tender affection, as he gently brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen near her ear. Seemingly nonchalant, he inquired, "What did the Duke of York's son say to you earlier?" "Nothing much," Liang Qingyan replied, her eyes half closed, feeling a tickle from his touch. She shifted into a more comfortable position, continuing, "He knew we were returning to our homeland tomorrow and came by to say hello." "How'd you come to know each other?" Song Yuan Ye pressed further. With a soft yawn, Liang Qingyan answered, "It was merely by chance." "I'm feeling sleepy," she admitted. With a hint of helplessness, Song Yuan Ye looked at her and then lifted her effortlessly into his arms. "Sleep now. I shall carry you back." Their guest room, arranged by the Duke of York, was located on the second floor. As Song Yuan Ye ascended the stairs, he encountered York Plurson. York, who paused momentarily upon noticing Liang Qingyan in his arms, quickly regained his composure. "Good evening, Mr. Song. Did you enjoy dinner?" With a subtle nod and a slight smile, Song Yuan Ye replied, "Thank you for your hospitality." An awkward atmosphere lingered as York politely inclined his head, preparing to pass by them. However, Song Ye stepped aside to call after him, speaking slowly, "Mr. York, please convey to the Duke that if you and your son have the time, you are welcome to attend my wedding with my fiancée. I will send out invitations." "Oh, I see. Congratulations to you both," York replied, momentarily distracted before hurrying away. Watching York's retreating figure, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Song Yuan Ye's dark eyes as he carried the woman in his arms up the stairs. Return to Homeland Day. On Monday, Liang Qingyan indulged in a leisurely slumber at the villa. When she awoke, Song Yuan Ye had already departed for work. In the living room, the housekeeper was tidying up and, upon noticing her, beckoned her to come downstairs for breakfast. "Sir specifically instructed me that you prefer Chinese cuisine, so I prepared several dishes," she said. "Thank you," Liang Qingyan replied politely, taking a seat at the dining table. Looking at the housekeeper, she asked, "How should I address you?" "You need not be so formal, Miss Liang. You are the lady of this house. Simply call me Aunt Tian," the housekeeper replied with a warm smile, continuing her work as she watered the white roses by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Taking a bite of a soup dumpling, Liang Qingyan inquired curiously, "Does Song Yuan Ye have a fondness for these flowers?" Aunt Tian pondered for a moment. "I cannot say for certain, but he is particularly fond of them." The previous housekeeper was dismissed for failing to care for these flowers properly. As Liang Qingyan sipped her porridge, a thought lingered in her mind. Perhaps these white roses held a special significance for Song Yuan Ye. After finishing her meal, she prepared to head to work, starting with reporting to Manager Wang. Manager Ma was also present. Upon seeing her, he frowned, his face darkening as he glared at her. Liang Qingyan, did I not instruct you to remain at home on leave? Who permitted your presence here? It is I. Manager Wang spoke in a deep voice from behind the desk. Manager Ma was momentarily astonished, asking in disbelief, Manager Wang, what do you mean by this? Manager Wang, disinterested in him, turned to Liang Qingyan, softening her solemn expression slightly. Xiaoyan, I've already clarified the previous matter. It has nothing to do with you. It was Manager Ma who abused his power, colluding with the department employee Liang Qingyan. Upon hearing this, Manager Ma's eyes widened in shock. Without granting him the opportunity to explain, Manager Wang continued. I called you here specifically to extend my apologies. The occurrence of such an incident is also a reflection of the company's mismanagement. You are too kind, Manager. Liang Qingyan replied with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Manager Ma's face turned crimson as he could no longer contain his defense. Manager, there must be a misunderstanding. She was the one who offended the Fong family first. I imposed the penalty upon her solely for the benefit of the company. It would be quite sufficient not to dismiss her. Kindly refrain from speaking. Manager Wang cast a sidelong glance at him, the warning implicit in his gaze. I will address your matters shortly. Manager Ma, feeling awkward, promptly fell silent. After Liang Qingyan exited, only the two remained in the office. Manager Ma hastily protested his innocence. Manager Wang interrupted him, his voice icy. Do you think the deeds you have committed can remain concealed? Given your long tenure at the company, I could overlook certain matters. But this time is different. Manager Ma was taken aback. What does this mean? Is it possible that the interview with the Fong family did not go smoothly, leading President Zhao to direct his frustrations towards me? The Fong family? Manager Wang took a sip of tea, dismissively scoffing. What is the Fong family? They are hardly worthy in comparison to that individual. Manager Ma was both astonished and perplexed. Manager Wang glared at him and said, It is indeed true that you are quite foolish. Do you really think that day when Fong Wei hurriedly brought his son to seek an audience with Liang Qingyan, bowing and scraping, was for no reason? Offending Liang Qingyan would spell doom for the Fong family as well. The plummet of Fong stock is merely a precursor to their inevitable acquisition. If Fong Wei is in such dire straits, what hope is there for a mere department manager like you? I had long advised you to treat Liang Qingyan with courtesy, yet you disregarded my counsel and recklessly charged ahead. Now that matters have escalated to this point, even if I wish to retain you, it is no longer feasible. Manager Ma gritted his teeth and stubbornly inquired, Who exactly is the person you mentioned? Who else could it be? Upon the utterance of Song's young master, Manager Ma's face instantly drained of color. The news of Manager Ma and Xiao Qianqian's dismissal swiftly spread throughout the entire company. Deng Wen was the first to applaud, exclaiming in delight at the well-deserved outcome. The two detrimental influences in the company have finally departed. To our surprise, Manager Wang, who often appears stern, is, in fact, a considerate and supportive boss. To think that you even called him back personally. I hereby declare that Manager Wang shall henceforth be my idol. Liang Qingyan smiled lightly, neither affirming nor denying. From Manager Wang's attitude toward her, coupled with the recent significant changes concerning the Fong family, she became increasingly convinced that, apart from Song Yuan Ye, no one else could orchestrate such a grand gesture. When Song Yuan Ye arrived in the evening to pick her up, he had already made reservations at a restaurant. Liang Qingyan eagerly approached him and enveloped him in an embrace, her delicate and fair chin resting against his chest, absorbing the warmth radiating from him, which brought her an immense sense of security. She tilted her head and swiftly pecked at his Adam's apple, whispering, Thank you, Song Yuan Ye. Thank me for what? Song Yuan Ye's eyes sparkled with surprise, yet the kiss was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it had appeared, leaving him with no time to savor it. His fingertips gently caressed her rosy lips, his gaze profound. Liang Qingyan observed him, her palm-sized face illuminated by the warm light, rendering her stunningly beautiful. In short, thank you. Thank you for being by my side, pulling me out of the quagmire and providing me with warmth. No need for thanks, Song Yuan Ye replied, playfully ruffling her hair. Let us have dinner first. There's a surprise awaiting you later. Chapter 58. The proposal to restaurant is one of the establishments under the Song family's enterprise. Clearly, Song Yuan Ye had made prior arrangements, for at this hour, which should be bustling with diners, the hall was devoid of anyone but the two of them. A glass of fruit wine rested at hand. Liang Qingyan took a sip, the taste a delightful blend of tartness and sweetness, with a low alcohol content that left no trace of intoxication. The lively strains of a waltz filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As the waiter presented their meal, a beautifully wrapped gift box was also placed upon the table. "Let's take a look," Song Yuan Ye suggested. Liang Qingyan, momentarily taken aback, opened the box with eager anticipation. Upon glimpsing a corner of a white tulle dress, she inhaled sharply, and as she beheld the entire garment, she was utterly astonished. Inside lay a brand new ballet costume, a delicate white tulle adorned with faintly pink ballet shoes, featuring an extended lace-up design. The silk fabric shimmered under the soft glow of the lights. Observing her expression, Song Yuan Ye was certain she would adore it. "Yin Yin, this is custom-made for you. Even without a stage, you're the most beautiful swan," he proclaimed. As he spoke, a low rumble emanated from outside. Fireworks illuminated the night sky, and amidst the dazzling display, a single firework ascended slowly, bursting into bloom. A small silhouette, clad in the ballet dress, executed a graceful releve, reminiscent of her past performances on stage. The entire city was captivated by this pyrotechnic spectacle, with passers-by halting in their tracks to capture the moment on their phones. Liang Qingyan was lost in the beauty of it all. As the fireworks faded, the night sky unveiled hundreds of drones, twinkling and aligning to form the shape of a wedding ring. "Yin Yin, marry me." The voice beside her brought her back to reality. Turning, she found Song Yuan Ye on one knee, holding a diamond ring. Typically a masterful strategist in the business realm, he now appeared somewhat anxious. "Will you?" he inquired, his gaze deep and sincere. Liang Qingyan's eyes sparkled with tears of joy as she covered her mouth in surprise. A smile graced her lips as she extended her hand. "I do." The waltz transitioned into its latter half, the rhythm growing increasingly lively. Upon returning home, Liang Qingyan eagerly donned a white ballet dress. The backless design accentuated her exquisite figure, while the long laces of the ballet shoes, reaching to her knees, added a unique flair. The laces extended from her ankles up to her delicate, fair calves. Song Yuan Ye's gaze flickered. Oblivious to his expression, Liang Qingyan twirled gracefully in front of the mirror. A glimpse towards him revealed he was resting his chin on his hand, his dark eyes fixed intently upon her. Suddenly feeling flushed, she casually asked, "How did you know my size?" As soon as the question left her lips, she regretted it. Song Yuan Ye smirked, his eyes sparkling mischievously. "I knew from the very first time." Liang Qingyan's cheeks grew warmer, feigning ignorance as she intended to retreat to the bathroom to change out of the dress. "Yin Yin," Song Ye gestured with a lifted finger, beckoning her closer. His throat moved as he swallowed, his voice low. "Come here." Liang Qingyan instinctively sensed danger as she grasped the bathroom doorknob. A chill wafted in from behind, and she was drawn inside, the door clicking shut behind them. She found herself pressed against the wall. The cool surface of it caused her skin to flush a delicate shade of red. Her shoulder blades quivered, reminiscent of fragile wings. With trembling hands, Liang Qingyan braced herself against the wall, her diamond rings sparkling as if reflecting her current turmoil. The design of her dance skirt elegantly accentuating her graceful figure. Hours later, the shower was turned on, dispersing the lingering allure of the room. Just as Liang Qingyan thought it had finally concluded, Song Yuan Ye lifted her onto the sink, his voice husky with an unspoken intimacy. "Yin Yin, you truly embody the essence of a dancer, so supple." Understanding the underlying meaning in his words, Liang Qingyan bit her lip, unwilling to remain in a passive role. She tugged at his tie, and as he leaned down, her crimson lips met his. With soft, seductive tones, she began unbuttoning his shirt, her demeanor enchanting. This bold gesture elicited a slight raise of Song Yuan Ye's brow, silently acknowledging that she was indeed a temptress. The next day, Liang Qingyan, with weary legs, made her way to the office. "Yin Yin, have you heard? The heir of the Song family is getting engaged. It's all the rage online." Dang Wen excitedly shared the gossip. How'd you know so quickly? Liang Qingyan was astonished at the swift spread of the news. Dangwen found her reaction peculiar, but dismissed it, eagerly pulling out her phone. How could I not know? This topic is currently trending at the top of Weibo. She continued, this scoop is from insiders at Song's New Wave group. Absolutely authentic. As she spoke, she opened a video. Look at this. Isn't it romantic? That night, everyone in the capital witnessed the heir's proposal fireworks. I was curious who the wealthy suitor was, and it turns out to be Song Yuan Ye. After sharing this, she noticed Liang Qingyan's calm demeanor. Dangwen blinked. Aren't you surprised? Liang Qingyan's expression flickered. She wanted to confess, but was unsure how to begin. I went to bed too early to see it, she replied dismissively. Dangwen scrutinized her, suddenly clicking her tongue. Oh, you're lying. You forgot to cover the hickeys on your neck. Liang Qingyan's eyes widened as she pulled out her compact mirror, confirming the telltale marks. In her rush that morning, she had forgotten to conceal them. She hastily applied foundation to mask the evidence. Who is your boyfriend? Yin. Dangwen asked with a mischievous grin. With such intensity. It can't be that star Jiang Yan, right? He seems so refined, yet he's a beast behind closed doors. It's not him, Liang Qingyan quickly clarified. We're just classmates. Then who is it? Dangwen pressed with curiosity. You'll know soon enough. Liang Qingyan felt that it wouldn't be long before the truth was revealed. Dangwen pouted. Keeping secrets, are we? Fine, don't say then. Liang Qingyan exhaled softly, returning to her work. In the evening, Song Yuan Ye took her to the old residence. Before departing, Liang Qingyan deliberately retrieved the white jade bracelet that the elder had gifted her. She had kept it tucked away in a drawer, fearing it might be damaged. Song Yuan Ye encircled her waist from behind. As Liang Qingyan adorned the jade bracelet, she shook her hand playfully and chided, Don't be silly. This is a precious gift from my grandfather. Such a treasured gift? Song Yuan Ye murmured, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. I've given you so much, yet you hardly wear any of it. Liang Qingyan countered, It's different. This embodies the affection of an elder. Besides, you have bestowed upon me an abundance of jewelry that I cannot possibly wear all at once. This jade bracelet is fragile, which is why I have kept it safely tucked away. With a light-hearted tone, Song Yuan Ye replied, It's merely a bracelet, worth millions. If it shatters, so be it. Million? Liang Qingyan exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. There's no need for such astonishment. Song Yuan Ye smiled at her. There are many treasures passed down through generations. If you fancy any, feel free to choose. Chapter 059. Song Shua contact her at the Song family's ancestral home. The butler guided the two guests through the corridor to the main hall. The elder was seated in a rosewood chair, sipping tea, his spirit invigorated, completely devoid of his previous ailments. Yin Yin has arrived, he called warmly to Liang Qingyan, inviting her to take a seat. His traditionally solemn countenance was now adorned with a gentle smile. Liang Qingyan presented the carefully prepared gift, saying, Grandpa, just a small token of my appreciation. The term grandpa elicited an uncontrollable grin from the elder, stretching his lips nearly to his ears. As he unwrapped the gift and discovered a black Qilin agate bracelet, he immediately adorned himself with it, showering Liang Qingyan with praises. A good granddaughter-in-law indeed, unlike that grandson of mine who came empty-handed. As he spoke, the elder cast a glance at Song Yuan Ye, his disdain unmistakable. Song Yuan Ye raised an eyebrow, retorting, Your granddaughter-in-law is indeed obedient, but it was still your good grandson who found her. Upon hearing this, the elder chuckled, unable to refute the truth. The atmosphere in the hall was filled with warmth and joy. The butler, observing the scene, felt a wave of sentiment. The elder had witnessed countless trials and tribulations, and had he received such a bracelet from anyone else, he would have hardly spared a glance. However, anything gifted by Miss Liang was met with boundless admiration, even if it were mere sack. This exemplified the principle of love for the house extends to the crows. Yet, it was also Liang Qingyan's own charm that earned her the elder's favor. The elder possessed a discerning eye, and few could capture his attention. Grandpa, have you been feeling better? Liang Qingyan inquired with genuine concern. The elder gazed at her with appreciation. I am quite robust, but I did undergo surgery recently, which is why I've been resting in a wheelchair for a while. Liang Qingyan paused, glancing at Song Yuan Ye beside her. Her eyes filled with a clear expression of reproach. The cause of her discontent was simple. Before they became an item, they had pretended to be a couple in front of the elder, and later, she wished to sever ties. He had insisted, claiming that the elder's health could not bear any emotional strain, urging her to continue the charade. Song Yuan Ye, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. Liang Qingyan shot him a disapproving look, sighing softly in resignation. Upon reflection, she realized he had meticulously orchestrated every aspect, calculating each step to ensnare her. Even after she uncovered his schemes, she found herself unable to extricate herself from his web. The butler then took Liang Qingyan on a tour of the Song residence, leaving only Song Yuan Ye and the elder in the main hall. "Your father visited me a few days ago," the elder suddenly remarked, his tone grave. "He seems genuinely remorseful, expressing regret towards you and your mother. He attempted to reach out, but you rebuffed him, and he likely understands that you will not forgive him." Song Yuan Ye lowered his gaze, his eyes reflecting a coldness. "As long as he does not appear before me, I shall not dwell on the past." The elder sighed deeply. "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. The mistakes made towards you and your mother are indeed irreparable. Perhaps this way is better. Let him reflect on his life in solitude." As he spoke, he shifted the topic. "How are the preparations for the engagement ceremony progressing?" "The venue is confirmed at the exhibition center," came the reply. The chill in Song Yuan Ye's eyes dissipated, replaced by an indescribable tenderness. I had yet to inform her of my intention to surprise her at the appropriate moment. Old Master Song also expressed his agreement, insisting that the engagement be celebrated grandly, ensuring that Yin Yin would not be slighted. In a few days, I would personally prepare the invitation, ensuring that all individuals who had dealings with the Song family would be present. The news of Song Yuan Ye's impending engagement sent ripples through the business and political spheres. Initially, I presumed it was merely a media stunt, thus I paid it little heed. It was not until an invitation from Old Master Song arrived that the reality struck me. The heir of the Song family was to marry at a young age. Old Master Song had yet to reveal the identity of the bride-to-be, and those in the know were discreet enough not to divulge any information, further igniting public curiosity regarding the future mistress of the Song family. In the office, Deng Wan and several colleagues were engaged in animated conversation. It must be a marriage of convenience. There's only profit, no feelings involved. They speculated. That's likely the case. The Song family's connections run deep, with Song Yuan Ye being a paragon of wealth, attractiveness, and physique. Even if it were an alliance, the bride would certainly not be at a loss. I truly wish to see what his fiancé looked like. "Yin Yin," Deng Wan beckoned, gesturing towards the computer screen across from her. "Come over here, breaking news. The Song family has announced the wedding date, and it's none other than the reclusive Old Master Song himself making the announcement." Liang Qingyan cleared her throat. Could you come over here for a moment?" "What's up?" Deng Wan inquired, puzzled, as she followed her into the break room. Liang Qingyan whispered, "Actually, there is something I've been keeping from you." "What is it?" "You're building the suspense," Deng Wan said, intrigued. Liang Qingyan took a deep breath and said slowly, "Song Yuan Ye's fiancé is me." The office, previously engrossed in gossip, was suddenly pierced by a sharp gasp. What was that noise? It seems to be coming from the break room. In the break room, Liang Qingyan quickly covered Deng Wan's mouth. "Promise me you one tea scream, and I'll let go." Deng Wan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. She placed her hands on her hips, inhaling deeply, still struggling to recover from the shock. "Yin Yin, you weren't just joking with me, were you? Am I known for my sense of humor?" Liang Qingyan replied calmly. Deng Wan, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly shouted but restrained herself, opting instead to punch the wall in disbelief, muttering several exclamations of surprise. "Thumbs up to you, truly impressive. Can you tell me how you two met?" Deng Wan implored. Liang Qingyan hesitated momentarily, contemplating her words. "Well, I was previously dating Lu Zhe, and he and Song Yuan Ye are childhood friends. After meeting that evening, he added me on WeChat. Oh my, that topic is a bit taboo. It's like a battlefield of emotions, perfectly aligning with my interests." Deng Wan exclaimed excitedly. "So, did you break up with Lu Zhe because of him?" Liang Qingyan immediately refuted. "No, There were already issues between Lu Zhe and me. Deng Wen sighed in relief. That's good then. The most important thing is that you, Yin Yin, find happiness, she exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment, jesting about the great secret of Mr. Song. What if, in a fit of rage, he silenced me? Liang Qingyan chuckled lightly, responding, indeed, what then? I had intended to invite you to my engagement ceremony, but since you harbor fear of him, I shall have to remove your name from the list. Deng Wen's eyes lit up. I want to go. At that moment, Liang Qingyan received an unfamiliar phone call. Miss Liang, this is Song Shua. The name Song Shua was not entirely unfamiliar to her. Whether from the news or through Song Yuan Ye's words, her impression of him was decidedly positive. However, since Mrs. Song was imprisoned, he seemed to have vanished from public view. She frowned slightly. How did you acquire my number? Where there is a will, there are numerous ways, Song Shua replied with a smile. I would like to meet with you, Miss Liang. Please suggest a time. We are not well acquainted. Liang Qingyan declined. Chapter 060. She is the substitute of the white moonlight. Song Shua seemed unsurprised by her response. His voice was heavy and hoarse, akin to something scraping against the bark of an ancient tree, evoking discomfort. Song Yuan Ye is my brother. Addressing you as sister-in-law is not unreasonable. I sought you out to share some information regarding Song Yuan Ye. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming you. The time and place are yours to decide. The choice lies with you, and I advise you to contemplate carefully before responding, lest you be left with regrets. After pondering for a moment, Liang Qingyan replied. 2 hours later, at the CAF downstairs from the company, Song Shua was seated in a wheelchair. In just over a month, he had transformed drastically from the person Liang Qingyan remembered. Excessively gaunt, with sunken cheeks and pronounced cheekbones, his complexion unnaturally pallid. Upon seeing her, he tugged at the corners of his mouth, yet the smile appeared strained. Sister-in-law has indeed come. I was unsure of her beverage preference, so I ordered something at random. Liang Qingyan glanced at the coffee before her, but did not touch it. If you have something to say, please speak directly. I am pressed for time. Indeed, sister-in-law resembles Song Yuan Ye in her icy demeanor, Song Shua remarked with a hint of melancholy, his eyes glinting with a dark intensity. You know, he is the one who ruined my leg. Jealous of the love I garnered from our father, he deliberately crippled me. With such a ruthless character, how can you still dare to be with him? Liang Qingyan regarded him with a cold gaze. I'm more aware of his true nature than you are. Mr. Song, your current state is perhaps a consequence of your own actions. When one covets that which does not belong to them, they inevitably pay the price. Song Shua's expression stiffened momentarily. No wonder you are a journalist. Your eloquence is commendable. He smiled, his eyes dark and insinuating. It is no surprise that Song Yuan Ye is fond of you. Not only do you bear a striking resemblance to her, but your temperaments are also quite alike. Liang Qingyan furrowed her brows. What do you mean? With a triumphant glint in his eyes, Song Shua continued, my brother had a first love, whom he could not forget after their breakup. You were unaware of this, were you? Liang Qingyan remained silent, her head bowed, the silver spoon in her hand absent-mindedly stirring the coffee, gradually disrupting the delicate pattern atop the surface, forming a small whirlpool. She had previously heard Meng Xiaoxiao mention Song Yuan Ye's first love. At the time, it had not seemed significant, but with the passage of time, it had faded from her memory. Song Shua intently observed her reaction. I know that someone of Miss Liang's character would not willingly become a mere substitute for another. Thus, I have taken it upon myself to warn you, do not let so-called love blind you. My relationship with him is strong. Others have no right to judge. Liang Qingyan's demeanor remained unabashedly frigid. As for certain individuals, they merely scurry like rats in the shadows, scheming behind the scenes, which is truly repulsive. The smile on Song Shua's face faltered momentarily, and he gritted his teeth. Are you truly angered? It seems you care quite a bit. To be frank, I sought you out to express my discontent with Song Yuan Ye and to create some discord, but this is undeniably the truth. His first love was someone he met during high school in Yeqing, and everyone knew how passionately Song Yuan Ye adored her. I have seen that girl. You bear a striking resemblance to her. Mr. Song is destined for disappointment. Liang Qingyan rose, picked up her bag from the table, and walked out, declaring, I will not believe a single word of what you said. I watched her depart. Song Shua's expression darkened, and a chilling glimmer flickered in his eyes. By the time Liang Qingyan returned to her rented apartment, it was already 7 in the evening. Song Yuan Ye was in the kitchen, preparing dumplings. "Why are you back so late?" he inquired, glancing over his shoulder. "Aunt Tian brought over the dumplings, all wrapped up, filled with your favorite celery and beef. My grandfather has invited us to stay at the old residence for a while, and I have agreed. Yin Yin, after we are married, you should return this apartment and live with me." As he served the dumplings, Song Yuan Ye retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase. "This is my property certificate, detailing all my personal assets. Apart from some new shares, it includes other liquid funds, as well as the property deed and car keys. Everything is yours." A warm sensation surged within Liang Qingyan as she regarded the papers before her. "You don't need these to prove anything." Song Yuan Ye embraced her, saying, "I wish to give you the very best." Leaning against him, the faint shadow in her heart gradually dissipated. Resting her chin on his chest, she murmured, "How wonderful it is to have you, Yuan Ye." As the night deepened and the moonlight beckoned, the man seemed to have discovered a playful spirit, his low, husky voice whispering in her ear, "Yin Yin, call my name." Yuan Ye. That night, Liang Qingyan lost count of how many times she uttered his name, her voice nearly hoarse. The next day, they prepared to move to the old residence. When Liang Qingyan returned to the villa after work, Song Yuan Ye had yet to arrive, and Aunt Tian was busy organizing things. "You two are moving to the old residence. It seems you'll be gone for several days. I just happened to be clearing out these items from the basement," she explained, seeing the piles of boxes in the living room. Liang Qingyan offered, "Let me help you." Aunt Tian quickly declined. "Oh no, how can I allow you to do that?" "It's perfectly fine," Liang Qingyan smiled, immersing herself in sorting through the contents of the boxes. "Miss Liang, look, here are some photos of Mr. Song from his high school days. The girl next to him must be you, right?" Aunt Tian exclaimed, holding up a white-framed picture with an envious look. Liang Qingyan's smile faltered as she gazed at the framed image. In the photograph, Song Yuan Ye donned a camouflage training uniform, appearing more youthful than he does now, yet his sharp features remained intact, exuding a charmingly rebellious aura. The background suggested it was taken on the playground. Notably, he had intentionally captured the girl behind him in the frame. The girl, with a cartoon bear hair tie and long ponytail, wore what seemed to be the smallest camouflage uniform, yet it hung loosely on her frame. She faced away from the camera, revealing only a hint of her indistinct profile. This was a selfie taken from Song Yuan Ye's perspective, and his gaze was fixed upon that girl. That gaze was all too familiar to Liang Qingyan. It was affection. Liang Qingyan suppressed the jealousy that was gradually swelling within her, diverting her eyes to avoid looking. So what if it was a first love? It belonged to the past. There was no need to dwell on it. Aunt Tian continued to marvel at how well the two seemed suited for each other. Unable to restrain herself, Liang Qingyan interjected, "How can you be so certain that girl is me?" Aunt Tian, sensing something amiss, paused for a moment before shoving the photo frame back towards her. Choosing not to pursue the topic any further, Liang Qingyan became increasingly distracted, tidying up for a while, her gaze fixed on the little bear hair tie resting in her palm. It was identical to the one worn by the girl in the frame. Her fingers, gripping the hair tie, turned slightly pale as she returned it to its place, the overwhelming bitterness in her heart surging uncontrollably. She did not wish to deceive herself. She could even feign indifference to the fact that Song Yuan Ye had once harbored feelings for another, as long as she was the one in his heart now. Yet, she was most afraid that he might remain tethered to his past affections, viewing her as a mere substitute, seeking traces of an old flame within her. Chapter 061. High school memories at school. 3. The sun shone brightly, casting dappled shadows. As part of the military training for first-year students, they gathered for morning exercises promptly at 9:30 after their morning study session and breakfast. Under the sweltering sun, students from several classes stood in a row. The instructor, with a serious expression, scanned the group with a piercing gaze, commanding, "Stand straight. Feet together, toes pointed outward at an angle of approximately 60 degrees. Maintain your center of gravity. If I catch anyone misbehaving, you will face 20 push-ups." His booming voice left no room for disobedience. "Report, instructor, I'm late," came a clear voice from behind. A boy in dark camouflage exuded a rebellious aura, his tousled black hair framing a pair of cool, proud eyes. With one hand casually in his pocket and his tall, lean figure, he possessed an undeniable presence. The instructor glared at him. "Why are you late?" Song Yuan Ye replied nonchalantly. "I overslept." His words instantly sparked murmurs among the students. Silence. The instructor turned to the others, then ordered Song Yuan Ye, "You'll do 100 push-ups right here. You may not return to the line until you finish." Unfazed, Song Yuan Ye dropped to the ground, executing the push-ups with perfect form, leaving the instructor with no grounds for criticism. Pointing to someone in the nearby line, the instructor instructed, "You, help him count." Liang Qingyan, unexpectedly called upon, hesitated momentarily before reluctantly stepping forward. 1, 2, 3. Under the blazing sun, a thin sheen of sweat glistened on Song Yuan Ye's forehead. Liang Qingyan, unable to bear it, intentionally skipped a few counts. 58, 64, 67. Song Yuan Ye cast her a sidelong glance, but said nothing. Once he completed the 100 push-ups, he stood and brushed the dirt from his hands. "I have some paper here," Liang Qingyan offered, pulling out a small packet from her pocket, adorned with strawberry prints and emanating a sweet aroma. Song Yuan Ye's eyes flickered with interest as he accepted it, saying, "Thank you." Their interaction was minimal, and they quickly returned to their places. 2 hours later, free time was announced. Liang Qingyan sat under the shade with a group of girls. "Qingyan, what drink are you having?" asked Hani Chen, her male classmate. Liang Qingyan looked up in mild surprise, offering a polite smile. "No, thank you." They were not particularly familiar, having exchanged only a few words since the school year began, all initiated by Hani Chen. At that moment, a few boys called out to him from a distance, "Hey, Han, hurry up." Hani Chen remained still, smiling at Liang Qingyan. "It's fine. We're desk mates. No need to be polite. If you don't say anything, I'll just buy you one anyway." "What do you mean, Hani Chen?" a girl teased. "Why only buy for Qingyan? What about us?" Though it was all in jest, Hani Chen looked somewhat embarrassed, and the atmosphere grew tense. "Excuse me," came a crisp voice, laced with a unique coolness. Song Yuan Ye approached, cradling 3 boxes of energy drinks. Before Hani Chen could react, he placed the beverages at his feet, succinctly stating, "Please enjoy." In an instant, the girls erupted with excitement. "Thank you. Thank you, Song. You are my hero." Amidst the cheers, Hani Chen left with a troubled expression. Liang Qingyan took a sip of her energy drink. The light cast upon her seemed to radiate a hazy glow. Her petite face was flushed with a rosy hue. When she slightly tilted her chin upwards, her elegant swan-like neck became visible, her high ponytail adding a playful charm accentuated by a small bear on her hair tie. In a corner, a young man couldn't help but smile, pulling out his phone to capture the moment. In the living room, Aunt Tian realized she had misspoken and attempted to divert the conversation. "I know Miss Liang enjoys dumplings with celery and beef, so I made a few extra. They're in the refrigerator, ready for you to take later." Liang Qingyan managed a faint smile. "All right, thank you, Aunt Tian." Shortly thereafter, Assistant Li arrived to escort her. "Song Yuan Ye is working overtime today and cannot come." The elder Song had prepared a room for them, which was formerly Song Yuan Ye's bedroom. The decor was simple, adorned in shades of gray and black, with a few hefty finance books and magazines resting on the bedside table. A floor-to-ceiling window stood by the bed. Upon drawing back the light curtains, a picturesque scene of rockeries and flowing water unfolded, with wisteria draping over the corridor, lush and exquisite. The butler knocked on the door. "Miss Liang, the elder wishes to speak with you in the front hall." Liang Qingyan nodded and followed him. In the front hall, she encountered Meng Shifan and Meng Xiaoxiao, who were seated and conversing with the elder. Meng Shifan, with his keen insight and high emotional intelligence, managed to elicit laughter from the elder with just a few words. The Meng and Song families have been close friends for generations. In the past, Elder Song had offered support to Meng Shifan's late grandfather, which led to frequent visits from the Meng siblings. Upon seeing her, Meng Shifan grinned and called her sister-in-law. Meng Xiaoxiao enthusiastically dove into her embrace, exclaiming, "Yin Yin, I missed you so much." Liang Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed by her exuberance. Meng Xiaoxiao clung to her like a koala. Moments later, Meng Shifan lifted her by the scruff of her neck, much like one would a chick, and admonished her, "Behave yourself." "Got it," Meng Xiaoxiao pouted in response. "What did you say?" "Repeat that." Meng Shifan's expression darkened. Surprised by his keen hearing, Meng Xiaoxiao feigned ignorance. "I didn't say anything. You must have misheard." Meng Shifan shot her a glare. "We'll settle this later." The banter between the siblings was a familiar sight to those present. Elder Song, accustomed to afternoon naps, instructed the butler to leave, saying, "You young ones enjoy your conversation." Meng Shifan stayed for a while before answering a phone call and departing, leaving Liang Qingyan and Meng Xiaoxiao to chat in the front hall. Meng Xiaoxiao began to vent. "My brother has been acting a bit strange lately." "In what way?" Liang Qingyan inquired. "It's been a month since he broke up with his ex-girlfriend. An entire month." Meng Xiaoxiao raised her finger in astonishment. "Yin, do you realize? He has never gone this long without a relationship. There must be something going on, and I've heard that his first love seems to be trying to reconcile with him." Liang Qingyan's gaze faltered momentarily, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her garment at her side. She pursed her lips and inquired, "Is it truly so effortless to reconcile, even after a breakup?" Meng Xiaoxiao responded with unwavering certainty. "I cannot speak to other matters, but the place that a white moonlight holds in a man's heart is unparalleled." A pang of unease gripped Liang Qingyan's heart. She took a slow, deep breath, and after a brief pause, spoke again. "Do you know what kind of person Song Yuan Ye's ex-girlfriend is?" Meng Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered momentarily as she shook her head. "Resembling a clever spirit." "I have no idea. Brother Yi has never mentioned her. He probably deemed it unnecessary." Liang Qingyan was well aware that she was being deceitful, yet she chose not to press further. Chapter 062. Encountering Mother Lu again, Liang Qingyan recalled the last anniversary event when the company presented her with a VIP beauty card, which she had yet to utilize. "Oh, beauty salon?" Meng Xiaoxiao waved the beauty card in her hand, expressing her unfamiliarity with it. However, such beauty cards are typically distributed by newly opened establishments as promotional activities. Is your company truly so miserly in providing benefits to its employees? She cast a glance and remarked that it was nearly expired and should not be wasted. Liang Qingyan offered a faint smile. Meng Xiaoxiao sighed repeatedly, noting that the Song family was affluent, with their greatest dilemma being an abundance of wealth that one could hardly spend. "If you go to know how frugally you manage your household, Sister Yin, one could only wonder what his thoughts would be." Meng Xiaoxiao's car keys had been confiscated by Meng Shifan. The two felt it inappropriate to trouble the butler or chauffeur, so they opted to take a taxi to the beauty salon. The location was quite decent, situated in a business center, and the decor was relatively upscale. The front desk ushered them to a private room. After just a few steps, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure descending the stairs. It was Lu Zhe's mother. Dressed in an elegant green qipao, she exuded grace, accompanied by another equally refined lady, as they exchanged laughter and conversation. Liang Qingyan merely glanced at her before subtly averting her gaze, having no intention of greeting her. It was not out of awkwardness, but rather a realization that it was unnecessary. However, to her surprise, Lu's mother called out to her, somewhat taken aback, "Yin." She referred to her affectionately, and to an outsider, it might seem as though their relationship was exceedingly intimate. It was as if the person who had previously subjected her to relentless suppression looked down upon her and resorted to unscrupulous means to sever her bond with Lu Zhe was not her at all. Liang Qingyan pretended not to hear, grasping the hand of Meng Xiaoxiao beside her as they ascended the stairs. Lu's mother, with a gentle smile, spoke up, her tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. "Yin, even if you have parted ways with our Lu Zhe, you should still address me as aunt when we meet, shouldn't you?" Behind her, Meng Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat bewildered. Liang Qingyan furrowed her brows, stating, "I have nothing to discuss with you." Noticing her indifferent demeanor, Lu's mother, rather than expressing anger, took the liberty to introduce her to the nearby noblewoman, saying, "This is the Miss Liang I mentioned, Lu Zhe's former girlfriend." "So that is how it is." The noblewoman scrutinized her from head to toe, her words laden with insinuation. Indeed, she possessed a striking beauty. No wonder she could enchant men to the point of distraction. Before Liang Qingyan could utter a word, Meng Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself and glared at Lu's mother, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The noblewoman's expression was one of disdain. Indeed, it is true that birds of a feather flock together. People associate with those who mirror their own character, revealing a lack of refinement. When has Meng Xiaoxiao ever been treated in such a manner? Her face flushed with anger. Liang Qingyan shielded her behind, stating that if the two had not brushed their teeth that morning, they should refrain from venturing out to disgust others. Good manners are meant for interaction with others, not for those who cannot discern between certain species. My friend has always spoken candidly. The noblewoman gritted her teeth and retorted, "What do you think you are? I have encountered many individuals like you who, relying on youthful allure and beauty, resort to selling their bodies for financial gain. Do you truly believe that adorning yourself in designer labels elevates you to the ranks of the elite? How naive and amusingly misguided. Mrs. Lu possesses a kind heart and prefers not to hold grudges. Were it me, I would have sought someone to teach you a lesson, perhaps even strip you bare and cast you into the street." With her chin held high, her words dripped with scorn. Hearing this, Liang Qingyan's complexion paled slightly. Meng Xiaoxiao could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Are you jesting? My sister-in-law would never resort to such measures. All right, someone like you, reeking of an elderly scent, would hardly find a buyer, even if you offered yourself. Furthermore, any piece of jewelry my sister-in-law possesses could easily cover your expenses for an entire year. As for that fellow named Lu something with a mother like you, he is indeed both pitiable and lamentable." Mrs. Lu, upon being publicly berated, felt her expression shift. The noblewoman beside her wore a grim look, about to speak, but Mrs. Lu interrupted her, gently yet with an air of resignation. "Let it be. They are merely young and ignorant. There is no need to stoop to their level." Liang Qingyan glanced at her, recognizing the familiar tactics. Mrs. Lu excelled at wielding others as weapons while retreating to a position of virtue herself, her reputation remaining intact. Everyone in their circle praised Mrs. Lu, including Lu Zhe himself. Meng Xiaoxiao was still eager for a war of words. Liang Qingyan gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Turning her gaze to Mrs. Lu, her eyes sparkled with clarity, the striking contrast of her almond-shaped eyes causing Mrs. Lu to feel uneasy, a fleeting moment of guilt crossing her face. "Qingyan, must Mrs. Lu insist on making matters so disgraceful?" Liang Qingyan's tone turned frosty, her aura growing colder. Perhaps prolonged exposure to one another breeds resemblance. Her expression bore an uncanny resemblance to Song Yuan Ye. "Do you recall how you schemed tirelessly to separate Lu Zhe and me, employing various underhanded tactics? Surely, you have not forgotten, nor do you require me to elucidate it further. Lu Zhe and I have long parted ways, and throughout our relationship, he never gifted me any financial support under the guise of presents. Should you continue to slander me, I will not hesitate to pursue legal action for defamation." Mrs. Lu's smile stiffened slightly, her lips twitching. "Qingyan, you misunderstand. I never claimed such a thing. Is that so?" Liang Qingyan's crimson lips curled in a semblance of triumph as she glanced at the noblewoman beside Mrs. Lu. "So, it is this lady who has falsely accused me in public, is it?" The noblewoman's expression abruptly shifted. Those who navigate this circle are not fools, at the very least. Upon realizing the implications, she glared at Mrs. Lu. "Mrs. Lu, are you using me as a pawn?" Mrs. Lu hesitated, her lips moving as if to explain, yet she found no words. She could only watch as the noblewoman stormed away, her meticulously maintained visage darkening instantly. Casting a glance at the beauty card in her hand, she scoffed, remarking that even employees of the Lu Group possess one. "Liang Qingyan, it seems that your life has not been particularly splendid since parting ways with Lu Zhe." Meng Xiaoxiao found this statement absurdly amusing, unable to stifle her laughter. Liang Qingyan, disinterested in further entanglements with Mrs. Lu, took her leave. Mrs. Lu resumed her noblewoman facade, exiting the beauty salon and heading straight for a luxury goods store. However, it was not for herself that she made the purchase, but rather in anticipation of the engagement ceremony of the Song family a few days hence. The Song family, a prominent figure in the capital, belongs to the elite class. boasting a wealth of resources. Although Lady Lu was reluctant to admit it, she could not deny that the Lu family, a newly affluent household, lacked the standing to compete with such a venerable lineage. Under normal circumstances, the Lu family would not even be considered for the guest list. Yet, given the close childhood friendship between the Song family's heir and Lu Zhe, a bond undoubtedly existed. Perhaps it was this connection that prompted the Song family to extend an invitation. The mere thought of it filled Lady Lu with an undeniable sense of pride. Chapter 063. Song Yuan Ye, do you love me? Meng Xiaoxiao played with her until the late hours of the night. My brother had set a curfew, insisting I return home before 8 o'clock. Being aware of my companionship with you, he would certainly not intervene, especially since this bar was quite secluded, a place I frequented, and he would not find me here. The more Meng Xiaoxiao spoke, the more pleased she became, taking a sip of the margarita handed to her by the charming bartender. Her cheeks flushed with a slight intoxication. Liang Qingyan looked on with a hint of sympathy, feeling that Meng Shifan was excessively strict with his sister, often resorting to scolding or punishment. From Meng Xiaoxiao's words, it was evident that she held a rather unfavorable view of Meng Shifan. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Liang Qingyan observed Meng Xiaoxiao flirtatiously touching the bartender's face, their laughter echoing as they quickly exchanged WeChat contacts, their rapport developing at a remarkable pace. Suddenly, she felt that Meng Shifan's strictness might be justified. As Liang Qingyan hesitated, contemplating whether to leave, the lights flickered. In the dimness of the night, the subdued lighting seemed to heighten the body's hormones, while soft love songs flowed from the microphone. Someone tapped her shoulder. It was a stranger, a handsome man. Care for a drink? He offered. Sorry, I don't drink, Liang Qingyan replied, waving her hand. Don't be shy, he urged, inching closer, his eyes revealing an unabashed admiration. He presented a glass to her, while casually showcasing the Cartier watch on his wrist. As if to impress her, Liang Qingyan furrowed her brow, insisting, I truly don't drink. As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards the bar, only to find that both Meng Xiaoxiao and the bartender had vanished. At that moment, she realized she was utterly alone, unaccustomed to such social situations. It seemed her disinterest led the man to lose interest as well, and he soon departed. Holding her bag tightly, Liang Qingyan set off in search of Meng Xiaoxiao. She scoured the entire bar, but found no trace of her, and her calls went unanswered. Exiting the bar, she found herself in a narrow alley, enveloped in darkness, with not a single streetlight illuminating the way. The only source of light was the logo hanging outside the bar, making it hard to fathom how Meng Xiaoxiao had discovered such a place. She had indeed been correct about its seclusion. A gentle breeze swept through the alley, causing Liang Qingyan to tighten her coat around her. In the darkness, she spotted a flicker of light not far off. There stood a figure, lurking for who knows how long, and as her gaze fell upon him, he discarded the still-burning cigarette, but extinguishing it beneath his foot. The remaining ashes quickly scattered by the wind. The footsteps soon approached her. Liang Qingyan felt a rush of anxiety. Initially, she dismissed it, but as the man's face became clearer in the moonlight, recognition struck her. This was the same man who had approached her in the bar. Instinctively sensing danger, she knew she had to flee. The man lingered at the bar's entrance, and with a clenched jaw, Liang Qingyan had no choice but to sprint deeper into the alley. Behind her, he spat softly and quickened his pace, relentlessly pursuing her. Her heart raced as she realized she could not outrun him and took the opportunity to hide around a corner, dialing Song Yuan Ye's number. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As 10 whole seconds elapsed without a response, the footsteps drew ever closer, their clarity cutting through the stillness of the night, each step echoing like a heartbeat. Stirring a tremor within her, Liang Qingyan huddled in the corner, silently praying not to be discovered. A foreign hand landed on her shoulder. Startled, Liang Qingyan screamed and swung a brick from beside her towards the figure behind. The brick was caught with ease. Above her, a familiar voice called out, Qingyan? Liang Qingyan paused, looking up at the person before her, tears glistening in her almond-shaped eyes, cascading down her cheeks, falling into his embrace, soaking his shirt with her sorrow. Song Yuan Ye, filled with concern, gently ruffled her hair, murmuring, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Liang Qingyan offered no reply, instead burying herself in his arms. Weeping, an expression of both fear and the release of pent-up grievances. Sensing her distress, Song Yuan Ye carried her back to the car, refusing to set her down in the seat. Holding her close instead, his calloused fingers tenderly wiping the moisture from her face as he instructed the driver to start the engine. "Were you scared?" Liang Qingyan nodded, her voice muffled. "I was just being followed." Song Ye gently patted her back, soothing her with soft words. "It's all right now. That person has been driven away." Liang Qingyan regained her composure, her gaze meeting his. "Xiao Xiao is still inside. She is drunk and alone." With that, she attempted to rise. Song Yuan Ye wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pressing her back down, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Meng Shifan is here too." At this, Liang Qingyan finally exhaled in relief, only to realize the intimacy of their current position. She was perched on his lap, having just attempted to stand, now caught in a kneeling posture against him. The swaying of her clothing revealed a glimpse of her waist, strikingly pale against the backdrop of his strong, veined arms, creating a stark contrast. Song Ye lowered the partition, his dark eyes tracing her features, and though nothing untoward had occurred, Liang Qingyan felt her cheeks flush. Noticing her reaction, he chuckled softly and kissed away the remnants of her tears. The warmth of his lips traveled from her brows to the tip of her nose, her chin, and finally lingered on her ruby lips, gently prying them apart, weaving a tender yet fervent connection that revealed his true nature. A commanding allure, irresistible and intoxicating. Liang Qingyan's face turned crimson from the kiss, utterly defenseless. Like petals in a warm tide, she surrendered to the current, caught in a whirlpool, exuding an enchanting fragrance. She closed her eyes, her heart in disarray. Upon arriving at the old residence, Song Yuan Ye adjusted her clothing before carrying her inside. Liang Qingyan, in a daze, felt herself sinking into the softness of the bed, the weight of him soon enveloping her. "Song Yuan Ye, do you love me?" "Yes, from the very beginning. I have loved you." "How much?" she inquired, a sense of urgency in her quest for an answer. "So very much." The man's gaze was profound, and his low, magnetic voice resonated in her ear, carrying a searing warmth that enveloped her. "You will soon feel it, Yin Yin." Meng Xiaoxiao was quite intoxicated. The young and handsome bartender at the counter, surnamed Lin, was familiar to her. They had met before and exchanged a few words. Although they were of similar age, Meng Xiaoxiao preferred to call him Xiaolin. Xiaolin's family business had failed, forcing him to seek employment to support his household. Meng Xiaoxiao was generous, always leaving a tip whenever she visited. As for adding each other on WeChat tonight, it was Xiaolin's suggestion. Later on, the potency of the margarita proved to be formidable. Meng Xiaoxiao felt lightheaded and was led to the bar storage room. It was not until a pair of hands embraced her, pinning her against the wall for a kiss, that she regained some clarity. Chapter 064. The Wrath of Meng Shifan. A youthful and melodious voice echoed in the air. "Sister, are you satisfied with my kissing skills?" Meng Xiaoxiao, her eyes half closed, had her crimson lips slightly parted, her gaze hazy. She attempted to push him away, yet the feeble resistance felt less like rejection and more like a coy invitation. Xiao Lin chuckled, his fair and handsome visage illuminated by gaze imbued with allure as he grasped her delicate wrists, lifting them to press against the wall. Leaning in to kiss her, suddenly, a forceful shove sent him sprawling. A heavy punch landed squarely on his face. The shelves behind them toppled, shattering bottles of wine that spilled their contents across the floor. The sharp scent of alcohol filled the warehouse. Caught off guard, Xiao Lin fell amidst the shards of glass, pain contorting his features as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring in shock at the man before him. "Meng? Mr. Meng?" Meng Shifan stood opposite him, clad in a blue shirt and black trousers that hugged his long legs, the sleeves rolled up to reveal muscular arms. Towering over Xiao Lin with an air of authority, his eyes brimmed with a palpable intensity. The smile that typically adorned his face was replaced by an icy demeanor. "Knowing who I am, yet still daring to provoke her?" Xiao Lin's gaze flickered, attempting to defend himself. "We are in a serious relationship." Meng Shifan's aura grew increasingly cold. his dark eyes swirling with an unspoken fury. In a relationship, he enunciated each word with scorn. Does she dare, without my consent? Mr. Meng, Xiao Xiao is now an adult and soon a graduate. Isn't it quite normal for her to date? The oppressive weight of Meng Shifan's stare sent chills down Xiao Lin's spine. Yet he mustered the courage to meet his gaze. Even if she is your sister, you should not impose such strict control over her. Meng Shifan regarded him with a cold glare. This is a matter for our family, and it is not your place to interfere. Xiao Lin gritted his teeth and spoke up. Xiao Xiao confided in me that your possessive nature has caused her distress. If given the choice, she would prefer not to have an older brother like you. A peculiar silence enveloped the atmosphere following his words. After a long pause, Meng Shifan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Is that so? What else did Meng Xiao Xiao share with you? Xiao Lin lowered his head, unable to meet his gaze. And nothing else. Then keep your mouth shut. Meng Shifan meticulously adjusted his sleeves, casting a glance at Meng Xiao Xiao, who leaned against the wall, barely able to stand. He seized her collar with one hand and dragged her outside. Meng Xiao Xiao struggled for breath, instinctively slapping his hand as slowed down, ignoring her protests. Meng Shifan pulled her to the car and carelessly tossed her into the back seat, slamming the door shut. Meng Xiao Xiao cried out in pain. Meng Shifan slid into the driver's seat and pressed the accelerator, driving away directly to the villa area. Here lies his newly acquired private villa, a sanctuary seldom graced by anyone other than himself. Meng Xiao Xiao was forcibly ushered into the bathroom, where Meng Shifan released her grasp. Losing her support, she slid down the white porcelain wall, the chill of the surface sending a shiver through her, prompting a soft, anxious whimper. The metallic shower head loomed above her, unleashing icy water that cascaded from her head to her toes. In startled disbelief, Meng Xiao Xiao gasped, Brother? Brother? Above her, Meng Shifan's gaze was chillingly severe. The cold water jolted her into full awareness, and trembling, she steadied herself against the wall, the water streaming down her hair. Her coat had long since vanished, leaving her clad only in a white dress that, now drenched, clung transparently to her form. Realizing her predicament, she instinctively crossed her arms in front of herself. With indignation, she glared at him. Meng Shifan, are you out of your mind? Unfazed by her outburst, he turned off the shower, his voice steady as he inquired. Are you finally awake? I ask you, who was that person at the bar today? What bar? The memory of the earlier events flooded back, and observing the visibly enraged man, she feigned ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. Leave me alone. I want to sleep. No sooner had the words left her lips than an arm barred her way. Fuming, she declared, Meng Shifan, if you continue like this, I will tell Mom and Dad that you're bullying me. Who is he? Meng Shifan pressed, his tone insistent. Meng Xiao Xiao, abandoning her pretense, lifted her chin defiantly and replied, My boyfriend, what of it? Everything he said is true. I simply do not appreciate your interference. Other brothers would give their best to their sisters. But you have controlled me since childhood, even making me write self-reflections at the slightest provocation. I am a person, not your possession. Mom and Dad hardly ever bother me. So on what grounds do you? With a rush of defiance fueled by alcohol, she vented her frustrations, oblivious to the deepening shadows on his face. When she finally grasped the gravity of her words, a cold hand gripped her chin with unyielding force. His grasp was unrelenting, and Meng Xiao Xiao, accustomed to a pampered life, felt her skin flush red with pain, tears welling in her eyes. Meng Shifan, with a tinge of self-mockery, spoke. Have I ever deprived you of anything throughout your life? His breath grew heavier, his face darkening with stormy clouds of emotion. Those obsidian eyes bore into her, cold and fierce, as if a tempest of feelings surged within. Meng Xiao Xiao had never witnessed him in such a state. The pressure on her chin intensified, as though he sought to crush her very bones. Unable to withstand the torment, she wept, Brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't dare again. She understood well that Meng Shifan would not truly harm her. Hence, she felt emboldened, knowing that each time she erred, her charm and innocence would absolve her. Since mastering this art in her youth, she had become a tempest in their household, wielding her influence freely. Moreover, She had long been aware that the reason everyone indulged her outside was due to her brother, Meng Shifan. Thus, at a tender age, she comprehended that pleasing her brother was all that mattered. Initially, when she first stepped into the Meng household, her brother paid her little attention. Consequently, she devised a plan to sneak into his room at night, cautiously fabricating an excuse about her fear of darkness. She observed as his initial rejection gradually transformed. Eventually, he would even make space for her at bedtime, replacing one of his pillows with a pink one. The room, once characterized by stark black and white minimalism, blossomed into a haven adorned with plush toys on the bedside. Unbeknownst to Meng Shifan, she could remain unfazed even while watching horror films during that time. Chapter 065. She is the adopted daughter of the Meng family. She feigned innocence and played the role of a dutiful sister to the utmost of her abilities, all in her quest to seamlessly integrate into the Meng family. Her yearning for love was profound, and the thought of returning to the orphanage filled her with dread. There, many children played in the mud, which she found repugnant. The meal served at the orphanage consisted of dry, hard buns. In that place, she lacked a father and mother, an older brother, beautiful dresses, an abundance of toys, and companions to play with her. Eventually, she succeeded in becoming the sole daughter of the Meng family, adored like a precious gem, no longer that forsaken child clutching a tattered doll. Time passed, and Meng Xiaoxiao nearly forgot that she was not a true member of the Meng family. The blood coursing through her veins did not belong to the Meng lineage. Instead, it was a surrogate existence meant to fill the void left by her parents for the child they had never been able to welcome into the world. Meng Shifan was not swayed by her attempts at charm. Releasing his grip on her chin, he regarded her coldly, a wolf raised without affection. "Brother, I truly acknowledge my mistakes," Meng Xiaoxiao said, a hint of panic in her voice as she clung to his arm. "I was just lying earlier. I've only met that Lin person a few times, and we are hardly acquainted." "Hardly acquainted? Yet you could kiss him?" Meng Shifan scoffed. "Meng Xiaoxiao, you are rather liberal, aren't you?" Meng Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously. "No, I was drunk at that time and had no idea what was happening. Everything he said was a fabrication." "Brother, do you truly prefer to believe a stranger over me? We are family." Upon hearing her words, Meng Shifan's gaze softened slightly. Frowning, he shook off her grip. "If I see you in contact with him again, you know the consequences." Meng Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened, and she raised 3 fingers. "I swear it will not happen again." Meng Shifan glanced down, hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a bathrobe from a nearby rack, carelessly draping it over her shoulders. "Get dressed properly before coming out." With a sigh of relief, Meng Xiaoxiao changed into the bathrobe. Upon exiting the bathroom, she spotted the man seated on the sofa. She proactively handed him a feather duster, adopting a demeanor of resignation. "Brother, I am sorry. Go ahead and hit me. I promise I will obey you from now on." Leaning against the sofa, Meng Shifan leisurely sipped his coffee, his long legs crossed. The steam rising from the cup enveloped his features in an air of somber elegance. His alluring peach blossom eyes, usually bright when he smiled, appeared rather serious at that moment. Meng Xiaoxiao sensed that his anger was more intense than ever before. "Your promises are worthless to me." Meng Shifan did not even spare her a glance. "Go back to sleep." "All right." Meng Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, but then hesitated. "So, brother, where should I sleep? Find a guest room or sleep on the sofa?" Meng Shifan replied. Feeling slighted, Meng Xiaoxiao pouted, wishing to negotiate further, but realizing the atmosphere was unfavorable. She suppressed her thoughts and trudged upstairs in her slippers. On the sofa, Meng Shifan rubbed his temples and dialed a number. "Help me investigate someone." The following morning, at the Song family's old residence in the front hall, when Liang Qingyan awoke, she found herself surrounded by emptiness. She was aware that Song Yuan Ye had been particularly busy lately, often leaving early and returning late. Besides his work commitments, he was also preoccupied with the arrangements for their engagement ceremony. Liang Qingyan understood this well, and, fearing he might wear himself out, her lingering doubts dissipated. Although she had not been part of Song Yuan Ye's past, she firmly believed that their future together was destined to unfold as a shared journey. A few staff members arrived to take her measurements for the engagement gown, delivering an array of exquisite dresses and an overwhelming assortment of jewelry to the living room. Liang Qingyan was dazzled by the sheer opulence. With a commanding wave of his hand, the elder Mr. Song exuded an aura of authority, declaring that there was no need for her to choose. All of these were intended for her. You may take your time in selecting them later, he added. Afterward, he signaled to the butler, who soon returned with a red lacquered wooden box adorned with carved plum blossoms. Despite its age, it remained in remarkable condition. This was your grandmother's jewelry box, Mr. Song said as he handed it to her. Inside are heirlooms passed down through her family. Your grandmother wished for it to be given to her granddaughter-in-law. Liang Qingyan hesitated briefly, but did not decline. Thank you, Grandpa. This gift bore a weight far beyond its material value. It represented the elder's heartfelt intentions. Mr. Song smiled gently, advising her that both she and Yuan Ye should cherish one another. This child, Yuan, may appear aloof, but beneath that exterior lies warmth. He is stubborn and unwavering in his convictions, whether regarding people or matters. Although I am unaware of the recent discord between you two, I believe that as long as you share mutual understanding, no obstacle is insurmountable. Liang Qingyan was taken aback. You have noticed? Mr. Song replied that he was aware of her recent distress and had specifically sent a driver to fetch her uncle and aunt, who would be arriving shortly for a family gathering. Liang Qingyan understood that he referred to Song Yuan Ye. She bit her lip, feeling a twinge of guilt. Before long, there was a commotion in the foyer. Liang Qingyan's eyes brightened as she stood up. Uncle Aunt, He Jiangua and Lu Qin were ushered in, their expressions mirroring each other's bewilderment. It seemed they had entered from a tourist attraction, for the grandeur of the residence was bewildering. This place, it can't possibly be someone's home, can it? It must be worth a fortune. Something feels off. Isn't your fiancé's family just running a small business? Stepping forward, Liang Qingyan introduced them, Uncle, and this is Grandpa Song. He Jiangua nodded, his gaze shifting to the elder Mr. Song seated on the sandalwood chair, his focus sharpening. Grandpa, hello. How polite. Please, take a seat, Mr. Song replied with a warm smile that softened his usually stern countenance. I should have invited you both to meet sooner. I apologize for the delay. He Jiangua and his wife quickly waved their hands, insisting it was no trouble at all. The butler then served 2 cups of steaming tea. He Jiangua took a sip, and his eyes instantly brightened. What a fine tea. This must be the Hong Pao, right? Old Master Song chuckled. Ah, so you possess an appreciation for tea. It seems I have encountered a connoisseur today. This is indeed Wu Yishan de Hong Pao. If you fancy it, I have another canister that you may take with you when you depart. He Jiangua's hand trembled slightly as he held the teacup. No, thank you, he replied, realizing he had spoken hastily. While he could discern the taste of Shuo Laozhan, he had no true understanding of Bai Luo Chun. He had merely wished to maintain his composure in front of his in-laws, and unexpectedly, he had guessed correctly. Wu Yishan de Hong Pao. How much was it? Was it not around 100,000 per pound? He Jiangua glanced around the elegantly adorned hall, feeling his legs weaken. He discreetly relayed a message to Liang Qingyan. Yin, isn't the Song family engaged in small business? Chapter 66. The engagement is called Off Uncle. I will explain it to you later, Liang Qingyan said awkwardly. Upon hearing this, He Jiangwo and the nearby Lu Qin furrowed their brows in confusion. What else was there to understand? Xiao Song had not been truthful with them, and merely from the imposing residence and the dignified demeanor of the elder Song, they could infer that his background was certainly extraordinary. With this realization, the couple exchanged glances, growing increasingly uneasy. Please do not leave tonight, Elder Song proclaimed with a commanding voice. This back and forth is troublesome. I shall have the steward prepare a guest room. Let us dine together this evening to discuss the engagement of the 2 children. At this, He Jiangwo glanced at the middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit standing behind Elder Song. Initially assuming he was a relative of the Song family, he was surprised to discover he was merely the steward. He fell silent, his frown deepening. There's no need to trouble yourself. My wife and I have matters to attend to at home, he insisted. Elder Song paused momentarily, but did not press the matter further. After some conversation, He Jiangwo took Lu Qin's hand, preparing to leave. Our child is returning home for the holidays, and we do not feel comfortable leaving her alone, he added. Hearing this, Elder Song summoned the steward to fetch a box of Dahong pow, tea from the storeroom as a gift for their in-laws. He Jiangwo quickly waved his hands. No, that gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. With his steadfast refusal, Elder Song had no choice but to see them out personally. Not wishing to trouble the elder further, Liang Qingyan called for a ride-sharing vehicle. Just before getting into the car, He Jiangwo turned to her. Yin Yin, your brother has finally gotten a break. It has been a while since you two have seen each other. Come back with us so we can all gather and talk. At his words, Liang Qingyan exchanged a farewell with Elder Song and entered the vehicle. She had noticed her uncle had something to say in the front hall. She could see it in his eyes and had a sense of what it might pertain to. As the vehicle gradually departed the Song residence, heading towards a scenic route, she turned to her uncle. Uncle, if you have something to say, please speak your mind. He Jiangwo sighed, hesitating as he looked at her. Yin Yin, what exactly does Xiao Song's family do? The New Wave Group, you can find it online, Liang Qingyan replied, somewhat guiltily. Concern etched on his face, He Jiangwo continued. Yin Yin, when your parents passed away, we raised you. In this life, we do not wish for you to be extraordinarily wealthy, only to be safe and healthy. The Song family holds an elevated status, belonging to a different class than ours. As the saying goes, the waters of the wealthy are deep. Your uncle fears you might struggle to navigate this. This marriage, perhaps we should postpone the engagement for now. Liang Qingyan paused, about to explain. Lu Qin gently patted her hand. Yin Yin, your uncle is merely concerned for your well-being. If you were to face hardship in the future, there would be no one from your maternal family to support you. Had we known Xiao Song came from such a background, we certainly would not have agreed so readily. Indeed, He Jiangwo suddenly recalled. It was either last year or the year before when your aunt called to inquire. You mentioned you were dating a boy from university whose family was in business, but not substantial. Xiao Song deceived us. But why did you also choose to lie at that time, Yin Yin? Liang Qingyan's gaze flickered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, it was Lu Zhe who was the topic of conversation, two individuals distinctly separate. He Jiangwo and his wife remained blissfully unaware. Let us not discuss the engagement for now. This is a matter of utmost significance for you. We shall deliberate further. Liang Qingyan nodded in understanding. Just as she finished speaking, her phone chimed with a notification. It was a message from Song Yuan Ye. Have you returned to Yesh City? Yes. Liang Qingyan exhaled slowly, replying, Uncle is upset. He knows we deceived him and wishes to delay the engagement. A moment later, the response came, Wait for me. I will personally clarify matters with Uncle and Aunt. A faint smile graced Liang Qingyan's lips, her eyes shimmering with warmth under the cold glow of the screen, as her fingers delicately typed a simple good. At the tender age of 17, Liang Qingyan experienced the tragic loss of her parents. Subsequently, she was adopted by the He family, where He Sheng, their son, resided. Prior to this, she had exchanged but a few words with her cousin. However, on her very first day at He's home, He Sheng had generously offered her his bedroom, the largest and finest in the house. During mealtimes, he would share his chicken leg with her. It was then that Liang Qingyan began to feel a sense of humility. Such acts of seemingly charitable affection resonated deeply with her sensitive heart. Her demeanor towards He Sheng remained cool and distant. The He family's financial situation was already precarious, and following He Jiangwo's hospitalization due to a cerebrovascular incident, their circumstances deteriorated further. During the summer after her college entrance examinations, Liang Qingyan, under the pretense of visiting a classmate, sought part-time summer employment. She worked as a waitress, earning a mere 8 yuan per hour. From dawn till dusk, she toiled, only to find her wages delayed at month's end, and faced unwanted advances from the kitchen staff. It was then that He Sheng burst in, seizing a plate from the counter and hurling it at the offender. He had long been aware of her summer job and, fearing for her safety, had followed her. From that moment on, though they were not siblings by blood, their bond surpassed that of kinship. He Sheng was now in his 3rd year of high school at a local institution in Yesh City. The siblings had not seen each other for half a year. Although He Sheng was merely 5 years her junior, he had grown significantly taller during adolescence, now towering over her by a good margin. With striking features, high cheekbones, almond-shaped eyes, and a defined jawline, he had evidently inherited the best traits from both parents. transforming considerably in just 6 months. Liang Qingyan observed him, her heart filled with nostalgia. The school's cafeteria seemed to provide ample nourishment, far superior to what they had during her time. It's passable, but nothing compares to mother's cooking, she replied. At the dinner table, He Sheng, ever the flatterer, inquired, "But sister, what brings you back so suddenly?" Liang Qingyan smiled, responding, "I came back specifically to see you." He Sheng, with a playful pout, retorted, "Stop lying. Your sister is getting engaged," Lu Qin interjected. "To whom?" He Sheng casually asked. "Lu Zhe, perhaps?" Liang Qingyan nearly dropped her chopsticks in surprise, staring at him in disbelief. He Jianguo and his wife were equally taken aback. "Why is everyone looking at me like that?" He Sheng took a bite of the chicken leg and playfully nudged Liang Qingyan's arm. "Sister, there's no need to pretend. Ever since the past, what have you ever been able to conceal from me? Is it not about that boyfriend you had in college? I've discreetly investigated his background. His family is quite well off. However, his parents are rather cunning. Sister, trust me, I disapprove of this marriage." Liang Qingyan. Across from them, the couple He Jianguo and his wife wore puzzled expressions. "Who is Lu Zhe? Wasn't your college boyfriend Xiao Song?" As the truth became increasingly difficult to hide, Liang Qingyan took a sheepish breath. Later he changed. He Sheng's eyes widened in surprise, and even with her mouth full of chicken, her words flowed swiftly. "Changed? Weren't you and Lu Zhe still together over 2 months ago?" Liang Qingyan hurriedly covered her mouth, but it was too late. Chapter 67. Preparing to blow up the kitchen? He Jianguo inquired. "Xiao Sheng, did you say that your sister is dating someone named Lu Zhe?" He Sheng nodded in confusion. "Yes, I have a classmate whose sister works at the Lu Corporation, so I've known about their relationship for quite some time." He Jianguo looked astonished. "Yin Yin, clarify your words. What exactly is going on between you and Xiao Song?" Liang Qingyan felt somewhat embarrassed. "I've only just gotten to know Song Yuan Ye." He Jianguo gazed at her disapprovingly. "Such a significant matter. How could you keep it from us?" Lu Qin chimed in, setting aside other concerns. "Getting engaged after only 2 months of acquaintance is simply too hasty. I cannot approve of this marriage." Liang Qingyan explained, "Uncle Aunt, Song Yuan Ye and I genuinely care for each other, and we have given it considerable thought before deciding to get engaged. It is not a spur-of-the-moment decision." He Sheng gave her a thumbs up. "Sister, you really are something." Liang Qingyan shot him a glare. "Be quiet." Just then, the doorbell rang. He Sheng opened the door and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the visitor. The man before her was tall and robust, clad in a black trench coat, his tailored trousers accentuating his long legs, complemented by polished shoes. His features were strikingly handsome, exuding a noble and rugged aura, akin to a solitary tree gracefully standing amidst a backdrop of stark mountains and flowing waters. He Sheng could immediately discern that he was a skilled individual. "Who are you looking for?" she asked. Song Yuan Ye smiled. "I am here for Liang Qingyan." The atmosphere in the living room instantly became somewhat peculiar. Liang Qingyan accepted the gift box that Song Yuan Ye had brought and placed it on the table. "Yin Yin, you both head back to your room. Your uncle and I need to have a word with Xiao Song," He Jianguo instructed her. Liang Qingyan exchanged a glance with Song Yuan Ye. He offered her a reassuring look. Relieved, Liang Qingyan turned and walked into the room. As she left, the smile on He Jianguo's face faded. "Xiao Song, while I was hospitalized before, I felt uneasy having you, an outsider, help out so much." He deliberately emphasized the word outsider, making his stance quite clear. "We are all family. You are too polite." Song Yuan Ye responded modestly. This maneuver was akin to using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. He Jianguo's lips twitched slightly as he took a sip of tea, preparing to exert pressure. "Look, your family runs such a large enterprise, yet you claim to have started a small company, which has led us all to misunderstand. This is not quite right, is it? The group's business has yet to expand internationally. It is indeed a small enterprise, and a younger generation should not presume too much." Song Yuan Ye replied with a calm smile. His words were impeccably crafted, leaving no room for He Jianguo to find fault. "You've only known Yin Yin for 2 months. To be honest, getting engaged at this point is rather premature. Moreover, you are aware of the social disparity between our families. Both are aunt, and I do not wish for Yin Yin to marry into such a family. Yin has a simple disposition, To be frank, you are not suited for each other. After a moment of thought, Song Yuan Ye replied, Uncle, I only have my grandfather as the elder in my family. My mother passed away when I was young, and less than half a month later, my father remarried. I was raised by my grandfather, which allows me to deeply empathize with Yin Yan's struggles. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but her. His tone was sincere and devout, making it difficult for anyone to remain unmoved. He Jiangua sighed, his expression wavering. Lu Qin, touched by the moment, encouraged. As long as the two children are truly in love, what more is there to consider? Do we not also navigate these waters in our youth? He Jiangua shot a glare at Song Yuan Ye, but ultimately relented, stating firmly, I must warn you in advance, if you ever treat Yin Yan poorly, I will not hesitate to settle the score with you, even at the cost of my own life. Song Yuan Ye immediately acquiesced, assuring him not to worry. As Lu Qin busied herself with the dishes, she suggested, considering how late it is, why not stay the night? Song Yuan Ye raised an eyebrow, smiling politely on the surface. Would that be too much of an imposition? Lu Qin waved her hand with a smile. No need for such formality with family. However, our rooms are somewhat limited. Song Yuan Ye smiled lightly. It's all right. I can share with Yin Yan. From the sofa came a voice, Mom. Just let him squeeze in with me for the night. Song Yuan Ye turned to see He Sheng sitting on the sofa, playing a game. Upon hearing this, he raised an eyebrow in a provocative manner, grinning as he remarked, I tend to snore, grind my teeth, and even pass gas while I sleep. So be prepared for that. He Sheng was clearly being intentional, feeling quite displeased. Just as Lu Zhe left, another Song Yuan Ye arrived. His sister is so exceptional. She deserves the best. Although, this Song Yuan Ye does seem to surpass Lu Zhe, he still falls a bit short. At precisely 11 o'clock, the night was deep, and the moonlight bathed the earth in a cool glow. Lu Jiangua and his wife had long since retired to their room, leaving the living room in profound silence. Song Yuan Ye took a shower and donned He Sheng's pajamas. Despite He Sheng's height of 183 centimeters, the attire appeared significantly smaller on him. He lay in bed for half an hour, unable to find sleep. Just as he turned to get out of bed, a soft voice echoed behind him. Where are you going? To get some water, Song Yuan Ye replied. He Sheng fixed his gaze on him without blinking. There are some on the table. Then I'll go to the bathroom, Song Yuan Ye stated as he prepared to exit. Wait. He Sheng rose, watching him warily. I'll go with you. Song Yuan Ye shot him a sidelong glance. I prefer to be alone. He Sheng scoffed, striding boldly in front of him. Looking to find my sister, are you? If you're capable, come at me. If you can defeat me, I'll let you leave. I don't fight children. Song Yuan Ye replied coldly. Who do you think you're looking down on? He Sheng retorted angrily. I have some training. As he spoke, he swung a punch at Song Yuan Ye's face. Dodging to the side, Song Yuan Ye evaded his strike. He Sheng gritted his teeth and aimed a kick at him, but it missed its target. After several exchanges, He Sheng found all his attempts easily countered. Frustrated and unwilling to concede, he pressed on, only to receive a punch on the shoulder that made him grimace in pain. Song Yuan Ye had already begun to hold back, not wanting to hurt him. However, He Sheng, undeterred, called out for another round. At that moment, Liang Qingyan was drawn in by the commotion. What lay before them was He Sheng, pinned beneath Song Yuan Ye on the bed. Their positions were rather peculiar, and engrossed in their own world, they remained oblivious to her presence outside the door. Are you satisfied? Song Yuan Ye inquired in a low voice. He Sheng, in a flurry of pleas, cried out, brother-in-law, brother-in-law, I yield. Yet, as the words escaped her lips, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the doorway, rendering her momentarily speechless. It seemed that Song Yuan Ye, too, sensed something amiss, turning his gaze towards her. Liang Qingyan, wide-eyed, stammered, What are you two doing? As she attempted to retreat, Song Yuan Ye swiftly caught up with her, lifting her by the waist. Liang Qingyan instinctively gasped, fearful of waking her uncle and aunt inside, and quickly stifled her voice, her almond eyes glaring at him. What are you doing? Go back to sleep. Return to the room. Came Song Yuan Ye's whispered suggestion in her ear. Liang Qingyan pushed against him. No, you should go back to He Sheng's room. It will be disastrous if Uncle discovers this in the morning. Song Yuan Ye's gaze locked onto hers, his dark eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. We are a legitimate couple, engaged to be married. What is wrong with that? As he spoke, he leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her neck, sending shivers cascading down her spine. Besides, didn't you come looking for me for this very reason? At that moment, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Song Yuan Ye, with one arm still around her, deftly locked the door. Liang Qingyan was gently placed back onto the bed. The sheer curtains fluttered softly, allowing moonlight to cascade into the room. The woman on the bed, with a delicate waist and flowing ink-black hair cascading behind her, accentuated her porcelain skin, which appeared almost translucent. Her graceful swan-like neck arched slightly, and the hem of her nightgown fell below her knees, revealing her slender and well-proportioned calves, adorned with rosy, translucent nails. Song Yuan Ye's gaze darkened, drifting upward. The woman's enchanting almond-shaped eyes locked onto him, glistening like rippling water, shrouded in a misty allure. Under the moonlight, she resembled a blooming white rose, exuding an intoxicating charm. She needed not utter a word. A mere glance was enough to dismantle his once proud self-control. Tonight is not the right time. We'll be discovered. Liang Qingyan's heart raced, enveloped by an overwhelming sensation of vulnerability. Song Yuan Ye leaned in closer. Liang Qingyan shut her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck. Unexpectedly, the man merely lay beside her, his long arm drawing her into his embrace, covering her with a blanket. "Sleep now," he murmured. Momentarily taken aback, Liang Qingyan closed her eyes. "Good night." Meanwhile, at the Meng family's private villa, Meng Shifan was roused from his slumber by the commotion. Descending the stairs, he beheld a busy figure in the kitchen. Frowning, he remarked, "It's terribly noisy. Are you planning to blow up the kitchen?" "Brother, you're awake." Meng Xiao turned to face him, carrying a tray of milk to the table. Her demeanor transformed from last night's defiance to one of innocence. "I made toast, fried eggs, and milk. I was just about to call you." Chapter 068. Keep your distance. Do you even deserve it? Meng Shifan took a seat at the dining table, casting a disdainful glance in her direction. The young girl wore a smile that sought approval, her eyes crescent-shaped, unable to conceal her intentions. His gaze flickered with mockery. How could the esteemed Miss Meng deign to prepare a meal for me? I am unworthy of such attention. "Brother, please don't say that," Meng Xiao urged, bringing a glass of milk before him. "Last night was entirely my fault. Whatever that little Lin said to you, please disregard it. He was merely fabricating stories." As she spoke, she tugged at the hem of his shirt. Noticing his impassive demeanor, she softened her tone further. "I know you like your eggs cooked on one side. It took me quite some time to master it." With that, she extended her finger towards him, playfully lamenting, "Look, I've burned my hand to such a degree." Aware that this was merely a ploy for sympathy, Meng Shifan still found his gaze drawn to her fingertip. Her delicate fingers were as pale as spring onions, the tips glistening with a hint of pink. The burn was small, no larger than a red bean, yet perhaps due to her fair complexion and pampered upbringing, the mark stood out starkly against her skin. Meng Xiao continued to wave her finger before him. Feeling a surge of discomfort, Meng Shifan averted his gaze. "All right, I see it." As he spoke, he rose and instructed her, "I will fetch some medicine. You stay seated." Meng Xiao obediently nodded. Before long, Meng Shifan returned from upstairs, carrying a medical kit. With practiced ease, he retrieved burn ointment and bandages from within. Meng Xiao had been frail as a child, frequently falling ill, and her carefree nature often led her to bumps and bruises. This caused Meng Shifan considerable frustration, prompting him to hire several family doctors, ensuring a well-stocked supply of medicine at home. "What are you dawdling for? Extend your hand," he commanded, casting a glance her way. "Oh." Meng Xiao complied, offering her finger, though she couldn't suppress a wince. "Ouch, that hurts. If you know it hurts, why persist? It's not as if we lack help at home, where you could simply order takeout. With your culinary skills, it would be a miracle if the house didn't burn down," he teased, though his touch was gentler than his words suggested. He seldom spoke to her with such severity. Unbeknownst to anyone, the sight of her kissing someone in the bar's warehouse had pierced his heart like a poisoned dart. In that instant, a wave of blood surged within him, a pain so acute it rendered him numb. The unbridled fury that ignited within him raged uncontrollably, dragging to the surface the hidden depths of his soul, those unacknowledged feelings ignited by this fire. Though he understood Meng Xiaoxiao was not willing, he could not help but direct his anger towards her. He had to remind himself repeatedly that he was her brother. Yet, this only deepened his sense of guilt. Now, even he was late to comprehend the situation, too afraid to confront the truth. Meng Xiaoxiao, feeling increasingly wronged, let her tears fall like pearls strung on a broken thread, her nose reddening as she sobbed. I'm sorry, brother. I should have said those things. Meng Shifan was momentarily flustered, raising his hand to gently wipe away the tears from her eyes. His gaze was filled with tender affection, mingled with an inexplicable complexity. Xiao, the one who ought to apologize is I. I'm truly sorry for transgressing this taboo. The siblings opened their hearts to each other for a while, reconciling their differences. Meng Shifan sat at the table, consuming all the inedible bread, a slight smile gracing his lips, suggesting he was in rather good spirits. Meng Xiaoxiao turned to him and spoke, Brother, I am majoring in jewelry design. Our school has arranged for us to undertake internships early, and I plan to gain some experience at a small jewelry company out of town before returning. No need for that, Meng Shifan replied, his gaze darkening as he leisurely wiped the corner of his mouth. I have already made arrangements for you with General Manager Li of Maitai Jewelry. I secured this for you some time ago. You can gain experience there, and I will have peace of mind. I would rather not. Meng Xiaoxiao's expression flickered, her hands clasped tightly under the table. Moreover, I have already received an offer from that company. Oh, Meng Shifan paused, chuckling lightly. Then how about I acquire Maitai Jewelry? This way, no one would dare to trouble you. If it had been anyone else, Meng Xiaoxiao would not have believed such a statement. However, coming from Meng Shifan, she understood he was not jesting. Meeting his penetrating gaze, an inexplicable shiver ran down her spine, and she obediently nodded. All right, I will listen to you, brother. Only then did Meng Shifan's lips curve into a satisfied smile. At the Shuyanjian Club, several executives gathered to discuss business. Meng Shifan, with his extensive connections, was no stranger to such social gatherings. Many who aspired to align themselves with the prominent Song and Meng families would invariably seek him out to act as a bridge. It was well known that young Master Meng was adept at navigating social intricacies, always wearing a smile and never turning away those who approached him with goodwill. Yet, anyone who mistook him for easygoing would be gravely mistaken. During the gathering, someone complimented, "No wonder, I was just saying the private equity fund's quota, which came from General Manager Li of Maitai Jewelry, was your doing. Maitai Jewelry has been thriving lately. I heard they recently signed a betting agreement and were on the verge of suffering significant losses, but then young Master Meng intervened and saved them from considerable misfortune." As the conversation progressed, others chimed in. "Young Master Meng, why exert yourself so much? If it were up to me, I would simply acquire Maitai. With Miss Meng at the helm, she could run the company however she pleased. It would be like a grand performance. You all misunderstand. Miss Meng is the apple of young Master Meng's eye, his only sister, who must be cherished as though she is fragile, held delicately in his hands." Although it may have sounded like flattery, it was indeed a candid truth. The heir raised within the family would not be inept, especially given Meng Shifan's early rise to fame. Years ago, his uncle plotted to usurp power, attempting to ensnare him in a trap. Through perseverance, he navigated through adversity, becoming as ruthless as Song Yuan Ye. His rare tenderness was reserved entirely for Meng Xiaoxiao. In the world of the elite, the bond between the siblings is truly unexpected. With a sharp snap, Meng Shifan flicked his lighter, igniting the tip of his cigarette. The dim glow illuminated his exquisite peach blossom eyes, filled with boundless affection. The children in the family preferred to start from humble beginnings, and he couldn't refuse her. After a night of revelry, the group dispersed. Meng Shifan reclined on the sofa until someone was ushered into the private room. The newcomer bore injuries, restrained by bodyguards and kneeling on the floor, head bowed, obscuring his features. Meng Shifan exhaled a thin plume of smoke, his polished shoe lifting the boy's chin, his gaze laced with disdain. As the boy's face came into the light, it revealed itself to be the bartender with the surname Lin. "Stay away from Meng Xiaoxiao." Meng Shifan warned with a cold edge to his words. With your standing, do you even think you are worthy? The next chapter will be updated in the evening. Chapter 069, The Engagement Banquet. 1. Kneeling on the ground, Lin Xiao let out a couple of derisive laughs, retorting provocatively. Whether one is worthy or not seems to depend less on what Mr. Meng says. But does Xiao Xiao know about Mr. Meng's actions? She doesn't need to. Meng Shifan lowered his gaze, his brows furrowing in displeasure. Yet you, it seems, possess quite the audacity. Lin Xiao, filled with a sense of triumph, spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse, exuding an air of fearless defiance. Mr. Meng must have thoroughly investigated my background. He surely knows there is little I fear. Meng Shifan's eyes turned icy. Your company has gone bankrupt. Your father has fled. Your mother, unable to bear the burden of despair, took her own life by jumping from a building. You are now encumbered with substantial debts, forced to work in a bar. Is this why you are close to Xiao Xiao? Each word struck Lin Xiao, even though he had long accepted these realities. Hearing them spill from Meng Shifan's cold, unfeeling lips was still a blow. He took a deep breath and implored, Mr. Meng, please do not assume that everyone shares your vile and narrow-minded perspective. Have you brought me here merely to threaten me into leaving Meng Xiao Xiao? Meng Shifan scoffed lightly. You overestimate your importance. I am merely informing you. He gestured, and several bodyguards holding Lin Xiao stepped aside. Only then did Lin Xiao unsteadily rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. To distance myself from Xiao Xiao? Impossible. If she were to discover her brother harbors such sordid thoughts, would she not seek a way to escape you? Before he could finish, a powerful kick sent him crashing against a marble table, his back colliding painfully with its hard edge. The searing pain distorted his expression. A cold shoe pressed down on his throat, cruelly grinding into him. Meng Shifan's eyes glinted with malice. He withdrew his foot only when he saw Lin Zhao's face turn a shade of blue, struggling to breathe. His dark eyes blazed with fury, tinged with a crimson hue that was almost enchanting. I truly believe you are tired of living. An extinguished cigarette but fell onto Lin Zhao's hand. Gasping for air, he struggled to breathe, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his once handsome face now twisted in agony. Under the oppressive force, he hastily explained, Mr. Meng, my relationship with Meng Xiao Xiao is merely that of friends. Meng Shifan regarded him, leaning closer. In Lin Zhao's terrified gaze, he retrieved a small hidden recorder from his suit's inner pocket. He toyed with it in his hand, his eyes narrowing. So you have been fishing for information from me all along, intending to send it to Meng Xiao Xiao? The recorder was callously discarded onto the ground. Lin Zhao's expression began to shatter inch by inch. Stay away from Meng Xiao Xiao. Do not make me repeat it a third time. Meng Shifan returned to the sofa, his voice calm and unperturbed, as if the earlier chaos belonged to another. Your father must have left you considerable assets, and coupled with those debt collectors, if I were to disclose your whereabouts, your future would be far from pleasant. Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment, his head hanging in defeat. I understand. The eve of the engagement banquet loomed ahead. Song Yuan Ye's biological clock awakened him earlier than Liang Qingyan. By the time Liang Qingyan opened her eyes, he had already prepared himself, save for the tie that remained unfastened. Liang Qingyan approached him, selecting a pleasing tie from the cabinet and personally adorning his neck with it. Rising on tiptoe, she couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on his thin lips. Her almond-shaped eyes remained fixed on him, tracing the contours of his features, from the cool elegance of his brows and eyes, the strong line of his nose, to the perfectly proportioned fullness of his lips. It was only when his familiar gaze softened towards her that his eyes revealed a tenderness that was unmistakably his. With a smile, Song Yuan Ye inquired, "What is the matter?" "Nothing," Liang Qingyan replied, wrapping her arms around him, her thoughts drifting to a particular phrase. A husband's visage is a wife's glory. Song Yuan Ye embraced her and teased. Who would have thought my face would be so favored by Yin Yan? Do you think that when I grow old, you might tire of looking at it? Liang Qingyan paused, contemplating for a moment. However, in that brief moment of reflection, the hand resting on her slender waist suddenly tightened, and the man before her playfully bit down on her neck. You dare? Liang Qingyan's almond eyes widened in surprise, resembling a cat's indignation. Song Yuan Ye, are you a dog? A chuckle escaped Song Yuan Ye's throat, imbued with a hint of mischief. Someone had the audacity to say that. Yet I recall someone was quite the nibbler last night. A blush crept onto Liang Qingyan's cheeks as she covered his mouth. All right, let us go. The engagement banquet was set to take place at the exhibition center. The media, ever watchful, had already begun to take notice, eager to report even before the festivities commenced. The fireworks from the proposal had captivated all of Kyoto, leaving an indelible impression in the hearts of many. Song Yuan Ye had showcased their love with undeniable fervor. The parking area was filled with luxury vehicles, while the grand hall, adorned in a European and American architectural style, sparkled with diamond chandeliers that reflected off the marble floors, illuminating the space brilliantly. Guests from the business and political realms attended, clad in suits and mingling under the lights, exchanging toasts and pleasantries. Within the Song family, the elder Mr. Song and the butler welcomed the guests, alongside Song Yuan Ye. Following a setback, Song Yuan Ye appeared significantly more composed. His previous restlessness now a distant memory as he stood respectfully beside the elder. He Jianguo and his wife stood beside the elder as well. The influx of guests to the Song family was unmistakable, prompting the elder to introduce them to the assembly. These two are my in-laws, the uncle and aunt of my granddaughter, Yin Yan. With this declaration, no one dared to underestimate them. Guests gradually approached the couple to offer their regards and toasts. Meanwhile, reporters outside wielded their cameras, eagerly anticipating the sight of renowned figures from the financial sector, knowing that capturing even one would make their attendance worthwhile. Among the throng of journalists was Deng Wan, who found herself surrounded by the crowd, the limited space proving challenging for her and her cameraman. Suddenly, the butler emerged, clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding a calm and dignified presence that was hard to overlook. His gaze swept across the crowd before landing on Deng Wan. "Miss Deng, is it?" Deng Wan nodded, her eyes lighting up. "Yes, the young lady has instructed me to escort you into the banquet," the butler stated, then curiously added, "But do you not have an invitation, young lady?" Deng Wan was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized, "Oh, you must be referring to Yin Yan." She smiled somewhat shyly, explaining, Yin has indeed sent me an invitation. However, I am currently a journalist, and by coincidence, my company has tasked me with overseeing this shoot. It is essential to maintain a clear distinction between personal and professional matters. I would not want to cause any inconvenience for Yin Yan's engagement banquet." The butler regarded her with admiration, remarking, "It is wonderful that the young mistress has such a friend." Deng Wan chuckled softly, "You flatter me." She followed the cameraman closely behind the butler as they entered. Outside, the journalists looked on with envy. Madame Liu, also an invited guest, had come meticulously prepared, determined not to lose face at such a grand affair. However, as she mingled throughout the gathering, she found no one with whom to converse. In a moment of distraction, she caught wind of someone mentioning the name of Song's fiancé. Almost instinctively, she seized the person and inquired, "What did you just say her name was?" Chapter 070. The Engagement Banquet 2. The voice was somewhat loud, drawing the attention of those around her. However, Mrs. Liu was oblivious to her surroundings, persistently inquiring, "Is the fiancé of the Song family's heir, Song Yuan Ye, named Liang Qingyan?" At this moment, she had completely lost her composure. The various peculiar gazes directed at her, causing her to feel increasingly unsettled. Upon receiving confirmation from others, Mrs. Liu's expression turned vacant. She nearly collapsed back in her seat, muttering to herself, "No, it cannot be. It must be a mere coincidence of names." Nearby, the chatter of several affluent ladies reached her ears. The fiancé of the Song family is a financial journalist who has studied ballet in her youth, and she even knows our Prince Charming from high school. "How imbibed," they remarked. Yet, this Liang Qingyan has neither status nor work experience. She is merely a newly appointed financial journalist. How could old Master Song so readily acknowledge her as his granddaughter-in-law? For a family like the Songs, do they even require assistance from a daughter-in-law? It is only those from lesser backgrounds who fixate on finding a well-bred wife. It is nothing but an opportunistic desire to ascend the social ladder. Unintentionally spoken, yet keenly absorbed, these words pierced Mrs. Liu like daggers. reminding her of how she once looked down upon Liang Qingyan, her countenance growing increasingly unbearable. Liu Ze was engaged in conversation with those around him. The Liu group had been entrusted entirely to his stewardship. His demeanor retained its scholarly elegance, though he had shed some youthful naivety, now exuding a sense of maturity. Clad in a finely tailored white suit, he appeared composed and unperturbed in face-to-face interactions. Noticing his mother's distress, he approached with concern. "Mother, what is troubling you?" Mrs. Liu shook her head, frantically grasping his arm. "Liu Ze, the fiancé of Song Yuan Ye, is Liang Qingyan. Are you aware of this?" Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow crossed Liu Ze's eyes, quickly masked by a composed facade. He pressed his lips together, replying, "I know." Mrs. Liu's expression darkened abruptly. How had this woman managed to entangle herself with Song Yuan Ye? She was undoubtedly cunning. "Liu Ze," he gazed at her with disappointment. "Qingyan is about to become engaged. Please do not speak of her in such a manner." Mrs. Liu gritted her teeth, looking at him with exasperation. "Fool, you and Song Yuan Ye are childhood friends, and she is merely using you to get closer to him. Can you not see this simple truth? If she truly loved you, would she be so quick to get engaged to another after your breakup?" Pain flickered in Liu Ze's eyes. For so long, he had desperately sought solace in alcohol and work, believing he had moved on from this relationship. Yet, upon receiving the invitation sent by Song Yuan Ye, he could not help but feel a pang of unwillingness. Fully aware that it was a declaration of possession, he still chose to attend. He wished to see her one last time, even if it meant witnessing her in another man's embrace. He could only console himself, thinking that seeing her happy was enough. Enough, he sighed almost inaudibly. "It is I who has wronged her." Mrs. Liu's thoughts turned to the jewelry she had specially ordered in advance as a gift, and she felt a deeper ache in her heart. Had I known that Song's fiancé, was Liang Qingyan, she would certainly not have come. Adjacent to the central hall lies the conference room of this exhibition center, now repurposed as a dressing room. The mirror reflects a face of exquisite beauty. Long hair cascades down her back, and her almond-shaped eyes, adorned with a hint of blush, possess an enchanting upward tilt at the corners. Her delicate chin is perfectly sculpted, while her eyes glisten with a misty allure, and her lips, glossed with a soft sheen, require only the lightest touch of makeup to achieve an astonishing beauty. A subtle chill emanates from her features. Although her visage exhibits an assertive charm, there is an undercurrent of innocence. These striking characteristics blend seamlessly in her presence. She dons a moon-white embroidered qipao, the hem elegantly tracing her waist, adorned with silver-threaded white roses. The neckline is embellished with lustrous pearls, and as she moves, she seems to capture the fleeting light, reminiscent of snow gathered in the moonlight. The design of the garment is ingeniously crafted, accentuating her slender waist, which can be grasped with ease. The skirt falls just below her knees, revealing a graceful, well-proportioned calf, alluring in its brightness. A string of pearls adorns her back, creating a semi-open effect. The makeup artist cannot help but exclaim, "Miss Liang, your beauty is such that no garment, no matter how splendid, could ever overshadow your radiance." Liang Qingyan felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks from the flattery. "You flatter me." However, he was merely speaking the truth. Song Yuan Ye entered unnoticed, instantly captivated by the enchanting scene before him. "My Yin is truly exquisite." Liang Qingyan shot him a playful glare. Her clear almond-shaped eyes momentarily glimmered with a hint of warmth. How shameless, with so many people watching. The nearby makeup artists, sensing the tension, discreetly retreated to grant the couple some privacy. Song Ye stepped closer, wrapping an arm around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. "Whether I feel embarrassed or not, isn't it you who knows best, Yin Yin?" A sudden wave of regret washed over me. He gently placed a kiss on her earlobe, where a single pearl dangled. Liang Qingyan, sensitive to ticklish sensations, instinctively recoiled her neck. Regretful of what? One might wonder. Regret for not keeping you well hidden crept in. The voice of Song Yuan Ye, filled with possessiveness, echoed in the air. Yin Yin was so beautiful. Once they stepped outside, those onlookers would surely take notice. Liang Qingyan chuckled softly. "Fool, are you really jealous of those people?" Yet, someone began to push their luck further, If Yin Yin kisses me, I promise I won't be jealous anymore. Liang Qingyan reapplied her lipstick, adjusted her slightly disheveled collar, and, after confirming that her reflection in the mirror was satisfactory, shot a glare at the man beside her, whose mischievous grin was utterly infuriating. It was agreed that it would merely be a casual kiss, but she never anticipated losing control so suddenly. With that thought, she indignantly stepped on his foot, leaving a faint indentation on his polished leather shoe. Song Yuan Ye let out a soft hiss, yet his expression remained indulgent. Go ahead and step as you wish. If you ruin them, I shall simply procure another pair. He knew just how to placate her, and in an instant, her anger dissipated. Their moment was interrupted when the butler entered, urging the two to make their way outside. The guests in the hall had been waiting patiently. Amidst the clinking of glasses, their previously wandering gazes converged on a singular direction. Captivated by the striking couple as they made their entrance, their presence igniting a wave of admiration. Liang Qingyan linked her arm with Song Yuan Ye's. The two stood side by side, toasting to the guests. Liu Zhe gazed deeply at her, unable to divert his eyes. She was the one he had longed for day and night, yet now she had become his brother's fiancée. How ironic. Liang Qingyan also noticed him, momentarily taken aback. But surprisingly, her heart stirred not at all. It had been a long time. She offered a faint smile. A bitter sensation welled up in Liu Zhe's throat as he stiffly managed to smile, wishing her congratulations on the engagement. How have you been lately? Very well, thank you. Her voice was cold, neither warm nor distant, marked by an air of detachment and formality. A wry self-mockery flickered in Liu Zhe's eyes as his voice suddenly turned hoarse. To avoid losing his composure, he took several sips of champagne, only to be struck by the strong alcohol, causing him to cough a few times, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. He raised a hand to wipe them away. I apologize, I have lost my composure. Chapter 071. The Engagement Banquet. 3. Liang Qingyan gracefully extracted a tissue from the side and handed it to him. Liu Zhe lowered his gaze to accept it, inadvertently brushing against her fingertips, a fleeting thrill coursing through him. Thank you. That sensation was ephemeral. As Liang Qingyan promptly withdrew her hand and turned her attention to Madame Liu. Her gaze was frigid, observing her with an unruffled demeanor. Madame Liu forced a rigid smile, her heart brimming with reluctance, yet she dared not display it. As her gaze dropped, it landed on Liang Qingyan's pristine wrist, adorned with a beautifully crafted white jade bracelet. The expression on her face became increasingly uncomfortable. Madame Liu was no stranger to this bracelet. In the past, she had scornfully mocked Liang Qingyan for her vanity, accusing her of wearing a fake bracelet. Liang Qingyan's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of mischief in her almond eyes. Madam, do you admire my bracelet? She inquired. You once told me that a fake is a fake, no matter how one tries to disguise it. I remembered that, which is why I never dared to wear counterfeit goods. The smile on Madame Liu's face was on the verge of faltering. Miss Liang is jesting. Song Yuan Ye approached, naturally wrapping his arm around her waist. Unperturbed by their surroundings, he whispered, What are you discussing? Liang Qingyan replied with a light smile. I was conversing with Madame Liu about how to discern the authenticity of bracelets. Her tone was casual, yet those who knew her well understood that she was deliberately sparring with her opponent. A knowing glint flickered in Song Yuan Ye's eyes as he glanced at Liu Zhe, then turned his icy gaze upon Madame Liu, a subtle threat lurking within, causing her to feel a prickling unease, rendering her immobile. Yuan Ye. Liu Zhe stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Madame Liu. Congratulations. Song Yuan Ye's face bore little expression, his gaze laden with meaning as he replied, Thank you. With that, he took Liang Qingyan's hand and departed. Grandfather is still waiting for us. Liu Zhe remained rooted in place, watching the pair gradually recede into the distance. His fingertips, hanging at his sides, twitched slightly, yet he ultimately lacked the courage to call them back. On the sofa, several affluent young ladies sat adorned in elegant gowns, their exquisite makeup glinting as the sound of clinking glasses attracted the attention of numerous young men. Meng Xiaoxiao perched on the edge of the sofa, quietly listening to the chatter of the group. They were not familiar to her, as they belonged to entirely different circles. Yet their overwhelming enthusiasm had compelled her to join them. As the girls conversed, the topic inadvertently shifted toward her. Xiao Xiao, why don't you share with us how you came to be adopted by the Meng family? Yes, we heard you live in an orphanage before, is that true? Meng Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, yes. Some cast sympathetic glances her way, their expressions tinged with mockery. Ah, life in an orphanage must have been dreadful. How unfortunate. You should pity yourself less. You are fortunate to have been chosen by the Meng family for adoption. Others would not have such luck. You've truly turned your fate around. My father has donated to that orphanage before. It was in a dilapidated state, and the children living there were practically like beggars, riddled with germs, all abandoned by their biological parents. This is utterly filthy, the girl remarked disdainfully, glancing at Meng Xiao while exaggeratedly fanning her nose. Xiao, how often did you bathe before you were adopted? Meng Xiao furrowed her brows and shot a glance at the girl. The daughter of the Wang family had recently been in business dealings with her brother. It was best not to create a scene. She lowered her eyelashes, enduring the provocation. Just then, a glass of red wine splashed onto her dress, soaking half of its hem. The wet fabric clung uncomfortably to her leg. The girl, with an air of audacity, smiled. Xiao, I'm terribly sorry. I lost my grip. Meng Xiao inhaled deeply. Was that intentional? The girl's expression shifted. Xiao. What do you mean? I merely lost my grip. It's not a big deal. I can compensate you for the dress. After saying this, she muttered sarcastically. A wild child from the orphanage, looking so shabby. Meng Xiao glared at her, springing to her feet. What did you say? Repeat that. Meanwhile, Meng Shifan, who was engaged in negotiations, turned his head to observe. His smile remained unchanged. Please hold on. I need to address something. He swiftly rose and approached, noticing the state of Meng Xiao's dress, frowning. How careless. Who did this? He inquired. Meng Xiao, unaccustomed to such indignities, was about to complain but hesitated, altering her response. It's nothing. Meng Shifan, well aware of her nature, noticed her lowered head, which clearly signified her distress. He grasped the nape of her neck, pulling her close. Speak honestly. Before Meng Xiao could utter a word, the girl on the sofa interjected with a smile. Mr. Meng, it's really nothing. I accidentally spilled wine on Xiao's dress, and I've already apologized. And what else? Meng Shifan raised an eyebrow, directing the question at Meng Xiao. She sniffed, unable to contain herself, and pitifully recounted, she called me a wild child from the orphanage. A flicker of guilt crossed the girl's face. Mr. Meng, that was merely a slip of the tongue. I intended to joke with her. My father mentioned our families are collaborating. Meng's real estate development will require our Wang family steel supply, so I genuinely wanted to befriend Xiao and get to know her better. I see. Meng Shifan chuckled coldly. As he spoke, he lifted the red wine from the table and poured it over the girl's head. Then I shall also get to know you better. The crimson liquid cascaded down her head, trickling onto her cheeks. Ah, the girl screamed, startled. The surrounding crowd was equally taken aback. Ignoring the gazes of those around them, Meng Shifan pulled Meng Xiao aside. His grip was casual, almost as if he were lifting a chick. Meng Xiao's small smirk of schadenfreude lingered, only to be met with a reprimand. Meng Xiao, are you foolish? How dare you smile here? Is your mouth merely for decoration? When others speak ill of you, you don't dare to retort. In the future, when you are out, do not mention your surname is Meng, lest you tarnish my reputation. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. I was merely considering your collaboration with the Wang family. If the situation deteriorates, it will be detrimental to everyone involved. Upon hearing her words, Meng Shifan's anger dissipated significantly. He scoffed lightly. Well, I suppose I must thank you for your consideration. That is only to be expected, Meng Xiao replied, her confidence unwavering as she nodded. Moving closer, she implored, Brother, in light of the sacrifices your devoted sister has made, should you not express your gratitude in some manner? Meng Shifan was both amused and exasperated. What kind of compensation are you seeking? There's a new handbag from the overseas boutique that Grandma Xiang has just released. Fine, I'll buy it. Thank you. Dear brother. Meng Xiao's tactic was undeniably effective. She excitedly enveloped him in a warm embrace. I knew you would always treat me the best. Meng Shifan's gaze flickered, deliberately averting her eyes. Just remember, he added earnestly, when you are out in the world, be bold and assertive. I did not raise you to endure humiliation. There are many steel companies in Jing City. There is no need to accommodate just one. Oh, of course, Meng Xiaoxiao replied obediently. Chapter 072. The White Moonlight of Song Yuan Ye. As the night deepened and the guests departed, a group returned to the Song family ancestral home. The elder of the Song family invited He Jiangwo and his wife to stay the night, and they graciously accepted. In the front hall, Song Guanqing engaged in conversation with the couple, expressing his belief that Yuan Ye's union with Yin Yan was indeed a stroke of fortune. Indeed, He Jiangwo replied without a hint of modesty. Our Yin Yan has always been exceptional, intelligent, and beautiful. She has never lacked admirers. Lu Qi nudged his arm, adding, both children are outstanding. Everyone says they are well-matched. The front hall was filled with warmth and camaraderie. After a long day, Liang Qingyan felt fatigued and retired to her room. She gathered her long hair, heading to the bathroom to remove her light makeup and prepare for a relaxing bath. As she slipped out of her moon-white qipao, her graceful form was revealed in the mirror. At that moment, Song Yuan Ye entered the room. A faint blush crept onto Liang Qingyan's fair face. You should go out. I don't wish to be disturbed today. What do you mean? Song Yuan Ye asked, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he drew closer to her. Liang Qingyan instinctively closed her eyes, anticipating a kiss that did not come. She opened her eyes to find him retrieving a towel from behind her, his dark, elongated eyes glinting with playful mischief. What are you thinking, Yin Yin? Feeling her face flush hotter, she realized her thoughts had strayed. It's nothing. Just go outside, she urged, pushing him away. He planted a gentle kiss at the corner of her eye before departing. Sleep early tonight. I'll wash up in another room. When Liang Qingyan emerged from her bath, Song Yuan Ye had yet to return. As she applied body lotion, her phone buzzed with a message from an unfamiliar number. Sister-in-law, congratulations on your engagement. By the way, I should let you know that Song Yuan Ye's White Moonlight has returned. Aren't you curious about her name? By way of the White Rose. Can you tolerate this? Sister-in-law? Of course, if you are willing to be a substitute, then consider this message forgotten. Bai Hozi. Liang Qingyan pondered the name, her thoughts swirling. Moments later, she swiftly blocked the number with a swipe of her finger. Song Shuo was up to no good. If she were to believe him, it would play right into his hands. She never anticipated he would be so persistent. After a considerable time, Song Yuan Ye returned, slipping quietly into bed, surprised to find her still awake. Not asleep yet? Liang Qingyan softly hummed, turning to Nestle into his embrace, seeking a comfortable position. Her voice was laced with fatigue. I can't sleep. I wish to ask you something. With his large hand resting atop her head, his long fingers lightly caressed her hair, a touch almost imperceptible. Hearing her words, he casually inquired, what is it? At that moment, it was not the season for white roses to bloom. Liang Qingyan's voice conveyed her confusion. Why do you invest such effort in nurturing those white roses? Song Yuan Ye paused momentarily. Liang Qingyan looked up, her gaze catching the moonlight streaming through, just in time to witness a fleeting look of nostalgia in his dark eyes, as if he were lost in a memory, gentle enough to draw one in. After a brief silence, he finally spoke, because that is our memory. Liang Qingyan's heart plummeted, leaving her momentarily hollow, an overwhelming sense of bitterness gradually enveloping her. She had sought an answer, yet she never anticipated such a result. Memories. How could there be any when she had known him for such a brief time? Separation line. The sky drizzled with light rain, shrouded in mist. Song Yuan Ye had just finished a scuffle with a group of ruffians. As a witness, Liang Qingyan went to the police station to give her statement, enduring an hour of the officer's repetitive lectures on the core socialist values before finally emerging. Standing beneath the eaves, she opened her umbrella and glanced at the boy in front of her, clad in a blue and white school uniform. To her surprise, he strode directly into the rain, his slender figure exuding an inexplicable sense of desolation, limping slightly due to injuries. This sight was indeed pitiful. After a moment of hesitation, Liang Qingyan jogged to catch up with him. Classmate, she called out, lifting the umbrella, stretching on her toes to shield his head. With a bright smile, she greeted him. I know you. Your name is Song Yuan Ye, right? Thank you for the water during our last military training. Upon hearing this, the boy cast a sidelong glance at her, his tousled hair partially obscuring his sharp brows and eyes, exuding an air of wildness and fatigue as he regarded her with an expressionless demeanor. From her vantage point, she could see the purplish bruise on his chin. He corrected her with earnestness, his voice clear, yet slightly aloof. You're mistaken. My name is Song Yuan Ye. Liang Qingyan felt a flush of embarrassment and offered an awkward smile. My apologies. Where are you headed after school? To the bus stop? I have an umbrella. Let us go together. The moment the words left her lips, regret washed over her. There were many rumors swirling about Song Yuan Ye at school, tales of his parents' divorce, living with his grandfather, mingling with a gang of delinquents outside school, flaunting his wealth, and being a rebellious rich kid. She was the quintessential good girl, typically steering clear of such individuals. They belonged to entirely different worlds, with scarcely any intersection at school. She expected a refusal, yet to her surprise, the boy merely nodded. All right. At this point, any regret she felt was too late to rectify. Steeling herself, she held the umbrella aloft as they walked side by side. He was tall, towering over her by a significant margin. Liang Qingyan struggled slightly with the umbrella, her delicate lambskin shoes splashing in the puddles along the roadside, producing a crisp, splattering sound. Raindrops pattered against the transparent canopy of the umbrella. At that moment, the street was alive only with passing vehicles. The umbrella felt a tad cramped for both of them. To avoid getting soaked, Liang Qingyan instinctively inched closer to him, inadvertently bumping into his shoulder. Oh, I'm sorry, she apologized, unsure if it was her imagination. She caught a glimpse of a smirk playing on the boy's lips. How to describe that smile? It bore an air of calculated triumph, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Then, he took the umbrella from her hands. Let me handle it, he said casually. Liang Qingyan exhaled softly, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Together, they walked shoulder to shoulder to the bus stop. During the peak hours of the school day, the station was bustling with a throng of people. Liang Qingyan, unexpectedly jostled by the crowd, stumbled backward. A large hand gently steadied her arm. Once she regained her balance, she cast a grateful glance at him and murmured her thanks. You have a petal on your shoulder. The young man reached out and delicately removed a white rose petal that had adhered to her shoulder when she inadvertently brushed against the rose bushes during her fall. As Liang Qingyan glanced back, she noticed that his fingers were slender and elongated, with distinct joints faintly tinged with pink, as if they had been chilled. She recalled that her parents had promised to return from out of town to celebrate her birthday today, only to later renege on their commitment, leaving her feeling dejected for quite some time. Yet, in contrast, it seemed that Song Yuan Ye, who lacked parental care, was even more pitiable. Contemplating this, Liang Qingyan felt her own sorrow diminish. She rummaged through her backpack and retrieved a pair of gloves, offering them to him. You appear quite cold. Please wear these. Chapter 073. Yin Yin, do you still wish to escape? Delicate pink gloves adorned with white rabbit patterns caught Song Yuan Ye's attention. He paused momentarily, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he accepted them and tucked them into his school uniform pocket, expressing his gratitude. No need to be polite. Liang Qingyan replied with a smile. Not far away, a Bugatti glided into view, revealing two familiar faces within. Liang Qingyan's eyes brightened. Mom, Dad, what brings you here? At that moment, her mother, who bore a striking resemblance to Liang Qingyan and exuded a gentle aura, stepped out of the car. She affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair. What a thing to say. It's your birthday. No matter how busy we are, we must be here. Her parents had brought her a birthday cake. What do you want for dinner tonight? Her mother inquired. I would love some spicy crayfish and hot pot, Liang Qingyan replied, joyfully climbing into the car while handing her umbrella to Song Yuan Ye. Song Yuan Ye watched the car drive away, glancing down at the rose petal he held tightly in his palm. A soft smile graced his lips as he opened the umbrella and turned to walk away. His grandfather had purchased a nearby apartment for his convenience, sparing him the need to take public transport to and from school. After finishing work, Liang Qingyan prepared to visit the new wave group to meet Song Yuan Ye. She had made reservations at a restaurant for their dinner together. Upon seeing her, Deng Wen teased, They say that a brief separation is sweeter than a new marriage. You and President Song have only been apart for a few hours, yet it feels like ages. Liang Qingyan blushed slightly. It's not that exaggerated. Have you looked in the mirror lately? Deng Wen suddenly asked. Of course, Liang Qingyan replied, blinking. Is there something on my face? Indeed, quite conspicuous, Deng Wen said, pulling a makeup mirror from her bag and holding it up for Liang Qingyan to see. Her face beaming with delight. Liang Qingyan shot her a playful glare. Enough of that. I must be off. The distance from their company to New Wave was not insignificant. After taking a taxi, she met Assistant Li, who escorted her upstairs and prepared a cup of coffee for her. Miss Liang, President Song instructed me to wait for you here. He is currently in a board meeting. Please sit and wait for a moment, Assistant Li said respectfully. Liang Qingyan smiled lightly. Thank you. Please attend to your duties. After Assistant Li departed, she waited for about 10 minutes. Feeling somewhat bored, she decided to go to the pantry for a snack to tide her over. Upon returning, she noticed Assistant Li engaged in conversation with a woman. Dressed in an OL suit, with a white blouse paired with a short skirt and red high heels, her long hair cascaded down her back, presenting a figure both competent and alluring, quite reminiscent of Liang Qingyan's own outfit that day. As the woman shared laughter with Assistant Li, he glanced over and addressed Liang Qingyan. Miss Liang, Liang Qingyan approached, only to hear Assistant Li awkwardly say, I apologize for the earlier mix-up. I mistakenly thought Miss Bai was you, and it caused quite the misunderstanding. At that moment, a cool voice emerged from the woman beside him. You must be Qingyan, President Yuan Ye's fiancée. Liang Qingyan turned to face her. The woman before her had a strikingly delicate appearance, with little resemblance to Liang Qingyan herself. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be in the aura she exudes, an indescribable resonance with her presence. Their figures and styles bear a striking resemblance, viewed from behind. It is indeed challenging to discern them apart, which explains why Assistant Li made the mistake. Hello. The woman extended her hand towards her. I am Bai Wei. A sudden flutter coursed through Liang Qingyan's heart, though her face adorned a gentle smile. She had yet to utter a word when the sound of the office door swung open interrupted the moment. In an instant, Bai Wei, who had just greeted her warmly, brushed past her to address the man emerging from the office, Song Yuan Ye. You're engaged, and you didn't even tell me? Are we not friends anymore? If I hadn't stumbled upon the news online, I would still be in the dark about your engagement. You've kept it well hidden. You know now. Song Yuan Ye cast her a fleeting glance. The documents, please. Bai Wei let out a light scoff as she handed over the folder. The data has been organized, and the company asked me to deliver it to you. I cannot afford a delay even for a moment. After so many years apart, aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Her tone was bright and familiar with Song Yuan Ye. He lowered his gaze to review the documents in hand, swiftly checking for errors. Perhaps we will have time later. Bai Wei's expression dimmed slightly, as she seemed poised to say more. Song Yuan Ye stepped closer, affectionately wrapping his arm around Liang Qingyan's waist. What would you like to eat? I made a reservation. Liang Qingyan slowly responded, still unaccustomed to displaying such intimacy in front of others. After giving Assistant Li a few instructions, Song Yuan Ye guided her outside. They arrived at a charming couple-S restaurant, the ambience enchanting. Seated at the table, she casually inquired, Bai Wei, was she your classmate? Song Yuan Ye lifted his gaze to her, a university classmate. As he spoke, he noticed her slightly furrowed brow and allowed a smile to play at the corners of his lips. Why are you smiling? Liang Qingyan demanded, her eyes narrowing. He placed the neatly sliced steak before her. Oh, it's nothing. I just find it quite charming to see you a bit jealous. It's a rare sight, and I intend to savor it. I'm not jealous. Liang Qingyan's gaze flickered. Bai Wei is a fellow alumnus from the finance department. She came to deliver some materials for me. With a look of affectionate indulgence, Song Yuan Ye playfully tapped her nose, silly yin yin. Yet, Liang Qingyan felt a pang of bitterness inside. If she were merely a classmate, why did she appear so familiar with him? Perhaps that is simply her nature. Song Yuan Ye replied nonchalantly. By the way, I owe her my gratitude. For what? Liang Qingyan asked, perplexed. With a roguish grin, he replied, if it weren't for her, how else would I have witnessed the sight of my yin feeling jealous? An indescribable sensation enveloped Liang Qingyan, akin to being immersed in honey. Sweetness and joy washing over her. What she saw was an unwavering sense of security, for in love, there was no room for flaws. Outwardly gentle, she possessed an inherent pride and aloofness. Liang Qingyan once adored performing the ballet Peace the Dying Swan, which embodies the struggle of a beautiful swan, grievously wounded beneath the pristine moonlight, endeavoring to rise with broken wings, repeatedly striving to leap. It raises its proud head, persevering until the very end. Song Yuan Ye. Should there come a day when you betray me, I shall flee without a backward glance. With unwavering resolve, Song Yuan Ye gazed into her eyes and clasped her hand. Such a day will never dawn. The remainder of his thoughts went unvoiced. The duration of our acquaintance far precedes your imagination, much like my love for you, fierce and profound, cultivated over time. However, Liang Qingyan did not foresee that the man remembered the latter part of the statement. In the dim light, a fervent warmth enveloped her. His large hand traced her ankle, the heat rising without neglecting a single inch, causing her breath to hitch. He understood her all too well. With but a gentle provocation, she would surrender completely. Her slender wrist ensnared by his tie. The striking contrast of black and white created a powerful visual impact. Her delicate back pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window, her fair cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue, exhaling softly like an orchid. The man's magnetic, husky voice resonated through the night. His calloused fingertips grazed the white rose tattoo, caressing it tenderly. Those obsidian eyes, almost obsessively, bore into her as he asked, "Yin Yin, do you still wish to escape?" Chapter 074. Is there still a need for a stand-in? In the depths of the night, within a room adorned with enchanting allure, Liang Qingyan emerged from her bath, retrieving her laptop to review some materials. Still awake? Song Ye turned over to glance at her, his hand gently caressing her cheek. His voice still tinged with the huskiness of passion. The man, half-clad, revealed a physique reminiscent of an ancient Greek statue, with pronounced veins in his arms, a sleek waistline, and well-defined abdominal muscles, typical of a body that appeared slender in attire, yet robust when unclothed. Liang Qingyan dared not linger her gaze upon him, fully immersing herself in the screen before her, her almond eyes earnest as she prepared for an upcoming interview with a fintech company arranged by her firm. "Let me take a look." Song Yuan Ye leaned in closer, peering at the screen. He began. Jinghua Technology leverages technological means to innovate the products and services offered within the traditional financial sector, enhancing efficiency and reducing operational costs. Though the scale is modest, it has already made quite an impact in the industry at its inception. Liang Qingyan nodded thoughtfully. "I feel like something is missing. There are some aspects I find unclear." Song Yuan Ye replied softly. "It's perfectly normal to find it unclear. Jinghua is newly established and has its own protective mechanisms. The materials you have are insufficiently comprehensive. I will ask assistantly to prepare a new set for you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Liang Qingyan's eyes brightened. "All right, get some rest," Song Yuan Ye said, placing a kiss on her forehead. The following day, during office hours, Liang Qingyan indeed received the materials sent by Song Yuan Ye. The documents included thoughtful annotations on complex terminologies, filling her with joy as she replied with 6 words, "Thank you, darling. Love you." Meanwhile, in the conference room, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Song Yuan Ye's tall figure stood at the front, his expression stoic, casting a penetrating gaze downward that radiated an undeniable sense of authority. The cause of this tension stemmed from an error in data calculations by the accounting department. The culprit, a newly hired male accountant, hung his head, trembling as he stammered, "I'm sorry, Mr. Song. I will be more careful next time." Song Yuan Ye's sharp gaze fixated on him, his tone icy. "Such a basic and foolish mistake. How could you commit it?" He then turned his attention to assistantly. "Inquire with the HR department about how he passed the assessment. If we continue to recruit such individuals, we will all resign. This group is not a charitable organization." Assistantly broke into a cold sweat, responding understood. At that moment, an untimely phone notification pierced the silence, capturing the attention of everyone present. All eyes fell upon Song Yuan Ye as he glanced at the illuminated screen of the phone on the table. The visible shift in his demeanor was instantaneous, the cloud of displeasure lifting to reveal a brighter countenance. He then spoke. Fortunately, we caught this in time, preventing irreversible losses to the group. I urge all departments to exercise caution moving forward. Meeting adjourned. With that, he strode out, and the attendees collectively exhaled in relief. Assistantly patted the shoulder of the male accountant beside him, saying, "You're lucky, my friend. You nearly faced a multi-million-dollar blunder, yet somehow escaped unscathed. Be more vigilant. You cannot afford to make such mistakes again." The male accountant, still in shock, found himself bewildered by the unfolding events. What just happened? Did Mr. Song truly let it go? Assistantly cast a reassuring glance at him. Just now, a message had arrived from Ms. Liang, the fiancée of our general manager Song. A look of understanding crossed the male accountant's face as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression filled with profound gratitude. Rest assured, I promise I will not err again. The meeting with the head of Jinghua Technology was arranged to take place in the lobby. Liang Qingyan arrived early with the necessary documents, only to be surprised by the appearance of an acquaintance. Miss Liang, by Wei greeted clad in a sharp, professional outfit that exuded elegance. Her long hair cascaded in waves, a blend of allure and coolness, yet unmistakably commanding. "Do you remember me?" "Of course I remember." Liang Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, yet her smile remained unchanged. "Miss Bai," she addressed Bai Wei, "we hardly had the chance to greet each other during our last encounter. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the founder of this company." As she spoke, she raised an eyebrow slightly, observing Miss Liang's expression, which seemed to suggest that she too had only just realized this. Liang Qingyan smiled slightly, neither affirming nor denying. The information provided was in English, and she had not recognized it was Miss Bai. So it was, she realized, a moment of oversight, having become accustomed to her life abroad. She had only recently reverted to her original name upon returning to Beijing. Bai Wei spoke in a friendly manner, indicating that Liang should feel free to call her Bai Wei. Liang Qingyan nodded in agreement, intending to keep the pleasantries brief. She promptly produced the prepared materials and commenced the formal interview. As she listened to Bai Wei begin to speak, Liang Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. Then she observed Bai Wei helplessly raise her hands, apologizing for her personal inclination to communicate in English whenever work-related matters arose. She offered to switch to Chinese if Liang Qingyan found it difficult to understand. Liang Qingyan smiled calmly, assuring her that it was quite all right, as she was familiar with some English as well. The two engaged in conversation entirely in English. Before they knew it, noon had arrived. Bai Wei took the initiative to suggest treating Liang Qingyan to lunch. Just as Liang Qingyan was about to politely decline, Bai Wei continued. She explained that when the company was established, she had sought counsel from Yuan Ye, whose strategic insights had been invaluable. Given her previous studies abroad and her limited connections in Beijing, much of her business resources had come from him. Hence, she requested Liang Qingyan's assistance in arranging a meeting with him. "I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to him. However, it ultimately depends on his own willingness." Liang Qingyan lowered her gaze, concealing the emotions that lingered in her eyes. "I am not in a position to make that decision." Bai Wei fixed her gaze upon her, her crimson lips parting slightly, her tone laden with ambiguity. "Miss Liang, are you troubled by something?" Liang Qingyan met her gaze. If initially it had been mere speculation, now she was certain that Bai Wei harbored animosity towards her, a sentiment undoubtedly stemming from Song Yuan Ye. Bai Wei's previously composed tone now carried an air of boastfulness as she remarked, "It is well known that Song Yuan Ye and I were university classmates. We have known each other far longer than he has known you. Thus, it is entirely natural for you to be wary of me. You are overthinking it." Liang Qingyan replied, her gaze icy. She sipped her warm water leisurely and added, "He has never mentioned you." Bai Wei's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal, and she asserted, "The less one speaks of something, the more it signifies that there is an issue, does it not? The history between him and me cannot be distilled into mere words." Her expression transformed into one of near obstinacy, as if she were lost in a particular memory. In his private villa, Vast expanses of white roses were cultivated. White roses, white roses. I had refrained from pondering it too deeply until the moment I laid eyes on you. It was then that I could finally affirm this truth. Miss Liang, it is evident that you are not one to compromise your principles. If you truly love him, then let him go. My return to this country was solely to seek him out, yet I was taken aback to discover that he is engaged to you. However, it matters not. I care little, as long as he still harbors affection for me. Liang Qingyan regarded her with a cold stare, suggesting she ought to consult a physician regarding her delusions. Bai Wei smirked slightly, her tone laced with sarcasm. Now that the principal has returned, does this substitute still serve a purpose? Chapter 75. The truth of the white rose. Liang Qingyan preferred not to engage in a dispute over these matters and departed with her bag in hand. The subsequent editing tasks required her personal involvement. As she held the coffee cup, the scalding liquid spilled over, splashing on her fingers, instantly reddening her skin as if her nerves were numbed. She merely furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Danglan was taken aback. Yin, what has happened to you? Liang Qingyan shook her head, glancing at her swollen fingertips. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips, though it appeared somewhat strained. It's nothing. Do you happen to have a Band-Aid? Danglan swiftly retrieved a Band-Aid from her bag, deeming it sufficient for a simple remedy. Liang Qingyan expressed her gratitude before returning to her workstation. Her fingertips danced upon the keyboard, yet her mind wandered elsewhere. She feigned indifference outwardly, but inwardly. How could she not be troubled? Bai Wei's words pierced her heart with each syllable. She had inquired about Bai Qiangwei, the rose in the villa, and Song Yuan Ye's response had been that it was a cherished memory between them. He still preserved that photograph, a snapshot of innocence, revealing the depth of his affection for that girl. The framed picture lingered in her memory, vividly recalling the silhouette of the other. Although reluctant to admit it, the resemblance to Bai Wei was undeniable. Such coincidences conspired to affirm a singular truth. Liang Qingyan's heart was a tangled mess. Later, Old Master Song invited the two of them for dinner. After work, Song Yuan Ye arrived to escort her. Seated in the passenger seat, Liang Qingyan remained silent, her gaze absently drifting towards the window. The scenery outside flowed past, reflected in her watery eyes, cool and graceful, casting fleeting shadows. Song Yuan Ye quickly noticed the Band-Aid adorning her hand and inquired with genuine concern about her injury. Accidentally burned myself. Liang Qingyan replied softly, her voice devoid of any discernible emotion. As she spoke, she couldn't help but add, why didn't you inform me this morning that the owner of Jinghua Technology is Bai Wei? I find it unnecessary. Song Yuan Ye observed her keenly, noticing that something was amiss. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, he gently held her hand with the other, offering solace. Could it be that Yin Yin was feeling jealous over this? I am not well acquainted with Bai Wei. We have scarcely exchanged a few words. Liang Qingyan suddenly found it somewhat ironic. To this day, he has refused to speak the truth to her. Is that so? She turned her head, her clear and bright gaze tinged with a hint of mockery. Yet, she confided in me that upon her return to the country, she established a company and that you, Song Yuan Ye, had aided her immensely. What, pray tell, are you concealing from me? Her voice trembled slightly, as the emotions accumulated throughout the day surged forth at that moment, a bittersweet sensation filling her nostrils, while tears cascaded down her cheeks. Song Yuan Ye was evidently taken aback. After a sudden and intense application of the brakes, the vehicle came to a halt. He leaned closer to her, gently wiping away the tears from her face. There's truly nothing between Bai Wei and me. Lu Min is my senior, and we share a certain camaraderie. Bai Wei is his cousin, and Lu Min entrusted me with the task of looking out for her. I have assisted her, but it was always through Assistant Li's intervention. I regret my oversight. I feared you might misinterpret the situation, hence my reluctance to elaborate, not realizing it would lead to your distress. Song Yuan Ye, accustomed to commanding the business realm, often found himself at a loss when it came to emotions, especially upon witnessing her tears. He gently comforted her, tirelessly kissing away the tears from her face, traversing from her forehead to the corners of her eyes, down to her nose, and inevitably to her lips. Their lingering kiss was not an assault, but a slow exploration at the edges of her lips, a tender caress. Liang Qingyan gasped for breath, instinctively parting her lips to inhale. This offered the man an opportunity. With a firm hand cradling the back of her head, he ensnared her in his embrace. Wishing to meld their bodies together until there was no space left between them, perfectly aligned and intimately close. Time slipped away unnoticed. Liang Qingyan, entranced by the kiss, was only released when he finally pulled back. His gaze fell upon her lips, now glistening with a luscious sheen, reminiscent of a rose in full bloom, radiant and dripping with allure. She resembled an enchanting fairy, compelling him to bend to her charm. As they exited the vehicle, Liang Qingyan, wary of drawing attention, adjusted her collar. Outside, Song Yuan Ye watched her with an unabashed grin, as though she still required an application of lipstick. Is that so? Liang Qingyan blinked, preparing to retrieve her lipstick. In the next moment, the man leaned down, planting a kiss at the corner of her lips. All done, he declared. Liang Qingyan felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. You rogue. I'm only a rogue with you, Song Yuan Ye replied, wrapping an arm around her waist from behind. Do you still not believe me, Yin Yin? Liang Qingyan shot him a glare and maneuvered around him into the restaurant. Song Yuan Ye followed closely, a playful smile lingering on his lips. Apart from Old Master Song, Song Guanxing was also present. This was, in fact, Liang Qingyan's first meeting with her father-in-law since their engagement banquet. She understood that the relationship between the father and son was strained, though the reasons were unclear. Song Guanxing's presence here surely indicated Old Master Song's tacit approval. Perhaps it was an attempt to ease the rift between them. Dad, Liang Qingyan called out. Old Master Song regarded her with approval. Yin Yin, come here. Song Guanxing, surprised and flattered, stood to pull out a chair for her. Knowing your fondness for Sichuan cuisine, I ordered some dishes with your grandfather, though I hope they suit your taste. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Grandpa, Liang Qingyan replied obediently. Song Yuan Ye observed the scene with indifference, remaining silent. Eventually, a phone call interrupted the gathering, prompting Song Yuan Ye to announce his departure. Grandpa, Yin Yin, please eat first, he instructed Liang Qingyan. I have some matters to attend to at the company. The butler will take you home later. He didn't spare a glance at Song Guanxing. Though slightly forlorn, Song Guanxing quickly regained his composure, returning to a cheerful demeanor as he served Liang Qingyan some food. Try this mapo tofu. This restaurant excels at home-style dishes. If you and Yuan Ye wish to come again, feel free to do so. The atmosphere at the table was warm and convivial, with both Old Master Song and Song Guanxing displaying genuine affection for Liang Qingyan. By the time dinner concluded, it was already 11:30. Old Master Song instructed the butler to escort Liang Qingyan back to the villa. Song Yuan Ye had yet to return. She attempted to call him, but the line was busy. Remembering that she still had Assistant Li's number saved on her phone, she dialed it, and it connected shortly thereafter. On the other end, Assistant Li's perplexed voice inquired, Miss Liang, is President Song in? Liang Qingyan replied gently. He mentioned 2 hours ago that he had matters to attend to at the company, yet he has not returned. There was a brief pause before Assistant Li responded. However, President Song left an hour ago. Is there something urgent you need to discuss with him? No. My apologies for the disturbance, Liang Qingyan replied. As she hung up the phone, Song Yuan Ye called. His tone was grave as he stated, Yin Yin, I am at the city hospital. Lu Min has been in a car accident and has just undergone surgery. I am here to assist with his admission process. Liang Qingyan was taken aback. Is it serious? Song Yuan Ye reassured her. He has a fracture and has had metal plates inserted. He will recover in due course. So there is no need for concern. I will return tomorrow. Liang Qingyan exhaled a sigh of relief. All right. Lu Min had been her financial mentor, and his published works were highly sought after. Initially, Song Yuan Ye had leveraged this aspect to draw her in, using the lure of participating in Lu Min's academic conference, which she found irresistible. Now that Lu Min was facing adversity, she felt compelled to pay him a visit. Early the next morning, she arrived at the hospital with a basket of fruit. After inquiring with the head nurse, she learned the ward number. The door to the room was slightly ajar. Before she could enter, she heard soft weeping from within. In the VIP room, Lu Min lay in bed, his face pale after the surgery, looking helplessly at Bai Wei, who was crying by his bedside. Wei Wei, if you keep this up, others might think I'm on the verge of death. He remarked, your makeup will be ruined, and you won't care about being ridiculed. Brother, you are so heartless, Bai Wei retorted. I am merely worried about you. Besides, if my makeup smudges, so be it. There are no outsiders here. She glanced at Song Yuan Ye. It's a good thing Yuan Ye arrived in time. Otherwise, you might have lost your leg. Lu Min huffed in response. So you're implying that it's my fault my leg is broken? Isn't it? Bai Wei replied with a pout. Thanks to Yuan Ye, you can comfortably stay in this VIP room. You should be grateful to your lifesaver. Lu Min played along. Yes, thank you, President Song. You little brat. Always siding with your idol, Lu Min teased. Bai Wei blushed. Brother, what are you talking about? Lu Min smirked. Oh, I forgot that this is your little secret. Yuan Ye, did you know that Wei Wei used to say you were her idol back in school? She still cherishes the photo of you two together. By the way, didn't she give you a cartoon hairband? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the fruit basket tumbled to the ground, scattering its contents everywhere. Yet, it paled in comparison to Liang Qingyan's current distress. The cheerful banter within the room continued, oblivious to the commotion outside. Liang Qingyan crouched down, hurriedly picking up the fruits scattered on the ground and placing them into her basket. Without a backward glance, she turned to leave, her hand pressing the elevator button with a sense of fleeting weakness. Emotions surged within her, yet her mind incessantly replayed the words she had just heard. A haunting echo that gnawed at her heart. Though summer was nearly upon them, the morning breeze remained refreshingly cool, sending chills down her spine and sharpening her senses more than ever. On the electronic screen of a towering building, the ballet The Dying Swan reached its midpoint, where the swan, head held high, attempted to leap, rising on tiptoes, yet its broken wings continued to plunge into the icy waters below, as if taunted by fate itself. All along, she had overlooked one crucial matter, the source of Song Yuan Ye's affection. Why had he displayed such an overwhelming possessiveness upon their first meeting, relentlessly pursuing her? At that moment, all her doubts found resolution. The bitterness welling in Liang Qingyan's eyes gradually transformed into self-mockery. She had never anticipated that one day the melodramatic scenes from soap operas would unfold in her own life. Stumbling slightly, she felt a sudden hand steadying her from behind. In a daze, she turned to see Lu Zhe, his face adorned with a gentle smile. However, upon noticing her reddened eyes, he could not suppress a frown. Qingyan, what is wrong? He inquired. Liang Qingyan's gaze flickered. It's nothing. What brings you here? Noticing her reluctance to share, Lu Zhe refrained from pressing further. Their relationship had always been this way. He knew he had never truly penetrated the depths of her heart. Acknowledging that he had long since lost the right to intrude, he willingly chose to step back for her sake. Yet, a fleeting glance from the roadside had easily recognized her silhouette, compelling him to follow. With a composed demeanor, Lu Zhe finally spoke. I was having a meal with a client and saw you from across the way. I thought I would come over to say hello. If you have time, would you care to join me for a meal? Chapter 76. Submitting the resignation, though Lu Zhe feigned nonchalance. He alone understood the cautious trepidation in his voice. Observing her slight hesitation, his heart raced, and the hope in his eyes threatened to overflow. All right, Liang Qingyan nodded. The two sought out a nearby restaurant. Lu Zhe gentlemanly pulled out a chair for her. Thank you. Liang Qingyan smiled softly, expressing her gratitude with polite formality. As Lu Zhe sat across from her, he mused. Do you remember? We dined at this restaurant a year ago. It was on the day you received your first internship paycheck, and you treated me to a meal. His smile dimmed slightly as he reflected. I can't believe so much time has passed. It feels as though we're just yesterday. Liang Qingyan was lost in recollection. Fresh out of university, the pressure of renting in the capital weighed heavily upon her. Daily expenses were considerable, and work was often marred by harassment from superiors. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe seemed like a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse, blissfully unaware of the world's harshness. Their vastly different outlooks on life rendered her unable to connect with him. Her sense of superiority and inferiority left her feeling like a hedgehog, concealing her vulnerable side. She always felt the gulf between them too wide to bridge. Until someone else arrived. Blinking away the moisture in her eyes, Liang Qingyan glanced sideways out the window attempting to mask her emotion. It's all in the past. Lu Zhe, we should look forward. In response, Lu Zhe smiled with a hint of resignation, as if finding solace in her words. Yes, it's all behind us. Yin Yin, seeing you happy now truly brings me joy. I wish you all the happiness in the world. Liang Qingyan regarded him earnestly. The two conversed for quite some time. As they exited the restaurant, a gentle rain began to fall. The car was parked some distance away, making the walk inconvenient. Lu Zhe, after a brief word with her, dashed across the street to a nearby supermarket and returned drenched, holding a newly purchased umbrella. He raised it above her head, tilting it protectively towards her. Yin Yin, let me drive you home. It's on my way. No, I'll take a taxi, Liang Qingyan replied, glancing at his disheveled appearance and declining his offer. Suddenly, the sharp sound of brakes pierced the air. A sleek, black Koenigsegg pulled up to the curb. The window rolled down, revealing a man with a brooding expression and a chiseled jawline exuding an icy demeanor. His gaze swept over Lu Zhe before settling on Liang Qingyan. Get in. Then I shall take my leave, Liang Qingyan said, exchanging pleasantries with Lu Zhe before turning to enter the car, taking a seat in the back. Song Yuan Ye, puzzled, glanced at her before moving to the front seat. Liang Qingyan ignored him, focusing intently on her phone. Frowning, Song Yuan Ye's irritation deepened. He opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly recalled Meng Shifan's warning. Excessive possessiveness could drive someone away, especially now that they were engaged. Her meeting with Lu Zhe was merely a casual encounter. Gradually calming himself, he asked, "What would you like for dinner tonight, Yin Yin? I can have the housekeeper prepare something." Liang Qingyan fell into silence for a moment. A faint scent of hospital disinfectant wafted through the compartment, mingled with a hint of the perfume reminiscent of reversing Paris. Though subtle, the fragrance was unmistakable. It was one she had once detected on by way. A scene witnessed in the hospital resurfaced in her mind, causing Liang Qingyan to feel a wave of nausea, intensifying until her throat grew uncomfortable. She covered her mouth, lowered the car window, and inhaled deeply. Song Yuan Ye's expression shifted, concern etched on his face as he asked, "What's wrong?" A flicker of derision crossed Liang Qingyan's eyes as she replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a bit nauseous." The odor within the car lingered, curling around her senses as if transforming into steel needles, mercilessly piercing through her so-called illusions, laying bare the bloody truth before her. Her heart felt as though it were being gradually shattered, transitioning from pain to numbness. She gazed impassively at the white roses blooming before the floor-to-ceiling window, their brightness almost blinding. "Qingyan, are you feeling unwell?" Song Yuan Ye asked, enveloping her in his embrace and gently kissing the corner of her eye. "Was I too harsh just now?" Liang Qingyan looked at him and offered a faint smile. "No, I'm just a bit tired." He pressed another kiss to her lips. "That's good. I'll prepare some of your favorite crayfish for dinner." Liang Qingyan nodded. "All right, I'll head upstairs to rest for a bit." The following day, Manager Wang gazed in astonishment at the resignation letter she had submitted. "Qingyan, you've been doing so well. Why resign?" "I need a break," Liang Qingyan replied with a smile. "Ever since the engagement, I suddenly feel the urge to take a vacation abroad." Manager Wang had attended her engagement ceremony with Song Yuan Ye, and now the entire office buzzed with the news that she was the fiancée of the heir to the Song family. Although he wished to retain her, the matter had been stated plainly. With a sigh, he said, "Then I'll grant you a year's leave." Liang Qingyan declined, saying, "No need, as I don't know when I'll return." Upon hearing this, Manager Wang realized he could say no more. After all, it was a couple's plan for a holiday abroad, and it was not his place to interfere. His desire to keep Liang Qingyan also stemmed, in part, from genuine fondness for her as a subordinate, given her evident business acumen. With another sigh, he said, "Well, whenever you wish to return, you'll always be welcome here." Liang Qingyan did not disclose her resignation to anyone else for fear of leaks, except for Dengwan. Initially, Dengwan was reluctant to see her go, but was genuinely happy for her. "That's wonderful. I've never been abroad. Don't forget to take photos and share them on social media. I want to see what the scenery is like over there." Liang Qingyan felt much lighter. "No problem." Dengwan, brimming with anticipation, asked, "Are you flying on a private jet? Just thinking about it makes me envious. Our General Song is so wealthy, TSK. What sweet deal. Liang Qingyan's gaze dimmed slightly as she fiddled with her coffee, watching the liquid swirl into a small vortex at the bottom. When you plan to leave? Deng Wen inquired. Liang Qingyan replied softly, the day after tomorrow. At the Meng family villa. Meng Xiaoxiao was set to attend a class reunion that evening. After a prolonged search through her wardrobe, while trying on a dress, the zipper became stuck. She hurried into the living room, hopping to seek assistance from Meng Shifan. Brother, please help me with the zipper. Meng Shifan was seated on the sofa, directing his assistant on various tasks. He did not catch her words clearly, merely turning his head instinctively to glance at her. Her fair, slender back was vividly illuminated before him, the delicate curve from her waist to the small of her back fully exposed. His gaze inadvertently drifted downward, where the fullness of her form could be faintly discerned beneath the hem of her dress, reminiscent of two plump peaches. The zipper had snagged at the very bottom, caught on an errant thread whose origin was a mystery. After all, he had personally selected this exquisite dress for her, and the exorbitant price ensured that such imperfections were simply inconceivable. Chapter 077. She chooses to let go. Meng Shifan's gaze flickered as he tugged at the thread. The thread was entangled in the zipper pull, making it difficult to free. Hurry up, I still need to get ready. Meng Xiaoxiao urged. I know, Meng Shifan replied, his brow slightly furrowed. His fingertip inadvertently brushed against the delicate fabric beneath, causing his breath to momentarily falter. Who told you to eat like a pig? Now you're too plump to fit into your clothes. Blame yourself. At these words, Meng Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. Even if she were heavier, it couldn't possibly prevent the zipper from closing. I haven't gained weight. Meng Shifan, you're slandering me again. She retorted. Never mind, I'll do it myself. She turned to leave. Don't move. I'll have it unzipped in no time, Meng Shifan said, pulling her back gently, his voice low. In that moment, the air fell silent, the only sounds being their synchronized breaths. The warmth of his touch grazed her skin, making Meng Xiaoxiao sit up straighter, as if an electric current of peculiar sensation coursed from her lower back to her spine. Her breath quickened, and she squirmed uncomfortably. Brother, are you done yet? Meng Shifan watched her slender waist sway before him. Indeed, she was not overweight. She was quite slim, with just enough softness in all the right places. In a fleeting moment, he realized that the little girl who once nestled in his arms, begging for ice cream, had grown up. The thread fell into his palm, and he casually pocketed it. His eyes darkened slightly, and he swallowed hard. Time trickled by. 3 minutes later, Meng Shifan finally zipped her up. Meng Xiaoxiao felt her ears flush with warmth. I'll head upstairs first. Go ahead, Meng Shifan replied with a composed demeanor. I'll have the driver take you home later. Come back early. Meng Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. Okay. At the corner of the stairs, she took a deep breath and patted her cheeks. Meng Xiaoxiao, get a grip. This is your brother, not some random guy. No matter how hungry you are, don't entertain any thoughts. The class reunion was set at the Shueiyun Pavilion. This exclusive, membership-only venue catered to the affluent, many of whom had business dealings with the Meng family. The entire place had been reserved solely for a modest gathering, a clear indication of the special privilege that Meng Shifan afforded his sister. The price of this privilege was somewhat steep. The loss for Shueiyun Pavilion that evening would amount to several million, though to the Meng Corporation, it was but a trifling sum. As the festivities reached a crescendo, Meng Xiaoxiao held the microphone and sang, while several servers wheeled in drinks. Just before departing, a shoulder bumped against hers. She looked up to meet a familiar face. Lin. Meng Xiaoxiao gasped in surprise. Lin Xiao gestured for silence, leaning close to her ear. It's not convenient here. Let us talk outside. Meng Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow him out. Lin Xiao led her to a corner devoid of cameras. Furrowing her brow, she asked, Aren't you supposed to be out of town? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao chuckled. Do you really believe such things? What do you mean? Meng Xiaoxiao queried. Puzzled, Lin Xiao's expression darkened slightly. He raised his hand and rolled back his sleeve to reveal his hand, where a brown scar near the wrist bore witness to your brother's handiwork. My brother? Meng Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow tighter. Why would he target you? Lin Xiao observed her bewilderment and suddenly chuckled. Who would have imagined that the illustrious Meng would appear to be a doting brother's idol, yet harbor dark thoughts towards his sister? A A sharp slap resounded, echoing in the air. Lin Xiao turned his face away from the impact. Rage filled Meng Xiaoxiao's eyes as she glared at him. Lin Xiao, do you comprehend the words you utter? If you lack evidence, refrain from making baseless accusations. Cleanse your mouth before venturing outside. Do not slander my brother, especially after I considered you a friend. She was raised by her brother. No one understood the depth of their bond better than they did. Despite their frequent quarrels, Meng Xiaoxiao would not permit anyone to speak ill of her brother in her presence. Not a single soul. You don't believe me? Lin Xiao stared at her incredulously, as if eager to validate his claims. Meng Shifan does not want me near you. He wishes for me to leave the capital. Xiao, reflect on this. Do you not perceive the extent of his possessiveness? It surpasses what is deemed normal for a brother towards his sister. Be silent. Meng Xiaoxiao coldly rebuked him. If you continue this nonsense, I shall have security escort you out. Lin Xiao paused, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. I made a considerable effort to come here to reveal the truth. It appears I have misjudged the situation. You two siblings are truly steeped in filth. Honestly, have you not already crossed the line into something more intimate under the guise of being siblings? Another slap flew through the air, her face flushed with rage. Lin Xiao, how can you stoop so low? Why did you deceive my brother about our relationship? She retorted, a depraved mind thinks only of depravity. Leave now, and if you dare utter another word, I assure you, you will not remain in the capital. You have guts. Lin Xiao shot her a venomous glare before turning to depart. Meng Xiaoxiao stood rooted in place, her expression a medley of emotions. After a long moment, she shook her head, as if trying to dispel the thoughts. It must be false. It cannot be true. How can my brother? Liang Qingyan found a moment to meet with Meng Xiaoxiao. To her surprise, Meng Xiaoxiao appeared even more troubled than she had anticipated. Sister Yan, what do you think of my brother's feelings towards me? Liang Qingyan pondered before responding. Previously, I often heard you speak ill of him. But from what I've come to understand, the situation is not quite as you described. Meng Shifan may be strict with you, yet it is evident that your sibling relationship is strong. Meng Xiaoxiao nodded and inquired, then, do you think our way of interacting is normal? Liang Qingyan did not grasp what she meant by normal. Everyone has their unique ways of relating to one another. Oh, that's not quite what I meant. Sister Yin, let me be frank with you. Meng Xiaoxiao propped her head up with one hand, and someone remarked that her brother was overly strict with her, exceeding the bounds typical of sibling relationships. Liang Qingyan smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. However, you are inherently different from other siblings. Your brother raised you. In your childhood experiences, he effectively assumed the role of a parent. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, as if a veil had been lifted from her mind. Indeed, how had I not considered this before? I blame myself. I allowed the instigations of others to sway my beliefs, revealing my inner uncertainty. I am deeply sorry for my brother. Liang Qingyan's delicate hands, resting on the table, clenched tightly, the pale tips of her fingers gradually losing their color. She did not succumb to the instigation of others. However, can what one witnesses with their own eyes ever be false? Bai Wei is right. She is not one to compromise her principles. The way she preserves the last remnants of her dignity is by letting go. Chapter 078. Resolving misunderstandings. The morning light gently permeated the bedroom, casting a warm glow. Liang Qingyan awoke naturally, clad in a pure white silk camisole, her bare feet resting upon the cool marble floor. Are you awake? Downstairs, Song Yuan Ye was seated beside her laptop, engrossed in her work. Upon catching sight of her bare feet, he furrowed his brow and made his way to the entrance to fetch her a pair of slippers. How could she come downstairs without any footwear once again? Observing the man, crouching down and gently slipping the slippers onto her feet, Liang Qingyan's eyelashes trembled slightly as she replied, I'm used to it. Song Yuan Ye rose and placed a warm kiss on her forehead. This evening, the foundation has extended an invitation for a charity gala. Would you care to accompany me? Liang Qingyan seated herself beside the dining table, accepted the soy milk he offered, brought it to her lips for a sip, and shook her head. You know I have no interest in such occasions. It would be better to let Miss Bai attend instead. Miss Bai? Song Yuan Ye raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled at her. There was little between her and me. Yet I wondered if Yin Yin was still feeling jealous of our connection. A smiling face fell into her eyes, piercing Liang Qingyan's heart. She took a deep breath, struggling to catch her breath amidst the suffocating weight. A glance at the white roses by the window revealed a stark contrast to her former affection. What once delighted her now felt deeply ironic. Liang Qingyan's crimson lips curled in disdain. I no longer have any fondness for these flowers. They are merely an eyesore. Dispose of them. Song Yuan Ye paused momentarily, choosing not to elaborate. Very well. I shall instruct the housekeeper to discard them shortly. His swift acquiescence left Liang Qingyan somewhat astonished. Is there anything else you wish to throw away, Yin Yin? Let's discard it together. Song Yuan Ye gazed at her, his deep, dark eyes brimming with unspoken sentiments. You are the mistress of this home. Within these walls, anything that displeases you may be disposed of at your discretion. Liang Qingyan lifted her gaze to meet his, and replied, if that is the case, then we might as well discard that album as well. What album? The album containing the cartoon hair ties, alongside that photograph of you and the girl. She replied. Song Yuan Ye was momentarily taken aback. A shadow of darkness flickered in his eyes, enigmatic and obscure. Did you see it? Indeed. Liang Qingyan gazed at him intently, recalling the day she helped Aunt Tian organize items, where she had caught a glimpse of a certain figure. The girl was quite beautiful, and the fact that she remains in his thoughts suggests he must hold deep affection for her. Yin Yin. Song Yuan Ye looked at her with a profound gaze, filled with emotions she could not comprehend. That girl, is she by Wei, am I correct? Liang Qingyan could no longer endure and directly inquired. That day, I visited the hospital and overheard your conversation. She gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with a chilling clarity, her lips pale from being bitten. Despite her deliberate effort to maintain composure, her voice trembled involuntarily. You and Bai Wei were once involved, weren't you? Her voice faltered, hesitantly breaking the silence. Or perhaps one could say, you're fond of her because we bear a certain resemblance, perceiving me as her substitute. Song Yuan Ye was momentarily taken aback, but then resolutely denied it. Certainly not. Yin Yin, who imparted these words to you? Liang Qingyan's lips curled into a bittersweet arc. Not of her own volition, yet tears stubbornly cascaded down, blurring her vision. Though the man stood before her, he seemed worlds away. Her voice was hoarse as she spoke. Song Yuan Ye, do you still intend to deceive me? Song Ye stepped closer, wrapping his arms tightly around her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Aside from the very beginning, I have never lied to you, not even about loving you, Yin Yin. Please, trust me. Can I still believe in you? Liang Qingyan gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with tears. I love you. Song Yuan Ye kissed away her tears. That photograph, it was actually you. Liang Qingyan paused, momentarily taken aback, then listened as he continued. At the high school anniversary celebration, when you performed your ballet, I fell for you at first sight. I secretly captured that photo during military training, and the hair tie, I picked it up after you discarded it. This was the first time Liang Qingyan had heard him speak like this, and she felt a fleeting disbelief. Really? After a few seconds of contemplation, a frown crossed her face. But Xiao Xiao said you had a first love, a white moonlight, whom you still long for after your breakup. The Meng family members are notoriously unreliable. Don't believe them, Song Yuan Ye said, gently kissing her lips. Yin Yin, you think my affection for you emerged suddenly, but is a long-planned endeavor. Liang Qingyan sniffled, the clouds of despair that had loomed over her heart dissipating completely, replaced by a smile. Song Yuan Ye observed her eyes, red from crying, her earlobes resembling ripe cherries, enticingly ready to be picked. This delicate charm, a blend of cool allure and innocent sweetness, only revealed itself in his presence. His deep, dark eyes gleamed, intent on monopolizing this springtime beauty. As his breath grew warmer, he tightened his grip around her waist, gently kissing her delicate earlobe. Don't touch there. Liang Qingyan's earlobe was exceptionally sensitive, causing her body to melt. Leaning against him, she instinctively tried to retreat. What began as an impulsive act for Song Yuan Ye unveiled a new territory. His dark eyes sparkled as he effortlessly lifted her, positioning her atop his lap in a kneeling embrace, his thumb caressing her other earlobe. His voice, magnetic yet laced with mischief, teased. Will you dare to make wild guesses again? And no, I won't. The cool scent of pine filled her senses as Liang Qingyan shook her head in a daze, trembling beneath his touch. Her body softened, struggling to maintain its balance, frequently sliding off him, only to be pulled back each time. Her shirt's collar had unknowingly loosened, exposing her supple, fair skin, which grew increasingly heated, flushed with an alluring pink. Song Yuan Ye's hand began to wander restlessly. Liang Qingyan tilted her head back, her swan-like neck elongating beautifully. With a gentle bite of her red lips, she emitted a muffled, broken sound of impatience. Song Yuan Ye lifted her in his arms and began walking toward the bedroom. What are you doing? Liang Qingyan suddenly awakened, her eyes widening. Yet her hands unconsciously wrapped around his neck. Aren't you going to the company? This was what Yin Yin thought. Song Yuan Ye smiled faintly, his gaze gradually infused with desire. As her husband, it is only natural for me to first ensure your satisfaction. The day was radiant. After Song Yuan Ye left for the company, Liang Qingyan took a shower, intending to speak with manager Wang regarding her return to work. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a message from an unfamiliar number, accompanied by a photograph. The image was a still from a video, featuring Song Yuan Ye and Bai Wei, their faces clearly visible, with Bai Wei nestled in Song Yuan Ye's embrace. The posture was intimate, unmistakably indicative of a romantic relationship. At that moment, Song Yuan Ye still bore the semblance of youth, his piercing eyes and tousled black hair unable to conceal his rebellious charm. Liang Qingyan furrowed her brow and dialed the number. The call connected in less than 3 seconds. Song Shua, is that you? Must you resort to such petty tricks behind my back? The man on the other end chuckled, his voice laced with an unsettling tone. Sister-in-law, you truly are naively easy to deceive. Bewitched by Song Yuan Ye, aren't you curious about the origin of this photograph? I happen to possess the complete video as well. With today's advanced Photoshop technology, Liang Qingyan's expression turned cold. Song Shua, cease these tiresome games. I am genuinely uninterested. Song Shua scoffed lightly. Self-deception should have its limits. Do you think I can manipulate the video? If you wish to uncover the truth, perhaps you should directly inquire with Song Yuan Ye to determine whether I am lying. Chapter 079. The video is photoshopped. Liang Qingyan ended the call and lowered her gaze to contemplate the photograph displayed on her screen for a moment. Suddenly, a WeChat friend request notification appeared. She accepted it, and almost instantaneously, a video was sent from the other side. Unlike the earlier photograph, this was a complete video. It captured the youthful Song Yuan Ye, his arm draped casually around the shoulder of a girl, his cold, piercing eyes reminiscent of ice and snow. His gaze was fixed on Bai Wei in the lens, softening as he beheld her radiant smile. It was a beautiful, vibrant scene of youth. With an innocent demeanor, her delicate fingers as tender and slender as spring onions, gently brushed against her cheek as she playfully remarked, Song Yuan Ye, can't you muster a smile? Indeed, it was Bai Wei's voice. As she spoke, she lifted his cheek, her lips curving into a delicate smile. Song Yuan Ye gazed down at the camera, exuding an air of aloofness. He remained silent throughout, merely letting out a soft chuckle, a sound that emanated from deep within his throat, deep, magnetic, imbued with a youthful clarity. The person in his embrace remained unseen, yet Liang Qingyan, positioned before the screen, discerned the tenderness and weariness reflected in his eyes. With a cold demeanor, Liang Qingyan forwarded the video to Yu Zealand. Yu Zealand, her college confidant from the new media department, had remained in the capital while Liang pursued opportunities abroad. Despite their paths diverging, they occasionally kept in touch. During the last engagement, although Yu Zealand could not attend, she graciously sent a generous red envelope. Currently, she was employed at a foreign tech company, well-versed in Photoshop synthesis. Upon receiving Liang Qingyan's message, a prompt reply followed. Qingyan, it's difficult to discern with the naked eye. Allow me to examine it closely. Liang Qingyan hesitated before responding with a simple okay. After 5 minutes, her phone rang. It was Yu Zealand calling. Liang Qingyan's heart raced as she answered, and immediately heard Yu Zealand say, Qingyan, you were right. This video has indeed been altered with Photoshop. As those words left her lips, Liang Qingyan's heart, momentarily at ease, sank once more. However, the background remained intact, and Song Yuan Ye had not moved. Yet, The girl's face had been altered using AI face-swapping technology, and the voice was synthesized. Despite the advancements in technology, slowing the footage to each frame revealed imperfections. A note of seriousness tinged New Zealand's tone. Liang Qingyan's breath quickened. Did this mean that the person in the video was not Bai Wei, but someone else entirely? Indeed. New Zealand hesitated to speak further. Yin, this video doesn't really signify much, does it? The individual who sent you this video evidently seeks to incite discord between you and Song Yuan Ye. It is likely that this is somehow connected to a person named Bai Wei. If you harbor doubts, you may have unwittingly fallen into a trap. Is the girl in the video, perchance you? Liang Qingyan indeed believed this to be the answer. She rubbed her temples and remarked, at that time, I hardly knew him. She continued, a hint of irony in her voice. When we first met, he deceived me. I have witnessed firsthand how unscrupulous he can be. He even claimed to have been infatuated with me since high school. Yet all of it was merely a web of deceit he wove to lure me in. The identity of the young woman in the video has become a trivial matter. What truly matters is her inability to accept the repeated betrayals she has endured. New Zealand fell silent, struggling to find words of comfort for her. Ultimately, she offered a candid piece of advice. Men, when it comes to wooing women, often possess an uncanny ability to portray themselves as deeply sentimental individuals. However, I believe that Song Yuan Ye is not the type to be easily swayed. It would be best for you both to clarify any misunderstandings face to face to avoid further confusion. Liang Qingyan forced a light-hearted smile and said, Thank you for your time. I apologize for calling so late. Please remember to notify me in advance when you return to the country. New Zealand replied, No problem. The two exchanged a few brief words before Liang Qingyan donned her coat and headed outside to hail a taxi. The charity gala was scheduled to take place at a 5-star hotel under the auspices of a rising brand, just a 10-minute journey from their location. The hotel, resembling a grand estate, welcomed only the affluent and elite, with security personnel stationed outside. Liang Qingyan was stopped at the entrance and asked to present her invitation. Just as the situation grew tense, a Bugatti slowly approached, and the driver, Liu Zhe, lowered the window. Yin? Liang Qingyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she addressed Liu Zhe. I am here to seek out Song Yuan Ye. Without an invitation, would you be so kind as to escort me inside? Liu Zhe did not hesitate and got into the car. The hotel was vast in scale. After a few minutes of navigating through its premises, they finally arrived at the main venue. The area was teeming with prominent figures from the business and political realms, a veritable gathering of magnates. Liang Qingyan, walking closely beside Liu Zhe, immediately spotted a man seated in the front row. He was tall, adorned in a meticulously tailored bespoke suit, with a black shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders. His long legs extended beyond the spacious seat, and a diamond watch adorned his wrist. His demeanor exuded a certain roguish charm, merging two seemingly disparate images of nonchalance and sophistication. Amidst the crowd, he stood out remarkably. Beside him was Bai Wei, dressed in an elegant white off-shoulder gown. Liang Qingyan's gaze gradually turned icy as she dialed Song Yuan Ye's number. Where are you? Charity gala, as you mentioned. Song Yuan Ye. What is the matter? Have you missed me so soon? Liang Qingyan continued to inquire. Are you with Miss Bai? Upon finishing her words, she glanced across the room, noticing the man momentarily pause with his phone in hand. Simultaneously, a soft chuckle echoed in her ears, yet it was absent. Liang Qingyan's fingertips felt icy, as if the world around her had fallen into a hushed stillness, leaving only the rhythmic thumping of her own heartbeat, gradually subsiding with his utterance. Just as Liu Zhe, having concluded a brief exchange, turned and approached her, pulling her back to reality, he said, Qingyan, the banquet is about to commence. Please take your seat. Liang Qingyan nodded in acknowledgement. Their seats were positioned at the back row. The seating arrangement was orchestrated by the organizers behind the scenes, intricately linked to one's status and identity, rendering it unlikely for anyone to recognize Liang Qingyan as the fiancé of the prince seated ahead. In other words, only those sitting beside Song Yuan Ye possessed the privilege of being in the spotlight. Now, under the shimmering lights, Bai Wei, adorned in a pure white mermaid gown, accentuated her graceful figure her makeup immaculate, and her smile flawless. Yuan Ye, what a coincidence. I find myself seated next to you. Is it truly a coincidence? Song Yuan Ye cast a sidelong glance at her, his dark eyes glinting with a cold light. Bai Wei's smile momentarily faltered. It was, of course, no mere coincidence. She had intentionally bribed the staff to secure this position. Yet, she had not anticipated that her subtle manipulations would have been so readily perceived by him. Nevertheless, even with his awareness, he still indulged her, did he not? Their relationship was undeniably distinct from others. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Bai Wei's face once again illuminated with a radiant smile. Among the items for auction tonight was a gemstone crown known as the Kiss of the Swan, which was said to have been crafted by the Duke of York for his duchess. To her surprise, it had found its way to the market. The mere mention of it filled her with longing. Kiss of the Swan, such a beautiful name, is it not? Unexpectedly, Song Yuan Ye's eyes flickered, and he softly replied,